The novel narrates the story of Zhou Ming, a terminally ill patient who, in the twilight of his life, embarks on a series of extraordinary events that ultimately lead his soul to traverse into the primordial realm, where he transforms into the moonlight. In this mystical world, he witnesses a plethora of significant occurrences from the dawn of creation, including the calamities of ferocious beasts, the conflicts among the three clans, and the cataclysmic battles between witches and demons. He traverses various epochs, experiencing the teachings of the Taoist Ancestor, the Age of Sages, and the flourishing of humanity. Zhou Ming, as the moonlight, embarks on a journey of enlightenment, diligently seeking the essence of the Tao. Throughout this odyssey, he engages with myriad beings, experiencing love, friendship, and familial bonds, while also confronting countless challenges and crises. The narrative is refreshingly innovative, diverging from conventional tales of the primordial world, eschewing the typical tropes of a predestined human protagonist with grand aspirations for boundless merit, instead emphasizing the protagonist's relentless pursuit and exploration in the quest for the Tao. Chapter 1. Where do we go after death? Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I headed? Zhou Ming had always believed that such contemplations were the domain of philosophers, those who had no concerns for sustenance or wealth, and had little relevance to him. A simple man living day by day, until that fateful day when a medical report was handed to him, declaring his death sentence. He was afflicted with a terminal illness bearing an incomprehensible foreign name. The surreal nature of it all led Zhou Ming to believe he was ensnared in a dream, yet the doctor solemnly informed him that he had but 7 days to live. How he managed to leave the hospital remains a blur. He later discovered online that such an inexplicable ailment indeed existed. Unable to accept this grim reality, Zhou Ming sought the opinions of 2 additional major hospitals, only to receive the same confirmation, forcing him to confront the truth. That very night, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, ultimately collapsing at the bridge, weeping inconsolably. Zhou Ming withdrew his savings and began searching online and within his circle for a suitable woman, wishing to conceive a child. However, he understood that such matters could not yield results within mere days. Consequently, he reached out to a trusted friend, confiding in him and seeking assistance, to which his friend silently acquiesced. With substantial remuneration, many women soon contacted Zhou Ming, presenting their health certificates. The subsequent nights, filled with intimacy, devoid of emotion or affection, transactions transpired solely by mutual consent. Amidst profound emptiness, Zhou Ming reminisced about a woman, the reason for his continued singlehood, and the memory of his first love. That he could not recall her name or even her appearance, only that they met at a party where he had been intoxicated. When he stepped outside for fresh air, he encountered a beautiful woman. Captivated by her grace, fueled by alcohol, he approached her, but what transpired thereafter eluded his memory. He awoke in a hotel room, the disheveled sheets revealing the remnants of their shared night. Yet, his recollections were hazy. Only the warmth of her satin-like skin and the tattoo of a soaring eagle on her shoulder lingered in his mind. Now, one might ponder, if a person dies, where do they go? Do they traverse the fabled Niha Bridge, sipping Mingpa soup to forget all before being reborn? Or do they descend into hell or ascend to heaven? Or is it simply a void, an utter cessation of existence? Zhou Ming had no answers yet. The thought that if death meant complete oblivion was profoundly sorrowful. It felt as though the autumn mist dissipated under the morning light, and amidst the haze, a voice emerged. Who am I? I am Zhou Ming. Where do I come from? I do not know. Where am I headed? I do not know. What is wrong with me? I am dead. Dead. I am dead. I am dead. What is death? Death is. Where are you going? Where do you come from? Who are you? I am Zhou Ming. In an instant, light surged forth, and Zhou Ming's consciousness crystallized, revealing a colossal full moon, devoid of stars, hanging solitary in the sky. Countless silver ribbons emanated from the moon, drifting across the boundless night. A thin mist enveloped the earth, a manifestation of the moonlight, while the immense moon was named Tying. Why do I know this? Where's this place? Zhou Ming felt utterly bewildered. Am I not dead? Is this the afterlife? Or have I reincarnated? Reincarnated? What of my body? Amidst the confusion, Zhou Ming suddenly recalled his physical form and hurriedly glanced down. Below him lay a valley, at its center a lake, and within that lake stood a lotus flower, rising 5 to 6 meters above the water, with unbloomed buds extending 2 meters in length. Surrounding the buds, a delicate moonlight formed a gossamer veil, swirling gracefully into the flower's core, a sight of extraordinary wonder. How long had passed? Zhou Ming could not ascertain. It felt as though it were merely the blink of an eye. Yet, in his memory, the once white jade-like lotus stem had transformed into a verdant hue. Zhou Ming felt invigorated, believing he had been reborn, perhaps far removed from his former world. Nevertheless, he found solace in the sensation of being alive, despite the uncertainty of what he might become. Something born from stone? A simian deity? No, that was implausible. Zhou Ming chuckled softly to himself, realizing he was but an ordinary man, better off without indulging in fanciful musings. The affairs of his past life were beyond his control. He could only hope that in 5 years, when his parents learned the truth, they would not be overly saddened. He silently wished that his child would grow up to honor and care for his parents in his stead. With this prayer in his heart, Zhou Ming quickly adjusted his mindset, focusing on the paramount task at hand, to live well in this new world. As he embraced this intention, his vision ascended rapidly, as if another unseen self manifested upon the lake's surface. Once again, he beheld that miraculous lotus flower. Unlike the tightly closed bud he had first seen, it now revealed itself, having blossomed halfway, surrounded no longer by gossamer, but by softly flickering golden flames. Is this because it is daytime? Zhou Ming mused, glancing skyward to behold a vast golden sun looming in the gray-white sky, its immense form seemingly poised to descend at any moment, radiating warmth and vitality, embodying what he understood to be the sun. Yet, curiously, he found himself unable to articulate the word as he had known it in his previous life. Zhou Ming surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was encircled by towering mountains, their distant silhouettes seemingly reaching the heavens, a sight of unfathomable grandeur. Chapter 2. The monotonous primordial chaos. Pangu, indeed, is the great deity Pangu. The moon and the sun, could it be that this is the primordial chaos? Awakening once more. Zhou Ming's heart brimmed with disbelief. Was he not reborn? Why was he in the primordial chaos? To think that the world he currently inhabited was the primordial chaos. He had not stumbled upon any precious pearls. Who among the descendants of Huaxia is unfamiliar with the ancient tale of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth? In mythology, who does not recognize the venerable Hongjun, reclining among the 9 clouds, or the goddess Enwa, who fashioned humanity from clay? Surely, even those who have not delved into the ancient myths can glean the nature of the primordial chaos from leisurely tales among humanity. It is a realm where deities are rendered lesser than dogs, fraught with calamities, a world where a sage can flick his fingers and shatter chaos, recreating the elements and restoring the cosmos. A being like him might merely be one of the countless souls drowned in the deluge when the heavens ruptured. Alas! Zhou Ming felt a gloom settle within him. Initially, aware that he resided within a stone, he had not dared to fantasize about being a figure like Sun Wukong. Yet, he believed that such an unusual existence could not be that of an ordinary being. However, upon realizing he was in the primordial chaos, he immediately began to search around him, only to find no auspicious treasures nor the ethereal essence of the sun and moon distilled into waters of paradise. It dawned on Zhou Ming that he certainly was not one of those primordial deities born of heaven and earth. After all, he found himself in a mere small valley, and what appeared to be a vast lake upon first glance now seemed undeniably like a small pond. Such a humble pond hardly befits a primordial deity. Oh, how he wished to weep. Moreover, if one were to assess, the lotus brother beside him, who absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, appeared far more extraordinary. After all, he, a mere stone, exhibited no remarkable signs, nor did he seem to absorb the celestial essences. Zhou Ming scrutinized himself for quite some time, and indeed, he remained an ordinary, weathered stone. Wait. Was he this the primordial chaos? Why was he so unremarkable? Tears welled in Zhou Ming's eyes. Speaking of which, what time was it now? He pondered, for looking at the sun and moon high in the sky, it should have been after Pangu had opened the heavens and transformed into myriad forms. Yet, what was that distant silhouette of 2 legs supporting the heavens? He truly could not fathom the magnitude of the great deity Pangu. In Zhou Ming's speculation, that shadow propping up the universe was merely a fragment of Pangu's thigh. For upon closer inspection, the lower part of the shadow appeared thinner than the upper. Zhou Ming had also searched for the legendary Buzhou mountain, yet found it elusive. In the world around him, lush vegetation thrived, yet he observed no animals scurrying, no birds soaring, nor fish swimming. This was a desolate realm. Strangely, it seemed that this world rarely experienced change. The trees remained verdant yet did not grow taller. as if the vast land of the primordial chaos had been forgotten by time. Deprived of a movable body and surrounded by unchanging scenery, Zhou Ming soon grew weary of the monotony. Feeling bored, he attempted to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, straining his consciousness, yet nothing materialized. He even tried to keep track of time, but after counting laboriously to 100,000, the sun appeared unmoved, remaining in its original position. The endless light and heat shone upon the earth, seemingly mocking him, as if to say, "I shall not budge. What can you do?" He wondered if he might be the fabled anomaly, but at this moment, the Tao did not seem to exist. Hesitantly, Zhou Ming called out, "Is the great Tao present? Am I an anomaly?" Silence enveloped him. After a long wait, realizing nothing transpired, Zhou Ming, frustrated, raised his voice, "Great Tao, I am indeed an anomaly. How can you ignore me? Please, take a look at me." The silence persisted, and after another prolonged wait, still nothing occurred. "All right, let me say this, Great Tao. I have decided, I shall defy the heavens." After shouting, he furtively glanced upward, ready to retract his statement at the slightest stir. Vowing to guard the primordial chaos to the death, silence reigned once more, yielding no response. Angered, Zhou Ming, as a being transported to the primordial chaos, felt he should possess great fortune and be an extraordinary anomaly. Surely, the developments in the primordial chaos would be known to all, collecting treasures, seizing opportunities, and achieving sudden enlightenment to become a saint. He should not be so disregarded by the aloof Great Tao. Zhou Ming continued his cries, seeking to recruit Hongjun as a subordinate, to enlist the three pure ones as disciples, and to gather all the goddesses into his harem. Yet, regardless of how fervently he shouted, the Great Tao remained unresponsive, leaving Zhou Ming resignedly muttering, "Isn't it customary for a heavenly punishment to strike down anomalies and the disrespectful? It seems either there is no Great Tao or this one is simply lethargic." With no other option, Zhou Ming chose to surrender. It is said that time in the primordial chaos is never counted, a sentiment Zhou Ming had deeply internalized. Each time he awakened from slumber, he gauged that if he did nothing and simply remained in the small valley, his consciousness could sustain itself for approximately 10 days, this being the measure of time from his previous life. His awakenings were random, sometimes during the day, other times at night, occasionally just as the sun rose, or as the moon descended. However, the most disheartening aspect was that even if he did nothing for 10 days, attentively watching the sun and moon, when fatigue inevitably overcame him, the celestial bodies seemed to remain stationary, their shadows unchanged from 10 days prior. Above, the setting moon cast gentle light, appearing to smile down at Zhou Ming, as if to say, "You are quite the resilient little one." Resigned, he conceded, "All right, I yield. You both are formidable." How long had passed? Upon awakening once more, this marked Zhou Ming's 8th time. He understood that a considerable amount of time had likely elapsed since his last awakening, compared to his mere 10 days of wakefulness. The duration of his slumber must have been countless times greater. Of course, he could not ascertain the exact length, but he knew it was long due to a revelation he had during one of his awakenings. As previously mentioned, Zhou Ming was merely a stone resting beside the root of a lotus flower, which in turn was anchored to a jade disc. Upon his 5th awakening, Zhou Ming inadvertently discovered the expansion of the jade disc. Naturally, he had long been aware that it grew with each awakening, but this time he recognized that the expansion had occurred during his latest period of consciousness. After confirming it was not an illusion, Zhou Ming was overjoyed. He had finally found a means to measure the passage of time. This time, he refused to concede defeat. Thus, during his 6th awakening, he meticulously observed the newly expanded jade disc, intent on measuring it. The process was complicated, so let us dispense with the details and present the result. Over 10 days, the jade disc had grown by approximately 1 millimeter. Indeed, it was that familiar millimeter from the ruler of his previous life, MMP. Just before losing consciousness, Zhou Ming could not help but exclaim, "Though it is referred to as a jade disc, it was already a kilometer long when I first laid eyes upon it. Each awakening, it doubles, or at times, it grows 5 or 6 times. Almost a tenth of the lake's bottom is now jade disc. It is only now that I realize. It takes 10 days to grow merely a millimeter, just a millimeter." The sheer exhaustion weighs heavily upon me, and Zhou Ming finds himself at a loss for words. "I suppose I have become somewhat of an ancient being, having existed for quite some time. After all, the entirety of Chinese history spans a mere 5,000 years. Zhou Ming, afloat on the water's surface, envisions his unseen self dancing around the lotus flower, his gaze swirling as he looks up at the sky, bursting into laughter. Yet, there is little to find amusing. It is merely the tedium that drives him to seek some distraction. Although his moments of clarity have only lasted 2 or 3 months, during this monotonous span, he has grown accustomed to conversing with himself, finding amusement in his own company. And his heart has begun to feel a certain tranquility. Upon awakening for the 10th time, Zhou Ming disregards everything else, instantly raising his gaze. Surely, everything must have blossomed by now. With hopeful anticipation, he is met with disappointment, for the great Mingyue has not fulfilled his expectations. Instead, he finds a lotus pod devoid of petals. A deep sigh escapes him. How long has he slumbered this time? Feeling disheartened, Zhou Ming decides to inspect the situation of the jade disc, only to discover that it has expanded to occupy half the lake bed. Impressive. He muses with a lack of sincerity. As he meanders aimlessly, he stumbles upon fallen lotus petals. The petals, resembling white jade, rest upon the lake bed, appearing even purer than the jade disc itself. Zhou Ming circles around a petal measuring about half a meter, his interest piqued, and begins to scour the lake bed. Ultimately, he uncovers several large petals and a few smaller ones. Regrettably, he can only observe them from afar. He yearns to touch them, to carry them back and fashion a bed for himself. Although he is merely a stone at present, he aspires to be a stone of distinction. Seated upon the lotus pod, Zhou Ming counts the lotus seeds in boredom. His thoughts meander chaotically, pondering whether these seeds might be extraordinary treasures, capable of granting immortality with a single bite. Suddenly, he feels a chill against his face and notices ripples disturbing the placid water's surface. Looking up, he realizes that a gentle rain has begun to fall from the sky. The cool droplets touch his skin, leaving him momentarily stunned. This is his first experience of rain in the Primordial World. Yet, he discovers that the rain of this ancient realm is tinged with gray. Chapter 3. The long years wait. Why do I feel as if I am being rained upon? Suddenly, Zhou Ming blinked and realized that at this moment, he seemed to possess only sight, unable to touch anything. Even in the reflection upon the lake's surface, his figure was absent, as if he were a ghost. How could this rainwater reach him? Astonished, Zhou Ming gazed upwards. The gentle drizzle, reminiscent of spring, fell in a persistent gray, and a chill began to arise from every part of his being, particularly where the rain had soaked him. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Zhou Ming suddenly noticed a transformation. The once unchanging scenery around him began to shift. He looked around, and in the distance, tender shoots were breaking through the earth by the lakeside. The trees nearby were striving to extend their branches, a hazy green light spreading across their trunks. Beside him, his dear friend, the lotus, seemed to be maturing rapidly. The massive leaves that floated on the lake's surface were lifting from the water, their edges curling upwards as they began to collect the gray rainwater in a delicate sheen. The tranquil world erupted into a cacophony. The distant leaves rustled in a joyous frenzy amidst the gentle rain. A wave of elation surged within him. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhou Ming laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide as he cheered upon the lake's surface, joyfully running about. This gray drizzle persisted for a fortnight. Though he had clearly passed the moment of awakening, Zhou Ming remained invigorated until the rain ceased, as if he had just roused from slumber. The lotus's leaf, still held aloft, was now filled with a transparent viscous liquid, collected from the earlier gray rain. As droplets fell upon the lotus leaf, the gray hue quickly faded, transforming into this clear, sticky substance. Zhou Ming knew it was viscous because he could finally touch it. When he poked it with his finger, the surface dimpled slightly. A revelation that filled him with both surprise and immense joy. Nothing could compare to the happiness of affirming his own existence. For so long, Zhou Ming had only possessed sight and had been unable to interact with the world outside, although he understood that he existed within a stone at the lake's bottom. To him, that stone felt no different than the stones he had observed in his past life. Thus, he often found himself pondering whether he truly existed at all. After a day of playfully poking at the transparent liquid, Zhou Ming eventually lost interest and let his gaze wander. In this gray rain, the transformations within the valley were significant. The surrounding trees grew taller and sturdier, and new plants began to sprout by the lakeside. Yet, these were not the most crucial changes. His friend, the lotus, had reaped immense rewards from the rain. Not only had the lotus fully matured, but the 7 seeds that had fallen into the water had begun to take root upon the jade disc, sprouting fresh shoots. As for the now empty lotus pod, it slowly melted away in the soft golden flames after the rain ceased, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke that drifted skyward, ultimately leaving behind only a fist-sized bud. As Zhou Ming contemplated that he might soon succumb to slumber once more, he resolved to gaze into the sky and survey the distance. He sensed that during his moments of wakefulness, he seemed to be consuming something, and the further he ventured from the lake, the more rapidly that something was depleted. His periods of slumber were prolonged, while his moments of clarity were fleeting, causing Zhou Ming to cherish these 10 days of awakening, despite occasional bouts of boredom. This was why, apart from his initial ascent, he had not ventured to the heights again, uncertain whether it was due to the gray rain. Upon awakening once more, Zhou Ming sensed that his periods of clarity seemed to extend, perhaps by 2 or 3 hours, though it was merely a feeling he could not definitively ascertain. The bud of the lotus beside him had swelled considerably, and the transparent liquid within the lotus leaf had noticeably decreased. In the water, upon the jade disc, 7 small shoots were striving to grow. Surprisingly, he discovered that the jade disc had completely taken over the lake's bottom. However, oddly, it appeared that its reach had not extended beyond the lake's depths. Whether it had yet to expand or had simply ceased its growth remained uncertain until the next observation. It seemed to have halted its expansion. Zhou Ming quickly confirmed this fact. After several more awakenings, he was assured that his periods of clarity had indeed increased. The surroundings remained largely unchanged. After the gray rain, during his 72nd awakening, Zhou Ming reflected on the lack of transformation in the trees, still puzzled about the nature of the gray rain. Moreover, how much time had passed since that gray rain? After all, his moments of clarity had accumulated to several years. How strange it was. Despite having been alone for such an extended period, he felt neither boredom nor anxiety. In the center of the lake, beside a magnificent lotus, 7 small blossoms bloomed vibrantly. Zhou Ming hopped about among the leaves, pondering whether it was his carefree nature that spared him from feelings of discontent. Time continued to flow. During his 77th awakening, his 83rd, and his 91st, until his 99th awakening. However, this awakening was unlike the others. He was roused by the arrival of the second gray rain. Do you know why the primordial wilderness does not measure time in years? It is because years cannot quantify the time of the primordial wilderness. This marked Zhou Ming's 9th experience of the gray rain. Even if only the periods of clarity were considered, he no longer knew how much time had elapsed. He had even lost track of the number of awakenings due to a slip of memory and, in frustration, began to recount his experiences with the gray rain. The small valley had transformed significantly since his initial arrival. The lake was now adorned with a plethora of beautiful lotus flowers, the descendants of his dear friend. After such a lengthy period, Zhou Ming himself had changed. The stone that housed his essence now bore purple markings, finally exuding an air of mystery. Furthermore, his periods of clarity had nearly doubled, and he was no longer limited to mere sight. His awareness now extended outside, resembling a faint shadow of a child, so subtle that it could easily be overlooked. Yet, with great effort, he could now engage momentarily. Next to his stone body lay a collection of white jade-like lotus petals and strands of blue silk, all products of Zhou Ming's diligent labor. Determined to be a stone of distinction, he chuckled with pride. On the lake's bottom, upon the pure azure jade disc, a faint shadow was diligently rearranging the small white jade petals into a sequence. After considerable effort, Zhou Ming had altered the final digit of his markers to the Arabic numeral 7, with 2 ones preceding it. The 117th experience of gray rain had arrived. Fearing a repeat of the earlier confusion regarding his awakenings and recognizing that his memory was not as reliable as he wished, Zhou Ming gathered similarly sized lotus petals and arranged them on the lakebed to form the numeral. Collecting similarly sized petals has become a simple task, for the entire lake is now dominated by the lotus blossoms. Each time, the lake is filled with these flowers, exhaling the essence of sun and moon, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. By day, the surface of the water appears to be ablaze with a soft golden flame, while at night, several immense tendrils of mist extend from the small valleys, swirling gracefully. Each lotus flower, in turn, supports a diminutive yet more solid arm that rotates slowly, resembling a celestial nebula, a sight of extraordinary beauty. Having dwelled in this primordial world for an extensive period, Zhou Ming has undergone a transformation, becoming increasingly akin to a child. Simple joys can brighten his day, and the monotony of daily life has not dulled his spirit. Rather, he finds delight in it. In this realm of pure and untainted spiritual energy, Zhou Ming feels more and more like the isolated little sprite from the tales of his past life, existing in his own small paradise, content and carefree, devoid of worries or sorrow. His world is beautifully simple and pure, lasting until the end of his days. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Ming mused, what could possibly be wrong with this? A smile graced his lips. For the 888th time, he effortlessly arranged this number, then glanced at his true form. On the fiery red jade disc lies a stone adorned with intricate purple patterns. Merely gazing at the stone stirs a profound sensation within him. It is near, the moment of my emergence draws closer. Chapter 4. The first beings at the dawn of creation. Upon their emergence, the heavens trembled and the earth shuddered, as the divine wept and the spirits wailed. With the fluttering of eyelids, golden light surged into the sky. After much contemplation, it became clear to me that the arrival of the great sage, Sun Wukong, in ancient myths was of a similarly earth-shattering nature. Yet, why did my own arrival manifest in such a disheartening manner? Enveloped in darkness, I, Zhou Ming, could not help but feel despondent, bowing my head in despair. We were both born from stone, yet the disparity was staggering. How ironic it was that I was born at the very beginning of creation. Upon awakening, Zhou Ming was surprised to find himself shrouded in darkness. Gradually, he became aware of his corporeal existence, not as a mere phantom, but as a tangible body. Could it be that this was the form that had been gestating within the stone? In other words, was I truly inside the stone? The thought of breaking free and truly emerging filled Zhou Ming with joy. Over the passage of time, nurtured by the primordial essence of the universe, Zhou Ming had grown accustomed to this primordial existence, his innocent heart resonating with the rhythms of the vast wilderness. Thus, after a brief exploration in the dark, he soon comprehended his surroundings. From an outsider's perspective, this was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Zhou Ming initially confirmed his presence within a dark, confined space, only to deduce that he was inside the very stone that had nurtured him. When he touched his own body, it became evident that he had fully formed, and it was time to break free from the stone and enter the world. This realization felt almost preordained, as if some unseen force had whispered the answer into his consciousness. Scratching and clawing, he grew weary and lay down to rest, only to awaken and resume his efforts. Why must I toil so arduously to carve my way into existence? This stone is remarkably resilient, although I had long since acclimated to solitude. That was in the outside world. In this pitch-black void, my patience was wearing thin. As I grumbled and toiled, memories of the legendary Sun Wukong surfaced. How grand and majestic his emergence had been, as chronicled in the texts. With renewed determination, Zhou Ming persisted, and at last, a crack echoed through the silence. Stopping his scratching, he noticed a faint light streaming in, dispelling the darkness that had persisted for an unknown span of time. His heart raced with excitement. Freedom was within reach. With both paws engaged, he summoned all his strength. To his astonishment, the shell yielded easily beneath his claws. Instinctively chewing, he found the taste pleasant and swallowed it. What was happening? Was this not stone, but an egg? Had he just bitten into the shell? His long-held beliefs were upended, leaving Zhou Ming in a state of bewilderment. Nevertheless, he decided to press on, and soon, with a few more bites, he created a significant opening and climbed out. Emerging from the smooth surface of the crimson jade-like shell, Zhou Ming beheld his reflection, a small fox-like creature, albeit somewhat short and plump. His muzzle protruded slightly, and his tail was as long and bushy as his body. The most striking feature was his eyes, a pair of mysterious, captivating violet orbs. Zhou Ming felt a surge of joy at these eyes, though his fur, a drab gray, left much to be desired. Unsure of which feline family he belonged to, Zhou Ming's spirits dampened as he began to ascend the stem of the elder lotus. Upon escaping the waterless area surrounding the egg, Zhou Ming propelled himself upward through the water, soon breaching the surface. He then leapt onto a lotus leaf, shaking off the droplets that clung to him. It was deep night, and the silvery moonlight from the Taoist star blanketed the earth as the lake's lotus flowers breathed in and out, their beauty radiating like a cosmic vision. In that moment, Zhou Ming, filled with exuberance, declared himself a white fox. Though his coat was gray, he resolved to adopt this name, for he was born at the dawn of creation, destined to become a formidable ancestor in the future. No applause, no auspicious signs, nor any commendations accompanied this momentous decision. Despite feeling that he had made an important choice, he found himself without an audience. Grumbling, he began to frolic amid the lotus leaves, his plump form surprisingly agile, leaving only a faint shadow in his wake. Soon, Zhou Ming discovered a new skill, running atop the water's surface, his paws barely disturbing the delicate violet mist that allowed him to traverse the liquid realm. Yet, flying remained an elusive aspiration. How should one cultivate their powers? Perched atop a high lotus leaf, he pondered deeply. Ultimately, he decided to experiment with inhalation, channeling his strength. He took a deep breath directed toward the Taoist star, holding it for what felt like 5 minutes in his previous life. However, the outcome was merely some drifting moonlight that entered his belly, leaving him with no discernible sensation. After several futile attempts, Zhou Ming abandoned this method and began to contemplate alternative strategies. He leapt onto a nearby lotus bud, surrounded by swirling tendrils that brought a steady stream of moonlight to the flower. Spreading his limbs, he clung to the bud and climbed higher, despite his rotund shape. The delicate lotus barely bent under his weight. Leaning forward, he took a refreshing sip, a chill spreading through him, invigorating his spirit. Having tasted the sweetness of the moonlight, Zhou Ming eagerly began to exploit other lotus flowers, darting from one to another, savoring each sip. Soon, he felt a fullness in his belly. Yet, this was not the end. He had yet to indulge in a grand feast. Eyeing the elder lotus with mischief, he was drawn to its exceptional nature. The elder lotus was no ordinary flower. Its azure petals sparkled with golden grains, and the moonlight pooled beneath its bloom, forming a shimmering silvery pond that seemed to float in midair. Ascending the elder lotus's stem, Zhou Ming gazed longingly at the moonlight, nearly drooling with anticipation. He called out to the elder lotus, "Brother, after all these years of friendship, surely you can allow me a taste? If you don't refuse, I shall take it as your consent." After a brief pause, he eagerly leaned forward and took a bite. The gathered moonlight, while seemingly liquid, was more akin to jelly. Delighted by the flavor, reminiscent of a popsicle, he chewed and swallowed, savoring the experience. Suddenly, feeling lightheaded, Zhou Ming dropped onto a lotus leaf and promptly fell asleep. Despite being born at the dawn of creation, his body was merely an ordinary specimen, devoid of any extraordinary lineage or formidable physique. In truth, all beings in this primordial realm were simply ordinary creatures. Yet, as one of the first beings to emerge at the dawn of creation, they possessed a singular advantage, the boundless potential of their forms. At this moment, as Zhou Ming took a bite of the essence of moonlight, refined over countless years by the Lotus Brother, the initial transformation within his once blank form finally commenced. Chapter 5. What language is this? Upon awakening, Zhou Ming was astonished to find a new presence in his mind. It was a language, remarkably intricate and profound. Structurally, this language was three-dimensional. Yet it required not only its framework but also special sounds and energy dynamics to articulate its expressions. If we consider length, width, and height as 3 dimensions, and the unique sounds and energy movements as 2 additional dimensions, we might deem this language a 5-dimensional one. However, this language, which surfaced in his memory, did not possess a name. Rather, it was nameless. Zhou Ming pondered deeply and realized that there were no explanations regarding this language in his memories. Nevertheless, a glimmer of recollection from a past life surfaced, recalling a tongue known as the Adamic language, which bore some resemblance to the characteristics of the language in his mind. Though similar, these traits alone could not accurately encapsulate the essence of the language he encountered. A voice within seemed to whisper to Zhou Ming that the features of the Adamic language were merely adjuncts to this linguistic system. Its true essence lay beyond such attributes. After much contemplation, Zhou Ming, recognizing his confusion, wisely chose to let go of his obsession. In truth, he had encountered this language long before. During his first sight of the mighty Pangu's thigh, intertwined with the 2 divine patterns representing Pangu, which he could never forget, Zhou Ming opened his mouth, eager to experiment with this language, but found himself unable to utter a single word. After several failed attempts, he resigned himself to the realization that speaking was not as effortless as he had hoped. As he rose from the lotus leaf, he noticed a transformation within himself. His previously pudgy form had slimmed down a bit. Moreover, a glance at his reflection in the water revealed that the dull gray of his body was now adorned with a tuft of silver hair upon his forehead. A delightful change indeed. In the days that followed, Zhou Ming led a life of daily exploration, indulging in the bounty of nature. After all, it was far more convenient to feast joyously than to endure the toil of gathering sustenance. Thus, apart from the lotus flowers nearby, he also relished the exotic plants he discovered, without restraint. Yet, such behavior merely wasted a bit of the essence, gathering time for the plants thriving in the abundant energies of the primordial world, where time was the least valued currency. Zhou Ming, however, was not overly greedy. Aside from the generous lotus flowers, he merely sampled the rest. He was quite particular about his tastes, favoring the essence of the moon's radiance above all else, seldom indulging in other essences. The pale golden essence of the sun, which burned and leaped during the day, was particularly unpleasant, nearly choking him with its fiery sensation. However, when the solar essence was refined into small granules resembling golden sand, it became a delightful treat. And Zhou Ming found himself nearly addicted, often savoring a piece absent-mindedly. If one were to inquire about Zhou Ming's greatest sensation after acquiring a physical form, he would confess that time seemed to stretch interminably. He had lost count of how many times he witnessed the alternation of the solar and lunar stars, estimating that the time elapsed surpassed his conscious moments before birth. Yet, despite the passage of this protracted duration, he still awaited the next great reign. Through countless trials and tribulations, Zhou Ming finally mastered his first character after an extended period. Diving into the water, he skillfully navigated to the vicinity of his nest, the very stone egg that had once nurtured him. Although he had found its flavor pleasing, he refrained from consuming the entire shell. After carefully biting a neat circular opening as an entrance, he gathered many lotus petals from the lake's bottom, constructing a staircase, and then lined the inside of his shell with a thick layer of green silk, transforming the egg into his cozy abode. Nestled within the green silk, Zhou Ming opened his mouth and uttered a single character. No sound emerged, but a rhythmic vibration emanated from his lips, rippling outward like waves. Before his gaze, formless patterns intertwined and swiftly delineated a divine symbol. This symbol was extraordinary. No matter the angle from which it was viewed, it perpetually faced him, even amidst a gathering of people. However, Zhou Ming had long since lost interest in such observations. As his intent resonated, the spoken symbol transformed into a small flame, quietly burning in the air. It was not a mystical flame like the true fire of three flavors or the solar golden flame. Rather, it resembled the candlelight from his childhood home during a blackout in his past life, an ordinary fire that, in the primordial world at its inception, was virtually non-existent. He named this language, which had emerged from his memories, the Pangu language, although he had only managed to learn the character for fire after an extensive period. The mere acquisition of this single character ignited within him a profound interest in this unique language, amidst his aimless pursuit of cultivating the essence of the sun and moon. This wondrous language illuminated a new path forward. In the primordial realm, where time was unmeasured, Zhou Ming's gray fur had transformed into a shimmering silver, and he had learned two more characters, light and wind. The time taken to master each character remained consistent with that of the initial fire character. Yet, even after such an extended duration, Zhou Ming still had not witnessed the arrival of the next gray rain. The jade disk at the lake's bottom had once again changed hues, now resembling a milky white. This marked Zhou Ming's first complete observation of a transformation in the primordial world. The milky white jade disk rose to the surface, shrouded in a delicate mist. Within this mist, the essences absorbed by the lotus flowers, whether solar or lunar, vanished entirely. The lake, once ablaze with pale golden flames, lost its celestial beauty and became ethereal, reminiscent of a legendary paradise. Initially, Zhou Ming harbored concerns about his future appetite. However, upon witnessing the lotus flowers seemingly thriving in their consumption of solar and lunar essence, he swiftly cast aside his worries. The gray rain finally descended when Zhou Ming learned his 65th character. Staring vacantly at the sky for what felt like an eternity, he finally remembered to document the number. With his silver fur gleaming, Zhou Ming gracefully leaped onto a lotus flower, igniting purple flames beneath his paws as he began to run through the air. Opening his mouth, a wave of rhythm spread forth, and in the next instant, a divine symbol flickered across the lake's surface. The water parted, revealing a passage approximately 1 meter in diameter that descended to the lake's depths, and Zhou Ming, propelled by the purple flames, raced downwards. Chapter 6. The Ashes of Prosperity. The power of language was precisely what Zhou Ming had just wielded. The fleeting divine pattern that had just appeared upon the lake's surface embodied the essence of the word water. To manifest the strength of Pangu's language through divine patterns, one must possess a profound understanding of the desired object and a clear intent. Only then can one achieve success in their expression. Thus, when Zhou Ming called forth fire, it was the mundane flame from his past life that the divine pattern transformed into. Although both were candle flames, their structures were undoubtedly distinct. Having now grasped numerous simple divine patterns, Zhou Ming had conducted many experiments. He could finally recall certain chemical substances from his previous life, which, upon being intensely categorized by his consciousness, the divine patterns allowed them to materialize. However, these chemical substances, once manifested, were incapable of undergoing chemical reactions when combined. After numerous trials, Zhou Ming understood that even if the substances before him were identical to those from his past life, their composition had become fundamentally different. For this was the primordial world. To articulate a concept using Pangu's language, one merely needed to grasp the intended meaning after learning the language. However, to truly showcase the power of language, one must possess a fundamental understanding of the subject. Without this understanding, the expression would lack potency. This gray rain persisted for half a month, coinciding with the cyclical alternation of the Yin star and the Sun star 15 times. Zhou Ming's method of calculating time was akin to that of his previous life. Daylight was marked by the brilliance of the Sun star, while the suspension of the Yin star signified night. When both appeared together, it constituted one day. 30 days comprised a month, and 12 months made a year. This method, devoid of precision and foundation, was nonetheless his chosen means of tracking time. However, the challenge lay in its execution, as sleep could easily lead to lapses. Zhou Ming was oblivious to the duration of his slumber, thus using months as a unit of time seemed quite reasonable. How long did this slumber last? Zhou Ming could not ascertain. Upon awakening, he found himself ensconced in a swirling purple flame, and his body had undergone noticeable changes once more. The bushy tail behind him had multiplied, now manifesting as two, with an additional smaller tail emerging. Intriguingly, these two tails could merge seamlessly, and when combined, they appeared no different than before. Observing the lotus flowers around the lake, shrouded in ethereal mist, he recognized the familiar scenery. Yet he distinctly sensed a profound and distant wave of energy entwined within the waters. The purple flames at his feet surged, quickly dissipating. As Zhou Ming leaped into the center of the lake, the elder lotus displayed an exquisite form, each petal exuding a crystalline clarity, reminiscent of pure glass. Zhou Ming danced around the elder lotus, expressing his joy, then without hesitation, dove into the flower, locating a pearl-sized essence of the sun. He bit into it, then soared into the sky, exclaiming, "Water." Although his mouth was still occupied, the rhythm of his utterance, accompanied by a flash of divine pattern, manifested a pool of clear water beneath him. In this water, Zhou Ming glimpsed his current reflection. His figure retained a plumpness, yet his silver fur cascaded like moonlight. And the long, fluffy tail behind him exuded a remarkable presence, complemented by his deep purple eyes, rendering him quite striking. Soon after, as he continued to explore his surroundings, Zhou Ming discerned a significant transformation. Life had emerged. Apart from himself, he finally observed other creatures inhabiting the primordial realm. Watching slender little fish glide past him in the lake, he pondered in bewilderment. How long had he truly slept? Time passed slowly, leaving no trace on his dreams, while the creatures outside experienced generations of change. This realization reinforced his understanding that these beings belonged to a different species. However, gradually, some resilient individuals survived, their bodies undergoing marvelous transformations. Some learned to walk upon the water's surface, others could emit small flames, while some vanished into the earth. They shared a common trait, the ability to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Yet, their fear of Zhou Ming remained unchanged, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Unbeknownst to him, his habits had begun to shift. The moment Zhou Ming realized he had effortlessly mastered 3 divine patterns in one breath, he was struck by the realization that time had silently slipped away. The divine patterns in his mind possessed unique powers. Each learning experience felt like starting anew, thus the time spent had never diminished. Zhou Ming had grown accustomed to this endless passage of time during his studies. The world outside flourished even more, although a considerable amount of time had elapsed. The small creatures he had initially encountered still existed, albeit generations later. They seemed to represent the most basic prototypes, continually reproducing and evolving. Only a few extraordinary individuals managed to break free from this cycle. Over the long years, the number of these exceptional beings increased, allowing them to survive in the primordial realm, possessing the most fundamental characteristic of primordial life, eternal lifespan. What is the primordial realm? It is a world of everlasting beings. Without a lifespan that renders time insignificant, survival in this land is impossible. The outside world thrived, yet it did not encroach upon Zhou Ming's solitary existence. In his secluded valley, he lived a life uniquely his own, immersed in his world. In the lake, the azure lotuses danced, releasing fragrances that enchanted him. Like Zhou Ming, the lotus flowers in the jade disk at the lake's bottom seemed to have reached a pinnacle, remaining unchanged over time, as if gradually accumulating power. The gray rain came and went, and Zhou Ming ceased to keep track of the passage of time. Perhaps this existence would continue indefinitely. Or perhaps it would reach the end of time, were it not for the ever-present silhouette of the Pangat deity in the distance. Zhou Ming might have forgotten that he was in the primordial realm. Indeed, this was the primordial world, the primordial realm at the dawn of creation. And the long years that had transpired were merely an inconsequential prelude. Yet, unexpectedly, in an instant, everything came to an end. A colossal sphere, towering over 100 feet, hurtled from the horizon, colliding with a distant mountain that Zhou Ming had never approached. A shockwave radiated outward, engulfing Zhou Ming in an instant. Black flames roared, reducing everything that had evolved over countless ages to mere ashes. Chapter 7. The journey begins 10 days later, as the last wisp of black fire dissipated. Zhou Ming rose from the ashes. His once resplendent silver fur had been entirely consumed, leaving a bare body cloaked in black soot, a dismal sight indeed. Standing atop the remnants of destruction, his violet eyes, wide with despair, brimmed with tears. He gazed upon what was once a lotus-filled paradise, now reduced to a barren wasteland. The fiery jade disk lay shattered, its brilliance extinguished, while the layer of black ash that blanketed it represented the lotus flowers that had once accompanied him. Gone. Everything was gone. His world, his home, and his companion, the lotus, had vanished, leaving him all alone. Like a mere specter, Zhou Ming wandered through the ashes, uttering not a word, performing no action. Yet, as he walked, transparent droplets continuously fell from his eyes, mingling with the ashes, rolling into the crevices, and disappearing into the distance. These were Zhou Ming's tears. Eventually, he arrived at the remnants of his once cozy dwelling, now reduced to half its former self. Amidst the thick layer of ash, he suddenly sensed a familiar vibration. His dazed gaze finally sharpened, and in a frenzy, Zhou Ming began to claw at the ashes, desperately searching, but found nothing. Undeterred, he destroyed what remained of his nest, uncovering a small hole beneath the debris, from which a faint pulse emanated. Without hesitation, driven by instinct, Zhou Ming began to dig downward with his claws, relentlessly. Despite the jade disc being shattered, soon Zhou Ming's claws were stained crimson with his own blood, as his physique was far from robust. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to the pain. The anguish within his heart eclipsed the physical suffering. At last, when his claws were nearly drenched in blood, he unearthed the source of the familiar vibration. It was an oval-shaped red jade stone, roughly the same size as himself. A remnant of the jade disc that had long accompanied him beneath the lake. Tears flowed anew from his once dry eyes, cascading down his cheeks and solidifying as they fell into the ashes. Zhou Ming cradled the jade stone tightly, lifting his gaze to the unchanging moonlit star above, unable to contain his grief any longer as he wept bitterly. The eternal moonlit star loomed high in the sky, seemingly witnessing all that was born in the primordial chaos. And amidst the ashes, a wounded little fox cried out in anguish. Zhou Ming departed, bearing the jade stone upon his back, moving forward step by step. Unable to utilize the violet flame to soar through the skies, nor articulate the ancient tongue, he realized that his only reliance was upon his own legs. In that moment, he understood that he had indeed perished. His original body had been reduced to ashes in that black fire. However, after being drenched in the ash rain, Zhou Ming began his second transformation. Over the long passage of time, as he was repeatedly subjected to the ash rain, his innate powers gradually emerged within him. One tale, one life. What he awakened to was a second chance at life. Yet, had he not faced death, it would have taken an eternity for Zhou Ming to discover this power. Thus, he was reborn from the ashes, but the newly reborn Zhou Ming was exceedingly frail. Not only could he not harness the divine patterns he had once learned, but even the innate violet flame eluded him. Yet, as the jade stone gradually weakened and its luster dimmed, Zhou Ming realized he could not linger in this place any longer. He must swiftly find a suitable sanctuary for the jade stone. After carefully securing the jade stone, Zhou Ming began to cautiously explore his surroundings. He soon discovered that aside from the primordial creatures, all other beings, save for a handful, had fled a year prior. He rested there for a time, and after nearly a decade, observing that the jade stone had regained some vitality, he decided to excavate it once more. This place was unsafe. The jade stone that had accompanied him for so long required refuge in a secure and nurturing environment. A millennium passed. This was 1,000 years spent in wakefulness. Not in slumber or study of the ancient tongue, but in a continuous journey. Each day was spent traversing the land, with only occasional pauses to place the jade stone in the earth, nourishing it with the moonlight. Treading upon the ever-burning violet flame, Zhou Ming soared through the skies. Beneath him lay an endless sea shimmering with light. Nearly a century had elapsed by the seaside, and Zhou Ming's wounds had nearly healed. With a dimly glowing red jade stone upon his back, he felt a sense of joy today, for he had finally discovered a suitable location. Departing from the coastline, Zhou Ming traversed the ocean for a month, crossing immense waves and evading tempests that reached the heavens until he arrived at a small island. This island was lush and verdant, yet devoid of life. Not even primordial creatures remained. Nonetheless, Zhou Ming paid little mind to this. At the island's center lay a concave basin. Above the basin, a sphere of light radiated, resplendent and gentle, pulsating as if imbued with consciousness. It did not consume the essence of sun and moon, but rather breathed in harmony with the ocean's tides. Beneath it was a small stone pond, its waters clear and pristine. A milky white spring bubbled forth from the ground, surging to the surface and refracting into a spectrum of colors, transforming into myriad bubbles that ascended into the air. Zhou Ming was uncertain of the nature of the luminous sphere, although he sensed something gestating within. It did not seem significant. Throughout his journey, he had encountered many wonders, initially mistaking them for celestial treasures or innate spiritual artifacts. However, after inadvertently damaging one, he realized these were merely unique essences manifesting under special conditions, perhaps one day to give birth to something extraordinary, though the time required for such an event was immeasurable. Unaware of the properties or effects of this clear water, Zhou Ming found that the water divine pattern could not showcase its power. Thus, clutching the jade stone, he leaped into the water, swiftly locating his objective, a spring approximately 1 meter wide, from which the milky white liquid continuously flowed, resembling a white jade pillar standing in the transparent pool. Zhou Ming positioned himself at the edge of the spring and valiantly climbed inside. The spring was deep, and it took him 2 days to reach the bottom. There, upon a stone pinnacle, a white flame burned quietly. Having entered through the spring, the base was naturally filled with water, yet the white flame burned undisturbed, consuming the clear spring water and converting it into milky liquid that surged upward. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming placed the jade stone in front of the stone pinnacle and reached out to grasp the white flame. However, as soon as he made contact, a jade-white hue spread from his hand, and in an instant, one of his claws transformed into white jade. Though the white flame appeared ethereal, it was quite heavy. Zhou Ming exerted all his might, yet could only pull it down slightly. This moment was ample for the flame to unleash its power, and Zhou Ming became a statue of jade. Yet he harbored no fear. Despite becoming a jade figure, he remained agile and unrestrained. After a great deal of effort, Zhou Ming finally directed the flame onto the jade stone he had brought with him. The once dull jade, upon contact with the flame, seemed to rejuvenate instantly. The muted red within gradually faded, transforming into a pristine white. This familiar hue mirrored the jade he had first encountered in distant memories. It was truly wonderful, beyond words. Waves of rhythm emanated from him, and Zhou Ming, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears of elation, with himself as the pen and the moonlight as the ink. After mastering the divine patterns, Zhou Ming spent 30,000 years inscribing a colossal divine pattern in the skies above the island. This pattern not only enveloped the isle but extended its reach to nearly 1,000 miles of surrounding sea. It was not Zhou Ming's intention to create such a vast design. Rather, it was essential for ensuring efficacy. Upon completing the final stroke, he activated the divine pattern. The immense design shimmered with radiant light, quickly solidifying into a tangible form, and then, as if liberated from the confines of gravity, it descended from the heavens. In an instant, the ocean surged violently, the waves crashing and shattering into billowing white mist under the force of this immense power. Zhou Ming stood motionless in midair, enveloped in purple flames, his gaze fixed intently upon the island as it gradually faded from view, then vanished entirely. Raising his head, Zhou Ming regarded the colossal thigh of the primordial deity Pangu, ignoring the intertwining divine patterns dancing within his heart. The initial black sphere had originated from that very direction. With a flick of his tail, his previously modest half-meter form ballooned dramatically, transforming in the blink of an eye into a formidable creature measuring approximately 30 zhong in length. With a tail nearly 50 zhong long, his enormous purple eyes glinted with a flicker of rage, absolutely unforgivable. Fierce purple flames ignited from beneath him, swiftly enveloping his entire being. With a resounding roar, this monster shrouded in purple flames surged towards the horizon, leaving behind an expanse of boundless ocean. Chapter 8. The mark of the primordial immortal King Zhou Ming had always been aware that the vastness of the primordial world was immeasurable. After traversing the expanse of the Black Ash region, scaling the great mountains, crossing the oceans, and sprinting past the colossal peak that had crumbled into a field of rubble, he finally stood before a mountain range that soared into the heavens. Upon reaching the summit, enveloped by the biting cold wind and a flurry of crimson snowflakes, he beheld a boundless expanse of water nestled midway down the opposite side of the mountain. It dawned on him that the place he had inhabited all along was merely an island amidst the ocean. The towering mountains surrounding this island, once regarded by Zhou Ming as the barriers of the world due to his ignorance, were now recognized as the very walls safeguarding his former realm. The delicate pull of the essence of heaven and earth, along with the ethereal light of the moon, was undeniably weak, and Zhou Ming felt as though he could effortlessly draw in all that essence with a mere breath. However, he refrained from doing so, deeming it unnecessary. At this juncture, Zhou Ming harbored no need for the nourishing energies of the sun and moon. Through the passage of time, his body had long ceased to require such external sustenance. Occasionally absorbing the lunar essence and the condensed solar quintessence was merely a matter of indulgence, akin to savoring ice pops and candies. With the mountains no longer obstructing his view, Zhou Ming could now distinctly see in the distant horizon the knees and thighs of the great Pangu. Although the details were obscured and only vague shadows were discernible, an involuntary sense of reverence welled up within him. Pangu, the creator of this world, stood as the father of all beings in the primordial realm, his magnificent figure serving as an eternal monument to all life. A gentle breeze lifted Zhou Ming's substantial form as he raced across the expansive surface of the sea. Since the moment he inscribed the divine patterns and departed, he had encountered 3 minor gray rains along his journey. Zhou Ming continued to run upon the seemingly endless waters, and had it not been for the ever-present silhouette of Pangu in the distance, he might have lost his way long ago. On this particular day, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. While in the midst of his run, Zhou Ming heard a voice, one imbued with clear intent and communication, resonating in the familiar tongue of Pangu. Are you also heading to the primordial continent? A colossal shadow gradually materialized before Zhou Ming's eyes, and soon, the waters churned violently as an immense creature, measuring at least 100,000 zhang, emerged. This being bore a massive, rugged shell, its surface riddled with grooves, and inhabited by various marine life forms. Rather than pondering why these organisms showed no fear of such a gigantic presence, Zhou Ming was taken aback by the fact that he had encountered a fellow being capable of communication, and in the Pangu language no less. Undoubtedly, this entity was akin to him, and from the Pangu language came a friendly greeting. My friend, how shall I address you? Zhou Ming contemplated briefly before responding. You may call me Mingyue. The creature, known as Songhai, did not answer Zhou Ming's query, but instead posed another. Mingyue, you have yet to witness the mark of the primordial immortal king, have you? The mark of the primordial immortal king was created at the moment Pangu fell. Having perceived the fragility of the primordial world, a single thought transformed into countless marks that were scattered across the land, each claiming to be the primordial immortal king. Understanding the significance of the mark piqued Zhou Ming's curiosity, prompting him to reply, Indeed, I have not seen the mark of the primordial immortal king. Songhai responded warmly. No wonder, it seems Mingyue has only recently emerged into existence. With a gentle chuckle, Songhai's massive form shifted, causing the sea to ripple. The primordial realm is vast. But we are not alone. It is a lively place. Head westward, Mingyue. There is an island where the mark of the primordial immortal king resides. There, you will gain much understanding and learn of our innate responsibilities. As Songhai's colossal form gradually sank beneath the waves, his voice echoed once more, Mingyue, do visit my home when you have the time. In that moment, intricate paths intertwined in Zhou Ming's mind, forming a vast map. Within this map, he discerned the region where Songhai dwelled, the island with the mark of the primordial immortal king, and the small island of his birth. What a revelation! I am but 8 days' journey from the primordial continent. Ah, I shall come, and you must host me well, Zhou Ming declared, igniting with a fierce purple flame. He transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from the sea, setting his course toward the west. Beneath the surface, a hearty laughter resonated faintly. Chapter 9. Pangu's offspring. Along the journey, there were no significant obstacles, and Zhou Ming smoothly arrived at the vicinity of the island marked on the map in his mind, where the seal of the primordial celestial king was said to exist. Unlike his own bowl-shaped island, surrounded by mountains, this island resembled a colossal underwater mountain, its peaks soaring above the surface and reaching into the clouds. However, due to the island's immense size, once Zhou Ming fully entered, he could hardly perceive any incline in the ground if he wasn't paying attention. It took Zhou Ming approximately 3,000 years to ascend to the summit, a duration he did not meticulously count, for in the primordial world, keeping track of time was merely an exercise in discomfort. Upon finally reaching the pinnacle, all the bitter winds and snowstorms vanished, revealing a verdant meadow adorned with a riot of blooming flowers, gently swaying in the breeze. Small native creatures flitted among the blossoms, and a delicate fragrance permeated the air, making it feel as though the atmosphere itself was imbued with a scent. Then, as if sensing Zhou Ming's arrival, a narrow path silently emerged amidst the flowers, leading directly before him. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the path and proceeded forward, gradually disappearing into the meadow. At the end of the path, Zhou Ming beheld a stone tablet, not grand or towering, standing merely 3 zhang high at the cliff's edge. In its center were etched 2 divine symbols. Pangu, you might wonder why you are here. A voice suddenly resonated nearby. Zhou Ming looked up, only to realize that this unexpected sound was not in the language of Pangu, but rather the familiar tongue from his past life, Chinese. Following the voice, he discovered a faintly glowing humanoid silhouette beside him. Are you the seal of the Primordial Celestial King? Zhou Ming inquired. Why should I question my presence here? I came at the behest of the Tsang Hai to meet the seal of the Primordial Celestial King. The figure seemed to smile, then remarked, have you not noticed? The language I am using, filled with estrangement, is the Chinese you once knew. Chinese. Zhou Ming's heart jolted. Indeed, the language spoken by this silhouette was not Pangu's, but the Chinese of his previous life. Moreover, just moments ago, he too had spoken Chinese. Why? Why was this language, which he had nearly forgotten, now so vividly clear? It was as if something long submerged in a deep pool had suddenly resurfaced, causing memories to surge within his mind. Scenes from his past life, from birth onward, rapidly unfolded before him, culminating in the moment he first opened his eyes in the primordial world. After years of tranquility, his heart now experienced a tumultuous upheaval, as the joys, regrets, and pains of his former existence rolled through him as if freshly encountered. Zhou Ming instinctively took a step back, realizing that his form resembled that of his previous life, standing here in casual attire and sneakers. Why? He stammered, feeling only strangeness in what should have been familiar. He gazed at the figure, yearning for answers. There is no why. The figure shook its head gently. Your birth in the primordial realm is no different from that of your companions. Do not dwell on the trivial memories in your mind. From the moment you opened your eyes in the primordial world, you became simply yourself, a member of this realm. So, awaken. The figure spoke softly and instantly. Zhou Ming felt as though struck by lightning. His entire being froze before shattering into luminous fragments, revealing a curled-up, fluffy form. Zhou Ming opened his eyes. Standing amidst violet flames, his purple gaze directed forward. No longer was there merely a humanoid silhouette beside him. It was unmistakably the seal of the primordial celestial king left behind by the great Pangu in the primordial realm. He soon grasped the sequence of events. Initially, he had approached the mountain with a respectful heart, yet his once innocent spirit had been tainted by the worldly thoughts of his past life. The moral principles and codes of conduct from his previous existence were not only unnecessary for him now, but had become an obstacle, although he had nearly forgotten. Zhou Ming still held a lingering belief that his past life marked the beginning of his existence, the inception of his self. While this understanding was not erroneous in the context of his former life, in the present, as one of the first beings born at the dawn of creation, Zhou Ming possessed an endless lifespan and was gradually mastering his powers. Thus, the rigid thoughts and personality traits of his past had become an issue he must confront. Bound by the notions of his previous life, Zhou Ming initially could not even recognize the form of the primordial celestial king's seal, perceiving only a vague silhouette. Anger served no purpose. If one were to ask why, the object of your ire had long since dissipated into the vast primordial land. The seal of the primordial celestial king spoke calmly, as if aware of all matters in existence. That was a fierce beast, completely eradicated by Jun Tian 7 primordial days ago. Jun Tian, Zhou Ming murmured. Yes, like you, he is also a child of Pangu. The seal of the primordial celestial king casually remarked. How can that be? Are we truly Pangu's offspring? Zhou Ming questioned, incredulous. The figure before him referred to beings like himself as the children of Pangu? Do not be astonished, you are indeed children of Pangu. As the first beings of this primordial world, you were all conceived in accordance with Pangu's will, speaking the same language as him, truly embodying the essence of Pangu's progeny. The voice of the seal was calm, yet each word struck like thunder, leaving Zhou Ming speechless. The revelation was overwhelming. He had become a direct descendant of the great Pangu. The leg he had once sought to grasp was now firmly within his reach. Zhou Ming nearly leapt in shock. But before he could react, he was quelled and settled into silence. Of course, I am not Pangu. I merely understand his matters better than anyone else. Thus, you need not concern yourself with whether you are a child of Pangu. Simply pursue what you love. Primordial is just a name. Much like your own title of Bright Moon, the title of Celestial King emerged when I witnessed the birth of the celestial path while observing the future. You should understand how many like-minded individuals the celestial path will bring to seekers like us. Zhou Ming nodded. Can the Celestial King see far into the future? It is not a difficult task. When you reach my realm, you will naturally comprehend it. The so-called foresight is merely that, sight. Without you, this conversation would never have occurred. Well, time is of the essence. I shall take you to witness all that once thrived in this primordial realm, as well as the crises it faces now. Follow me. As the words fell, the figure of the primordial celestial king's seal immediately faded away, vanishing from sight. Zhou Ming wasted no time. Rising from his seat and following suit, his form also dissipating from view. In Zhou Ming's eyes, the silhouette of the primordial celestial king did not simply vanish but walked along an indistinct path, surrounded by a hazy atmosphere, with only a luminous trail extending infinitely beneath his feet. As Zhou Ming stepped onto this path, his body naturally transformed into a diminutive figure, akin to that of a child, enveloped in a faint glow, rendering him indistinct, merely a small shadow. Zhou Ming marveled within, pondering what manner of being that could be. It was beyond imagination. Nevertheless, since they are still referred to as living beings, they are inevitably influenced by the environment of the world. In the realm of utter chaos, they possess no wisdom at all, only the most primal instincts that have existed since their inception. The primordial celestial king, with gentle words, subtly unveiled the condition of those chaotic beings, subsequently concluding that, as living entities, they are indeed failures. Zhou Ming remained silent. Yet within the essence conveyed through the words of Pangu, he sensed a tinge of sorrow. Is wisdom bestowed by the world? Zhou Ming, with a perplexed yet profound expression, continued to listen. If one could create a world comparable to chaos, allowing their siblings to be reborn, then they too would attain wisdom akin to his own, he mused. This notion marked the genesis of everything. The void of chaos was only suitable for beings governed by instinct. When Pangu attained wisdom, it heralded a new beginning and the end of the old. The primordial celestial king, as if standing upon the river of history, recounted the reasons for Pangu the Great's creation of the universe. The lengthy preparations commenced as Pangu forged an axe, the famed axe of creation, preparing to cleave through chaos and establish the heavens and the earth. Behold, there lies the moment of Pangu's cosmic birth. Zhou Ming stepped forward, extending his hand to grasp that of the primordial celestial king. A wave of energy surged from the palm, swiftly enveloping Zhou Ming's entire being. As the voice of the primordial celestial king echoed in his ear, "Now, take another look." At these words, Zhou Ming turned his head to gaze upon the orb of light, only to be left in a daze, murmuring, "Why is it like this?" Chapter 11. The Primordial World. Zhou Ming gazed in a daze, his perspective elevated infinitely with the assistance of the primordial immortal king. Eventually, he beheld the battered figure of the great Pangu, alongside the severed limbs and remains scattered in the chaos. These were not the grotesque yet formidable chaos deities Zhou Ming had envisioned, but rather immense beings, resplendent and majestic, cloaked in a divine aura. Yet, what rendered Zhou Ming speechless were the eyes of the great Pangu. The left eye radiated profound sorrow, akin to an eternal, unmelting frost, while the right eye blazed with an inferno of rage, as if it sought to incinerate everything in its sight. The voice of the primordial immortal king echoed in Zhou Ming's ears, providing explanations. Pangu, in his act of creation, had faced resistance from the chaos deities, and thus, he vanquished them to usher in the primordial realm. Zhou Ming's vision shifted in tandem with the immortal king's words, finding himself enveloped within a crystalline bubble surrounding Pangu. It was a realm of darkness, beneath which lay an endless expanse of water devoid of any trace of chaos. However, future generations would remain oblivious to the fact that the obstructing chaos deities were none other than Pangu's own kin. Should the primordial realm be successfully established, it would signify the commencement of the countdown to the annihilation of the timeless chaos. Upon learning of the impending destruction of their home, Pangu's brethren, dwelling within the chaos, descended before him without uttering a word, their singular aim to obliterate their target. This was but one of the battlegrounds. Zhou Ming gazed skyward, witnessing a battle maiden clad in armor, who, in an instant, reduced the standing figure of the great Pangu to nothingness. Yet, almost immediately, Pangu re-emerged behind the maiden, wielding his axe to cleave her in two. No blood flowed forth. Instead, darkness enveloped the wound. The bisected maiden plunged into the water, her colossal form causing the world to tremble, fading into oblivion. Shortly thereafter, Pangu's chest was pierced by a delicate hand, as ripples surged around him, releasing tendrils of chaos that began to dissolve this realm. For those beings of chaos were manifestations of chaos itself. The primordial immortal king sighed, remarking that Pangu was initially but one among many, incapable of repelling the multitude of chaotic entities. Yet, the world birthed through his efforts displayed remarkable potential from its inception. All descending chaos beings were forcibly assimilated into the concept of the creator deity Pangu, transforming into forms akin to his own, only to be defeated one by one. Their corporeal forms annihilated. Subsequently, Pangu manifested myriad battlegrounds, engaging in a protracted stalemate with those beings of will. As the immortal king paused to reflect, he stepped forward, prompting Zhou Ming to hastily follow. Yet, with that single step, the moment of Pangu's creation had been utterly left behind. Before him loomed a colossal sphere enveloped in chaotic energy, perpetually expanding. The world had indeed been forged, nourished by the flesh and blood of 3,000 chaotic beings. The foundation of this realm surpassed Pangu's wildest dreams. The chaotic energies gathered around the periphery, unable to consume the newly born world, merely suppressing its expansion. The primordial immortal king gestured toward the immense orb, proclaiming, "That is our primordial world." However, it has not yet reached its full size. This sphere is predominantly shrouded in chaos, with only the core representing the primordial realm. Soon, with the immortal king's advance, vast swathes of chaotic energy were left behind, and Zhou Ming beheld a radiant pearl at the center of the chaotic sphere, emanating a dazzling light. A familiar essence wafted into his perception. This was the primordial realm. Feeling a surge of tension, Zhou Ming focused intently as he and the primordial immortal king stepped into the luminous pearl. The primordial realm resembled a sphere. With a layer of earth at its center, above it lay clarity, while beneath it dwelled murkiness. The great Pangu stood at the heart of this primordial land, his form, based on humanity, shifting continuously. Zhou Ming and the primordial immortal king hovered above, observing the dramatic transformation of the primordial realm. As countless primordial days slipped by in the blink of an eye. "Look over there," the primordial immortal king pointed, indicating the murky depths below the surface. This was where Pangu had cast the remnants of chaotic beings. After the world's successful creation, there was no longer a need for Pangu's constant maintenance. However, if left unchecked, this world could not meet Pangu's expectations. Thus, after the realm's birth, Pangu stood firm, striving to refine it. The remnants of the chaotic beings could not be absorbed all at once, as their presence would interfere with Pangu's meticulous endeavors. Hence, he relegated them to the depths of the world. Yet, as time elapsed, an unforeseen consequence arose. From those remnants, embodying the final will of the chaotic beings, fierce beasts began to emerge, wreaking havoc upon the primordial realm. By the time Pangu exhausted his strength to stabilize the world, these feral creatures had already overrun the entire primordial land. This cannot continue, thought the weary Pangu, as the world responded to his will, and life began to gestate. To afford these nascent lives ample time, Pangu relinquished his last vestiges of consciousness, scattering countless marks throughout the primordial land. Zhou Ming observed the terrifying beasts of immense might beneath the surface, while above, the primordial land was overrun with chaos. Majestic mountains crumbled. Vast expanses were quickly buried beneath rubble. The once mighty forests were reduced to ashes, and the endless plains cracked open, spewing forth flames, transforming the land into a hellscape. Chapter 12. How to cultivate as a celestial king. Why are there so many ferocious beasts? If this continues, the primordial world will be destroyed, Zhou Ming exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Compared to the black orb that had once obliterated his homeland, these beasts were insignificant. The destructive power they wielded was incomparable. A chasm of difference. After all, Zhou Ming stood in this mysterious realm, with the assistance of the primordial celestial king, surveying the entire primordial world from a lofty vantage point. Which of these beasts could be deemed ordinary? The primordial world could not be destroyed. Even if the number of beasts multiplied 100-fold or 1,000-fold, it would remain unscathed. The primordial celestial king suddenly spoke, leaving Zhou Ming perplexed. Do you think these beasts can annihilate a world that even chaos cannot destroy? The celestial king's rhetorical question left Zhou Ming in deep contemplation. He then realized that while the primordial world itself could not be destroyed, everything outside of it was susceptible to annihilation. Mountains, forests, plains, and the countless lives dwelling within. The ferocious beasts could not destroy the primordial world, yet a primordial world overrun by beasts was not the vision Pangu had for it. As if sensing Zhou Ming's thoughts, the primordial celestial king spoke softly. However, Pangu, now devoid of power, cannot expel these beasts. It requires living beings to drive them away. With this thought, you have begun to take shape. This is the mission you carry from the moment of your birth, born of the will of the creator of the primordial world. The primordial celestial king turned to face Zhou Ming directly, inquiring, "It is not compulsory, by my name as the Primordial Celestial King. You may choose to accept or decline this mission." Zhou Ming raised his head to look at the Celestial King, and the scenery around him swiftly transformed back to the grand hall where it all began. He smiled gently. "Celestial King, how could a child not wish to fulfill their father's desires? As a member of the Primordial World, I am willing to offer my strength to protect this land." He spoke of the world not as mere existence, but as a sacred realm where beings could be nurtured and all things could flourish. Since he had the capability to act, Zhou Ming was resolute in his desire to safeguard it. He quickly recognized the familiar small bubbles floating nearby, identical to those he had seen around the Great Pangu. The bubbles surrounding Pangu were indeed battlefields. Why was he receiving one? Curiously, Zhou Ming asked, "Is this a battlefield created by the Great Pangu at the time of creation?" "Indeed," affirmed the Primordial Celestial King. "However, the essence lies within." Zhou Ming extended his small paws, and the bubble paused above them. "What is inside?" Zhou Ming's violet eyes sparkled with curiosity, yet he saw nothing. "A gift," replied the Primordial Celestial King. "But it is not meant for you at this moment. You are still too small, almost akin to an infant." "An infant?" Zhou Ming blinked, acknowledging that though he appeared diminutive, his true form spanned over 30 zhang. "The moment you reach a height of 10,000 zhang, then we shall discuss your status as an infant," the Primordial Celestial King stated, perceiving Zhou Ming's thoughts. Zhou Ming fell silent, accepting his designation as an infant. For this was the Primordial World. You need not hold it. It can be placed within your being. The resonant words of Pangu enlightened Zhou Ming on how to proceed. With a mere thought, he felt the presence of the small bubble, which gradually shrank and sank, transforming into a tiny point of light that merged into his paw. It did not vanish. Zhou Ming could sense its existence within his paw, knowing that he could easily release it whenever he wished. "Well, I have conveyed all that is necessary. You will come to understand the rest in due course. Now, choose a location. I shall help you reach it." As he spoke, a vast map unfolded before Zhou Ming, extending rapidly until it covered the entire hall and beyond. Yet, despite the map's continuous expansion, it remained enveloped by the grand hall's presence. It was a peculiar sensation. Although the map continued to grow, the hall itself showed no change, still vast enough to accommodate it. The route map given by the ocean was incomparable to this. "Is this the map of the Primordial World?" Zhou Ming asked, soaring through the air with violet flames beneath his feet, brimming with curiosity. "No, this map currently unfurled is merely that of the northern Primordial World. Do you see the white regions on the map? Those are safe zones, devoid of significant danger, making them the most suitable places to settle initially. Avoid the red areas. They are already claimed territories," the Primordial Celestial King remarked, observing Zhou Ming's exuberance with a gentle smile. "Oh." Zhou Ming rubbed his head and obediently began to select a place that appealed to him. Ultimately, he chose a vast forest, at the center of which stood a colossal tree that obscured the sky. However, it was not the tree that drew him. Beneath it lay a silver lake, reminiscent of the moon, which appeared as a celestial body resting within the forest. "I have chosen, Celestial King. I want to be here," Zhou Ming declared, pointing to the spot beneath him. "Do you have any further questions?" The Primordial Celestial King nodded, as if prepared to send his son off into the world. Yes. Celestial King, could you provide me with a secret technique for cultivation?" "I have no idea how to begin," Zhou Ming pleaded, realizing that the Celestial King was preparing to part ways. "There are no secret techniques to offer. Simply eat, sleep, and wait to mature. In due time, your innate powers will manifest. Should you wish to grow stronger, hunt the ferocious beasts. Therein lies the method to your enhancement." The Celestial King appeared exasperated. "Have you not noticed that your body lacks bones and meridians?" Zhou Ming was taken aback, realizing that he possessed neither meridians nor skeletons. "How can I move then? How will I cultivate in the future?" The Primordial Celestial King gazed silently at Zhou Ming, who appeared not as a charming little fox but as a flickering flame of violet. Chapter 13. The way here lies a bounteous forest, where towering trees stretch skyward, their branches forming a verdant canopy that obscures the sun. Beneath this lush expanse, tendrils of vines and grasses flourish, inhabited by countless native creatures of diverse forms. The dense foliage of the great trees casts deep shadows upon the forest floor, where only a few beams of sunlight pierce the canopy, illuminating patches of earth like radiant columns. Groups of ethereal beings flit about these shafts of light, dispersing and converging in a captivating dance. On the ground, the predominant flora resembles crystalline plants, thriving at the roots of the colossal trees. These translucent beings cling like vines, their bodies exuding a soft, phosphorescent glow. Though faint, This luminescence serves as the primary source of illumination in the forest's dense heart. Countless such plants weave together to form a tapestry of light, bestowing ample brightness upon the native creatures that reside within. Venturing further into the forest's depths, one soon encounters a vast shadow. Proceeding onward, one would eventually behold a magnificent tree at the forest's center. How immense is it? Standing before this colossal trunk, one perceives not its curvature but rather assumes it to be a towering wall. Gazing upward, the straight trunk ascends into the clouds, its crown hidden from sight. Countless crystalline vines, each measuring several meters in thickness, entwine the great tree, spiraling upward, while numerous tendrils cascade downward like an umbrella, burrowing into the earth. Zhou Ming, upon first witnessing this enchanting forest, felt an immediate affinity for it. The vibrant essence of the flora stirred memories of days spent amidst the lotus leaves. Within the tree's expansive crown, nestled between two branches, lay a striking anomaly. A vast net, woven from gigantic crystalline vines, was adorned with lush foliage, which in turn was blanketed by a layer of rich, dark soil. Above this soil, a carpet of verdant grass flourished, vibrant with blooming flowers, as if a meadow had been transported to the tree's apex. Yet, there lay a colossal being resting upon this grassy expanse. Zhou Ming opened his eyes, gazing at the sun, and inhaled deeply, drawing in myriad sun essences that swiftly coalesced into a sphere several meters in diameter. In comparison to Zhou Ming's current stature, it appeared merely as a confection. With a delighted bite, he savored the sun essence, relishing its sweetness. Zhou Ming's form had grown to several thousand spans. Yet the comfort of the hammock beneath him rendered him too lazy to assume a larger size. Thus he retained his 100-span stature. Initially, when the primordial immortal king had brought Zhou Ming here, he found solace on a grassy patch by the Taoist lake. Zhou Ming named this lake, which lies to the east of the great tree, as it serves as a vital water source for the surrounding forest and is a gathering place for the myriad beings that have emerged from the wilderness. The Taoist lake is vast, remarkably so, though Zhou Ming had yet to ascertain its true dimensions. Unlike the small island he once inhabited, everything in the wilderness felt monumental. Why did Zhou Ming choose to maintain a size of 100 spans? It was simply the most harmonious scale for life atop the tree's crown. As for why this fox-like creature preferred to nest above rather than dwell below, it was because the beauty of the Taoist lake could not be fully appreciated from the forest floor. Remarkably, despite his prolonged stay in this forest, Zhou Ming found himself contemplating a profound question. What is the way? He recalled a saying from his past life that described the way as the source of the world, the mother of heaven and earth, from which all things are born, yet he remained uncertain of its true nature, thus referring to it as the way. What is the way? Zhou Ming pondered this query, and through extensive contemplation, he began to discern an answer. Just as he fell freely from a great height without exerting any force, was this not the way? As purple flames ignited around him, his descent slowed, ultimately halting above the surface of the Taoist lake. The tranquil waters rippled as if struck by an unseen force. Was this the way? As the purple flames dissipated, Zhou Ming stepped onto the lake's surface, and upon contact, the water instantly crystallized, spreading a delicate frost from his feet. Was this the way? The primordial immortal king had once told Zhou Ming that their kind lacked veins and bones, rendering the cultivation methods from his past life entirely ineffective. He had been instructed to simply eat, sleep, and grow until he reached towering heights, at which point he would naturally master divine abilities and wield formidable power. This was indeed true, as Zhou Ming traversed the lake's surface, each step leaving a trail of ice flowers in his wake. This newfound ability, a gift from his awakening, remained unfamiliar, leading to a subtle release of energy. Yet the focus was not on the divine ability. The immortal king had articulated a clear affirmation of the way's existence. When I gazed into the future, I witnessed the birth of the immortal path. You should understand how many kindred spirits it will bring to seekers of the way. Thus, how does one seek this way? Where does one begin to touch it? With time aplenty, Zhou Ming settled into contemplation. During one such moment of deep thought, he inadvertently tumbled from his hammock. Amid the sensation of weightlessness and rapid descent, a sudden epiphany struck him. Could this be the way? In the days that followed, Zhou Ming's inquiries multiplied. Why do the Taoist and the sun alternate? Why can he stand in midair with purple flames? Why do the native beings require sustenance to survive? Like an inquisitive child, Zhou Ming's perspective of the world shifted. Every sight was accompanied by an unquenchable curiosity of why. Suddenly, the wilderness that had once felt familiar began to seem foreign. Deep within his mind, memories lay dormant. Yet Zhou Ming consciously chose to overlook them. Once more, he employed divine patterns to recreate certain chemical substances from his past memories. yet they failed to yield any reactions when combined. Thus, the truths he once held as absolute could not be deemed correct in the wilderness. Chapter 14. Focusing the magnifying glass is something everyone is familiar with. When focused on sunlight, it can generate enough heat to incinerate ants. Now, imagine creating a colossal convex lens suspended in the sky, directing its focus onto a patch of dry grass. What phenomena might ensue? This marked the inception of Zhou Ming's experimental journey, where he began to explore what he believed to be the laws of nature. The results were promising. Success was achieved. Under the concentrated light of the immense lens, emerald flames flickered to life. Zhou Ming swiftly traversed the icy surface of the lake. Making his way to the towering tree, he then diminished his stature to 1 meter, hastening towards an entrance, diving into it, his figure gradually vanishing into the shadows. In truth, the cave was not dark. The passage was illuminated by rows of white jade lamps. The reason these lights were unseen from the outside was that Zhou Ming had cloaked the exit with divine inscriptions. Within the oval-shaped transparent lamps, a cluster of golden candle flames burned steadily. This was flame number 27, produced when the concentrated rays of the sun scorched a redstone. Though its temperature was low and it was easily extinguished, its stability was exceptional. Given a secure environment, it could burn indefinitely. Thus far, of all the white jade lamps Zhou Ming had crafted, none had extinguished naturally, save for a few unfortunate mishaps. Hence, he utilized them as sources of illumination. However, the light from these lamps was merely decorative. For Zhou Ming, the surrounding darkness posed no hindrance to his vision. Soon, Zhou Ming traversed the passage and entered a grand hall, indeed, a hall of grandeur. The hall was cylindrical, and along its immense curved walls stood a large framework, segmented into compartments, each housing a transparent jar. Within these jars were an assortment of peculiar items: leaves, dry twigs, mud, and stones, all meticulously labeled and arranged in orderly fashion. Yet, these artifacts were not the most captivating sight. In this hall, a school of luminous fish glided through the air as if swimming in water. Zhou Ming's arrival startled the fish, causing them to scatter in haste. Undeterred, he pressed forward, eager to confirm the discoveries that awaited him within. After passing through 6 such halls, Zhou Ming paused in the final one. Unlike its predecessors, this hall was suffused with intense light, and the shelves were only half filled with items. Looking up, he beheld a colossal lens overhead, which concentrated countless beams of light onto an object suspended in the center of the hall. There was no mystery as to why this cavernous space was illuminated. The lens above served merely as a medium. The true lens, a magnificent structure crafted from crystal, spanned several kilometers and had been affixed to the treetop, exhibiting remarkable focusing capabilities. However, despite his efforts, Zhou Ming sighed in frustration. The object illuminated in midair was a stone, repeatedly scorched by flame number 78. This flame, a fusion of flame number 26 and flame number 7, exhibited characteristics of being white, low temperature, and fueled by the essence of heaven and earth. All flames, save for the first candle flame, would be consumed entirely by it. Yet, its burning duration was limited to a mere day. After that, it would extinguish without fail. Zhou Ming pondered why the candle flame was an exception. Was it merely an ordinary fire? With this thought, he procured another stone. When he applied flame number 78, it ignited fiercely, enveloping the stone completely. Yet, after a day, the vibrant flames extinguished abruptly, a most perplexing occurrence. This was anticipated, although the reason remained elusive. Zhou Ming cast another cluster of flame number 78 upon the stone, and the flames roared back to life. After 2 uninterrupted months of burning, the flame finally ceased to react to the stone, akin to the behavior of the first candle flame. Sensing the encroaching slumber, Zhou Ming placed the stone at the focal point of the light. However, it appeared to be yet another failure, for the concentrated light yielded no response from the stone. As the brilliant illumination gradually waned, a luminescent haze enveloped the hall. Zhou Ming extended his hand, capturing a fish that swam past. The school of fish, startled, dispersed in a flurry. Stone number 8, when scorched at the focal point, could produce flame number 8. Yet, after being thoroughly incinerated by flame number 78, there was no change at the focal point. 3 questions lingered. First, after being cleansed by flame number 78, would only stone number 8 remain unresponsive? Or would others as well? Second, Zhou Ming expressed a multitude of thoughts to the fish, encompassing his current inquiries, hypotheses, and future validation methods. These musings were sealed within a divine inscription and etched into the fish's body. Zhou Ming now faced a significant dilemma in his exploration: the lack of fundamental reference points. This absence rendered all his research disjointed and incapable of forming a cohesive system. He longed to discover a foundational element, akin to molecules or atoms in a previous life. Yet, despite acquiring a divine ability for observation, he remained unable to discern the most basic components of existence. His exploration had reached an impasse. Even though his experiments continued to yield data, they bore little significance, as he found himself stagnating in progress. Chapter 15. The Pursuit Rabbit. Do you have a name? Zhou Ming inquired, reclining upon a stone, observing a rabbit endeavoring to consume the ethereal violet mist. It was still early morning. The sun had merely begun to peek over the horizon, yet streams of golden light had already commenced to dominate the grayish sky. Meanwhile, the moon was gradually descending, though the silvery sands suspended in the heavens continued to shimmer gracefully. At each transition between day and night, when golden light met silver sands, a gentle violet mist would unfurl across the primordial expanse. This mist embodied a serene essence, imbued with the vitality of solar energy and the purity of lunar radiance. However, in terms of potency, this violet essence paled significantly compared to the individual strengths of the solar and lunar energies. Naturally, this was not the crux of Zhou Ming's disinterest. The primary reason he found the violet mist unappealing was its lack of flavor. Regardless of its accumulation, once consumed, it dissipated utterly, akin to inhaling mere air. Nonetheless, the violet mist possessed its merits. It was abundant and easily absorbable, as it manifested every morning. Thus, those primordial beings that had emerged from their original forms developed a fondness for this violet essence. Zhou Ming pondered the criteria by which these beings had separated from their primitive origins. Despite lacking any remarkable traits, they had somehow survived, thriving where others perished, and gradually began to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, establishing their foothold in the primordial realm. A name? I do not yet possess one. I have only been in existence for 73 years. I shall receive a name from the elders when I reach 100, replied the rabbit, which stood approximately 2 meters tall, adorned with a singular horn upon its forehead, currently resting on the ground with its head raised, diligently drawing in the surrounding violet mist. Oh, so you have yet to reach 100? Given your voracious consumption of the violet mist, I assumed you were nearing 300. Surely, you must be a prodigy. Zhou Ming teased, his fruitless experiments prompting him to seek solace outside, leading him away from the colossal tree to the opposite side of the moonlit lake. In stark contrast to the tree-laden side, where Zhou Ming was the sole inhabitant, the opposite shore was home to many primordial beings who had emerged from their original forms. Although they had not constructed any dwellings, they had formed a rudimentary society, a primordial community guided by elders who mediated disputes and bestowed names. Naturally, the development of this community was intrinsically linked to Zhou Ming. When he had first arrived in the forest, he had observed the indigenous beings inhabiting it. Despite their eternal lifespans, their intellect remained largely dormant. They instinctively absorbed the energies of heaven and earth, gradually manifesting remarkable abilities. Although hunting was absent among them, conflicts arose without the possibility of compromise, leading to direct confrontations. Those seemingly insignificant abilities, which Zhou Ming dismissed, proved to be quite lethal. One blow could incapacitate, and another could bring about death. Over time, certain individuals grew stronger, surviving and establishing a measure of dominance in their respective territories. By the time Zhou Ming encountered these powerful beings, they had begun to develop a rudimentary language. Understanding dawned upon Zhou Ming. The vast differences among them stemmed from individual variances, with the commonality being the power derived from the essence they absorbed. Although this forest had become Zhou Ming's domain, he did not stride boldly before these beings to flaunt his power. Instead, he maintained a form similar to theirs, blending into their midst. Under his indirect guidance, their language gradually evolved. The maturation of language ushered in enhanced wisdom, leading to contemplation about the future. Consequently, Zhou Ming, alongside the initial beings, began to teach others the art of speech, bestowing names upon them, mediating conflicts, and nurturing the seeds of civilization. Then, as inspiration struck, Zhou Ming embarked upon a lengthy experiment. When he inadvertently recalled the nascent civilization on the opposite shore, he realized an indeterminate amount of time had passed. Thus, he covertly crossed the lake once more, only to discover that time had indeed been relentless. Civilization had flourished, while lacking a defined order. Numerous primordial beings adhered to certain rules and coexisted harmoniously. However, those few primordial beings who had once sown the seeds of wisdom alongside Zhou Ming were no longer present, leaving behind only faint stories passed down through generations among the beings residing by the lake. "They are lazy," remarked the rabbit, its tone decidedly blunt. Laziness? Zhou Ming lifted his head, his fluffy tail brushing against his body. This rabbit was, indeed, quite intriguing. He had previously noted the rabbit's nightly excursions to a secluded corner of the moonlit lake to practice swimming, only to emerge half-drowned each time. This curiosity compelled Zhou Ming to follow the rabbit closely. Then, do you have a dream? Zhou Ming ventured, continuing the conversation. Of course, I do, the rabbit replied, still consuming the violet mist, its inner strength resonating audibly. I wish to grow quickly, receive a name from the elders, learn the divine patterns, and then venture across to the other side of the moonlit lake to see the world tree. The world tree, Zhou Ming mused, recalling when he had once believed the mountains surrounding that island were the walls of the world. Indeed, for the beings dwelling in this dense forest, it was not an exaggeration to consider such a tree as the very axis of their world. But how will you cross the lake? I've heard there are terrifying things atop the world tree, Zhou Ming remarked, retracting his head in feigned apprehension. You truly lack ambition, the rabbit scoffed. I have been practicing swimming. Once I master it, I shall swim across the moonlit lake and climb to the summit of the world tree to discover the vastness of this world. Even if you ascend, you still may not discern the extent of this world, Zhou Ming muttered under his breath. At that moment, the last sliver of the sun finally broke the horizon. While the moon had completely vanished from sight, the violet mist began to dissipate gradually. Rabbit, do you know why? Despite the multitude of towering trees and mountains in this world, we can still distinctly observe the horizon where the sun and moon rise and set. Zhou Ming stood atop the stone, gazing upward as his voice resonated through his being. He remained there, standing upon the stone, gazing at the sun. The golden rays of the morning sun enveloped Zhou Ming, his silvery fur glistening, and in the dawn's light, he softly spoke, as if the very essence of the surrounding realm whispered in harmony, spreading a rhythmic cadence. It is precisely because it is taken for granted that it is worth pursuing the reasons behind it. Chapter 16, Mystical Powers and Love Then. The hammock suspended from the treetops caught his eye, and in the next moment, Zhou Ming vanished from his spot and reappeared on the hammock. Indeed, this was a mystical power. Wherever Zhou Ming's gaze fell, he could manifest himself instantly, disregarding any distance. He even felt that, should he so desire, he could reach the celestial bodies like the sun or the moon. However, in practical terms, such feats were currently impossible. After all, these mystical powers were not without their costs. Yet, within this forest, the distances involved were negligible enough for Zhou Ming to utilize this ability freely. Of course, continuous use was not feasible. After employing it once, he had to wait at least a second before using it again. Furthermore, once he exceeded the range in which he could effortlessly wield his powers, the energy required would escalate exponentially with distance. Overall, this ability was somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, despite its limitations, it effectively separated Zhou Ming from the primal beings that once roamed this wilderness, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Currently, Zhou Ming had mastered 3 mystical powers. These abilities had manifested suddenly, leaving him puzzled about their underlying principles. They simply appeared, and he instinctively understood how to wield them. This was in stark contrast to the inception of his first mystical power, One Tail, One Life. Perhaps this discrepancy stemmed from the nature of the powers themselves, he mused. Now, his second tail had also returned, granting him another chance at resurrection. He named his second mystical power Purple Eyes. This ability not only significantly enhanced his vision but also allowed him to magnify objects within his sight, enabling him to observe intricate structures akin to a microscope from his former life. Indeed, this power emerged from his desire to comprehend the microscopic world of the wilderness. Yet, ultimately, Zhou Ming was unable to uncover this hidden realm. Regardless of the object, the most minute and profound depths were shrouded in darkness, an abyss devoid of anything but darkness. The only exception was himself. When he scrutinized his own form, he discovered a glimmer at the deepest layer of his fur, a radiant purple light. Unfathomable phenomena were noted for future reference, as Zhou Ming recorded his observations and inquiries in his thick notebook, 3,000 Questions of the Bright Moon. Of course, the Purple Eyes ability was not entirely devoid of utility. At the very least, it amplified the potency of his innate talent, the purple flame, dramatically. A new characteristic emerged, an intensely restrained yet terrifying heat. While the purple flame, which Zhou Ming was born with, was not particularly formidable, it could be likened to a unique form of energy within him. Its destructive power was negligible, serving primarily to allow him to fly while standing on the flames or to create a large fireball to sleep within. Nonetheless, Zhou Ming had never disparaged this gift. for it was undeniably striking and impressive. After all, being handsome is a perpetual affair. However, despite its newfound power, it still ranked outside the top 10 among the various flames Zhou Ming had conjured. Thus, aside from its convenience, it lacked substantial application. The third mystical power that manifested was the rather trivial one he had just employed. As he pondered its name, a term sprang forth from his memory: teleportation. To his surprise, the name was indeed fitting. Frankly, based on this trajectory, Zhou Ming had a vague idea of what the next power would entail. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a destructive ability geared towards offense. Why, you may ask? Because Zhou Ming's heart yearned for it. After all, once he reached adulthood, the protection bestowed upon this forest by the primordial celestial king would dissipate, leaving him to confront the savage beasts that prowled the land. Thus, a potent offensive mystical power was essential. As the sun rose and set, and the misty rain fell time and again, Zhou Ming remained solitary atop the giant tree, observing the landscape of the forest. The remnants of the past had been washed away by time, leaving only the language etched into this wood, a legacy that would endure forever. Civilization did not unfold as Zhou Ming had anticipated. Without his driving force, it had come to a standstill. Perhaps such a civilization, reminiscent of memories, was ill-suited for the wilderness. Or perhaps it lacked something crucial: the lunar lake and the world tree. These two entities had become akin to a faith in the hearts of the beings that inhabited this realm. Rumors even circulated that this world was crafted by the world tree, with the lunar lake serving as a gift for their descendants. It was truly lamentable that these beings, who had never even encountered the great Pangu, existed in the wilderness. Zhou Ming recalled those who had once taught him the language. What would they have become had they survived? He then thought of the ambitious unicorn rabbit. Had it traversed the lunar lake to reach the world tree? Might it have ascended to the treetop during one of his slumbers? Time continued to have no effect on him. Within Zhou Ming's immense purple eyes, there remained an unblemished purity. It was as if he were still frolicking among the lotus leaves in that small valley. However, when he gazed upon the primal beings living in the forest, an unintentional coldness and ruthlessness seeped through. Ultimately, they were not his kind. The love between mortals and immortals, the affection shared between humans and demons, such tales were abundant in the myths of his past life, and they were immensely popular. Once, Zhou Ming had been a part of such stories. He had been unable to contain his excitement when the white snake met Su Xian by the West Lake, and had wished to take the place of the coward when he stole away his niece, Enai Chang. Indeed, the celestial king was correct. Those myths could serve as mere tales to amuse oneself. In the span of my long existence, a brief slumber had transformed you into a handful of yellow earth. Amid such vast disparities in lifespan, how could entanglements lead to mutual affection? Was it merely envy of the mandarin ducks, not the immortals? If such love existed, it was surely toxic. In his heart, it felt as though a thread binding countless years had finally snapped. Looking up, he beheld a vast world before him. The ancient lunar star cast its luminous glow, utterly unchanged from the first glimpse he had caught in the wilderness. A smile blossomed from the depths of his being. Akin to the richest wine, its intoxicating fragrance suffusing his heart. Who am I? I am Zhou Ming. I am the bright moon. I cherish this wilderness world. Chapter 17. The golden light. Zhou Ming fulfilled his wish by acquiring the fourth divine ability, which, as anticipated, was an offensive type, imbued with terrifying destructive power. It manifested as a flickering golden lightning bolt, twisting violently before him, exuding a raw ferocity. This ability was remarkably pure, characterized solely by its essence of annihilation. Why annihilation? Because its primary target was the darkest recesses of the object Zhou Ming currently existed within. It aimed to completely collapse that profound space and thereby obliterate the enemy. With a mere thought, the golden lightning rapidly expanded, transforming in an instant into a spear nearly 1,000 zhang long, standing tall between heaven and earth. Yet, it remained eerily silent, revealing not a hint of its presence. Nonetheless, Zhou Ming distinctly felt a heavy sensation deep within his heart. Although he wielded this divine power, an instinctual awareness of its inherent destruction lingered, a force even he could scarcely endure. Suddenly, blazing purple flames erupted from his massive form, enveloping Zhou Ming in a roaring inferno in the blink of an eye. Then, a colossal hand, ablaze with purple fire, emerged from within, seizing the spear and vanishing from the hammock. Above the clouds lay an expanse of space devoid of anything substantial, filled only with wisps of gray gas and floating boulders. Abruptly, a figure materialized in this void. Lacking features or garments, it was merely a gigantic humanoid, towering 1,000 zhang, wielding a golden spear. Its entire being radiated a faint silver glow, neither blinding nor dazzling, yet exuding an aura of regal dignity that enveloped it. This was Zhou Ming, not the form of transformation one might expect, but rather a manifestation shaped by his own thoughts and the transformation of his body. The protection left by the Celestial King forbade Zhou Ming from stepping out of the forest at will before reaching maturity. Yet, this sky above, for reasons unknown, seemed to fall within permissible limits. Zhou Ming had visited this place several times before. After acquiring the third divine ability, he seldom traveled by running or flying unless in a leisurely mood. After all, his second divine ability allowed him to reach any location within his line of sight directly, provided he wished to go there. Consequently, every place worth seeing bore traces of Zhou Ming's presence, and this sky was certainly no exception. This location appeared to be a rear area where the primordial and chaotic realms merged. Upon first arriving here, Zhou Ming had surmised as much. Then, before the next day of the primordial era arrived, he found himself here once more amidst the gray rain. He observed countless gray streams swirling in the space, transforming into gray clouds, condensing into rainwater, and cascading to the earth. This place was vast, so vast that Zhou Ming could not even begin to explore what lay above or where the boundaries were. Nevertheless, in this realm, where only boulders existed, it was indeed an ideal setting to experiment with the potency of his divine abilities. No longer restraining himself, Zhou Ming's form expanded, swiftly surpassing 2,000 zhang, continuing to grow taller until it reached an imposing height of over 7,000 zhang. The spear of divine power in his hand adjusted proportionately to his height, maintaining a size befitting his stature. Of course, despite the spear's immense size, its essence remained that initial flicker of golden lightning. Even the spear's shape was merely a manifestation of Zhou Ming's will. With a subtle shift in thought, a golden arc of electricity coursed along the spear. Without any physical motion, all boulders within a radius of 100,000 li from Zhou Ming's position were instantaneously reduced to dust. Meanwhile, the gray gases remained entirely unaffected. Zhou Ming paid little heed to the boulders, viewing them as mere stones incapable of even sustaining a breath. In his gaze, he beheld a distant entity, a colossal boulder glimmering with a metallic sheen, reminiscent of a celestial body from a bygone era. Extending his right hand, he gestured casually. Where the spear pointed, everything in its path, both gray gas and boulders, was cleaved in two as if sliced by a razor's edge. Leaning back, Zhou Ming assumed a throwing posture, aiming at his target. Remarkably, he sensed that his purple eyes, originally intended for observation, were now assisting him in calibrating the trajectory. This was not a matter of circular locking or parabolic calculations, but a feeling. A slight adjustment to the right would ensure a direct hit, while the current angle would merely graze the target. In a flash of golden light, the massive spear vanished from sight. Not even the sound of a rush of air accompanied its departure, as if it were merely a phantom. The spear moved with astonishing speed, so much so that Zhou Ming found himself momentarily astounded. His divine ability informed him that the boulder, comparable in size to a celestial body, was situated far enough away that even at full speed, it would take Zhou Ming at least a month to reach it. Although the second divine ability required a brief pause before its next use, it bore no limitations on frequency. Thus, Zhou Ming's full-speed journey could involve an uninterrupted application of this divine ability. At this speed, traversing the distance to that colossal boulder would still take at least a month. Yet, within the blink of an eye, the golden spear had already covered more than half the distance. Soon, under Zhou Ming's watchful gaze, the enormous golden spear descended upon the celestial boulder. In utter silence, it penetrated the surface, leaving behind a massive crater, while the entire boulder began to tremble violently. Zhou Ming's vision faded. The distance was too great, and he could only see due to the aid of his divine ability. However, even as his sight waned, another perception emerged within his heart, the vision of the spear. The immense spear continued its descent within the boulder, akin to a slender needle piercing through tofu, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance surged from within the celestial boulder, enveloping it in an instant. The boulder, which had been quaking and on the verge of collapse, stabilized immediately. Zhou Ming extended his hand, a flicker of golden lightning appearing in his palm. It was neither a companion, nor a living being, nor a fierce beast. Zhou Ming pondered deeply. As the advancing spear encountered an obstruction, it breached a layer of space, entering an inexplicable realm. This space was utterly void, save for a luminous core at its center, exuding a potent nurturing aura. Yet, the scale of this nurturing energy was staggering, accompanied by some protective mechanism. What could it be? The golden lightning in his hand gradually dissipated as Zhou Ming's mind raced with questions, yet he could glean no answers. despite the overwhelming force of his divine ability. It vanished before it could approach the radiant core. When Zhou Ming sensed again, he found that the spear had transformed into a 2-meter-long stone spear, lying inert beneath the surface of that space, devoid of any aura. However, this was merely the product of a divine ability, and it bore no significant impact on Zhou Ming. Well, I shall remember this for later. Once I reach maturity, I must investigate further. Zhou Ming did not dwell excessively on the matter. After noting it down in his mind, he began to ponder what to name this fourth divine ability. Considering that the names of the previous abilities lacked any sense of profundity, after much contemplation, Zhou Ming made his decision. He would name it the Golden Light. After all, once he reached adulthood and communicated with his companions, they would undoubtedly converse in the language of Pangu. Thus, there would be no concern of misunderstanding its significance. Chapter 18. Coming of Age. As time flowed, the fifth divine ability emerged, a boundary line primarily serving the purpose of separation. With a mere stroke, it could manifest effects according to Zhou Ming's intentions. For instance, upon discovering this divine ability, Zhou Ming drew a line in the air, segmenting a region. Within the confines he wished to divide, though invisible, an intangible wall effectively separated the two sides. One could not traverse from one side to the other. However, since Zhou Ming did not desire total separation, this wall was not absolute. At the very least, the wind could pass through unimpeded. Of course, if Zhou Ming wished to prohibit the wind's passage, that too would be an effortless endeavor. This divine ability, later named One Line by Zhou Ming, proved invaluable during subsequent experiments and the storage of peculiar objects. Then, on a warm and sunny afternoon, as Zhou Ming rested on a hammock, he suddenly opened his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, his true self had just crossed a threshold of 10,000 fathoms. At that moment, as a progeny of Pangu, one of the first beings to emerge at the dawn of creation, Zhou Ming had finally reached adulthood. There were no radiant auroras, no tumultuous thunder, and not even a whisper of wind. Zhou Ming had simply come of age. A small bubble emerged from his body, a gift bestowed upon him by the mark of the Primordial Celestial King, symbolizing his coming of age, although Zhou Ming had studied it for some time without any results. At this pivotal moment, the previously inert bubble flew from his body. The bubble ascended gracefully, hovering before Zhou Ming, and with a shimmer of light. His figure vanished from the hammock, leaving behind only a crystalline bubble that refracted countless colors in the sunlight before dissipating into a mere illusion. Zhou Ming found himself enveloped within the bubble, surrounded by an abyss of darkness, standing upon an infinite expanse of water. His form transformed, rapidly rising until his towering true self, now 1,000-fold larger, was revealed in this space. Here was the interior of the bubble, a battlefield where the great Pangu and the primordial beings once clashed, and the myriad wonders of that realm were self-evident. Even if Zhou Ming's form seemed vastly more colossal than before, nevertheless, the world around him appeared to expand in tandem, allowing Zhou Ming to stand upon the water's surface as if in his original stance. Let there be light, Zhou Ming proclaimed in the language of Pangu. In this dark battlefield, even with his divine ability and violet pupils, he felt as insignificant as a mere mortal in the absence of any light source. Furthermore, his other senses seemed completely shrouded, depriving him of any information akin to his sight. Yet, a voice within urged Zhou Ming, reminding him that he could alter this scenario if only he wished. Thus, Zhou Ming articulated his desire, as if the entire dark expanse echoed his call for light. And then, light emerged, a soft moonlight cascading from above, akin to silver radiance, precisely mirroring the most beautiful moonlight etched in his memory. This moonlight illuminated the space around him. And as he looked down, the water beneath was crystal clear, yet it reflected nothing but his own visage. I believe I comprehend the essence of this place, Zhou Ming mused, his form shifting from a grand, beast-like white fox to that of a human. He then took a step forward, striding confidently in a singular direction. Remarkably, no matter how he walked, as long as his feet touched the ground, the place he envisioned to step upon would invariably be the surface of the water. An enigma of profound complexity. This was a world, a battlefield forged by the great Pangu, inherently a realm of peculiar states, which had transformed into a nascent form under the influence of the Primordial Celestial King. Upon entering this bubble world, Zhou Ming had already become its master. This was the coming-of-age gift bestowed upon him by the Primordial Celestial King. Beyond this world, he was also granted the ability to wield the complete power of the Pangu language 5 times. Indeed, the complete language of Pangu. Just as Zhou Ming had uttered the command for light, it had materialized. Even if Zhou Ming was unaware of what he truly desired, once articulated, it would manifest, fulfilling his innermost needs. What a remarkable language! What an extraordinary power! Zhou Ming pondered in awe, utterly bewildered by the sheer irrationality of it all. However, having received such a gift from the Celestial King, he was left to wonder what the object placed at the center of this world might be. With a heart full of questions, Zhou Ming walked upon the water's surface toward the world's center. As he approached, the previously empty space began to radiate light, and the figure of the primordial Celestial King materialized. "You have arrived," the Celestial King spoke, causing the entire world to tremble slightly with his words. "Indeed, I have come. I have reached adulthood," Zhou Ming replied, and his declaration resonated throughout the world, echoing like thunder in the wake of his words. "Are you satisfied with this gift?" The Celestial King inquired gently, sensing a wave of warmth emanating from the Pangu language, which naturally brought tranquility to Zhou Ming's heart. "I am very pleased." Zhou Ming conveyed his gratitude and joy, then continued with his inquiry. "Celestial King, are you not present anymore? We are ultimately the manifestations of Pangu, created to watch over you. Thus, when you seek us, the moment our eyes meet, a bond is forged." Zhou Ming remained silent, listening attentively to the Celestial King's narration. "After guiding you to this forest, I have accompanied you here. While this place is a secure zone, where formidable beasts shall not appear, common dangers may still arise, which you cannot withstand. Have you been protecting me all this time, Celestial King?" Zhou Ming asked, though it was phrased as a question. The Pangu language conveyed affirmation. "Since your arrival in this forest, 21 fierce beasts have attempted to wreak havoc upon this realm." The primordial Celestial King's mark did not respond to Zhou Ming's inquiry, but continued to elaborate. "The remains of those beasts have been placed in a corner of the forest. You shall see them upon your exit." "Celestial King," Zhou Ming interjected suddenly, interrupting the primordial Celestial King's account. "Yet, there is one exceptional circumstance. When an underage progeny of Pangu encounters a mark of the primordial Celestial King, the sole purpose of that mark transforms into ensuring your safe coming of age. Subsequently, upon your maturation, the condensed mark shall be entrusted to the progeny of Pangu." Chapter 19. Communication. Zhou Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as he was still enveloped in a melancholy case. Yet, the primordial immortal king, with a seemingly thoughtless remark, shattered the delicate atmosphere. Moreover, Zhou Ming's impression of the immortal king as a composed and dignified elder nearly crumbled with that utterance. Nevertheless, there was a certain logic to the immortal king's words, revealing a more approachable side that delighted Zhou Ming's heart. Then who should I turn to? Zhou Ming mused aloud, realizing he was unfamiliar with anyone. As the thought crossed his mind and he voiced it, the immortal king vanished without a trace, leaving behind a dim, three-dimensional imprint suspended in the air, continuously shifting in form. This nebulous imprint fluctuated before Zhou Ming, at times coalescing into a singular entity, and at others dispersing into a myriad of shapes, transforming into stormy weather or morphing into creatures of the earth and sky. The imprint was immense, with a diameter of approximately 1,000 zhang when unified, and expanding to a staggering 3,000 zhang when scattered. This was the rough estimate Zhou Ming gleaned through his purple gaze, yet beyond this, no further information could be extracted. Despite its colossal size, the imprint appeared proportionate before Zhou Ming, who himself was equally formidable. "Come here," Zhou Ming beckoned, his outstretched hand reflecting the clarity and simplicity cultivated over countless years. He sensed that he and the immortal king would have the chance to meet again in the future. As Zhou Ming called out, the imprint swiftly converged into his palm, revealing its true nature, a key, symbolizing Zhou Ming's identity as a descendant of Pangu. With a gentle clasp of his hand, the mark bestowed by the immortal king vanished. "Well then, let us see those companions who await," Zhou Ming whispered, channeling the imprint within him. It felt reminiscent of a time before his awakening, when only sight remained. He perceived himself enveloped by a mysterious force, propelling him toward an unknown destination. He could sense his true self still standing above the water's surface, while his vision, now beyond the clarity of his purple gaze, was engulfed in a swirling transformation. When had the motion ceased? Zhou Ming was uncertain. However, upon realization, he found himself standing upon a vast platform. This immense platform was rectangular, surrounded by an expanse of nothingness, save for the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, a reflection of the beautiful blue sky he had once cherished in his past life. After admiring this sight for a moment, Zhou Ming's gaze fell upon the grand seat at the center of the platform. It was neither opulent nor imposing, rather, it appeared to be a simple, roughly carved block of azure stone. In this barren space, the solitary presence of the seat conveyed a clear intention. "Is this meant for me to sit upon?" Zhou Ming pondered, his footsteps steady as he materialized beside the seat. Clearly, using his divine powers here posed no issue. Yet, it was evident that this seat would not be comfortable. Before he could voice his thoughts, green vines began to creep up the azure stone seat, quickly entwining the armrests and climbing the backrest, sprouting branches and blooming flowers. During this transformation, clouds materialized at the seat and backrest, pure as jade and clear as water, intertwining to form a cushion and pillow. Zhou Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to visiting a revered elder and inadvertently criticizing their hospitality, only to be met with immediate, earnest attentiveness in return. Without further delay, he turned and seated himself upon the carefully arranged throne. The comfort enveloped him. The clouds upon the seat were soft yet resilient, infused with the refreshing aroma of grass and flowers. However, these details were secondary at that moment. Zhou Ming's perception expanded exponentially, just as the world, once vivid in his senses, dissolved into darkness. He realized the vastness of his perception had rendered him incapable of observing anything further. Approximately an hour later, amidst the seemingly boundless darkness, a brilliant star materialized, an enigmatic black star, tranquil and serene, yet shining brilliantly against the void. Greetings, I am Mingyue. The expanding perception gravitated toward the black star. And Zhou Ming, his spirit vibrating, greeted in the ancient tongue of Pangu. Indeed, the black star represented another of his kind, an already matured descendant of Pangu. Before long, a voice resonated within Zhou Ming's consciousness, a gentle female tone. Hello, Mingyue. A new companion, I presume. Congratulations on your maturation. I am Ming, having long existed in solitude. The sensation of conversing with another filled Zhou Ming with joy. His heart brimmed with words, eager to be expressed. Yet, recognizing the significance of this first interaction, he tempered his excitement, though a smile could not be suppressed. The throne responded to Zhou Ming's emotions, a gentle azure light cascading down, followed by the sprouting of verdant shoots, flourishing into a vibrant sea of blossoms. I have greeted all the companions from the northern wilderness. Your brilliance is a first for me today. From your aimless expanse of perception, it seems you have just received the mark from a primordial immortal king, entering the slumbering realm of the great Pangu and taking your rightful place upon your throne. The accuracy of this deduction was remarkable. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Truly impressive. Ming, Zhou Ming expressed his admiration, eliciting a delighted laugh from his counterpart. Ming, how many companions do we have in the northern wilderness? Zhou Ming, eager and curious, inquired after having finally established a connection with an elder. Mingyue, you have just matured. Do not wander heedlessly. First, master your divine powers completely. If you lack a spiritual treasure, it is best to seek one. Within a day's distance in the wilderness, there should be a spiritual treasure in gestation, and you ought to have already received clues before your maturation. That is the weapon prepared for us by the great Pangu. Spiritual treasure? A weapon? Clues set forth by the great Pangu? Zhou Ming contemplated, soon arriving at the most plausible lead. Upon realization, an inner voice confirmed the truth. Ming, I do possess such a clue. It turns out to be a spiritual treasure. Zhou Ming's understanding deepened as he reflected on the thoughtfulness of the great Pangu, who had gone to great lengths for the descendants of Pangu. Finding the clue is a good start. Mingyue, remember, your utmost priority now is to acquire that spiritual treasure. Be wary of the ferocious beasts. They are exceedingly dangerous. As far as I know, over a dozen descendants of Pangu have perished at the hands of these beasts. Ming's tone was grave, indicating that the descendants of Pangu were currently at a disadvantage in their encounters with these ferocious creatures. It was no wonder the immortal king had advised him before departing, cautioning against overexertion and to seek help if overwhelmed. Suddenly, a question surged to the forefront of my mind. Why is it that we only speak of the northern regions of the primordial wilderness? What about the other areas? What of the rest of the primordial realm? How do conditions fare beyond the north? The voice of Ming echoed back, tinged with a hint of resignation. That, it seems, is a matter that is difficult to articulate. Chapter 20. Ming, it is quite difficult to articulate. Zhou Ming felt a sudden shock in his heart and quickly inquired, Ming, what is the situation in those areas? Why is it challenging to express? Is it exceedingly dire? I cannot ascertain the severity, Ming replied with an air of helplessness. Thus far, I have only established contact with a few companions in the northern region of the primordial wilderness. You are aware of the vastness of the primordial realm, are you not? Zhou Ming's heart stirred at this revelation, and though he did not voice it, the information conveyed through the Pangu language had already illuminated Ming's understanding of Zhou Ming's thoughts. Ming promptly affirmed, indeed, it is as you surmise. Although we can infinitely expand our perception and connect with other companions under the auspices of our respective dignities, there are indeed limitations. How long did it take you to perceive me? Ming continued. Thus, you could still continue to sense for about 4 additional hours in your dignitary state. At that point, your perception would encompass the entire primordial wilderness. Wait, it can cover the primordial wilderness? Ming, then why have you not been able to contact companions from other regions? This is rather perplexing, as it was stated that there are limitations. The implication from the Pangu language should align with my understanding. So why can it cover the primordial wilderness yet still have restrictions? That is because, although perception may extend across the primordial realm with the aid of the dignitary state, it does not guarantee visibility. In truth, if you were to see me again in half an hour, you would likely be unable to connect with me. The distance is beyond our current capacity to traverse, Ming explained succinctly. Listening intently, Zhou Ming could not help but admire the prowess of this senior. Even the information relayed through the Pangu language was not entirely comprehensive. Indeed, the primordial wilderness is immense. Even we, the descendants of Pangu, are confined to a small area. Ming concurred with enthusiasm, adding, what astonishes me even more is that you have met Songhai. What of knowing Songhai? Zhou Ming queried curiously. Not only do I know him, but that fellow is currently en route to my location. He should arrive in approximately 13 days of the primordial calendar, Ming responded. This revelation was indeed surprising to Zhou Ming, who was more intrigued by the amusing story that must accompany it. There must be an interesting tale behind this, right? He asked with a smile. Indeed there is, came Ming's somewhat reserved laughter. However, you should inquire directly with Songhai when he arrives. If I divulge it, that clumsy fellow may become irate. Very well, I have long wished to express my gratitude to Songhai. Were it not for him, I would not have known to seek the mark of the primordial immortal king and might still be wandering aimlessly through the primordial wilderness, potentially meeting a fierce beast and facing death, Zhou Ming mused, contemplating seeking out Songhai after concluding his conversation with Ming. That will not be necessary, Ming countered. Even without Songhai's guidance, before you reach the primordial continent, it is certain that a mark of the primordial immortal king will find you, or you will inadvertently encounter it. In any case, this is a destined meeting. Is that so? Pangu himself has concerned himself with our fates to such an extent. He nurtured us before our birth, cared for us upon our emergence, and even prepared rites of passage, marks, dignities, and weapons for our adulthood. Nevertheless, I am still grateful to Songhai. By the way, Ming, will Songhai stay with you for long? I have grown weary of this forest, and if there is nowhere else to go, it might be delightful to visit you. Especially since Songhai is heading in that direction. He will not merely stay for a while, he intends to reside with me. If you were to join us, I would be exceedingly pleased. Ming's unrestrained joy resonated across the distance, and Zhou Ming felt no need to hold back. With no fixed itinerary, it seemed far more enjoyable to traverse the primordial wilderness in the company of companions rather than alone. You are most welcome. Mingyue, I shall prepare a place for you. What style do you prefer? Ming inquired enthusiastically, as though preparing for Zhou Ming's arrival with great diligence. Zhou Ming nodded in agreement, understanding this sentiment. He recognized that after witnessing the generations of beings evolve yet remain largely unchanged, the weight of expectation accumulated over the lengthy passage of time could lead to profound disappointment, leaving only a sigh in its wake. Thus, I have often thought how wonderful it would be to have companions. Although we can communicate, I am aware that solitude still envelopes us all. Furthermore, those formidable beasts roaming the primordial wilderness are not mere pests to be easily vanquished. If those beasts can act in unison, why cannot we gather together? Ming quietly recounted her past. Therefore, I have remained in the slumbering dream of the great Pangu, seated upon my dignitary throne, perpetually reaching out to other companions. Many of them resonate with my sentiments, recognizing that it is indeed better to act in concert. Hence, those nearby have come together to dwell in unity. However, my location is quite remote, far from everyone else, and no one has ventured here. Zhou Ming understood. All the descendants of Pangu, born at the dawn of creation amidst the pure primordial essence permeating the wilderness, each harbored a heart as innocent as a child's. Though he had largely forgotten his past life and discarded many things, becoming akin to them, there remained subtle differences. For instance, unlike Ming, who had long felt the pangs of loneliness, Zhou Ming felt none of that burden. Perhaps it was due to his experiments in slumber, or perhaps he was simply carefree. Thank you, Mingyue. In truth, before Songhai's impending visit, I had other companions express their desire to come, yet I did not consent, Ming said appreciatively. followed by a statement that took Zhou Ming by surprise. Why is that? Ming, why did you decline the other's visit while agreeing to Songhai and me coming to see you? This was indeed perplexing. If one yearned for companionship, why refuse those who wished to visit, devoid of external influences or pretenses? Because they would encounter dangers along the way. Ming replied earnestly. You and Songhai, should you come, would not face significant peril. Ah, I see. Zhou Ming exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. However, he refrained from further questioning. Perhaps it was a divine ability or some other force that enabled Ming to predict the general outcomes of events yet to unfold. Here is a rough map of the western region. Mingyue, look here. Tell me where you are. This time, along with Ming's words. A wealth of information accompanied the Pangu language. A vast map unfurled in Zhou Ming's mind. Zhou Ming quickly pinpointed Ming's location, which was indeed at the very edge of the northern sea, a notably secluded area, the most remote one could imagine. He then located his own position, as the immense tree and the tiny lake were rather conspicuous. I am here. That is quite far. Mingyue, this journey is approximately double the distance for Songhai. It may take around 30 days of the primordial calendar to reach you, Ming assessed after observing the distance. That is unnecessary, given this distance. It should take about a dozen days, Zhou Ming countered. In fact, around 15 days. You are remarkably swift, Mingyue. Therefore, we shall meet in a little over a dozen days, Ming expressed, astonished yet soon breaking into a joyful smile. I shall not speak further, my dear Mingyue. Remember to prioritize obtaining the Lingbao. It is of utmost importance. Understood, Ming. However, may I pose a question before we conclude? What is it? Speak freely. And as long as I possess the knowledge, I shall share it with you. Why is it that your voice is that of a woman? Chapter 21. Procreation. Zhou Ming was indeed quite curious, for beings of Pangu did not possess any gender, let alone a mother. They were created by the primordial deity of creation, Pangu. If one gazed solely upon the external form left by the great Pangu in the primordial world, it undoubtedly aligned with the masculine visage from Zhou Ming's past life memories. However, this was inconsequential, as the Pangu beings themselves were devoid of gender, much less the esteemed Pangu deity. Thus, upon hearing the voice of Ming, Zhou Ming was filled with questions. Which child does not aspire to emulate their extraordinary parents? With the image of the great Pangu ever present in the heart of the primordial land, it was natural for each Pangu offspring to unconsciously gravitate towards the essence of Pangu's form. Setting aside the physical appearance, let us consider the voice. Although it was never said that the great Pangu spoke, each Pangu child, upon encountering the mark of the primordial immortal king and hearing the words of the immortal king, would sense an uncanny resemblance between the immortal king's voice and that of the great Pangu. Perhaps one could even say it was the voice of Pangu himself. This is why the Pangu offspring bestowed their utmost trust upon the immortal king upon their first meeting. In truth, after Zhou Ming had spent considerable time in the primordial world, he might have forgotten, had he not heard Ming's voice. In his previous life, humans were divided into men and women, necessitating union for procreation. However, this could not be blamed on Zhou Ming, for in the present primordial realm, notions of yin and yang were non-existent, let alone the concept of their union for the sake of offspring. As for the primitive beings, they sprouted directly from the earth itself. Indeed, they emerged as fluffy little orbs, drifting together with the winds. During their journey, some of these small orbs would separate from the group and take root, marking the beginning of a new cycle of growth, devoid of any commonality. They would gradually develop in accordance with their surroundings, eventually breaking through the earth to evolve into various forms of primitive life. Some of these beings would transform into the sentient beings of the primordial realm, while those that remained would, upon death, scatter into a multitude of small orbs that would ascend into the sky, commencing their own journeys anew. Now, regarding those sentient beings that had emerged, they perpetuated their lineage through blood. Upon the conclusion of their lives, a tree would sprout at the site of their demise, quickly bearing red fruit, the favored sustenance of the little orbs. Once the fruit ripened, countless little orbs would swarm to feast upon it. After the fruit was consumed, the tree would wither and lose its vitality. Those little orbs that had partaken of the fruit would no longer fall carelessly to the ground. They would only descend in suitable locales, where they would grow and eventually take on the form of the deceased primordial being. However, those little orbs that transformed directly into the likeness of the primordial beings would lose the ability to revert to their orb state upon death. Thus, they formed a new community and embarked on a fresh existence. This is the current mode of procreation in the primordial realm. All sentient beings that emerged, upon the end of their lives, would become a new community, reproducing in places conducive to their growth. Of course, life could never be tranquil. These communities would engage in a relentless struggle for survival in the primordial expanse. The defeated would gradually vanish over the eons, while the victors would remain unknown. For in Zhou Ming's forest, he had never encountered a community resembling familiar sentient beings. Thus, in this realm seemingly devoid of the necessity for gender, why did Ming's voice resonate with a feminine tone, rather than echoing the deep and authoritative male voice of the great Pangu? Was this voice truly peculiar? Ming found Zhou Ming's inquiry perplexing. After all, apart from Zhou Ming, which Pangu offspring possessed notions of gender? This is the voice of a ferocious beast I once vanquished. Manifested from its memories, I adopted it because I found it appealing. Until now, no other companions have questioned it. Is it truly so strange? Ming seemed to grow anxious, even more so than Zhou Ming, seeking reassurance. No, Ming, your voice is quite pleasant to hear. That is why I am a bit curious. Zhou Ming hastened to reassure Ming, yet his thoughts wandered back to the encounter he witnessed in a small bubble battlefield, where the chaotic being clashed with the great Pangu. The form that emerged from the concept of the great Pangu bore the guise of a divine maiden. It appeared that in the grand design of the great Pangu for the future primordial realm, the differentiation of yin and yang, followed by their mutual integration for procreation, was indeed the intended legacy of the primordial beings. Zhou Ming let out a soft sigh, a wave of fatigue washing over him. All right, Ming. As Ming's gentle voice echoed in his heart, Zhou Ming opened his eyes upon his exalted seat, yet the connection had been completely severed. How exhausting. Zhou Ming slumped ungracefully upon his throne, feeling a slight ache in his head. He was not surprised that the once barren platform had transformed into a vibrant garden of blooming flowers. A glance downward revealed the state of affairs that his throne had communicated to him. As he tilted his body sideways, clusters of white clouds appeared behind him, supporting his weary form. Casually glancing around, Zhou Ming noticed a patch of tender green leaves beside the armrest, stirring something within him. Instantly, the green leaves responded to his thoughts, extending upward to hover beside his forehead, gently fanning a breeze. The breeze carried the faint scent of greenery, brushing over Zhou Ming's head, bestowing upon him a sense of coolness and comfort. Relaxed, Zhou Ming gradually succumbed to slumber, lulled by the gentle sway of the breeze. Chapter 22. Exploration of the Primordial. Not long after, Zhou Ming awoke in his esteemed position. He soon realized that his discomfort had completely vanished. The azure sky greeted his eyes as he rose, feeling somewhat speechless at having fallen asleep in the dream of the great Pangu. Indeed, it was rather impolite of him. This place was not some inexplicable realm, but rather within the dream of the great Pangu. To rest in a dream was truly, quite effective. Nevertheless, he still felt a twinge of rudeness and resolved not to repeat such an act. He couldn't help but wonder if the immortal king would scold him for fixating on trivial matters if he were to find out. Zhou Ming chuckled softly, strolling leisurely as flowers and grasses parted before him, revealing a narrow path. Upon reaching the edge, he gazed downward. Deep below, an expanse of icy blue energy flowed, resembling molten lava. However, this was not to be compared to mere magma. Information from his esteemed position informed him that the depths were characterized by absolute low temperatures, so extreme that they possessed a property akin to the chaotic essence capable of dissolving all things. Yet, it was also the resting place of the great Pangu, a confinement for the myriad chaotic beings. Standing on the platform, Zhou Ming felt utterly secure, shielded from all. This was a sanctum bestowed upon them by the great Pangu, a foundation upon which they could stand. Thus, he could not directly perceive the information contained within. However, Zhou Ming refrained from unnecessary experiments or actions. After receiving the information from his esteemed position, he understood that although it was a dream, everything here was undeniably real. After all, how could the dream of a primordial deity be likened to the dreams of ordinary mortals? He resolved to procure the spiritual treasures as soon as possible, pondering what kind of weapon the great Pangu might have prepared for him. Images of the Chaos Bell, Panga Banner, and Taiji diagram from legendary tales flitted through his mind, but he quickly dismissed them. The great Pangu's creation did not involve the Chaos Green Lotus, the Creation Jade Plate, or the Chaos Pearl. The only artifact he had was an axe. While it could be termed the Pangu axe, it was not born from chaos or considered a supreme treasure, but rather a tool crafted by the great Pangu himself. Moreover, Zhou Ming had not witnessed the axe shattering during the creation. Nevertheless, once he obtained the spiritual treasure, he would learn what kind of weapon it was. For now, he would simply maintain a sense of anticipation, Suddenly, a colossal white fox, towering with a height beyond comprehension, manifested before him, its immense fluffy tail extending for thousands of feet, seemingly exuding a force drawn from its own vast form. Around Zhou Ming, gray energy currents and massive stones were captured by his presence, beginning to swirl around him and gradually forming a gigantic ring. In the distance, an even larger ring was taking shape. Zhou Ming observed, feeling somewhat helpless as his mere presence began altering the environment. This sensation of being the center of the world was not what he desired. He yearned for a life of freedom and ease. A glimmer of purple light flickered in his eyes, and Zhou Ming's immense form vanished without a trace. In its place, a small white fox, standing over a meter tall, appeared, its paws resting on purple flames, suspended in the air. The primordial sky had always been shrouded in a gray haze. Zhou Ming speculated that this might be due to the boundless chaotic energy enveloping the primordial realm. Though he had grown accustomed to the gray sky, having recently witnessed the nostalgic azure expanse in the great Pangu's dream, he realized that he still favored the pure, blue sky. If only the primordial sky were blue as well, Zhou Ming mused. Then, an old question resurfaced in his mind. What lay above this realm filled with gray gas and countless floating stones? When he had acquired the third divine ability, he could traverse the skies effortlessly, reaching any point within his line of sight. He had ascended for quite some time, only stopping when fatigue set in. Yet he remained within the confines of the gray gas and stones. Now, as an adult, his capabilities had vastly improved compared to the past. Although he had no concrete measure to gauge his current level, feeling adventurous, he decided to spend millennia exploring the sky above. As for the spiritual treasure, a mere delay of 1,000 or 10,000 years was inconsequential. With determination, Zhou Ming lifted his front paw, enveloped in purple flames, and pressed forward, stabilizing himself. He then moved ahead, seemingly walking up a wall, defying the gravitational pull of the primordial earth. Zhou Ming had long realized that many matters need not be overly complicated. He merely needed to follow his instincts. Uncertain of his capabilities and without much contemplation, he understood that whenever he desired to act, he could do so in accordance with his will. If he lacked knowledge of a method, there was no need for worry. His body would cooperate splendidly. Zhou Ming transformed into a streak of silver light, racing skyward like a divine arrow piercing the heavens. Yet, that silvery trail soon vanished, only to reappear at a distant height, continuing its ascent. Seconds passed, and he vanished again, ascending further and further. As he advanced, the remaining silver streak traced a long, vertical line in the sky, with the origin point coinciding with the center of the massive rotating stone rings. Zhou Ming was well aware of the primordial realm's essence, having been shown by the immortal king. At the heart of the swirling chaotic energy lay a pearl-like primordial world. The primordial realm was spherical, yet it was divided, with the central portion representing the primordial land where the great Pangu performed his mighty deeds. However, the great Pangu did not stand upon this primordial land. Rather, he anchored the sky of the opposing side of the primordial sphere, where he later placed the remnants of chaotic beings. The heavens he upheld were the very realm Zhou Ming inhabited and recognized. Thus, in the land of the primordial realm where Zhou Ming resided, one would only see the upper half of the great Pangu. As for why the vague silhouette on the horizon only revealed the deity's thigh, Zhou Ming himself was at a loss. Zhou Ming journeyed for 2,000 years, yet still no one had seen what lay beyond the sky. Or perhaps he had not truly escaped the realm of gray gas and stones, despite his swift pace. When would it end? The gray gas thickened, and the stones became anything but ordinary. Yet, the mysteries of the sky remained elusive. Ultimately, Zhou Ming chose to press on, driven by his indomitable spirit. Then, during the 5th millennium, Zhou Ming traversed the region of colossal stones shrouded in gray mist and arrived at an area where the fierce winds howled. Without pausing, a massive lightning spear surged forward, piercing through to create a passage, into which Zhou Ming swiftly darted. He pressed on with unwavering determination for 3,600 years within the windlash domain before finally emerging. To his astonishment, he discovered numerous floating islands amidst the gales, yet devoid of any living beings. Behind the windswept area lay a vast sea of thunder, had it not been for the protective mark bestowed by the celestial king, which shielded him from the tempests of lightning. Zhou Ming might have been compelled to abandon his expedition. He lingered within the thunderous sea for over 8,000 years, gradually coming to terms with his own folly. He had long been aware that the primordial realm was spherical, yet he still entertained the notion of ascending above it. Although he was situated in the northern reaches, relatively close to the edge, this was the primordial realm, its altitude was not easily surmountable. After another 1,000 years of arduous journeying, Zhou Ming found himself unable to escape the thunderous sea, ultimately compelled to halt his advance. In the vast expanse of the thunderstorm, had it not been for the protective mark allowing him free passage, he would likely have been reduced to ash long ago. In the northern primordial realm, within the forest of the dark moon, Pangu's son, Mingyue, upon coming of age, gazed into the heavens above, pausing at this juncture, leaving behind a mark in memory, with the intent of resuming his explorations in the future. Chapter 23. The search for spiritual treasures. It felt akin to the inscription left by the great sage Sun Wukong at the hands of Buddha Tathagata, as Zhou Ming too marked his presence amidst this sea of thunder. It would indeed be quite amusing if other beings were to witness it in the future. With a flicker of thought, a sequence of Arabic numerals appeared in Zhou Ming's vision, visible only to him. 17842. Beneath these 5 digits lay 4 more, 1120. Indeed, these were the markings of time recorded through Zhou Ming's purple eye divine ability. Initially, the second divine ability, purple eye, merely served as an enhancement for vision, seemingly lacking any substantial power or destructive capability. However, as Zhou Ming's imagination soared, this ability morphed into an entirely peculiar form of assistance. Why peculiar, you may ask? Because it now resembled the ubiquitous personal assistance envisioned in previous lives, capable of aiding in targeting and various calculations. Presently, even research data could be stored and referenced. Undoubtedly, the most valuable aspect was the record of time. Yet, since there had not been an optimal starting point for recording, Zhou Ming designated the commencement of time tracking at the moment he reached a towering height upon adulthood. The efficacy of this function proved to be remarkable. At the very least, Panga no longer needed to fret about Zhou Ming remaining in a deep slumber, oblivious to the passage of time. Throughout this exploration, Zhou Ming possessed a clear awareness of the duration that had elapsed. Indeed, merely ascending to this height had consumed 17,842 years, 11 months. In 20 days, a testament to Zhou Ming's relentless sprinting and continuous utilization of divine abilities. The time recorded by the purple eye likely began when Zhou Ming attained his monumental height. However, upon emerging from the platform, he realized that the time had just begun to be recorded. The time that had slipped away in Pangu's dream state left no trace within this primordial expanse. As Zhou Ming focused his thoughts, a colossal 3-dimensional diagram materialized within his mind. Concurrently, memories from the initial experimentation with the divine ability, golden light, surfaced. In truth, not to mention the recollections from his time on the small island, Zhou Ming's memory had remained intact since being brought to this lunar forest by the primal immortal king. In the days that followed, Zhou Ming began to ponder whether this was due to his acceptance of the identity of Pangu's offspring and the responsibilities it entailed. Perhaps this was the cause of his transformation. As the 3-dimensional diagram of the present took shape in Zhou Ming's mind, coupled with the information from his memories, the location of the colossal stone sphere was swiftly calculated by the purple eye. This calculation, integrated with Zhou Ming's current position, provided him with a path to follow. Thus, with a keen sense of direction, Zhou Ming shifted his perspective and vanished, re-emerging as a streak of silver light. When Zhou Ming initially experimented with the divine ability to identify the massive stone sphere, he speculated that it would require a century or two of vigorous running combined with the use of powers. However, should he remain in the lunar forest, at his current pace, it would take no more than 50 years. Zhou Ming mused to himself. After all, upon reaching adulthood, he sensed he had entered a new realm. Both his divine abilities and strength had been surging without pause. To illustrate, the third divine ability, Blink, had tripled in its minimum range since adulthood, and it appeared to be continuing to grow. Yet, the consumption post-distance and the necessity for a 1-second interval remained unchanged, rendering it somewhat impractical. In truth, this was a case of Zhou Ming setting his expectations too high. Although he had learned through the golden light ability that some destructive powers were utterly unreasonable, the starting distance of this ability was far greater than that of any fantastical leap of 10,000 miles. Yet, the issue did not reside in distance. Zhou Ming understood that, aside from himself, other progeny of Pangu undoubtedly possessed formidable abilities. Nonetheless, even so, they were still overwhelmed by the ferocity of the beasts that roamed this primordial land. In the future, without a doubt, his adversaries would be those fearsome beasts. In battles against these creatures, the third divine ability, Blink, would likely become ineffective, usable only once. After all, that single second could encompass a multitude of events, including the potential for his demise. 15,000 years had passed, Although this duration surpassed the journey from the lunar forest to the thunderous sea, Zhou Ming had spent 2,000 years less than the ascent. This was a testament to his continuously growing strength. Before him hung the colossal stone sphere, surrounded by wisps of pale gray gas. Hovering in the air, Zhou Ming's violet eyes shimmered brilliantly as they pierced through the layers of the sphere. In the core of the sphere, he discovered a blank expanse. In the next moment, Zhou Ming's figure vanished, directly appearing before the void. What could be hidden within? Zhou Ming muttered to himself as he retracted his purple eye and began to meticulously examine the seemingly empty space before him. After a considerable time, Zhou Ming opened his eyes. Despite yielding no tangible results, curiosity surged within him. Both his perception and the purple eye indicated that this vacant area bore no substance. Merely an empty cavity within the colossal stone sphere. Zhou Ming attempted to employ divine patterns and various flames to scorch this space, yet there was no response. He ventured forward into the void, encountering no hindrance or sensation, as though traversing an inconsequential realm. It seemed that Zhou Ming had erred in his search. This was merely an ordinary stone sphere. Nevertheless, he firmly believed he had not miscalculated. After all, the stone sphere embedded in the ground was unmistakably familiar to him. Under Zhou Ming's command, his form rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive white fox that surpassed 10,000 feet in height, growing an additional 100 feet. Yet, the transformation did not cease. Before the invisible force could dissipate, Zhou Ming's gigantic white fox form morphed into a vague humanoid figure, emanating a faint silver luminescence. An air of inexplicable majesty enveloped him, radiating an indescribable charm. This was not a natural growth of the body, but a deliberate magnification through the exertion of power. The sensations coursing through his being quickly informed Zhou Ming of the situation. He had merely increased in size. Nonetheless, that was sufficient. Gazing at the sphere floating before him, resembling a basketball, Zhou Ming chuckled inwardly, then brought his hands together to press against the stone sphere. Two massive shadows loomed over the stone sphere. And with a violent tremor, the colossal rock was forcibly halted in its rotation. The ground cracked extensively, countless boulders were thrust into the air, and immense chasms intersected, revealing gaping wounds akin to abysses. Eagerly, much like peeling an orange, Zhou Ming exerted force, and a layer of stone skin detached and was cast aside. If he could not find what he sought, it mattered little. He was certain he was within the heart of this stone sphere. Layer by layer, he would peel away, watching where it could possibly flee. Chapter 24. The Origin of Chaos. With seemingly little effort, Zhou Ming swiftly stripped the colossal stone of the celestial body in his grasp, leaving behind only a scattering of debris that drifted into the distance. His current form was undeniably larger than ever before, yet it exerted no discernible influence on its surroundings, resembling an illusion, as if all potential effects were meticulously severed. However, Zhou Ming's attention was evidently not fixated on this aspect. In his right hand, though it appeared empty, Zhou Ming was indeed clasping a small orb. This was undoubtedly the target. A smile crept across Zhou Ming's face as he abruptly vanished from his position, reappearing within the small bubble. Although everything seemed in order at present, the uncertainty lingered. Would it escape while his guard was down? To mitigate any risk, Zhou Ming resolved to bring the orb into the bubble for further examination. As he stood upon the dark surface of the water, the entire space glimmered in silvery hues, suffused with the ethereal glow of endless moonlight, as if the very expanse radiated brilliance. In this bubble realm, Zhou Ming stood like Mingyue in the primordial chaos, wielding supreme authority. Thus, when he gazed upon the orb, which was beyond observation, a gentle ripple passed through. A faint luminescence ignited from his hand, swiftly expanding, with the brightness escalating drastically, transforming into a blinding white light. Even Zhou Ming, with his violet eyes, found himself momentarily blinded in his own domain, unable to perceive anything. Yet, despite his temporary blindness, Zhou Ming could still sense that the previously unobservable orb had morphed into a seething mass of radiant light, thrashing violently in his grasp. So you truly intend to flee? He mused inwardly, tightening his grip on the luminous sphere, resolutely refusing to release it. It felt akin to grasping a miniature sun, one that struggled as if it were alive. Before long, Zhou Ming's vision, obscured by the intense light, gradually returned under the swirling of his violet pupils. Feeling the lively orb still writhing, he thought, how disobedient, and uttered a soft command, arrogant. With a firm squeeze of his palm, the moonlight in the space stilled momentarily, followed by a crisp crack, as a fissure appeared on the surface of the small orb. Alas! Zhou Ming froze, astonished. Is this truly happening? I merely applied a gentle pressure. Looking down, he noticed that the once resplendent orb, which seemed poised to shine even brighter, appeared to have suffered a grievous blow. Immediately wilting and dimming, fine cracks began to spiderweb across its surface, rapidly coalescing into a dense, intricate network that enveloped the entire orb. A surge of vibrant energy erupted from within, and invisible currents streamed forth through the fissures, swiftly converging before Zhou Ming, ultimately coalescing into an ethereal cloud. At first glance, Zhou Ming instantly comprehended the nature of this phenomenon, not due to extensive knowledge, but because the gray mist directly communicated its essence to him. Countless patterns intertwined in his mind, forming a divine rune. Zhou Ming grasped the significance of this rune, yet articulating it proved impossible. In a strained summary, he could only conclude, the origin of chaos. This is a thread of chaotic essence. Undoubtedly, this was not an exceedingly rare entity, for such chaotic origins were abundant in the chaos. However, its rarity was notable here in the primordial realm, as Zhou Ming lacked the capability to harvest chaotic essence from the void. What is this chaotic essence intended for? Confusion washed over him, but the answer soon surfaced in his mind. This thread of chaotic essence could be utilized for forging artifacts. The very stone axe wielded by the Pangu deity during the creation was forged entirely from chaotic essence, enabling it to withstand the might of Pangu and cleave through chaos. Shaping the primordial world. The information that arose within Zhou Ming indicated that all he needed to do was extend his hand into the cloud-like chaotic essence. In that moment, this chaotic essence would, guided by his unique attributes and bolstered by the powers left by Pangu, forge an artifact ideally suited to him. What will my artifact be? Without the use of his right hand, which had inadvertently crushed the small orb, Zhou Ming eagerly extended his left hand into the cloud. Within the gray mist, flashes of light sparked, as though something collided within. Subsequently, serpentine bolts of purple lightning snaked through the cloud, striking directly at the back of Zhou Ming's hand. He remained still, merely observing as the purple lightning struck. As if sensing the impending attack, a soft silver aura unfurled from his hand. And in the path of the descending lightning, a vague, mystical rune flickered briefly, transforming into a barrier that stood in defense. Zhou Ming was taken aback, realizing that his body instinctively activated a defense mechanism in response to the attack. However, what was this rune? He had no recollection of it and could not discern its form, only catching a glimpse of a hazy silhouette. Nevertheless, he surmised that this self-defense mechanism was of minimal utility, unworthy of expectation. Moreover, the purple lightning was no trivial matter. It was a fragment of the power left by the Pangu deity within the essence. As if disregarding all, the lightning shattered all defenses, leaving Zhou Ming with a sudden weightlessness in his hand. His expression paled as he couldn't help but stifle a groan while retreating. His left hand, which had plunged into the cloud, had entirely vanished, with only the severed edge from which torrents of purple luminescence surged forth like a tidal wave. Indeed, I am devoid of flesh and blood. Zhou Ming held his severed hand before him, devoid of concern for his injury, instead filled with curiosity as he examined the site of his severance. The composition of his body was an incomprehensible substance, at least. He could not find the words to describe it now. However, from the wound, the purple light surged forth like a tide, flooding his entire being. Of course, Zhou Ming quickly dismissed the notion that this was any form of blood. How peculiar, he mused. It is clearly purple light. Yet it flows as if it were a liquid, erupting from within. Yet there were no other extraordinary changes. It merely fell into the dark waters beneath, casting a pale lavender hue upon the surface. Suddenly, countless rays of moonlight converged upon Zhou Ming's wrist, and soon, a silvery hand appeared where his severed wrist had been, as if he had donned a silver glove. How considerate. Zhou Ming initially intended to regenerate his hand, but before his body's healing instincts could initiate, this bubble realm had already crafted a hand for him from available materials. He flexed his fingers. Excellent. Everything feels just right. Then, he turned his gaze toward the cloud that had devoured his hand. The thread of chaotic essence now churned violently under the influence of Pangu's power. Zhou Ming scrutinized it with his violet eyes, yet he could discern nothing. After approximately an hour had passed, a brilliant light flickered within the cloud. Instantly, an invisible barrier expanded from within, enveloping the entire massive cloud. In the next moment, a murky aura began to permeate the surroundings. It was time. Zhou Ming widened his eyes. Having survived in the primordial realm for such an extensive duration, he had developed the ability to sense the flow of time within the vast expanse of the wilderness. Just moments ago, when the barrier appeared, The temporal essence within the cloud had been exaggeratedly distorted, so much so that Zhou Ming could now discern, in addition to the chaotic essence of the primordial source, a subtle yet distinct charm possessed by the chaos itself. A month later, as the barrier vanished amidst a swirl of purple radiance, an object soared forth and landed in Zhou Ming's hand. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Ming could not help but be astonished. It was this. Chapter 25. The scroll. Zhou Ming was somewhat astonished. The object in his hands was evidently a scroll, not a weapon at all. However, upon further reflection, he realized he was in the primordial world, not merely a realm of martial arts. The so-called weapons and spiritual treasures need not be limited to swords and staffs. Indeed, such conventional forms were quite rare among spiritual artifacts. Thus, Zhou Ming quickly reconciled himself to this fact. The appearance was of little consequence. What truly mattered for a spiritual treasure was its formidable power. What functions could this scroll possibly possess? With a sense of anticipation, Zhou Ming grasped the scroll and gently tugged at the jade-colored tie binding it. As he slowly unfurled it, a hazy light emanated from the scroll, creating a vast ripple as if an ocean had been gently stirred. The once calm dark waters beneath him began to shimmer under the moonlight, dancing with light. Remarkable! Zhou Ming exclaimed involuntarily. As he delved into the scroll's essence, he felt a spiritual energy entwining around him. In an instant, a mysterious connection formed between Zhou Ming and the scroll, accompanied by the transmission of information that revealed the scroll's profound capability, suppression. In essence, it could first suppress the spirit, then the body, followed by the manipulation of time, and ultimately, the very roots of existence. Once ensnared within, escape would be nearly impossible, with life and death resting entirely within Zhou Ming's thoughts. Of course, such power required Zhou Ming to possess sufficient strength to wield the scroll's might fully. Presently, he was not yet capable of such feats. Moreover, it was crucial to note that this spiritual treasure was incomplete. The might left behind by the great Pangu had merely refined a thread of primordial essence into this embryonic form over an expanse of time. Yet the process had not continued further. It was not due to Pangu's unwillingness. Rather, the birth of a spiritual treasure could not rely solely on mere forging, especially not if the creator was not its rightful owner. Furthermore, in Pangu's estimations, a complete spiritual treasure could not be grasped by any offspring of Pangu at that time. Thus, the subsequent forging required Zhou Ming's personal effort. Only by personally crafting this spiritual treasure could it grow alongside him, ultimately bearing the indelible mark of its master, becoming an unwavering pillar of support throughout the ages. Zhou Ming let out a long breath, then vanished, reappearing outside. He bowed his head in silent gratitude to the towering figure of the great Pangu in the sky before transforming into a streak of silver light and disappearing without a trace. Suspended in the air, Zhou Ming did not descend. Instead, with a flicker of thought, he produced his spiritual treasure scroll. The scroll before him bore no extraordinary features, its surface exuding an air of antiquity and obscurity, save for the jade-colored tie that added a touch of color. Yet, everything changed when Zhou Ming untied the binding. In an instant, the scroll was enveloped in a radiant glow, and from the central rod, a vast wave of energy surged forth, only to vanish as quickly as it appeared. Since there were no adversaries in sight and no battle underway, Zhou Ming did not suppress it. The liberated spiritual treasure boldly displayed its dazzling brilliance. Though Zhou Ming felt himself to be quite formidable, he possessed no understanding of spatial treasures, not even the simplest of them, the Shumi ring. While he could gather a few items within the small bubble, its utility was limited. The space within that dark bubble was far from ordinary. Though Zhou Ming perceived no anomalies upon the dark water's surface, the items drawn into its depths quickly transformed into droplets, plummeting into the abyss. Even the destructive 1674 flame he conjured met the same fate. However, the situation was now different. The reason a spiritual treasure was deemed such lay in its unique attributes. Beyond its primary function of suppression, Zhou Ming's scroll was capable of collection, flight, self-protection, and transformation into various weapons. Notably, its prowess in collection and concealment stood out distinctly. Zhou Ming fully unfurled the scroll and cast it skyward. A misty luminescence radiated from the scroll, enveloping the entirety of the moonlit forest. Indeed, Zhou Ming intended to encapsulate the entire moonlit forest within. Initially, he thought it impossible to carry anything away, but now that it was feasible, he resolved to take it all. After all, he harbored a sense of nostalgia. He had resided here for quite some time, feeling the power within him rapidly depleting. Zhou Ming glanced skyward. It was night, and the eternal moon remained high above, perfectly positioned. With his tail swishing behind him, Zhou Ming raised his voice, "Moon." In the language of Pangu, the very space trembled, resonating with a profound rhythm that subtly coalesced into a colossal sigil of the character Moon. In the next moment, accompanied by a familiar wave of energy, a colossal silver pillar descended from the heavens, hurtling directly toward Zhou Ming. The diminutive fox, standing merely a meter tall, appeared minuscule beneath such a grand light. Yet, with a swift inhale, the little fox effortlessly dispersed the entire silver beam, drawing it into its being. It felt akin to quenching a parched thirst with a refreshing glass of chilled lemonade. An exquisite relief enveloped Zhou Ming. As the immense lunar essence flooded into his body, Zhou Ming belatedly realized he had perhaps overindulged. The power within him continued to be siphoned, yet he felt no other sensations. Rather, that single sip of moonlight left him feeling slightly sated. Collecting a forest that offered no resistance, and doing so gradually, did not deplete his energy as he had anticipated. In fact, it was replenishing faster than he had imagined, leaving minimal impact. Of course, this was largely due to Zhou Ming's Pangu lineage. The moonlit forest was immensely vast. Not to mention, the colossal tree and moonlit lake required considerable energy for collection. Yet, such matters were trivial for Zhou Ming. It was akin to a wealthy individual spending lavishly, indifferent to the price of an item. If he desired it, he would take it. If it eluded him, he would continue to pursue it. How could he not obtain what he sought? After a time, as the brilliance of the scroll receded, the entire moonlit forest vanished from the ground, leaving behind a vast, hemispherical crater. Subsequently, torrents of water surged from various directions, beginning to fill the cavernous basin. It seemed this place would eventually transform into a grand lake, creating yet another unique landscape. The scroll, now dimmed, floated back to Zhou Ming's side. Though the central image remained shrouded in a haze, Zhou Ming sensed that within the scroll, a forest floated amidst a vast expanse, encased in a sphere of luminous energy. This radiance was the manifestation of the scroll's power, sustaining the conditions within the moonlit forest. Zhou Ming frowned. The energy required to maintain the moonlit forest was unexpectedly substantial. Only by pocketing the entire forest could he comprehend the daily consumption of celestial essence. Nonetheless, having secured it, Zhou Ming had no intention of relinquishing it. In this primordial era, when the universe is still in its nascent stages, an abundance of innate energies, both solar and lunar, permeate the atmosphere. At that moment, a mere pause to gather these energies will suffice. However, prior to that, it is prudent to alter the appearance of the scroll. While the ancient, muted gray is indeed charming, I find myself drawn to something more exquisite and aesthetically pleasing. As Zhou Ming's thoughts took form, the nebulous expanse on the scroll gradually shifted from the center to the periphery. In its place emerged a vivid panorama of a forest, dominated by towering trees that reached for the heavens, alongside a resplendent lake bathed in lunar light. Beneath the shade of the great trees, by the shores of the lake adorned with vibrant flowers and lush grass, lay a majestic white fox in repose. This transformation greatly enhanced the scroll's allure. Zhou Ming nodded approvingly and decided to name it the Lunar Scroll. As his words resonated, divine inscriptions emerged on the back of the scroll, revealing the 4 characters, Lunar Scroll. Chapter 26. The buried corpse of the beast. Zhou Ming vividly recalls the days when he frolicked among the lotus leaves in the lake, blissfully unaware of the world around him, living joyfully in his own realm. This idyllic existence was shattered by a dark orb that descended from the heavens, obliterating all that he knew. With a resolute heart, Zhou Ming resolved to venture beyond his confined world, yearning to explore the vast wilderness and uncover the mysteries that lay therein. Though he has gained much knowledge from the immortal king and his companions, the newly matured Zhou Ming remains a stranger to the world. What compelled him to journey to the underworld? There were 3 reasons. First, he learned that a fleeting acquaintance, Song Hai, was heading there. Second, he found himself at a loss regarding his purpose now that he had come of age. And third, there was an inexplicable urge within him, a feeling that he must go there, for wandering alone in the wilderness could prove perilous. Transforming the spiritual treasure into a radiant veil that concealed all traces, Zhou Ming entered the treasure, soaring through the skies. The speed at which he traversed was commendable. Though not as swift as when he employed his full divine powers, nevertheless, it was far more effortless. His intentions were not rooted in laziness, rather, he was reminded of the immortal king's words. Since arriving in this forest, 21 ferocious beasts had attempted to ravage this region. The carcasses of these beasts were stored in a secluded corner of the forest, waiting for him to explore. Indeed, he was eager to witness the remains of the beasts that had perished while the immortal king safeguarded his growth. Curiously, Zhou Ming had yet to behold a ferocious beast with his own eyes. Amidst the vastness, he stood outside a luminous barrier, gazing at the fully enveloped Taoist forest. The power of the spiritual treasure was enigmatic. This forest, severed from the primordial chaos, remained untouched within the boundless space of the treasure. Through his violet eyes, he observed the creatures residing within, utterly oblivious to their altered surroundings, continuing their lives as if nothing had changed. Yet, Zhou Ming's gaze shifted, and he noticed 3 colossal stones, each nearly 1,000 feet in height, suspended in the air above the forest. These were spiritual springs he had unearthed during his journey, exuding potent innate energy, which he had transformed into these monoliths, now hovering over Taoist forest. This action was not without purpose. Once the Taoist forest was fully contained within the treasure, it required no energy to sustain it. After all, these were not rebellious foes, and the storage space was not a place of suppression. The energy consumption of the treasure arose from Zhou Ming's desire to maintain the ecological balance of Taoist forest. Thus, the treasure, independent of Zhou Ming's manipulation, sustained the forest as it had been nourished by the primordial realm. Of course, should he have taken control, he would have refrained from doing so. Presently, he could only execute rudimentary operations with the treasure, unable to achieve more than supplementing some innate energy. In the current primordial world, even if something were lacking, innate energy was not among the deficiencies. One need only consider the vast amounts of chaotic energy enveloping the outside world. The 3 massive stones he had refined were merely taken in passing, for this was, after all, his forest. Zhou Ming mused to himself before stepping forward, and in the next moment, he found himself atop an ancient tree, gazing down into a vast chasm on the ground. In the past, he had never perceived anything unusual about this place. Yet now, with thoughts of seeking the remains of the ferocious beasts, he easily discerned a striking anomaly within Taoist forest. It was somewhat misleading to call it a cave. This vertical abyss, plunging into unknown depths, resembled a bottomless pit. The darkness below was profound, rendering even his violet eyes incapable of penetrating its depths. Frustrated, Zhou Ming found himself at a loss when confronted by seemingly formidable entities, deciding to investigate the abyss himself. He leapt down. Had his violet eyes possessed consciousness, they might have lamented their inadequacy. After all, it was Zhou Ming who had urged them to expand their perceptive capabilities, only to now find fault with their limitations. With a swift descent, he followed the immortal king's lingering energy and soon reached the subterranean depths. The darkness here was unlike any he had encountered before, affecting his vision significantly. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, dispelling the surrounding shadows. This was Flame 766, characterized by its intense radiance. Yet, it seemed to possess additional attributes, as its effect on the darkness was remarkably profound. Observing the dissipating black mist under the blaze, Zhou Ming swiped downward with his claw, creating a line. In the midst of the swirling black mist, a 1-meter-long line emerged, not indicative of any entity, but rather a space where the dark mist was repelled and unable to penetrate. Almost instantaneously, lines extended from both ends of the original line at right angles, swiftly forming a cube that encapsulated some of the black mist within. It was peculiar. Zhou Ming found himself unable to comprehend this particular divine pattern. Normally, divine patterns, once inscribed, could be understood by anyone, so why was he unable to decipher this one? He circled around the divine pattern several times, occasionally touching this and poking that, before inscribing the structure he had noted onto the ground. Gazing at his own depiction on the surface, Zhou Ming blinked in realization. Ah, I see now. It is there. With that, he clawed at the divine pattern etched in the earth, erasing it before swiftly appearing above a small pool at the center of the pattern. Without feeling the water upon him, he opened his eyes after a brief dazzle and discovered himself hovering above a desolate world. A barren expanse devoid of life beneath a pitch-black sky. Only the remains of a corpse lay there. Why had the immortal king stored it so meticulously? Setting aside his curiosity, Zhou Ming steadied himself, prepared to explore this strange world. A crack beneath his feet shattered the silence, and he looked down, astonished. How could this be? What is this? Chapter 27. Bones, what lies beneath? It is a fragment of bone, untainted by blood, a piece of pristine white. Once, I had mused upon the hope of cultivating power. Yet, the celestial sovereign shattered my illusions without hesitation. As a progeny of Pangu, I am devoid of sinews and bloodlines, rendering any notions of cultivation or traversing the cosmos utterly futile. In subsequent times, I scavenged the remains of ancient beings, dissecting them in search of knowledge. Ultimately, I unearthed nothing but a chaotic array of remnants, discovering that these primordial entities, too, lacked bones and meridians. The white liquid that seeped upon the ground, whether it was blood, remained a mystery. While the myths of my previous life might be dismissed as mere jest, it is certain that humanity possesses veins, bones, and vibrant crimson blood. In the end, I pondered that these might be phenomena of a distant future. Perhaps those bones and blood were merely the handiwork of Enwa, or perhaps it is debatable whether humanity was even crafted by her. Can a being shaped from clay truly emerge as the protagonist of the primordial chaos? Such a jest is hardly amusing. Now, I find myself amidst bones. The array of fractured remnants before me, when assembled, resembles the talons of a bird. Such diminutive claws suggest they are not the vestiges of ferocious beasts. The progeny of Pangu, towering to immeasurable heights, owe their stature to the overwhelming monstrosities that once ravaged the primordial world. Casting a discerning glance at the bones, I pressed my forepaw against the ground, and a subtle luminescence rippled outward like water disturbed. The parched earth began to stir as if it were a sea of sand, revealing a skeleton from beneath its surface. This was an unusual carcass, sporting 4 limbs, each adorned with the same claws that had earlier emerged from the soil. The sturdy yet elongated leg bones constituted a significant portion of its height, its form avian and oval, with sharp spines arrayed along its back. However, it possessed neither a spine nor a skull. Without further examination, I summoned my thoughts and gathered all the bones, casting them behind me, accompanied by ripples in the air. The bones swiftly vanished, having been absorbed into a spiritual treasure scroll. With a leap, I ascended into the sky. Indeed, upon surveying the distant terrain, I spotted the occasional prone carcass scattered across the land, each identical in its 4-limbed structure, likely of the same kind. What could these be? Not beasts of ferocity. Yet they possess bones within their forms. After a moment of contemplation, I transformed into a streak of silver light and sped forth. Regardless, this place is where the celestial sovereign disposed of the corpses of ferocious beasts. Thus, a visit to those remains would surely yield answers. During my swift flight, I observed the parched landscape gradually descending. Upon finally halting, I realized it was an immense, unfathomable pit, at the center of which lay a colossal anomaly. Estimating by sight alone, the height of this entity was nearly 1.5 times my own true form, devoid of fur or feathers. Its body was instead covered in a multitude of tiny, writhing black dots. These dots were not mere embellishments, but rather a species of bizarre bird. Its body cloaked in dark scales. Its head was spherical, exuding tendrils of black mist with each movement. A row of sharp bone spines adorned its back, fanning out toward the tail. Surprisingly, its tail was not of a destructive design, but rather long and slender, exhibiting a supple grace as it swayed behind. Chapter 28. The scoundrel Zhou Ming found himself disinterested in pondering the purpose of the tail that was utterly mismatched with its body. The bizarre birds, resembling a swarm of ants that had discovered a carcass, swarmed over the remains of the ferocious beast. From a distance, they appeared as a dense mass, akin to the dark surface of a lake stirred by a gentle breeze, rising and falling under Zhou Ming's gaze. This overwhelming feeling of repulsion stirred within him an almost forgotten discomfort. Zhou Ming leapt into the sky, his violet eyes flashing with golden lightning. In the next instant, without any warning, a golden beam of light erupted from the center of the beast's carcass, instantaneously engulfing both the remains and all the monstrous birds feasting upon it. Countless arcs of lightning danced within the golden beam, reducing the creatures to mere ashes with a single flicker. In a brief moment, the darkness covering the beast's bones began to dissipate, as if erased by an eraser on a sheet of paper marred by pencil marks. How feeble they were. Standing amidst purple flames in the air, Zhou Ming's eyes were as calm as a still pond, though he felt a hint of surprise within. A single strike of his divine ability, the golden light, had annihilated all those monstrous birds. Each one was as fragile as porcelain. Even a mere arc of electricity could spell their doom. In the end, they all transformed into wisps of black ash, drifting gently towards the ground. The golden beam continued to expand outward, showing no signs of fatigue, its brilliance unwavering. It seemed to embody Zhou Ming's will, intent on exterminating all 4-legged monstrosities in this world. Yet, from the distant earth, innumerable 4-legged birds emerged from beneath the ground, fearless as they split open their spherical heads, releasing a thick black gas that spread rapidly. As this black mist enveloped a massive boulder, it lost its luster, collapsing into a patch of desiccated earth, adding yet another dark hue to the landscape. Zhou Ming cast a casual glance at the 4-legged birds attacking the expanding golden beam. Though one managed to bite down, it too was swiftly reduced to black ash the moment the arc of electricity flickered. In Zhou Ming's perception, these monstrous birds were not inherently weak. Within the entire Taoist forest, only a few beings had endured the various dangers to emerge as formidable survivors. Yet, even such beings were utterly obliterated by Zhou Ming's strike. Unable to mount any defense. This was only natural, Zhou Ming mused, for they were merely bothersome creatures spawned from the remains of a ferocious beast. Although they shared a similar origin with the chaotic beings, there existed a disparity in their levels of power. Hidden beneath the chaotic, flesh-like tissues, despite the disarray, there lingered an aura of ferocity. Taking a step forward, Zhou Ming positioned himself before the beast's remains. A faint glow enveloped him, morphing him into a towering, indistinct figure. Stretching out his hand, he summoned an invisible force to tear away a sizable portion of flesh still clinging to the bones from a relatively intact area. Lacking any discernible veins or patterns, the flesh felt gelatinous and soft as he grasped it. After examining the piece of flesh, Zhou Ming brought it closer to his nose. It bore no foul odor, nor was it particularly unpleasant. The scent was indescribable. A unique aroma that could only be characterized as that of the ferocious beast, much like the refreshing fragrance of grass and trees after rain. Ah, yes. It was indeed the scent of vegetation. This was quite perplexing. Zhou Ming murmured to himself within this golden realm, although the massive beast lay lifeless. Its residual power made him acutely aware that should he encounter the beast in its prime, his chances of victory might be less than favorable. In a realm invisible to all but himself, countless lines swiftly and laboriously sketched a model of the enormous beast. As he focused his mind, Zhou Ming's perceptions expanded. In the next moment, everything he sensed reflected back to him like a mirror. However, the beast was anything but simple. Zhou Ming's perception could not penetrate its internal structure. Diverting some of his attention, he walked through the air, placing a hand upon the beast's form. As he moved, his fingers rhythmically tapped against its body, sending vibrations of power that resonated within. With each tap, a small area of the beast's model flickered to life, as if his violet eyes were collecting information. Absently, he took a bite of the flesh he held, chewing it as one would a snack. Even long after, Zhou Ming could not fathom why he had consumed that piece of ferocious beast meat. Moreover, disregarding other matters, his indistinct figure was merely a humanoid shape, devoid of any other features. To his astonishment, it was on this very day that Zhou Ming discovered teeth in his mouth, their origins inexplicably stemming from himself. In the primordial realm, the beings did not require hunting for sustenance, rendering teeth a rarity. This was because, although some primordial beings possessed structures akin to teeth, they were not for biting but served as organs to absorb and store the innate energies of the world. In the present primordial world, where material abundance flourished, mere inhalation of the innate aura sufficed for survival. Thus, the struggles faced by those primordial beings revolved around their environment. At this juncture, Zhou Ming inadvertently brought the meat to his mouth, instinctively opening it. To his surprise, a mouth appeared where there had been none, revealing a set of neatly arranged teeth resembling polished jade. Perfectly aligned, none were sharp. Yet, the sheer force exerted by their alignment could rend flesh asunder. Zhou Ming swiftly circled the beast, completing his task. In his line of sight, the model of the beast was fully constructed. Unlike the peculiar four-legged birds, this ferocious beast bore a striking resemblance to the ancient dinosaurs from his past memories, though it was merely a superficial similarity, existing on an entirely different level. Zhou Ming, often at a loss for names, had long since stopped critiquing the titles of his spiritual treasures. The names of the flames he had crafted had already surpassed 20,000. Becoming somewhat cumbersome, yet he was too apathetic to organize them. Speaking of which, the Celestial King had mentioned the existence of 12 ferocious beasts here. He was curious about the others. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he gazed in astonishment at the dwindling piece of meat in his hand. How had it shrunk so significantly? Just as the question arose in his mind, his divine ability, the violet eye, promptly provided an answer, presenting images within his consciousness. The remaining piece of ferocious beast meat fell helplessly from his grasp. The once unyielding and vibrant golden beam of light suddenly halted, shattering into countless fragments that gradually dispersed into nothingness. In this blackened sky, upon the desiccated earth, the suppression of the divine golden light vanished, leaving a profound silence in its wake. Suddenly, from the depths of the ferocious beast, countless four-clawed birds surged forth, transforming into a myriad of black arrows that shot toward Zhou Ming. Although he was merely a vague shadow of a dark figure, the indistinct contours of his face bizarrely displayed an eerie pallor. Had he consumed it? Had he truly ingested this entity? Or was it merely the remnants of the countless four-clawed birds that had pecked and licked at it before? In an instant, a dazzling violet radiance burst forth, akin to the emergence of a sun upon the earth, rendering everything beneath its brilliance dim and insignificant. Across the inky sky, a golden lightning bolt streaked violently. In the next heartbeat, the heavens erupted, a multitude of golden bolts of lightning raced across the firmament, accompanied by a thunderous roar that seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the sky itself. Under the relentless embrace of the violet light, the parched earth split open, soaring skyward. Meanwhile, the four-clawed birds found themselves suspended mid-air, their forms ensnared, as an intangible flame unfurled from their bodies, transforming them into living torches. Amidst this cataclysmic spectacle, Zhou Ming's roar pierced through the chaos. Bastard! 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 Though he yearned to unleash the most profane of curses, Zhou Ming found himself at a loss. His mind racing yet only able to echo the word bastard repeatedly, oblivious to whom it was directed. This expression utterly failed to encapsulate the fury swelling within him, leaving him in a tumultuous state of inner turmoil. Bastard! 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 He retched. Chapter 29. The journey home. In stark contrast to the vibrant diversity of the vast primordial land, the majority of the primordial seas remain eternal and unchanging, stretching to the edge of the world. Within these waters, aside from the regions near the islands teeming with life, there are few signs of creatures inhabiting the other areas. Occasionally, some beings, inadvertently separated by the immense flow of spiritual energy within the ocean, are left to survive near the surface, never daring to venture into the depths. What lies in the abyss of the primordial sea? Zhou Ming does not know. Although unafraid of the ocean, he is not a creature of the deep, and thus has little fondness for underwater existence. After a brief exploration towards the ocean floor, his interest waned. The surface of the sea is calm and undisturbed, yet beneath the waves, tumultuous currents swirl. Zhou Ming has traversed the deep ocean, enduring the immense pressure. In those depths, he observed the water's form gradually altering, revealing an extraordinary structure akin to profound glass, speckled with twinkling stars, floating dreamily in a surreal manner. However, this spectacle hindered his further exploration. Reclining on a pure white cloud, Zhou Ming glided lazily over the water's surface. It had been over 13,000 years since he last felt the ground beneath his feet, with clouds above and a stream of violet light hanging from his mouth. Having departed the primordial land, he had traversed nearly half the distance across the northern sea. Today, feeling restless in the forest of the dark moon, he succumbed to the temptation to wander outside. Transforming his spiritual treasure into a soft white cloud, Zhou Ming playfully raced across the ocean's surface. Eventually, boredom set in, and he lay back on the cloud, drifting slowly while gazing at the sky. He had intended to relax and enjoy himself. Hence the cloud's leisurely pace mirrored his own. As night fell, the sun dipped below the horizon while the moonstar rose gracefully. Delicate wisps of purple mist began to rise in the sky, yet no beings appeared to absorb the increasingly dense vapor. The gray heavens of the primordial realm took on a hazy quality beneath the purple shroud. In this vast perception, no signs of life were detected, and an overwhelming sense of solitude enveloped Zhou Ming amidst the tranquil sea. Yet, he felt no loneliness. Rather, a deep contentment washed over him. As if he were free to act as he wished, Zhou Ming remained silent, closing his eyes to embrace the rhythmic breath of the ocean. Time gradually slipped by, and the moon star ascended higher into the sky. Suddenly, from the fluffy cloud upon which he reclined, a tail emerged, lazily cascading down to touch the water's surface. Despite its soft and fluffy nature, the tail made contact with the sea without any disturbance, sinking gently into the depths. As the cloud glided forward, it carved a long line across the ocean's surface. Zhou Ming continued to rest with his eyes shut, unperturbed, although the vague figure of a person, several meters high, trembled slightly as if enduring some sensation. The quivering intensified, and with a soft sound, he bore the sensation, which felt more peculiar than painful. Finally unable to contain himself, Zhou Ming leapt from the cloud, clutching his tail and bursting into laughter. Why is it so ticklish? Is my tail really that sensitive? His body seemed impervious to water now, unlike before when emerging from a lake left him soaked and matted. The nostalgic thrill of shaking off droplets lingered in his mind. With a sudden thought, he decided to shake off the water again, suppressing his body's reactions as he dove into the sea. Miraculously, he discovered he could swim without employing any divine powers. This was a delightful surprise, and joyfully he began to frolic through the waves. It wasn't too long before he noticed the emergence of dense, tiny scales across his skin. He realized that even when suppressing his powers, his body was anything but ordinary. His form adapted to the environment with remarkable speed, If he chose to dwell in the sea, it wouldn't be long before his fur was replaced by scales. Determined not to live in the ocean, Zhou Ming soared back to the surface, halting abruptly before shaking vigorously. The droplets clinging to his fur were flung away. And as the water danced in the air, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. With the droplets gone, his fur became dry and fluffy once more. And the tiny scales gradually disappeared. Suddenly, Zhou Ming cried out in surprise. His tail had brushed against the surface of the sea, as if someone had tickled him unexpectedly. Startled, he felt a rush of stimulation, making his fur stand on end. What is this feeling? He wondered, blinking, before repressing his body's reactions once more. Playfully sweeping his tail across the water. Oh, how ticklish, he exclaimed, becoming engrossed in the sensation. It had been ages since he experienced such delightful stimulation. As the son of Pangu, his body was extraordinary. Though his abilities had been enhanced beyond measure, his sensitivity had also sharpened. To illustrate, while Zhou Ming could feel pain and understand its intensity, he remained unaffected, experiencing it as if through the lens of words, grasping every nuance without suffering. It was a paradoxical existence, where he was both immersed in the experience yet untouched by its effects. Releasing his tail, Zhou Ming stood on the cloud. His vague form still towering, but the fluffy tail behind him swayed with striking clarity. Raising a cup to invite the moon, he felt inspired. With a swift gesture, a small transparent cube appeared in his palm, containing dark blue water speckled with twinkling lights, the very essence he had retrieved from the deep sea. Let us make this a grand spectacle, he mused, as countless tiny cubes emanated from him, spreading across the ocean's surface, each spinning slowly with one corner facing downwards. Then, Zhou Ming extended his hand towards the heavens, and hundreds of small cubes transformed into a stream of light, surging skyward. As their altitude increased, the small cubes, crafted through the one line, divine ability, gradually lost their integrity. Upon reaching a critical point, the immense pressure within the cubes suddenly erupted. With a resounding boom, the small cubes detonated, scattering a pale azure hue that radiated with sparkling brilliance. Each glimmer shot forth, tracing a luminous arc before vanishing into the ether. Then came a series of booming echoes: boom, 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 on the tranquil surface of the sea. Such a cacophony was unprecedented. In the distance, a few creatures stirred from their slumber, their pure eyes reflecting the dazzling spectacle above. When will the primordial world flourish and truly come alive? Chapter 30. The search, however, what awaited Zhou Ming was not the small island, encircled by mountains like a bowl, that he had last glimpsed upon leaving. Instead, he found nothingness. The expanse before him was merely a desolate sea, devoid of islands or even a single stone. Zhou Ming was certain he had not erred in his search. Both a portion of the map he had noted when the Celestial King sent him to the Taoist Forest and the map given to him by Ming clearly indicated that this was the place. There could be no mistake. This was indeed where the island he had once inhabited lay. Yet, why was there nothing here now? A flicker of anger ignited within him. He recalled the precious jade he had concealed, now that the island had vanished. What had become of the small owl cloaked in the illusory divine patterns he had only recently learned to wield? His prolonged stay in the Taoist Forest, the lengthy, surely paled in comparison to the time spent within the egg. How could it be that in merely a few tens of thousands of primordial days since his departure, everything had vanished? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming endeavored to calm his agitated heart. If the small island was lost, then it was lost. There was no need to dwell on it. Yet, he still needed to ascertain the fate of the jade he had placed there. Had it also perished alongside the island? Radiance surged from his being as Zhou Ming fully revealed his true form above the sea. The gentle ripples of the water seemed smoothed by an invisible force. Within the aura of his true self, the surface of the sea gleamed like a mirror. His towering presence cast a shadow that obscured the sunlight, while his tail whipped about unconsciously, stirring up whirlwinds that swept into the distance. Zhou Ming acutely sensed an inexplicable transformation unfolding within the area centered around him as he manifested his true form. The influence of his presence upon the surrounding environment was monumental. Even without action, his mere existence would swiftly alter the landscape. Such a blatant display of dominance was rather unbecoming. It felt as though he was marking every place he arrived as his territory. Zhou Ming found this behavior somewhat displeasing, prompting him to often restrain his true self in mundane interactions. However, this was not the time for such concerns. He needed to confirm the condition of the concealed island and the jade it harbored. Lowering his massive head, Zhou Ming surveyed his surroundings. Though his form was enormous, the vastness of the ocean and the primordial expanse easily accommodated him. The boundless waters did not seem to alter his perspective in any significant way. Then, under the bright sun, a delicate white mist began to coalesce around him, quickly transforming into a gossamer veil that flowed like a satin ribbon. Utilizing his affinity with the lunar essence, Zhou Ming absorbed all the residual tiny moonlight within his perception. This coalesced into a ribbon of moonlight, extending into the distance, akin to the ethereal strands of the moon he had witnessed at night. Unlike the moonlight that spread from the Taoist star, which dispersed, Zhou Ming's ribbon was one of absorption. Unlike his previous experiences on the primordial land, where even during the day, various flora and fauna would gather the moonlight. Here on the sea, apart from the water, there was little else to sustain it. Thus, after nightfall, the remnants of moonlight became pitifully scarce. Nonetheless, these details were of little consequence. As long as the sea retained some moonlight, he could simply widen his search. In fact, the moonlight he gathered exceeded his expectations. After approximately an hour, a silver orb of water, roughly a kilometer in diameter, formed before him. While he could continue to collect more, this amount was sufficient. It was similar to what he had previously employed when inscribing divine patterns. Zhou Ming was no longer the timid fox who once took nearly 30,000 years to inscribe a divine pattern. Gazing at the orb, barely the size of half his claw, he withdrew his expanded perception and enveloped the silver sphere entirely. A faint glow enveloped the orb, as countless purple lines swiftly sketched a divine pattern at its center. In an instant, the silver orb exploded into myriad silver rays, dispersing in all directions before precisely halting in place, intertwining and absorbing solar essence and various energies of the world, forming a colossal divine pattern in the blink of an eye. Observing the intricate and profound divine pattern beneath him, he noted that its coverage area was at least 10 times greater than before. Slowly descending, Zhou Ming's limbs touched the divine pattern, feeling the energy coursing through the intricate lines. It was akin to standing within a magnificent array. Without hesitation, he united his consciousness with the divine pattern. In the primordial realm, no two divine patterns were identical. However, a pattern inscribed by the same being shared a commonality. After all, despite variations in understanding over time, the foundational premise remained constant. Zhou Ming's current objective was to recreate a massive divine pattern and, through that shared understanding, perceive the existence of another. Suddenly, a gentle silver radiance emanated from the divine pattern beneath him. Unlike the silver of the water orb, this luminescence exuded an ineffable charm, reminiscent of the faint glow that enveloped him when he took on a blurred human form. His consciousness expanded swiftly, enveloping him in a nebulous sensation, akin to wandering lost in a foggy morning, unable to discern direction. No, he needed to reach further. It was insufficient. As Zhou Ming urged himself onward, the divine pattern beneath him brightened, each line shimmering with ethereal light, its rhythm resonating deeper and more profoundly. An hour passed. Suddenly, as if a delicate glass ornament had shattered, the radiant divine pattern beneath his feet, which had been intact just a moment ago, crumbled entirely, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered and eventually vanished from sight. Chapter 31. Messages. As the divine patterns beneath his feet shattered and vanished, Zhou Ming opened his eyes. Though he could not locate the island he had concealed, the moment the divine patterns reached their limit and fractured, he sensed the presence of another divine pattern he had inscribed, known as concealment. Apart from the initial one he had left behind upon his departure, Zhou Ming had not employed the concealment pattern again in the days that followed. After all, there was no need for concealment in the Taoist forest. Thus, the pattern he sensed was undoubtedly the one leading to the island he sought. Although its exact location remained unknown, he felt assured that the place where his jade stone resided was safe. This was sufficient for Zhou Ming. He was content, for his primary concern was merely the jade stone he had secured. As for the small island, it held little significance for him. In truth, apart from the small valley, he harbored no strong feelings for any other place. The valley he once cherished was long gone, leaving only himself and the jade stone behind. While myths of the past suggested that extraordinary objects could nurture spiritual embryos and give rise to essence, the current primordial chaos was still in its infancy, vast and desolate. Other than Zhou Ming and his companions, the Panga descendants, there were only drifting little fur balls, primitive organisms, and the beings of the primordial wilderness. No ancient trees had attained sentience, nor had any spiritual herbs transformed. Hence, to Zhou Ming, the jade stone was merely that, just a jade stone. As long as he knew it still existed, that was enough. He believed that once his powers grew, he could effortlessly find it, perhaps through some method akin to divination. With matters here concluded, he decided to proceed to Ming. Zhou Ming's colossal form gradually faded and vanished, only to reappear in the bubble world. His consciousness then connected with the celestial king's mark, transporting him into the slumbering dreamscape of the Pangu great deity. Instead of appearing on a platform, Zhou Ming manifested directly upon his revered seat. Upon opening his eyes, he witnessed a transformation. Green shoots sprouted and swayed, blossoming into a splendid meadow adorned with vibrant flowers. However, Zhou Ming's focus was not on the changing scenery, but rather on the messages conveyed to him through his revered seat. Mingyue, I have prepared your dwelling, and I assure you will adore it. It is a masterpiece of mine, though I shan't reveal its nature just yet. Do anticipate it. Furthermore, I have informed Songhai of your impending arrival, and he is elated. However, my joy surpasses his. Mingyue, I eagerly await your arrival. Is this considered a message? Zhou Ming pondered in astonishment. His consciousness swept through the revered seat, discovering 5 more divine patterns, each sealed with the language of Pangu. Could these all be messages? Have I been in contact with so many companions? The familiarity of this messaging system reminded Zhou Ming of something from his past life known as email. Sitting on his revered seat, he tilted his head in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a moment, Zhou Ming resolved not to dwell on it too much and decided to contact Ming. With the assistance of his revered seat, he instantly sensed the dark, tranquil brilliance of Ming's star amidst the vast expanse. Yet, he noticed 5 additional stars shimmering nearby. When he had first sought out Ming, it had taken considerable time and effort even with the help of his revered seat. Now, however, he could effortlessly perceive Ming's star with just a slight awareness. It was clear that when Ming had searched for other companions, he had been tirelessly seated upon his revered seat. After all, if the other companions were not within the dreamscape of the Pangu great deity, they would not be locatable. Only companions seated upon their revered seats could connect with each other. Reflecting on this, Zhou Ming realized that his ability to contact Ming so easily was nothing short of serendipitous. As Zhou Ming extended his awareness, he discerned that one of the 5 stars was a profound, deep blue, exuding an aura reminiscent of the primordial ocean, suggesting it was a companion dwelling in the sea. Another was a vibrant green star, enveloped in a gentle halo that pulsed beautifully. Beside the green star were a pale golden star and a translucent star. The pale golden star was adorned with intricate patterns that radiated a potent presence, while the translucent star shimmered subtly. So much so that even Zhou Ming felt he might overlook it if he were not careful. Unlike the 3 stars that were closely clustered, the final star was somewhat distant, yet shone the brightest, larger than the others, glowing with a golden hue akin to that of the sun. This must be a Pangu descendant closely tied to the sun star. Zhou Ming could vividly sense the vitality emanating from that golden star. What color is my star? The question flickered in his mind, and in an instant, his perspective shifted to reveal a star enveloped in a soft silver glow. Compared to the other 6 stars, this one appeared diminutive, resembling an elementary student amidst a group of high schoolers. Quite pitiful indeed. Never mind, let us first contact Ming. Thus, he decided to leave a message. I am eagerly anticipating your response, Ming. I have concluded my affairs here and am now en route to you. We shall meet in the primordial wilderness in the days to come. I wonder when you shall read my message. It can be troublesome to miss each other. So let us consider the present time as a reference. 1,000 years from now, I shall take my place upon my revered seat. If you happen to see it, remember to occupy your seat on that day as well. Having completed his message, he turned to see the next one. Greetings, Mingyue. I am Phone. It is splendid that you are heading to Ming. We all have been somewhat worried about him. Although Songhai is also going to Ming, he can be a bit foolish and naive, so I entrust you to look after him. Zhou Ming was somewhat taken aback. This Phone must be the pale golden star among the 3. Is it truly appropriate to describe Songhai in such a manner? From the impression he had left during their brief encounter, he certainly did not seem foolish or naive. Moreover, did this Phone know him well? They had yet to converse. Pleasure to meet you, Phone. However, it seems I may be the one needing care rather than Ming. Zhou Ming offered with a smile. Of course. I shall do my utmost. If Ming requires assistance, I will certainly lend a hand. With that, he concluded his message and moved on to the next. I'm Songhai, Mingyue. I never imagined you would be an adult now, and that we would soon live together. I am still en route. So I will say no more. We shall meet at Ming. Ah, Songhai, the self-proclaimed fool had just arrived. Zhou Ming mused with a smile. Following the Pangu language, he sensed that Songhai's star was indeed the deep blue one. I am quite glad to, Songhai. I am immensely grateful for your guidance in introducing me to the Celestial King. It has enlightened me greatly and saved me from many detours. As we will be living together, you must look out for me, brother." Zhou Ming chuckled softly. Upon realizing his own mirth, Zhou Ming questioned himself. "Why do I feel so joyful?" "Because my companions are so warm-hearted," he answered himself. With that, he finished leaving his messages and, filled with anticipation, turned to the next one. "I am Kuan, and you are Mingyue. You have now become an adult offspring of Pangu, and from now on, we shall all be companions. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us." "Mingyue, I am she. I live alongside Feng and Kuan. I am truly grateful to you. For it is with your companionship and that of Songhai and Ming that we have emerged from solitude. Sincerely, thank you. I have sent you a gift, which will take approximately 50 primordial days to reach Ming, so do remember to accept it when the time comes." Yes, Kuan's star is the translucent one, while Shi's star is a vibrant green. It seems that Ming has been getting along splendidly with the other companions. Thank you once again, Kuan. I shall not hold back. And should I need assistance, I will certainly seek you out. Therefore, if you find yourself in need, do not hesitate either. Alas, only one remains. With a sense of regret on this weekend, I still embrace the awareness, and then a voice resonated in my mind. I am Zhu Tian. Chapter 32, anticipating that Dai Ming possesses immense strength, having perpetually suppressed the end of the North Sea without a single oversight. Your journey will benefit from learning from Ming. Do not act impulsively, for survival is of utmost importance. As a senior, we shall thwart the attacks of fierce beasts. All you need to do is survive and then grow. As descendants of Pangu, as long as we do not fall, our strength will burgeon. And one day we shall expel all the ferocious beasts, restoring tranquility to the primordial world for the great deity Pangu. When that day arrives, shall we, as Pangu's offspring, traverse the vast wilderness together? Zhou Ming opened his eyes from his esteemed position, momentarily at a loss for words. The Pangu language resonating in his mind allowed him a glimpse into the general personalities of his companions, those with whom he had not yet communicated. Ming and Songhai spoke for themselves. Feng exuded a vivacious energy, reminiscent of the free-spirited winds in the primordial realm. On the other hand, Kuan impressed Zhou Ming with his gravitas, akin to a dependable elder. Then there was Shi, whose gentle demeanor resembled the enchanting figure from the Book of Songs by the waterside. Despite the stark differences in their personalities, they shared a commonality. How to articulate this? Zhou Ming found it difficult to explain. However, if he must, he would assert that a profound confidence bound them together. While he regarded the fierce beast with seriousness, he felt an unwavering belief that victory ultimately belonged to the descendants of Pangu. Thus, his words bore no trace of urgency. In contrast, Zhu Tian emanated a different aura. It felt as though he was being pursued, compelling him to grow faster and stronger, driven by an intense obsession with his goals. Zhu Tian advanced purposefully along his destined path, projecting the image of a Pangu descendant who would not wait for fate to unfold, but rather seize the initiative, confronting the mission bestowed upon him by the great deity Pangu with vigor. In a previous life, Zhu Tian would undoubtedly have been well-suited to lead others. Anger serves no purpose. If one were to question why, the target of that anger has long dissipated across this primordial land. Zhou Ming slowly began to speak. That was a fierce beast, utterly annihilated by Zhu Tian 7 primordial days ago. This was the answer Zhou Ming received from the primordial immortal king when he inquired about the culprit behind the destruction of his small valley. Since that moment, the name Zhu Tian had been indelibly etched in Zhou Ming's mind. This was not born of anger, nor was it gratitude. Rather, the depth of his recollections stemmed from a burgeoning resentment. Why? Why had you not vanquished that fierce beast sooner? This was merely a remnant of a past life, an ugly facet of humanity that had not been eroded by the passage of time. The primordial immortal king understood this, which is why, upon their first meeting, he revealed to Zhou Ming that he was among the first beings to emerge in this primordial realm, bearing the promise of a new beginning and an expansive world. Zhou Ming then realized that the memories of his previous life had shaped his consciousness, while simultaneously constraining his thoughts. Thus, a transformation began within him. What transpired within Zhou Ming was not a rejection, but a shedding. Upon realizing and understanding, he stepped forth. Yet, that thought could not simply be dismissed. Regarding Zhu Tian, his sentiments were still excessive. Zhou Ming pondered further on what sort of companion Zhu Tian might be, another descendant of Pangu. The name Zhu Tian itself, bearing the essence of universal harmony, stirred thoughts of whether he might be the same Hong Jun from his past life, who resided high amidst the 9 clouds. Such musings briefly surfaced, but Zhou Ming merely smiled softly. The distinction between yes and no held little significance now. For him, Jun Tian would be a companion on his journey ahead, and that sufficed. If fate indeed dictated a course, and Jun Tian were to become a great sage, the founder of the Hongjun path, it would indeed be splendid news. For it would affirm that the battle between the descendants of Pangu and the fierce beasts would ultimately culminate in their victory. However, what is fate? The heavens of the primordial realm are but gray, and what truly constitutes a path? Unlike before, when dialogue flowed as effortlessly as a conversation with a friend, Zhou Ming found himself at a loss for words after introducing himself as Mingyue to Jun Tian. After a moment's reflection, he tapped his forehead, realizing he had almost been swayed by the habits of his past life. There was no need for such pretense. He merely needed to convey his heartfelt words to Jun Tian. Greetings, Jun Tian. I am Mingyue, a newly matured descendant of Pangu. You may not be aware, but I learned of your name long ago when I first encountered the mark of the primordial immortal king. I was born on a small island in the North Sea, accompanied by a serene valley and a lake of lotus flowers throughout the ages. I lived peacefully in my own world, blissfully unaware. Until one day when a sudden black sphere obliterated everything. Zhou Ming, seated in his esteemed position, remained still with his eyes closed. Yet, 2 tears unexpectedly slid down his face, resembling a shimmering silhouette. The azure sky above darkened, and a gentle, misty rain began to fall, light, like fog, ethereal yet persistent, akin to the sorrow still lingering deep within Zhou Ming's heart. Once blooming flowers now drooped, their petals retracting in the gentle rain. I am in pain, and I am angry. I feel helpless and powerless. Then, I departed. Then, I met the immortal king. Then, I discovered that the black sphere was an attack unleashed by a fierce beast, which you have since eradicated completely. I wish to apologize to you. Upon learning this news from the immortal king, I harbored resentment towards you. I resented you for not having destroyed that beast sooner, for had you done so, I would not have lost everything. I know you are not at fault. The fault lies with me. Nevertheless, I cannot simply disregard the hurtful thoughts I once had towards you. I have longed to express my remorse and seek your forgiveness. I eagerly anticipate that day when we, the descendants of Pangu, shall explore the primordial realm together. Yours sincerely, Mingyue, descendant of Pangu. Chapter 33. Twin eyes. A hint of shyness enveloped Zhou Ming as he reflected on his earlier heartfelt confession. It was only upon departing the slumbering dreamscape of the Pangu deity that he realized the gravity of his words. A wave of regret washed over him. Could he possibly leave another message for Jun Tian? Gazing skyward, Zhou Ming found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed to the underworld. With a decisive shift in direction, Zhou Ming pressed forward with determination, glancing at the receding ocean beneath his feet. A thought crossed his mind. It felt as though he were traversing the primordial wilderness, where, aside from remaining stationary, the majority of his time was consumed by travel. A sense of inconvenience nagged at him. How he wished for a more efficient means of journeying. However, travel was merely travel, and despite his relentless advance, Zhou Ming felt no fatigue. Utilizing his divine ability, vision distance had nearly become second nature to him. His body, buoyed by the subtle forces of resistance, maintained balance along his path, as if navigating through a weightless void, advancing unimpeded. Moments later, he found himself at the farthest reaches of his vision, continuing onward. Vision distance was not an entirely new divine ability, it was Zhou Ming's third ability, once whimsically named Flash. However, he later found that name unsatisfactory, and after much contemplation, he settled on vision distance, a title that somewhat resonated with his innermost feelings. As Zhou Ming sprinted along his path, it dawned on him that he was heading toward a new beginning. A smile flickered across his face. He anticipated the future with eager excitement. In a sudden burst of nostalgia, distant memories from a past life flooded his mind. What did those memories contain? Zhou Ming was uncertain, yet he understood that they involved 2 individuals of great significance to him. Indeed, they were his parents from a former existence. Unlike the vivid recollections that accompanied his birth in the primordial wilderness, those past memories had faded over time. Long ago, he had harnessed the power of the Pangu divine patterns to extract and seal away those memories. He did not wish to forget. To live without regard for one's roots raises the question, where, in the future, would one truly belong? Yet, Zhou Ming did not foresee that, once extracted, those cherished memories would swiftly fade from his consciousness. Even with frequent readings of those once vivid recollections, he could no longer empathize with them. Nonetheless, the emotions he felt at the moment of sealing his history remained indelible. Zhou Ming held little faith that he could preserve the memories of his past life indefinitely. Perhaps one day, unbeknownst to him, he would quietly forget, leaving no one the wiser. Thus, the divine pattern thought, which safeguarded his vague memories, was embedded in his right eye. Before long, Zhou Ming completely lost the personal memories of his past life. Only upon understanding the memories contained within his right eye did he realize he had once lived before. In that previous existence, there existed countless mythical tales reminiscent of the stories unfolding after his time in the primordial wilderness, some ancient and traditional, others folk legends or viral narratives. Regardless of their form, these recorded memories seemed to impart knowledge to Zhou Ming. He scoffed at this notion. Why, you may wonder. The answer is simple. Zhou Ming wielded the essence of time. More accurately, he possessed the divine pattern known as time. This was the enchanting aspect of the Panga language. The Panga language lacked fixed symbols and meanings. When one believed a word expressed a particular concept, one would discover that the corresponding divine pattern indeed existed, imbued with the power represented by that symbol. One could either observe various objects and their reactions, or utilize the waters of the Taoist lake to create a vast lens, concentrating sunlight to incinerate various materials. Yet, a question arose. Why must one concentrate light to ignite? Fire could be summoned at Zhou Ming's mere whim, regardless of how much light was gathered. It could never transform into flame, just as a heap of stones could never become water. The reactions observed under intense light merely indicated an increase in the activity of certain components within those materials. The bright light served only as a catalyst. However, I digress. Let us return to the time divine pattern. The method of inscribing the time pattern diverged from other divine writings. The primary material for crafting the time pattern was time itself. Over the course of countless years, one could inscribe it until the divine pattern possessed sufficient temporal essence to be deemed successful. It was both simple and complex, for it required nothing more than a sustained commitment over an extended period. Zhou Ming devoted 631 days of the primordial wilderness to completing the time divine pattern, although he had indulged in moments of idleness. Thus, the actual duration required was likely less. Upon completion, the time pattern manifested in his hands as a flat, disc-like object. The disc gleamed like jade, yet lacked clarity or transparency. Its surface was smooth and devoid of markings. At the edge of the disc, a diminutive white fox scampered lazily, circling repeatedly along the rim. This little fox embodied Zhou Ming's most frequently adopted form, albeit significantly smaller. If the radius of the disc were considered 10, the fox's height would be roughly 1. In his hands, the disc represented the time divine pattern, a tangible manifestation of Zhou Ming's own time. However, the moment he grasped it, he understood that time was neither singular nor universally accessible. In truth, within the primordial wilderness, nearly all beings and objects operated on the world's time. They possessed no intrinsic sense of time. For many beings in the primordial wilderness, time was not deemed a necessity. Thus, when Zhou Ming inscribed the time pattern, his own sense of time emerged. However, this change appeared to be merely superficial. Zhou Ming did not perceive any significant alterations. At most, he gained a clearer grasp of the passage of time within the primordial realm. Consequently, he embedded the disc into his left eye, connecting it with the divine ability purple eye. It was then that he acquired the timekeeping capability of the purple eye. Zhou Ming was not a traveler of time. Without the existence of a shared understanding of time, the concept itself could not exist. If time were to vanish, what then could one traverse? Perhaps, as the primordial celestial king suggested, he was not fundamentally different from his fellow beings. He merely began to diverge in certain respects. Chapter 34. The spiritual spring in the northern region of the primordial world, amidst the polar seas. One finds oneself at the very fringes of this ancient realm. Yet, this does not imply desolation. Despite the relentless gales that ravage the area, the ocean's surface is a chaotic tapestry of tumultuous waves. The mightiest of these waves, which Zhou Ming has ever encountered, nearly reaches 10,000 zhang, yet still falls short of his own height. With a sense of pride, Zhou Ming brandished a golden thunder spear, effortlessly clearing a path through the tempest. However, when we speak of desolation, we do not refer to this oceanic expanse, for it is here that the denizens of the primordial world cannot thrive. The fierce winds that torment this place are no ordinary gusts. They are vibrant, adorned with colors, and when they strike, they inflict considerable pain. Zhou Ming had previously encountered such winds during his ascent into the skies after reaching maturity. Amidst the fury of those gales, he had glimpsed some floating continents, yet at the time, he dismissed them as unremarkable. In this oceanic realm, there exist several floating continents. inhabited by beings quite distinct from those on the primordial lands. The creatures residing on these floating isles typically possess wings. Some boast dozens of pairs, while others have wings along both sides of their bodies, resembling centipedes. The rarest among them is the one-winged creature. However, even with a solitary wing, they are formidable. Their massive single wing can propel them swiftly, rivaling those with pairs of wings. Intrigued by how a creature could maintain balance and fly so rapidly with just one wing, Zhou Ming recklessly attempted to capture one. The process was straightforward. He stepped forth and appeared behind the swiftly flying creature, reaching out to grasp its flapping wing. Yet, the outcome was rather awkward. A shrill cry erupted as the creature was seized at its most agile and flexible point, abruptly halting its flight. The excruciating pain from its torn wing caused it to faint, leaving its body convulsing in Zhou Ming's grasp. Of course, Zhou Ming was quick to heal this creature. The method was simple. He located a spiritual spring and tossed the creature into it. However, allowing it to heal on its own would be a lengthy process. Thus, Zhou Ming rummaged through his treasure scroll and retrieved a green flame, casting it onto the creature submerged in the spring. Instantly, the green flame ignited, sending forth plumes of mist that enveloped the spring, releasing the innate essence contained within, which served as fuel. As the emerald tongues of fire danced, the wounds on the creature's wing began to visibly mend. Eventually, the creature regained consciousness and excitedly chattered at Zhou Ming, who stood on the shore, maintaining a height of 5 or 6 meters, mirroring the creature's stature but slightly smaller. He nodded repeatedly, feigning understanding, though he comprehended not a word. This was neither the language of Pangu nor that spoken by the denizens of the lunar forest. After a series of animated gestures, the creature returned to the spiritual spring, its body radiating a greenish glow, seemingly intent on absorbing the green flame. Although this flame held no particular value for Zhou Ming, he decided to relinquish it. He dissipated the trace of his essence within the fire, and soon, the creature eagerly gathered the flame. Noticing the creature gaze at him, Zhou Ming feigned embarrassment. Lowering his head, as the encounter neared its end, he wished to avoid revealing his comprehension. With another round of murmurs, the creature unfurled its wing and swiftly soared away. Despite its speed, Zhou Ming discerned that it was not merely a single-winged being. Hidden among its lush plumage was a small, adorable wing, so diminutive that it was virtually invisible amidst its fur. Disappointment washed over him. It was not the grand single wing he had imagined. Zhou Ming sighed, only to burst into laughter moments later. What a fool. I couldn't even understand what it was saying. He chuckled, reveling in his own cleverness, transforming into a blurred figure. Zhou Ming ascended into the sky, flashing a peace sign. After some time, he glanced down, concluding his playful antics. The quality of this spiritual spring was commendable, and its size warranted extraction. With a decisive step, he approached the spring, a faint silver radiance enveloping him. As he pressed down, ripples spread from his feet, as if the very air cradled him, allowing him to traverse the surface with ease. As he descended and made contact with the water's surface, a divine pattern unfurled from that point, swiftly enveloping the entire spring. In an instant, the surface, spanning several hectares, became still, devoid of any cold air or frost. The entire spring was encased in an icy prison, as though time itself had come to a standstill. With a gentle exertion, the massive ice crystal shattered, scattering countless tiny shards that sparkled in the light, creating a dreamlike spectacle. A purple gleam flickered in Zhou Ming's eyes as he swiftly assessed the underground expanse of the spring. It was quite substantial. Once collected, it could form a sizable orb to hang above the lunar forest. Previously, in uninhabited territories, Zhou Ming would simply dig with his true form and mold the essence into a sphere. However, he deemed it wise not to create too much commotion this time. The elaborate display he had just performed had successfully achieved its purpose. The one-winged creature, now returned, was watching him from afar, its expression one of dazed astonishment. With a flourish of his hand, a stream of spiritual light emanated from his palm, swirling around him before coalescing into a scroll. As he unfurled the jade-colored binding, a soft glow emanated, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped the sky, rendering everything invisible. However, the creature peering from a distance soon regained its sight, only to discover that nothing remained except the lush meadow where the spring once thrived. Beyond the floating continent, amidst the boundless gales, Zhou Ming transformed into a silver streak, dashing forth. With a wave of my hand, I take the spiritual spring, leaving you a verdant meadow. Chapter 35. The onslaught. Zhou Ming had often contemplated the moment he would first encounter a ferocious beast. After all, the wilderness was rife with such creatures. As a descendant of Pangu, it was inevitable that he would eventually confront these formidable foes. From the accounts of his companions, he learned that these beasts were both ruthless and powerful. The evidence lay in the remnants of the several corpses abandoned beneath the lunar forest, revealing that these ferocious beasts were far from harmless entities. Although he had mentally prepared himself for battle and had simulated several scenarios in his mind, the reality of the situation felt exceedingly abrupt. In the midst of his swift flight, Zhou Ming suddenly came to a halt, his limbs steady upon the burning violet flames, transitioning from a state of rapid movement to complete stillness. The turbulent air that had been stirred around him dissipated in the presence of an inexplicable aura emanating from his being, rendering the surroundings eerily calm. Akin to the stillness preceding a storm, Zhou Ming's expression grew grave. He was being targeted. Just moments prior, while soaring through the skies, he had sensed a distinct and purposeful energy locking onto him. Simultaneously, an alarm blared within his mind. Without the need for deliberation, the thought struck him. He was in the presence of a ferocious beast. Realizing this, Zhou Ming promptly halted his advance. Continuing to fly while the beast had already detected him would undoubtedly be folly. However, this realization did not stem from any premeditated strategy. It was merely an instinctive response to an inner voice urging him to eliminate the beast, lest he find himself in grave peril. Maintaining his focus, Zhou Ming's celestial scroll radiated a soft glow as it orbited around him. Despite numerous attempts to locate the beast using his mystical purple gaze, he remained unable to discern its whereabouts. Regretting the decision to direct his abilities towards his diminutive attendant rather than honing in on his adversary, he silently lamented the loss of his tracking capabilities. Resolving not to delay any further, Zhou Ming revealed his true form. Now, compared to when he had just reached adulthood, Zhou Ming's height had increased by nearly 2,000 zhang. His immense stature expanded unabashedly in the oceanic expanse, instantly conjuring a remarkable phenomenon. The sea, once smooth beneath Zhou Ming's imposing presence, began to ripple with varying intensities, expanding like concentric waves while remaining unaffected by one another. As these waves multiplied, they coalesced to produce a peculiar rhythm. Accompanying this rhythm, a shadowy aura began to unfurl. Zhou Ming, however, paid little heed to these trivial occurrences. Standing resolutely in the primordial wilderness, his towering height naturally exuded a tremendous pressure. Extending his hand, he concentrated a sphere of violet light within his palm, which vanished instantaneously at his command. Darkness enveloped the sky. A colossal violet eye opened above, positioned alongside the sun itself. A gentle purple glow cascaded downwards, reminiscent of moonlight. This eye, a manifestation of Zhou Ming's mystical gaze, instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. Without hesitation, he summoned the power of his mystical eye, forcibly reverting it to its original form, disregarding any potential damage. Having acquired 5 mystical abilities during his time maturing in the lunar forest, these were not mere techniques or isolated powers. Rather, they were unique manifestations that had grown alongside him, embodying the essence of his abilities. At this moment, he could grasp their power in his hands. Among these, some were exceptionally unique, like his golden radiance, which manifested as a tangible form due to its sheer purity. He had found it. With a silent exclamation within, Zhou Ming remained motionless, allowing his expansive tail to sweep outward. The golden lightning danced across the lush fur, and as he flicked his tail, countless golden needles shot forth towards the source of the anomaly sensed nearby. A deep, resonant roar echoed, and Zhou Ming felt a wave of energy ripple through the air, a testament to the power unleashed as he activated his abilities. The surface of the sea surged violently, akin to a person vigorously shaking a basin filled with water, sending torrents crashing together to form a colossal wave surging toward the radiant golden light he had unleashed. As the power within him surged, Zhou Ming merely shifted his massive form, generating formidable whirlwinds around him. Countless droplets of seawater were drawn into the vortex, exploding upon contact with his body, yet they did not fall. Instead, they hovered in midair. With a swift motion of his immense claw, he sliced downward, creating a thin, diaphanous layer of pale purple light that enveloped the impending wave and the golden radiance, as if they had never crossed paths. The golden light and the wave traversed one another without interference. The speed of his abilities was remarkable. Distance held little significance in the realm of his powers. Upon detecting the anomaly, Zhou Ming acted decisively, prepared for the encounter, while the beast's response appeared less like a counterattack and more akin to a defensive maneuver. The towering wave swiftly approached him, yet Zhou Ming remained still, vanishing from sight in an instant. Suddenly, the sea beneath him plummeted, as if struck by an unfathomable force. The water remained undisturbed, sinking steadily under the immense pressure and compressing as it descended. From an external perspective, it appeared as if a vast chasm had opened in the ocean, one that the water itself feared to fill. Then, a muffled explosion resonated from the depths of the abyss, causing the surrounding waters to surge dramatically. Chapter 36, Twin Pearls. Zhou Ming stood high above, a flicker of irritation stirring within him. Despite his carefulness, the initial clash had starkly revealed his significant lack of experience in battling ferocious beasts. The seemingly bottomless chasm in the sea was not a product of the beast's might, but rather a consequence of Zhou Ming's own residual attack. As the waves approached, he had utilized his divine ability, by distance, to escape. However, he had not anticipated that upon his emergence in the sky, the colossal wave would surge right beneath him. It was as if the tide had executed an abrupt 90-degree turn, ascending towards him. At that moment, the use of distance had just concluded, and to employ it again, he would need to wait a full second. A second could spell doom if one were truly helpless. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ming instinctively flicked his tail, summoning a faint purple barrier beneath him. Yet, as the wave crashed down, it shattered into countless diamond-shaped fragments, scattering like twinkling lights. Though he had merely gained a sliver of time, it proved sufficient for Zhou Ming to react. The Taoist scroll, which maintained a proportional distance to his body, encircled him, and he seized it with his perception. With a surge of intent, he wielded the scroll's essence as a weapon, pressing its rounded end downwards. The surrounding space trembled subtly, and the oncoming tide abruptly halted, revealing a vast circular aperture as the ground beneath crumbled and vanished without a trace, leaving not a drop of seawater behind. The power radiating from the scroll was formidable, and with a single strike, Zhou Ming obliterated the beast's divine ability, sending shockwaves that carved a deep cavity into the ocean's surface. Meanwhile, as Zhou Ming contended with the beast's prowess, the golden light he had unleashed surged towards the creature. In his perception, there was naught but emptiness, save for a peculiar area observed through his divine purple eye. Suddenly, massive fleshly mounds materialized, followed by a second and a third, until 8 colossal appendages, akin to titanic tentacles, erupted from the sea. As these flesh-colored tentacles emerged, the foremost 2 quickly became adorned with a dark hue, which rapidly crawled over their surfaces, forming tiny scales. Armed and ready, these 2 tentacles lunged directly at Zhou Ming's golden rain of light. "You shall not have your way," Zhou Ming declared inwardly, and a flash of golden lightning erupted from his eyes. Instantly, the rushing golden light transformed into a multitude of simple lightning spears. The divine ability golden light was renowned for its lethality and penetration. Although the 2 tentacles thwarted most of the lightning spears, some managed to carve a significant hole through their defenses. Ultimately, around a dozen spears pierced through the scaled appendages, reaching their target. Through the shared sensation of his divine ability, Zhou Ming discerned what transpired with the spears. The surface of the sea lay barren, devoid of anything. Yet his divine power had still inflicted harm upon the beast, allowing Zhou Ming to pinpoint its location. The creature was concealed beneath the ocean, blending seamlessly with the water. Even now, its aura betrayed no trace of its existence. Zhou Ming's thoughts sharpened, and as he gazed skyward, a colossal eye rotated, locking onto the beast's position. It was akin to a grand spotlight illuminating the stage, as a beam of purple light enveloped the area where the beast lurked. The sea began to corrode, a faint lavender hue spreading across the water. In a short while, the endless ocean beneath him transformed into a pale violet expanse. Amidst this lavender sea, an incongruous entity emerged, a massive form resembling a colossal mushroom, pulsating gently. At its base, hundreds of intertwined tentacles spiraled together. Strangely, as this beast confronted Zhou Ming, it deployed only 8 tentacles from its periphery, leaving the majority unused. Underestimating him, or for reasons yet unknown, Zhou Ming had no intention of sparing the creature now that he had identified its true form. With a swift motion, as divine patterns flickered at his lips, a fierce resonance rippled through the air, echoing a singular word: fire. This fire was a deep azure, known for its corrosive and dissolving properties, thriving best in aquatic environments. When ignited, it would combust upon contact with sunlight. Before Zhou Ming, a deep blue sphere materialized, an embodiment of the fire he conjured using the Pangu language. It took the form of a sphere due to Zhou Ming enveloping it with a thread. This flame was among the most extraordinary of the 5 he had generated thus far, and in its inception, Zhou Ming had struggled immensely, inadvertently incinerating the entire Taoist lake. Had it not been for the subsequent suppression by the Taoist scroll, the consequences could have been dire. Once past the tentacle's defenses, the dozen golden spears converged, morphing into a towering lightning spear that plunged into the ocean. Where it struck, the water erupted into nothingness. As the spear submerged, the seabed illuminated, and golden lightning danced chaotically beneath. Amidst the thunderous roars that reverberated like muffled thunder, Zhou Ming clearly perceived that the creature resembling an octopus had been firmly pinned by his divine power. This makes no sense, Zhou Ming pondered, perplexed. Though it is indeed formidable, it should not pose a life-threatening risk. Nevertheless, he pressed on. As power surged, a region in the sky began to warp, and the purple eye above closed, vanishing from sight. Sunlight cascaded down, concentrating through the distorted area, casting shadows over the surrounding sea. Swiftly, a small point of light materialized in Zhou Ming's claws, expanding rapidly. Despite his focus and speed in gathering sunlight, the beast managed to extricate itself quickly from its wound. A thick black vapor billowed forth, instantly tainting the once lavender sea into a pitch-black abyss. However, it was time to conclude this. Zhou Ming held two swirling spheres, one deep blue, the other brilliant white, having gathered all the sunlight through his lenses. Such an accumulation could incinerate even him, necessitating a resurrection via his first divine ability. With a flick of his wrist, the two spheres descended from his grasp, and Zhou Ming hurled a golden spear, which impaled the threads separating the spheres, transforming into a beam of light that surged towards the beast. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming took flight, ascending into the sky. Chapter 37. Primal Fire Within Water. At this moment, 8 days of the primordial era had elapsed since Zhou Ming's emergence. In terms of a year calculated on the basis of 360 days, Zhou Ming had traversed nearly 4.5 million years above the ocean's surface. The expanse of the cosmos, as unveiled by the great Pangu, was so vast that even the offspring of Pangu, like Zhou Ming, felt akin to mere ants within this primordial world. Without sufficient strength, venturing into other regions of this wilderness was an impossibility. Thus, the celestial king of primordial beginnings remarked that, regardless of how the number of ferocious beasts might multiply by hundreds or thousands, the destruction of the primordial realm was inconceivable. Even with the addition of boundless sunlight and flames cast into the ocean, Zhou Ming mused that nothing catastrophic should occur. Have you ever pondered what would transpire if, in the presence of ample oxygen, a lit lighter were tossed into a sea not of water but of gasoline? In the darkened waters tainted by the black miasma exuded by the ferocious beast, a deep blue flame leaped forth after Zhou Ming's golden spear pierced the creature's form, causing it to explode. This flame, though diminutive in stature compared to the beast, landed directly upon it. Upon contact, the surrounding seawater appeared to vanish as if consumed, while the deep blue flame surged in size, doubling in its intensity, dividing once, then twice, fourfold, and eightfold. The flame proliferated rapidly under the abundant supply of seawater and sunlight, soon forming a distinct patch of blue fire upon one of the creature's appendages. The flame spread swiftly, engulfing the entire limb, then enveloping half of the beast, until eventually it was utterly submerged. Zhou Ming's eyes glimmered with a violet sheen as he scrutinized the creature's reaction, recalling the discomfort he once endured when inadvertently burned. The sensation was intolerable. Initially, it was manageable, but as the flames intensified, even he could not withstand it, feeling as though his very being might dissolve like wax under the heat. And this threshold had been reached swiftly. Though the beast initially seemed indifferent to the enveloping blue flames, it attempted to expel them. Yet, before it could succeed, the fire had already spread beyond its form, wreaking havoc in the waters. Unreserved would be a fitting description of the flames as they devoured the sea. From Zhou Ming's vantage point in the sky, he beheld a blue hue rapidly expanding across the inky depths. The periphery was a pale blue, deepening in color as one gazed inward, while the area occupied by the beast had turned nearly black, enhanced by his violet pupils, which exhibited remarkable insight. Zhou Ming clearly observed the creature gradually melting away as it roared in agony. Shimmering sands cascaded from the flames, and soon the beast's form diminished, ultimately dissolving into a pearl-like orb, resting at the base of the fire. Thus, the ferocious beast met its demise, leaving no bones behind, incinerated entirely by the deep blue flames. Simultaneously, a faint cracking sound echoed. In the ocean, a cavernous void that Zhou Ming had created with the lunar scroll now bore the remnants of its power, preventing water from encroaching. However, the immense heat of the flames began to erode this residual force. The colossal pressure accumulated in the sea swiftly sought release, and a black beam of light erupted from the abyssal mouth, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, as countless black flames burst forth, scattering in all directions. Upon reaching the water's surface, These flames ignited into fervent blue fire, spreading rapidly. The creature's immense body shrank down to a height of merely 1 meter, prompting Zhou Ming to swiftly vacate the area. A beam of black light shot forth from the space Zhou Ming had recently occupied, extending skyward, within his line of sight. The surroundings ignited with fierce blue flames, yet devoid of unbearable heat. Instead, a refreshing sensation permeated the air. Some flames fell upon floating islands, igniting them. But once the moisture was consumed, they gradually extinguished. Other flames even alighted upon the diverse gales, enhancing their potency without affecting their nature. Standing amidst this azure expanse, Zhou Ming's expression turned grave as he noticed, not far from where he had previously sensed, that a vast expanse of ocean began to rise. Countless massive tentacles emerged from the depths, thrashing violently, cleaving the waters asunder and forming a chasm 1,000 feet deep, revealing the profound blue beneath. From this crevice, black beams of light surged forth, completely engulfing the writhing forms. Groups of these creatures emerged, and Zhou Ming's countenance darkened. Not only did these beasts possess formidable hidden abilities, but they also operated in swarms. Had it not been for a fortunate coincidence, he might have faced a significant peril. Nonetheless, one could argue that this was the safest place to be. Observing the beasts dissolving in the flames, Zhou Ming reconsidered his desire to depart. Given the flames had expanded to such a scale, failing to study and observe them would be a grave oversight. With a determined thought, Zhou Ming conjured a large bubble of air before him. This bubble, crafted from his understanding of the blue flames through the technique known as one thread, was designed specifically to insulate against the blue fire. Zhou Ming nuzzled his small head against the bubble, which quivered in response. He then plunged his head inside, followed by his entire form, as the bubble oscillated violently. Within the bubble, it descended slowly in accordance with Zhou Ming's intent. At that moment, the height of the blue flames ascending from the ocean had reached half of Zhou Ming's true stature, and it continued to rise. However, before proceeding further, he realized it was time to bestow a name upon this extraordinary flame. It would be inappropriate to refer to it merely as Flame 3076. Perhaps it was time to name this flame, for it had matured and deserved recognition from its creator. The designation 3076 felt woefully inadequate. After much contemplation, Zhou Ming's eyes brightened. Fire within water, a flame fueled by water, burning within it. Yet, upon reflection, he found this name lacking in capturing the flame's true might. Thus, he pondered anew. In this primordial beginning, even before the Tao emerged, you appeared earlier than the heavens themselves. Henceforth, you shall be known as primal fire within water. Chapter 38. Approaching more than a century later, Zhou Ming transformed into a silver beam of light and departed. Subsequently, he spent a decade traversing a vast expanse of sea, its deep blue flames roiling like the surface of the sun from his past life. Zhou Ming initially believed that once the accumulated sunlight was depleted, the innate fire within the water would gradually extinguish without the aid of continued combustion, allowing the sea to revert to its original state. However, contrary to his expectations, the innate fire not only failed to dissipate but took root firmly in this maritime realm. Although it seemed to be constrained by some force, the spread of the innate fire persisted, albeit at a diminishing rate, ultimately expanding at a constant pace. Despite its rapid proliferation, when compared to the vast wilderness, the expansion of the innate fire was negligible, even in the context of the Northern Sea. Nevertheless, the growth of the innate fire eventually triggered an instinctive self-regulation within this aquatic domain. This phenomenon was not orchestrated by any conscious entity. It was merely a natural response of the primordial cosmos. Much like a reservoir breaching its dam, a torrent of water surged forth. The combustion of the innate fire required substantial quantities of water. Yet, in the Northern Sea, blessed with seemingly boundless aquatic resources, the flames showed no sign of waning. Initially, at nightfall, the flames would diminish significantly. However, once the moonlight was absorbed, they blazed fiercely even in the darkness. The flames, conjured by Zhou Ming, took root in the primal world, evolving to such an extent that even Zhou Ming found himself bewildered. Was this burning fire still that of his creation, the 3076 flame? The innate fire of water? Fundamentally, the flames now blazing behind him had become entirely independent of sunlight and water. Although they continued to consume both, they had stabilized as a persistent presence within the primordial realm. This flame was the result of Zhou Ming's cautious extraction from the depths of the innate fire. Yet, numerous mysteries remained regarding this flame, compelling him to take a sample for further study. In the process of retrieving this ember, Zhou Ming narrowly escaped being consumed by the innate fire, akin to the ferocious beasts that roamed the land. While he had whimsically dubbed the innate fire his child, this child possessed no consciousness. It would burn even its own father upon contact, truly a lack of filial piety. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Ming employed his purple eye to pinpoint his location before utilizing distance to reach the ocean's depths, a site he often frequented to gather materials for fireworks. The innate fire had not yet spread to such depths. However, should it extend to such distances, Zhou Ming remained uncertain of its capacity to continue burning. Upon traversing an excessive distance, Zhou Ming felt a sudden emptiness within him. Although he quickly regained his composure, he could not help but smile wryly. Even in the midst of battle with ferocious beasts, he had scarcely sensed any depletion of power during his prolonged immersion in the Sea of Flames. Yet, merely utilizing the extreme ability of distance had drained him of more than half his strength. It was truly alarming and rather disconcerting. As he navigated the ocean, despite the immense pressure, the surrounding scenery was breathtaking. The dark, profound waters, akin to glass, shimmered with countless sparkling flecks, moving gently, veiled in a dreamlike haze. Without further hesitation, Zhou Ming departed. The timing of his exit felt ill-fated. Hence, he remained uncertain. Over 2 millennia later, the spread of the innate fire ceased, and from the densest concentration of flames, a tender sprout emerged. As he journeyed, another day in the primordial realm passed. On a certain day, upon taking his designated position once more, Zhou Ming finally established contact with Ming. Aside from Zhou Ming, the other descendants of Pangu exhibited a remarkable lack of awareness regarding the passage of time. After leaving a message, he returned repeatedly yet received no response. His messages to Ming evolved from 1,000 years to 5,000, and ultimately to 10,000. In reality, this time Zhou Ming resumed his position a staggering 450,000 years after his last message. There was no mystery as to how Zhou Ming could precisely track time, even though the erratic auxiliary functions of the purple eye had vanished. He discovered that the timekeeping feature remained intact, not within the purple eye, but on the divine pattern disk connected to it. The small fox now moved slowly. Or rather, it seemed to shuffle rather than run. Curled up, it lay languidly on the disk, though it was nearly invisible if one didn't pay close attention. It was gradually inching along. After completing a full rotation, a day would come to an end, almost as soon as Mingyue ascended to her position. Zhou Ming's silvery star ignited, and a connection swiftly formed. Mingyue, I apologize. I was asleep until recently and just awakened, which is why I missed your messages. Upon sensing Zhou Ming's presence, Ming's voice immediately resonated within his mind, filled with remorse. It's quite all right, Ming. You're being overly concerned. I'm about to reach your vicinity soon, and I eagerly anticipate our meeting, Zhou Ming replied with a smile, though inwardly he mused that his expectations had been misguided. I too am greatly looking forward to it, Mingyue. That's why I awakened early. Thankfully I did, or else you would have had to wait longer, Ming responded. Zhou Ming felt a twinge of concern, recognizing that Ming was troubled by his attempts to reach her without success. By the way, Ming, do you know the whereabouts of Songhai? Zhou Ming shifted the conversation. According to the pace, Songhai should have already arrived here, came Ming's response. And Zhou Ming immediately recognized the location she referred to. It seems he arrived before me. I am currently here, Ming. Zhou Ming conveyed his present location in Pangu language. Ming remained silent for a prolonged period until Zhou Ming, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong?" Ming finally murmured, her voice tinged with excitement. "It's nothing. I'm just overjoyed about your and Songhai's arrival." Feeling the complex emotions emanating from Ming, Zhou Ming smiled gently, embodying the role of a steady older brother comforting his younger sister. Likewise, we are equally delighted, Ming. Chapter 39. The Heart Lotus. After a leisurely conversation with Ming, Zhou Ming did not immediately depart upon disconnection, but rather sat in his esteemed position and initiated a new endeavor. As his perception extended, he sensed the radiance emanating from the stars belonging to other Pangu offspring amidst the enveloping darkness. These stars were scattered like solitary islands in a vast ocean of obscurity. In a situation where connections depended on fortune, Zhou Ming conceived an innovative idea: to cast drift bottles, those that shimmer with brilliance. In doing so, when other Pangu offspring ascended to their esteemed positions to seek companions, they would not be hindered by the absence of their peers. Zhou Ming harbored suspicions that had Ming not fortuitously occupied the esteemed position initially, he would likely have abandoned his search for companionship after numerous futile attempts, leading to a solitary existence in the primordial wilderness. Perhaps one day, he would unknowingly find himself encircled by ferocious beasts, facing inevitable demise. This was no jest. Zhou Ming firmly believed that such scenarios indeed existed. There must be certain Pangu offspring who, upon reaching maturity, were unable to establish contact with other companions and thus struggled to survive in the wilderness alone. He recalled the flame he had crafted, flame number 27, which, once ignited, could burn almost eternally. This flame exhibited neither consumption nor byproducts, simply burning quietly, as if that very act of burning was its true essence. Zhou Ming extended his hand while seated in his esteemed position, and with the power of Pangu language, a gentle flame manifested in his palm. At that moment, he resembled a vague, humanoid shadow, enveloped in a soft, silvery aura. For reasons unknown, whenever Zhou Ming took his place upon the esteemed seat, he transformed into this form. Not to mention, the quality of sleep on the esteemed position was remarkably good, providing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Using his single-thread, divine ability to craft an exterior, he contemplated the name for his creation, Eternal Flame. Although this flame was fragile, easily extinguished by a mere breeze, the ones he meticulously preserved remained in his dwelling, burning quietly just as they had when first ignited. Thus, it could indeed be deemed a fitting title. Yet, there was still a lack of unusual phenomena. Much like when he had named the deep blue flame, Zhou Ming sensed that this was a golden decree, for as a Pangu offspring, he had named it using the Pangu tongue. However, no stirrings had occurred whatsoever. Cradling the eternal flame in his palm, he pointed skyward with his other hand, sending gentle ripples from his fingertips. A small bubble emerged, expanding steadily until it reached the size of his palm, at which point it gently swayed and departed from his grasp. Once freed, the bubble solidified rapidly, a faint azure hue gradually enveloping it. At its apex, a soft glow emerged, expanding and evenly dividing into several tendrils that cascaded downward. In the next moment, a blossom unfurled. Amidst a slight rotation, the upper section of the small sphere blossomed in tandem with the emerging light, while the base subtly transformed into a blue lotus that gracefully hovered before Zhou Ming. Heart Lotus, he thought with a hint of melancholy as he named the flower. This lotus, crafted through his single-thread divine ability, bore a striking resemblance to the lotus that had once accompanied him. Initially, he had intended to form a simple spherical shape, but midway through the process, memories of the lake filled with lotus flowers stirred within him. His heart swayed, prompting the divine ability to alter in accordance with his sentiments. Gazing at the azure lotus in his palm, Zhou Ming suddenly chuckled softly. With a flick of his wrist, a series of azure spheres appeared across the grassy platform, extending until they reached an expanse reminiscent of the former lake, before halting. Each azure sphere then emitted a glimmer, and in the next instant, they all blossomed, transforming into azure lotuses amidst a gentle rotation. Zhou Ming exhaled softly, a delicate mist rising, creating an ethereal ambience. With another light chuckle, he waved his hand, dispersing the mist. He then tossed the eternal flame skyward, and instantly, it burst forth, evenly distributing itself across all azure lotuses. Summoning one to his hand, he beheld a gentle flame flickering quietly at the lotus's center. Surrounding it, though invisible, was a formidable barrier, a line of demarcation set by Zhou Ming. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ming remarked, "This still will not suffice. The brilliance is too feeble. Further preparations are necessary." With that, his figure vanished from the esteemed position, along with the collection of heart lotuses. In the space suffused with radiance, beneath lay a dark water surface. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged on the inky expanse, exuding a faint silvery glow, its massive form undisturbed by the water's surface. Accompanying this grand figure were enormous azure lotuses, each with a diameter exceeding 1,000 feet, their centers ablaze with a gentle flame. Zhou Ming surveyed the unperturbed azure lotuses floating around him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Excellent, at least they haven't been reduced to drops of black water. With a thought, all the light within the bubble space converged, enveloping the azure lotuses in a radiant embrace. Soon, each lotus was cloaked in immense light, appearing as luminous orbs. In this space, the brilliance was boundless. And even as it concentrated upon the azure lotuses, the light elsewhere remained unchanged, undiminished. Time drifted leisurely, and Zhou Ming waited here for over a millennium, ever vigilant for any new developments. Although the anticipation seemed superfluous, Zhou Ming remained unfazed. After all, the Taiyan scroll was still on his journey. This millennium-long wait was hardly arduous or interminable. The completed heart lotuses exhibited no significant alterations. However, the radiance of the eternal flame, filtering through the petals, retained its gentle nature while acquiring a remarkable penetrative and captivating quality. That sufficed. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Ming transported all the azure lotuses to the resting place of the great Panga deity, then settled back into his esteemed position. As his consciousness sank into the seat, Zhou Ming's intentions were swiftly comprehended. He did nothing further, and the azure lotuses gradually faded from view. In his perception, amidst the darkness, bright azure lotuses dispersed, each leaving behind whispered messages. I am Mingyue, a Pangu offspring from the northern wilderness, the Tine Forest. This is my stellar imprint. If you receive this heart lotus, yet lack my stellar imprint, please reach out to me. Might you also inscribe your own stellar imprint, allowing this heart lotus to continue its journey? For the sake of our yet-to-be connected companions. Chapter 40. The meeting as time flowed gently onward. Zhou Ming encountered no further incidents and arrived smoothly at his destination, the vicinity of the area marked by the map as belonging to Ming. Zhou Ming had often pondered what the scene would be like when he finally met Ming. With a voice as tender and soothing as spring rain, it was unlikely that a celestial fairy clad in ethereal garments would appear, yet Ming's true form was surely one of beauty and sanctity. Perhaps the scenario would unfold as such, his own expansive and resplendent form soaring through the air, while heavy, dark clouds obscured the heavens above. A colossal visage emerged from the shrouded sky, gazing down upon Zhou Ming. Below, tumultuous waves rolled, revealing a vast landmass, as the ocean lifted its head from the depths. The three sons of Panga gathered, their conversations resonating through the cosmos like thunderclaps. Before long, the essence of each being radiated outward, transforming the surrounding space into realms under the dominion of the three sons of Pangu, and thus commenced the clash and fusion of their energies. However, in that brief encounter, all speculations were swiftly shattered. Zhou Ming lowered his head, feeling as if his jaw might unhinge, staring blankly at Ming. Even before their arrival, a silvery luminescence enveloped Zhou Ming, expanding him from a petite stature of slightly over a meter to an immense white fox towering at approximately 15,000 zhang. Zhou Ming mused that he might be the only one maintaining a diminutive form. The other sons of Pangu had likely existed in their natural states amidst the primordial chaos. Hence he had taken the liberty of manifesting his true self in advance. Thank you for your efforts along the way, Mingyue. I am Ming, and I have long prepared your abode, came a voice as crisp and resonant as thunder, echoing through the realms. Observing Zhou Ming's dazed expression, Ming inquired, What troubles you? Mingyue? Her grand and fluffy tail swayed gently behind her, and a radiant silver light enveloped Zhou Ming as he transformed into a somewhat indistinct figure standing about 100 meters tall. Is it peculiar in this form? Ming looked down at herself. No, not at all. You are indeed beautiful, Zhou Ming replied, his enormous violet eyes reflecting the image of a woman clad in garments as dark as night. The ocean beneath them flowed gracefully, naturally rising around Ming's feet. A phenomenon not born of force but of nature, something Zhou Ming understood all too well, being a son of Pangu himself. Ming, how have you achieved this? It resembles the form of the great Pangu. I wish to learn, Zhou Ming exclaimed, unable to suppress his envy. Ming chuckled gently, buoyed by the encircling waters. Exuding an aura akin to a delicate and unparalleled beauty, a refreshing breeze that spread warmth throughout. It may take some time, after all. I have only just come of age. We must wait a little longer. A violet flame unfurled beneath Zhou Ming, like a purple carpet extending outward. Cloaked in a silvery radiance, he stepped forward, a smile gracing his indistinct visage. Ming, I have arrived. Indeed, welcome, Mingyue. Ming beamed, her smile igniting a cascade of blossoms in an instant. Ming stepped forward, her bare feet touching the violet carpet of flames, and a wave of darkness surged forth. The purple flames soon melded with the energies of Zhou Ming and Ming, crystallizing into a deep violet essence. What words would be fitting at this moment? Zhou Ming halted, gazing at Ming, 100 meters away, smiling. Whatever you say, I shall heed. Ming too paused, her eyes sparkling with joy. Mingyue, your presence brings me immense happiness. You are being overly formal, Ming. I have arrived here. Henceforth, we are family. Zhou Ming waved his hand dismissively, continuing, however, standing here is not ideal. Let us find a place to sit. We have ample time to converse. With a gentle step, Zhou Ming sent a ripple through the air, causing two chairs, proportionate to their towering forms, to rise from the deep violet crystal ground. These were not mere seats, but rather semblances of the revered thrones from the realm of the great Pangu, albeit only in appearance, lacking their true essence. Zhou Ming's seat remained entwined with vines, adorned with flowers, leaves, and clouds, while Ming's was a magnificent serpentine throne shimmering in deep blue, coiling upward. Zhou Ming had sensed these details when they first made contact, Thus they came as no surprise. Ming, understanding Zhou Ming's unspoken thoughts, readily took her seat. Acknowledging that there was no need to rush, time was on their side. By the way, where is Song Hai? Is he not here yet? Zhou Ming suddenly recalled, realizing that someone was still missing, and promptly inquired. Song Hai has not yet arrived, but he should not be long now. Let us wait here, Ming replied. It is curious that despite departing before me, I arrived first. Song Hai must be lagging, Zhou Ming remarked. Let us wait, but we ought to prepare another seat. Lest Song Hai arrives and finds none for himself, it would be rather unfortunate. Allow me to handle that. Mingyue, you have yet to communicate with Song Hai regarding the throne, so you may not be aware of its appearance, Ming offered. Ah, that is indeed a matter I am unfamiliar with. On the way here, I managed only to leave messages for Song Hai and a few other sons of Pangu. They must be familiar faces to you? Indeed, they are all wonderful companions. I have shared your celestial mark with them. As sons of Pangu, we ought to unite and support one another. Absolutely. Ming, you speak the truth, Zhou Ming affirmed, a smile lighting up his face. Is that so? Ming chuckled lightly. There is no need for embarrassment, truly. Chapter 41, The Past of Ming Part 1, Before Ming's Birth. There existed a presence beside him. Initially, Ming was unaware of who it was, yet the aura surrounding this entity brought him a profound sense of tranquility. As the lengthy years passed, Ming was born and grew up. Then, on a fateful day, that entity suddenly appeared before him. It was then that Ming learned the name of this being. He referred to himself as the Primordial Celestial King, claiming to be an evolution of the thoughts of the Pangu deity. What name shall I be called? Ming pondered, still youthful and naive, yearning to comprehend his own identity. You shall be named Ming, replied the Primordial Celestial King, and thus, this name became an integral part of his being. As time flowed on, Ming lived alongside the Primordial Celestial King for an extended period, acquiring vast knowledge. He learned that this world was known as the Primordial Wilderness and that beyond it lay an infinite chaos. He also discovered that he was a child of Pangu and that he was not alone. Many other children of Pangu inhabited the wilderness. What manner of beings were the other children of Pangu? Would they treat him kindly, as the Celestial King did? The young Ming found himself troubled by such trivial thoughts. Eventually, as time continued its march, Ming reached adulthood. At last, he was able to receive the identity token of a child of Pangu from the Primordial Celestial King. Officially becoming one, he could now enter the slumber of the Pangu deity and connect with his companions through the symbolism of his esteemed status. However, the Celestial King did not directly bestow the token upon Ming. Instead, he imparted a crucial message. Although you are also a child of Pangu, you are unique. You were born in the extreme northern reaches of this primordial wilderness, so when you become a child of Pangu, your sole mission shall be to guard and suppress the seal at this polar region. In other words, if you accept this token, you will lose the ability to travel far and will be bound to remain here indefinitely, safeguarding this seal. Do you still wish to accept this token? Ming accepted this mission, thus becoming a child of Pangu. In truth, he did not contemplate deeply at that moment. He simply understood that the Pangu deity desired someone to protect the seal, and being born here made him an appropriate choice. Hence, he embraced it. Ming lost his ability to roam. A part of his leg became irrevocably fused with the seal, binding him to this place forever. The Celestial King, who had accompanied him all this time, gradually dissipated. Before vanishing, the king left Ming with a mirror, within which 3 orbs of light, pure black, deep blue, and pale silver, swirled and intertwined. You shall not be alone, the Celestial King assured Ming. This black orb represents you, while the other 2 orbs will be the future companions who will accompany you. If you perceive the radiance of anyone resonating with that orb, and it illuminates the mirror, you may invite them to join you. With the Celestial King's departure, leaving behind a glimmer of hope, he vanished. Gradually, Ming came to realize that it was not mere coincidence that he was born here, but rather, it was the existence of this mission that brought him into being. With a resounding crash, he struck the mirror against the seal. Countless times, Ming exerted effort from his esteemed position to seek out the companions the Celestial King had mentioned. Yet, not only did he fail to find such companions, but he could not even locate another child of Pangu. The entire primordial wilderness seemed to consist solely of endless seas, seals, and the solitary figure of himself. Endless dark clouds enveloped all nearby seas, a manifestation of Ming's fury. Amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning, he roared, "Why? Why me?" Loneliness eroded Ming's still maturing spirit, and amidst the overwhelming despair, he suddenly thought of the other 4 seals in the east, west, south, and center. Were there children of Pangu guarding them too? What became of them? This question remained unanswered. Before reaching adulthood, every child of Pangu could easily obtain 5 divine powers, but after maturing, acquiring these powers became increasingly challenging. Ming did not understand the reason behind this until new divine powers began to manifest, revealing that he had acquired an additional ability. Later, he obtained a 7th divine power, accompanied by a piece of information, transformation, which would allow him to assume a form akin to that of the Pangu deity. However, Ming held little interest in this transformation. At that moment, he finally managed to connect with one child of Pangu. Although their colors did not match, and the mirror remained unlit, Ming felt elated. Thus, Ming began to wait for an extended period at his position, anticipating the arrival of that child of Pangu while also seeking out other companions. At that time, if one were to quote Zhou Ming from a past life, Ming resembled a young maiden in the throes of love. Eventually, Ming found several other children of Pangu. Yet the child he had initially awaited fell silent after a few contacts. His stellar mark and esteemed position had vanished. The only explanation for this situation was that the child of Pangu had perished. Ming accepted this reality with grace. For him, perhaps the hope bestowed upon him by the primordial celestial king remained the sole exception. He made friends with several children of Pangu who frequently communicated with him, sharing tales of the world beyond. Ming learned that, aside from the occasional ferocious beasts that emerged from his seal, many other beasts roamed the primordial wilderness, causing destruction. Having gained this understanding, Ming proposed, since there are so many ferocious beasts posing a threat, why not unite and face them together? Indeed, Ming, who longed for companionship, could not comprehend why they chose to fight separately. Ultimately, his suggestion was adopted by the children of Pangu. As he watched their messages confirming their unity, Ming felt a mix of happiness and deeper sorrow. A few children of Pangu suggested that he join them, and although his heart leaped with joy at the thought, he ultimately declined. By now, Ming understood why the celestial king emphasized that only those whose brilliance aligned with the orb in the mirror, and who could illuminate it, would be the companions destined to accompany him. It was not fate or chance, but only such children of Pangu could thrive in this polar region, within the sealed domain. Had he not accepted this mission initially, regardless of his own fate, one of them would surely have remained in this sealed land. Finally, he found one, a shimmering silver light. The mirror emitted a soft glow. Who was this? The child of Pangu destined to accompany him. Who are you? Ming's perception extended from his esteemed position, weaving through the darkness until it made contact. How to describe that feeling? The words spoken then elude him now. He only remembers expressing a multitude of thoughts. Then, that child of Pangu responded, expressing a willingness to visit Ming. Ming waited and waited, yet the arrival of that child never came. In his initial excitement, he had forgotten to leave behind the stellar mark of that child, rendering further contact impossible. Ming sought assistance from other children of Pangu, but the only news he received was that the child had perished. Oh, so that is how it is, Ming murmured, his expression obscured. As the sky trembled and torrential rain began to pour, it was as if even the Pangu deity could not bear to witness this. Another divine power manifested within Ming. This divine power served a limited purpose, primarily functioning as a means to perceive general omens of fortune or misfortune. More specifically, it could foresee the advent of the 2 destined companions who would meet the mirror's criteria. In the ensuing days, Ming encountered several more Pangu descendants who fit the requirements. However, the indistinct premonitions gleaned from the divine power warned Ming of potential peril should these individuals join him. Subsequently, Ming located Songhai. Chapter 42, The Past of Ming Part 2. It was a peculiar sensation that Ming could not quite articulate. Yet he instinctively recognized that this encounter with Pangu's descendant was unlike any other. He felt assured that if he were to invite him to the sealing place to accompany him, there would be no repercussions for being together at the edge of the northern sea. Although his inner wisdom affirmed that this was indeed the person he sought, Ming refrained from extending a direct invitation. Instead, he calmed his thoughts and initiated a dialogue with the Pangu descendant. Time had elapsed, and he found himself unperturbed by the delay. For if companionship were to blossom, it should not be solely his decision. Ming was acutely aware that if he were to articulate the entirety of his circumstances followed by an invitation, the other Pangu descendant would likely be inclined to join him. However, he pondered the significance of such an action. After discovering the vast ocean, Ming found himself engulfed in a state of confusion. Was it truly meaningful to seek out the 2 Pangu descendants mentioned by the primordial celestial king? The long solitude that had once driven him to despair had receded into the past. Habit, a formidable force, can transform even the most detested experiences into an inseparable part of oneself over the course of time. Ultimately, as long as one lives. There exists no obstacle insurmountable amidst the relentless passage of time. This was neither forgetfulness nor emotional exhaustion. Rather, after countless contemplations, he had arrived at acceptance. In essence, it was merely a chapter in his long life, a fleeting landscape along his journey. What mattered would always matter, and what needed to be done must still be done. Yet, he understood that the path ahead was his to traverse. If, as the celestial king had foretold, someone would come to accompany him in the future, then he would wait, patiently, indefinitely. Thus, if this truly was meant to be, their stars would surely intertwine in time. Ultimately, Ming treated the vast ocean as a mere companion, exchanging celestial marks before continuing their intermittent communications in the years to come. The sun and moon danced in their celestial rhythm, while the misty gray rain came and went. Yet, within the sealing place at the northern sea, the only companion to Ming remained the endless expanse of water. The ocean had not invited Ming to unite, nor had Ming revealed his innermost thoughts. As time drifted by, the decision to wait began to dissipate, morphing gradually into regret. Ming realized that despite the passage of time, he had become an elder among the Pangu descendants still in contact. Yet, he remained unchanged, still feeling the anguish he once bore in that sealing place. What had once seemed profound ultimately faded into jest. Perhaps some matters hold greater importance than mere existence. Ming extended an invitation to the ocean, acknowledging that many companions now assisted one another while he remained solitary. "Ocean, would you care to join me?" "Certainly, I shall come over now." With a gentle smile, Ming laughed, yet his laughter was soon muted by the onset of a torrential downpour. In the ensuing days, he began to clear away the minor beasts that had emerged from the seal, creatures he had previously neglected, deeming it now necessary to rid himself of these bothersome entities. One day, just as he was about to succumb to slumber, Ming felt a sudden urge to explore the throne. Upon immersing himself in the throne's essence, he perceived a familiar aura belonging to a Pangu descendant. This essence exuded vitality and coolness, accompanied by a small star emitting a faint silvery glow, something Ming had never encountered before. There stood a newly mature Pangu descendant. Before long, the descendant revealed herself, her vibrant presence converging towards him, and a lively voice resonated within his mind. "Hello, I am Mingyue, beyond the slumbering dreams of the Pangu deity." In the darkness above the seal, a mirror-like surface shimmered with a gentle silver light, rising into the void, revealing a faint silver orb that spiraled upwards. As the orb halted in midair, immense eyes opened from above. With no prior preparations, just as the ocean had consented to visit him, the other Pangu descendant, upon reaching maturity, sought companionship and found her first in Ming. Indeed, Ming's intuition confirmed this was the one. What should he do? Should he extend a direct invitation? Yet, she was merely newly matured, still oblivious to the vastness of the primordial realm. As myriad thoughts raced through his mind, Ming ultimately spoke. "Greetings, Mingyue. You are a new companion. Congratulations on your maturity. I am Ming." However, today, Ming realized her error. Such matters did indeed exist. Shortly after the Ocean's Agreement, the other Pangu descendant contacted her directly, expressing a willingness to join her. Since her maturation, the hope bestowed upon her by the primordial celestial king had been meticulously safeguarded within her heart. After an interminable wait, just as she was on the verge of surrender, they both appeared as if everything had merely been a test. Should she be grateful for not having given up? She pondered and then smiled. It no longer mattered. Now, her task was to prepare a dwelling for Mingyue. Despite the flurry of activity, Ming found the situation somewhat surreal, although not in abundance. She had encountered nearly 10 newly matured Pangu descendants. Once free from the guardianship of the primordial celestial king, these descendants chose to wander the vast primordial realm, eager to witness the domain forged by the Pangu deity. What was there to behold in that place? Ming found it perplexing. Her own birthplace had been shattered in a fit of rage long ago. Although she had lived for an extensive period, Mingyue was merely newly matured, yet through their communication, Ming discerned that Mingyue was far from the naive newcomer she initially presumed. For instance, as Mingyue needed to traverse the long journey to reach her, Ming felt no sense of danger along her path, while the ocean seemed to encounter some complications. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, she found herself more eager than ever. Why did Mingyue seem so concerned about her voice? Chapter 43. Convergence. Bright moon, I trust your journey here has been smooth? Upon the tranquil surface of the sea lay a vast square of deep purple crystal, measuring approximately 20,000 meters on each side, yet lacking in height. At the center of this crystalline expanse stood a colossal round table, crafted from the same material, with 3 evenly spaced thrones surrounding it. Ming spoke, his bright eyes fixed on Zhou Ming. Those pupils, dark and profound like an abyss, appeared to radiate light in Zhou Ming's gaze, reminiscent of the stars in Ming's own eyes. It went quite well. I encountered a ferocious beast only once, Zhou Ming replied, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. Although it seemed rather insignificant, I rather decisively dealt with it. Are you aware of the classification of such beasts among their kind? Ming inquired, his curiosity piqued. Zhou Ming hesitated to boast further under Ming's scrutinizing gaze. Thus he shifted the topic to question Ming instead. This is not a mere beast, bright moon, Ming mused, taking a moment before recalling the creature Zhou Ming mentioned. I noted these beasts while clearing out some neglected small ones a few days ago. They appeared in swarms. Insignificant in appearance, yet I inadvertently eradicated them while attending to others. Indeed, this is the form of that beast, bright moon. Observing Ming's perplexed expression, he swiftly elaborated. The multitude of beasts soon filled the round table, and with a flash of light, they collectively diminished in size, continuing to multiply. Eventually, as they settled, each beast reached a height of approximately 2 meters, crowding the table's surface. Zhou Ming fell silent, his gaze descending to the writhing mass of countless tentacles. Is this beast then a collective entity? He speculated, redirecting his attention to Ming, who remained a sight for sore eyes. Indeed, it is. There are various classifications of these beasts, Ming confirmed. With a flourish of his hand, he erased the image of the beast from the table, having noticed Zhou Ming's discomfort. Bright moon, you have only recently matured. You may be unaware of these classifications. Zhou Ming nodded in response to Ming's inquiry. In truth, the only beasts I have encountered are the remnants left behind by the primordial immortal king after their defeat. I initially believed I had faced a beast on my journey and vanquished one. It seems, however, that was merely a fragment of the creature's body. A hint of disappointment crossed Zhou Ming's face, yet he continued, Please enlighten me, Ming. What classifications exist for these beasts, and what is the full strength of that creature? Ming was about to respond when a deep voice interrupted him from afar. Allow me to clarify this matter. It's Song Hai. He has arrived. Ming smiled at Zhou Ming. Finally, he is here. Zhou Ming lifted his gaze towards the distance. He could sense a unique energy, akin to that of the Pangu offspring. Approaching swiftly, you have traveled quickly, bright moon. Surely, you possess a means of expediting your journey, while I traversed the distance on my own, naturally taking longer. Song Hai remarked, his tone lighthearted. He then turned to Ming. Ming, lend me a hand. You wouldn't truly keep me waiting for a day, would you? Not at all. Song Hai. The long journey must have been arduous, Ming replied with a gentle smile, producing an ancient circular mirror from his hand. The mirror, devoid of a handle yet reminiscent of a bronze one, shimmered with a captivating light, revealing its extraordinary nature at first glance. Is this your spiritual treasure, Ming? Zhou Ming inquired curiously after observing it for a moment. Indeed, it is my spiritual treasure, Ming acknowledged with a slight nod. It is named the Heavenly Mirror. What a powerful name. Did you bestow it upon yourself? Zhou Ming mused, regretting not having given his own scroll a more distinguished name instead of the lazy title of Taiyin Scroll. It was not I who named it. The primordial immortal king bestowed it upon me, informing me that this treasure is called the Heavenly Mirror, Ming explained as he tossed the mirror into the air. Instantly, the mirror expanded, and as the dazzling light subsided, it revealed a robust figure swiftly traversing the vast ocean. The man stood upon a massive shell, resembling a creature akin to a sea turtle, yet moving with remarkable speed across the waters. Song Hai, come over, Ming called through the heavenly mirror. Yes, I'm coming. Song Hai responded, leaping from the turtle's back and soaring towards the mirror. The sea turtle, upon Song Hai's departure, rapidly dissolved into water. Ming, you are truly impressive. Zhou Ming marveled as he witnessed Song Hai emerge from the heavenly mirror, arriving in an instant from what would have otherwise taken a day to traverse. Song Hai, now an adult and capable of transforming his form, possessed an immense and profound essence, making such rapid travel remarkable. Indeed, Ming is exceptional. He is among the earliest of us Pangu offspring to mature, having already mastered 9 fundamental divine abilities, Song Hai noted as he landed on the deep purple crystal surface. Instantly, a blue hue spread across the space, casting a ghostly blue tint over the crystalline expanse. It has been a while, bright moon, Song Hai said as he settled into his throne, a seat adorned with strange patterns, where blue light danced along its intricate designs, and the armrests were sculpted into the forms of small sea turtles retracting into their shells. Long time no see, Song Hai. I am immensely grateful for your guidance in leading me to the immortal king, Zhou Ming replied, rising to bow in respect. Communication among the Pangu offspring flowed seamlessly in their primal tongue, devoid of any barriers, ensuring mutual understanding. No need for such formalities, Song Hai gestured dismissively. I merely did what any Pangu offspring ought to do. Others would have acted similarly. There's no need to dwell on it. Besides, we are all destined to coexist henceforth. Seeing Zhou Ming nod in acknowledgement, Song Hai turned his gaze to Ming. Although they had communicated frequently in the past, this marked their first in-person encounter. Ming. I am Song Hai. I am Ming. Welcome, Song Hai. Ming replied with a smile, glancing between Zhou Ming and Song Hai, unable to contain his joy as laughter bubbled forth. As a hint of emotion tinged his laughter, Ming stood abruptly, exclaiming, Song Hai, bright moon, come. Let me show you the dwelling I have prepared for you. Chapter 44. The 3,000 Beasts. Ming rose from his esteemed position, and the celestial mirror suspended above him suddenly blurred before beginning to disintegrate into countless tiny specks of light from its lower edge. These luminescent points swiftly transformed into two streams of light, tracing graceful arcs through the air before landing on either side of the deep purple crystal, which shimmered with a faint blue hue, gradually growing like stalactites. In no time, a grand, fan-shaped gate, composed of myriad light particles and approximately 500 meters in height, materialized before Ming. Zhou Ming glanced around, taking in Ming's ethereal and crystalline beauty, reminiscent of a cold pool in the chilly autumn. Her slender form, with each curve and line, was akin to the mighty Pangu wielding a colossal axe, cleaving through chaos with impeccable precision. Aside from her stature, aura, and visage, Ming's demeanor bore resemblance to the women he had encountered in his past life. The only notable difference was her long, straight hair, cascading like the night down to her waist, evenly spread and gently floating. On the other hand, the imposing figure of Song Hai was easily comprehensible to Zhou Ming. His burly build unmistakably echoed the image of the towering Pangu. In contrast, Zhou Ming felt like nothing more than a vague shadow. He tilted his head thoughtfully, and in a flash of brilliance, transformed back into a petite white fox, standing a little over a meter tall. He then vanished from his spot, reappearing on Song Hai's broad shoulder. Song Hai remained unfazed by Zhou Ming's presence on his shoulder, simply following Ming as they stepped through the fan-shaped portal. The essence of this luminous gateway was none other than Ming's spiritual treasure, the celestial mirror. As they entered, Zhou Ming sensed a profound and expansive wave of power, far greater than that of his own spiritual treasure scroll, boundless and elusive. Are you all right, Mingyue? Ming's voice resonated from ahead, yet to Zhou Ming, it felt distant and somewhat surreal. Standing atop Song Hai's shoulder, as they crossed the threshold of the luminous door, Zhou Ming was suddenly engulfed by an immense force that dulled his senses, leaving him momentarily disoriented. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, Zhou Ming replied, shaking his head in an attempt to regain clarity, though it proved futile. I apologize, Mingyue. I overlooked your youth. Your true form is still quite fragile and unable to endure the transition through the celestial mirror. A hand gently rested on Zhou Ming's head, and a refreshing sensation cascaded downwards, swiftly enveloping him. With the aid of this soothing energy, Zhou Ming's senses rapidly returned to him. Lifting his gaze, he beheld Ming cradling him in one arm, while the other caressed his head, a stream of pure energy flowing from Ming's palm into his being. It's nothing, Ming. I merely thought that, although I may not be particularly strong, I could at least manage on my own. I never expected to be unable to withstand the transition through your spiritual treasure, the celestial mirror. Zhou Ming straightened up and moved to perch on Ming's left shoulder, feeling somewhat disheartened. There's no need for such despondency, Song Hai's robust voice chimed in. Mingyue, once we reach the place that Ming has prepared for you, you can indulge in a few thousand primordial days of slumber. When you awaken, you shall be a complete descendant of Pangu. Indeed, Mingyue, there is no need to rush. Just as I did, after coming of age, I did nothing and my divine abilities gradually increased, and my strength grew mightier. Thus, as descendants of Pangu, given enough time, we will continue to grow stronger. Ming offered words of comfort to Zhou Ming, then turned at Song Hai, stating, Song Hai, we are not far from the place I have prepared for you. Let us soar there together. Very well, Song Hai nodded in agreement, pointing towards the sea. And with a commanding voice, he called out, come. Immediately, a vast expanse of water began to churn, and a colossal sea turtle emerged from the depths. This is my spiritual treasure, quite effective for travel across the sea, Song Hai casually introduced, noticing Zhou Ming's curious gaze. Zhou Ming was astonished to learn that this sea turtle was indeed a spiritual treasure. However, he refrained from asking more questions, recognizing that there would be ample time to familiarize himself later. Once they were all settled on the turtle's back, Zhou Ming resumed the conversation that Songhai had interrupted earlier. Songhai, what exactly are these fierce beasts? How formidable are they? Fierce beasts, you see, are all distinct from one another. Across the primordial expanse, they can be categorized into 3,000 races. Songhai inscribed a divine pattern onto the turtle's shell and began to elucidate Zhou Ming's inquiry. 3,000 races of fierce beasts. Zhou Ming exclaimed in astonishment, but upon reflection, he grasped the concept and remarked, is it because all fierce beasts evolved from the remnants of 3,000 chaotic beings? Precisely. Ming confirmed Zhou Ming's deduction, continuing, on the other side of our vast primordial land lies a similarly expansive realm, where the remains of all the chaotic beings slain by the mighty Pangu are stored. Each remnant serves as the origin of a specific fierce beast. Hence, within our primordial universe, there exist 3,000 races of fierce beasts. However, these beasts do not coexist peacefully among the descendants of Pangu, even within their ranks. They adhere to the law of the jungle, where only the strong survive. In their pursuit of strength, they show no mercy, even towards their own kind, if they encounter anything that could enhance their power. Songhai recounted, I once witnessed 2 factions of fierce beasts engaged in a brutal skirmish. Had I not concealed myself well, I might have perished that day. Are fierce beasts truly that perilous, Songhai? Zhou Ming couldn't help but inquire once more. They are indeed dangerous, Mingyue, for fierce beasts typically operate in packs. Thus, if a solitary descendant of Pangu inadvertently finds themselves surrounded, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Ming interjected, his expression grave, as if he had witnessed too many Pangu descendants fall prey to such ambushes. Is there truly no lone fierce beast? Zhou Ming, perched on Ming's shoulder, flicked his fluffy tail in front of him and rubbed his face. Of course there are, but Mingyue, should you encounter a solitary fierce beast, do not approach recklessly. Those lone beasts are often exceptionally powerful. It is best to keep your distance, Ming advised, with Songhai echoing her sentiments. I understand, Zhou Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Among the 3 descendants of Pangu, he was the youngest, possessing the least experience and strength, so he listened humbly to the counsel of his elders. However, Zhou Ming soon grew curious. Why are there 3,000 races? Beyond the mighty Pangu, shouldn't there simply be 2,999 chaotic beings? Zhou Ming's confusion lingered, as he considered Pangu to be one of those 3,000 chaotic beings. After all, as the god of creation for this primordial realm, it seemed implausible that any fierce beast could have originated from Pangu himself. Pangu, his body, the emergence. A jolt surged through Zhou Ming's mind. Could it be that we, the descendants of Pangu, are akin to the fierce beasts? Perhaps we belong to one of those races? It is merely that, due to Pangu being the creator of this realm, we are thus identified as his descendants? That is certainly not the case. Ming's firm voice interrupted, decisively refuting Zhou Ming's speculation. Mingyue, we, the descendants of Pangu, are fundamentally different from fierce beasts. When you encounter them, you will understand. A profound disparity exists between us and them. Indeed, within the realms beyond the primordial chaos, the remnants of those chaotic beings amount to a mere 2,999. However, the ferocious beasts should indeed be counted as 3,000 distinct races. It is the 3,000th race that poses the gravest threat to us, the progeny of Pangu. As Ming gestured, ethereal glimmers materialized, forming a colossal mirror in which an image emerged. It depicted a gigantic eye, its golden vertical pupil interwoven with a multitude of intricate black lines. Upon closer inspection, those black lines revealed themselves to be flickering dark divine runes, signifying lock. This beast belonged to the 3,000th race. Initially, it had dispersed, concealing itself among lesser ferocious beasts, attempting to breach its seal. Eventually, it was revealed by the celestial mirror, and while I captured this beast, I was unable to annihilate it, only capable of confining it. Ming pointed at the immense eye within the mirror, explaining that the so-called 3,000th race refers to those ferocious beasts birthed from the remnants of 2 or more chaotic beings, or those that directly evolved from the severed limbs of chaotic entities. Zhou Ming felt a chill of trepidation, setting aside the terror of beasts born from the remnants of 2 or more chaotic beings. Those that evolved directly from the limbs of chaotic beings were indeed formidable. Zhou Ming was unaware of the hierarchical prowess of the great Pangu and those chaotic beings. However, one thing was clear. Even if the great Pangu had vanquished all those chaotic beings with the aid of the primordial realms, his victory was not without hardship. In the past, under the leadership of the celestial king, Zhou Ming had witnessed a chaotic being in the guise of a divine maiden contending against the great Pangu. It's might not inferior in the slightest. The celestial king had once stated that if we were to speak in terms of dimensions, the 3,000 chaotic beings had transcended their dimensions upon their emergence. What sort of hierarchy does that imply? If Zhou Ming were compelled to articulate this, he would think it akin to the status of a sage. Below that level, all else would be mere ants. And now, what level do all the progeny of Pangu in the primordial realm inhabit? Are they comparable to the celestial beings of legends from previous lives? Zhou Ming was uncertain, even about the current level of his own strength. He had always known that ferocious beasts were perilous and powerful, yet never before had he felt such a weighty pressure as he did now. So this is what the 3,000th race of ferocious beasts truly signifies. Ming, at what star level did you capture this beast? How strong is it? This beast was captured a few days prior in the primordial realm, named Songhai. Its strength is formidable, reaching the 8-star level. Ming's words left Zhou Ming further bewildered. What do you mean by star levels? 8 stars? The language of Pangu does not convey the specific meanings between individual terms, so while Zhou Ming comprehended Ming's words, the concept of stars eluded him. Ming, what is a star? Zhou Ming tilted his head and inquired softly near Ming's flawless ear. Star refers to our divine abilities. Each additional ability we acquire fortifies our stars, which are manifestations of the fundamental source of our power as progeny of Pangu. Thus, we measure our strength in terms of stars. Recognizing that Zhou Ming still had many uncertainties, Ming continued to elaborate. You, for instance, have reached a physical form exceeding 10,000 feet and acquired 5 divine abilities, thus you are a nascent 5-star. However, Songhai has attained his 7th ability and fulfilled the requirements for transformation, making him a 7-star. As for me, I matured long ago and now possess 9 divine abilities. Hence I am a 9-star. Is that so? Ming sensed a burning gaze upon her and turned her head slightly, regarding Zhou Ming, who perched upon her shoulder. You are a 9-star, Ming. That is truly impressive. Sister, be my sister, Ming. I am so weak. I need your protection. Zhou Ming spun about on Ming's shoulder, presenting a pitiable expression. Ming and Songhai were rendered speechless, particularly Ming. Initially, Zhou Ming had struck her as composed, a progeny of Pangu with profound insights despite his recent maturation. Yet now, Ming felt as though the impression she had just formed had crumbled entirely. Zhou Ming, maintaining his stature of merely 1 meter on Ming's shoulder, resembled a diminutive hamster. Let me be your elder brother, Ming. Although I cannot compare to Ming, I am still quite formidable, Songhai interjected, having regained his composure, addressing Zhou Ming on Ming's shoulder. Not at all. Songhai, you arrived last. If we must establish a hierarchy, Ming is the eldest sister, I am second, and you would be the third, Zhou Ming retorted. Think carefully, Ming. Look at me. I have transformed, achieving 7 stars. Are you certain you do not wish to be the third? Songhai, despite his robust and imposing physique, shot Zhou Ming a playful glance. Sister, Songhai is bullying me. Zhou Ming clung to a strand of Ming's dark, night-like hair, promptly reporting the grievance. At this moment, Ming could only smile wryly, realizing how swiftly the atmosphere had shifted. After a brief interval, she retracted her smile and addressed Zhou Ming earnestly. I am not as formidable as you think, Ming. In truth, I cannot leave this place. The location where I awaited you was the farthest I could venture. Therefore, I cannot protect you in other regions of the primordial realm. Ming, you cannot leave this place? What confines you? Zhou Ming queried upon hearing her words. Now there are 3 progeny of Pangu here. Although I may not be of much assistance at present, if anything confines you, regardless of the duration, both Songhai and I will certainly rescue you. Wouldn't you agree, Songhai? Songhai remained silent for a moment before resolutely affirming, indeed. It is not as you perceive. I am not confined. It is a choice I made willingly. Ming's eyes glistened as she began to share her story, recounting her past in a gentle and unhurried manner. Chapter 45. Abode since coming of age, I have embraced my mission to guard the realm of seals. Having evolved from a 5-star Pangu offspring to a 9-star being, I have spent countless years in this vast expanse of water, never once setting foot on the primordial land. Zhou Ming pondered that if it were him, he would have likely gone mad. No, that's not right. If it were him, he might have amused himself and lived a carefree life instead. After all, whether on the Lotus Lake or in the Forest of the Moon, Zhou Ming realized he could entertain himself quite well alone. Soon, he cast aside his chaotic thoughts and resolved to thoroughly study how to liberate Ming. Was the seal left by the great Pangu? What purpose does it serve? Zhou Ming decided to first understand the situation. That seal was not left by the great Pangu. It was established collectively by all the immortal kings of the northern wasteland. Ming spoke softly. Beneath the seal lies a passage, connecting our realm of primordial heaven and earth with that of the opposite side. A passage? Is it connected to the world where the great Pangu stored the corpses of chaotic beings, now occupied by endless ferocious beasts? Songhai exclaimed, astonished. Yes, it connects to that realm, Ming affirmed with a nod, adding with a hint of resignation, after all. The true primordial world encompasses not only our side, but also the vast expanse beneath our feet and the opposing realm. However, that world is teeming with ferocious beasts, far beyond our current capacity to confront. Thus, the primordial immortal king gathered all the enormous passages in the wasteland and established seals in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The place I guard is the seal in the northern wasteland. Since the passages have been sealed by the immortal kings, why do so many ferocious beasts still roam the primordial land? Zhou Ming inquired further. That is because the primordial immortal king is not the great Pangu. The wasteland is vast, and even after long periods of searching, there are still omissions. Moreover, no one knows if new passages will emerge in some corner in the future. Ming sighed, continuing, therefore, what the immortal kings could do was to gather and seal those enormous passages. This seal is more like a net, preventing the overly powerful ferocious beasts from passing through. Its fundamental purpose is to buy time for us Pangu offspring. Is our situation still dire, Ming? Zhou Ming could not help but ask. Yes, most of our Pangu offspring on the primordial land can only maintain stability in their immediate surroundings. The ferocious beasts in other areas cannot be completely eradicated, Songhai interjected, continuing, we cannot purge the beasts effectively. Mingyue, our companions are still too few. While the beasts are many, we need more companions, more strength, and greater power. I understand, Songhai. Zhou Ming nodded, then asked, how can I become stronger? Do you have any methods? Is there any method to become stronger? Songhai seemed puzzled by the question. Isn't it simply about sleeping? Indeed, Mingyue. Ming nodded in agreement. Just sleep, and you shall grow stronger. Zhou Ming was left speechless. He remembered the immortal kings mentioning that to become stronger, one could slay ferocious beasts where methods could be found. He chose not to pursue further inquiries. As they had just arrived at the resting place Ming prepared for Songhai, the resting place was a vast ocean with a massive whirlpool, where small tornadoes several thousand feet high occasionally rose, howled, and dissipated, bringing an air of liveliness to the tranquil waters. Upon arrival, Songhai descended directly, not lingering any longer. After all, he would be living here from now on. There was no need to rush. As for any formalities, he sincerely felt that they were presently unnecessary. About a day later, Ming led Zhou Ming to another location. Unlike Songhai's abode beneath the sea, the place Ming prepared for Zhou Ming consisted of hundreds of floating islands, ascending from the ocean surface and stretching into the sky. Although this location could be considered the extreme of the northern sea of the primordial wasteland, it bore little difference from other parts of the wasteland, save for the slightly more humid essence of heaven and earth surrounding it. The sun still cast its brilliant rays upon the ocean, and the moonlight from the lunar star was equally plentiful. Various life forms inhabited some of the islands, and the sea was also home to a multitude of marine creatures. This is the place I have prepared for you, Mingyue, but it is not yet complete, Ming stated, walking gracefully across the surface of the sea. With each step, waves surged forth, blooming like flowers to support him. A massive island emerged on the sea's surface. How vast was it? It was comparable to the distance between the sun and the earth from the small island where Zhou Ming was born. As Ming spoke, a luminous halo enveloped the enormous island, evenly supporting 3 smaller islands, each about 1/10 the size of the underlying land. Above those smaller islands, an even larger halo appeared, sustaining 6 islands of similar size. Thus, hundreds of islands were stacked together, forming a shape reminiscent of a lotus seed pod, pointing to the empty space among the islands. Ming continued, that is the center of the divine patterns. Mingyue, place the forest of the moon you brought here within that space to see. All right, Zhou Ming responded eagerly, summoning his spiritual treasure scroll. With a wave, a small, glowing sphere floated into view. Ming's gaze scanned it and quickly understood that the sphere was merely a shell, designed to maintain the normal operation of the forest of the moon. The celestial essence spheres attached to the shell also provided spiritual energy to the forest below. Yet, Ming still harbored some doubts. Did the arrangement of those celestial essence spheres hold any special significance? Observing Zhou Ming's mischievous grin, Ming pondered in silence. Chapter 46. A haven. Although Zhou Ming exerted considerable effort when initially concealing the twilight forest, Releasing it proved to be a trivial task. All that was required was to remove the outer shell, which was merely a manifestation of the power condensed from a spiritual treasure scroll. Consequently, for Zhou Ming, it was effortless to dissolve with a mere thought. In truth, Zhou Ming was exceedingly pleased with the sanctuary that Ming had prepared for himself. The islands, upon mere observation, were evidently meticulously chosen, as each island possessed its own distinctive charm. Furthermore, each island was remarkably distant from the one where he had originated. Given the splendor of his own domain, it was reasonable to surmise that the expanse beyond the vast sea was equally extraordinary, far more than just a mere whirlpool. Perhaps he would take the time to explore it later. With a flick of his wrist, Zhou Ming swept away the essence spheres arranged in a smiley formation. And with a thought, the small luminous sphere soared towards the island above. Upon reaching the center, the radiant layer enveloping it dissipated, revealing a sprawling forest. However, to call it merely a forest now seemed somewhat inadequate. The entire twilight forest had been extracted from the primordial earth, and upon its release, it resembled an island, albeit one with a rounded hemispherical base. Yet, what truly captivated one's attention was the colossal tree whose trunk nearly enveloped the ground below, its canopy casting a shadow over the entire island. Beneath the great tree lay the shimmering twilight lake. I have yet to encounter a tree of such magnitude, Zhou Ming mused. Although the North Sea boasts some large islands, those trees, at most, reach around 600 zhang in height. Ming gazed at the giant tree, somewhat awestruck. In terms of height, this tree must approach 100,000 zhang, Mingyue. However, perhaps due to the abundance of essences I have suspended above it, this tree has relentlessly pursued greater height and a broader canopy. While it has indeed grown taller and larger, it has also become somewhat grotesque. Upon closer inspection, Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, while the roots of the great tree extended throughout the soil beneath the island, they had scarcely expanded, resulting in a peculiar disparity when compared to its trunk and crown. After observing for a while, Ming understood. Mingyue, you must truly cherish this forest. Not just fond, but rather, I hold it in great affection. I often slept in a hammock among the treetops, using my divine powers to observe the myriad creatures inhabiting the forest. Over time, it became almost a habit. Yet, the most captivating sight remained the twilight lake. Zhou Ming reflected, affirming his fondness for the forest. After all, among the many places the Celestial King had shown him, if he hadn't been captivated by this one at first glance, he wouldn't have chosen it. Because you are so enamored with this forest, the world tree continues to grow upward, Ming remarked with a gentle laugh. Now, let me make some adjustments. It cannot simply keep growing upward without purpose. Very well, Zhou Ming replied, though he failed to grasp the reasoning. He understood the implication, yet could not fathom why his affection for the forest compelled the world tree to ascend indefinitely. However, upon witnessing Ming gracefully wave her hand, lifting all the islands effortlessly, Zhou Ming was left in a state of awe, his mouth agape, as Ming extended her hand. The luminous orbs that had vanished after Zhou Ming placed the twilight forest reappeared. A mirror materialized in Ming's palm, and with a delicate touch of her fingertip, ripples danced across its surface. Then, with a gentle lift of her hand, all the islands were raised simultaneously. The diameters of the luminous orbs expanded rapidly, swiftly magnifying the already substantial archipelago by several times. Ming directed her attention towards the twilight forest island once more. As an enigmatic wave surged forth, hundreds of massive roots emerged from the elliptical soil beneath the forest. Under Ming's guidance, numerous small black dots appeared before these roots, gradually enlarging until they were suitably sized. At which point, still bearing traces of earth, they were inserted and vanished from sight. I have interconnected this great tree with all the islands, Ming explained. Noting Zhou Ming's puzzled expression, the outcome surpassed my expectations. Not only are all the islands unified, but their rhythm has also become remarkably harmonious. This tree has become the heart of the archipelago, and I anticipate a forthcoming peak in growth. Then I shall await it with eager anticipation, Zhou Ming declared enthusiastically. Yet, at that moment, as Panga's offspring, Zhou Ming found himself largely unconcerned with spiritual energy, thus failing to notice the underlying currents at play. Chapter 47. The passage of time. Zhou Ming transformed into an ethereal figure towering 100 meters high, reclining upon his hammock. His gaze wandered to the distant islands, each shrouded in a delicate veil of white mist, a soothing rhythm undulating gracefully between them. With eyes closed, Zhou Ming immersed himself in the sensation of these islands. At that moment, the Taoist forest resided at the very center of the highest tier of these islands. Yet, he sensed that as the world tree grew, This forest island he had brought along was gradually descending. Zhou Ming's perception delved deeper, revealing an endless expanse of white mist enveloping the central area surrounded by islands. Here, he could feel an essence, a sensation woven from the collective auras of the islands. If the aura of an island could be likened to a thread, this place resembled a ball of yarn formed by the intertwining of hundreds of threads. As the world tree continued to ascend, its trunk stretching endlessly skyward and its canopy enveloping all the islands, the tiny forest would eventually settle into that ball of mist. At that time, the dwelling prepared by Ming for himself would be deemed complete, rivaling the celestial realms and paradisiacal abodes. A surge of anticipation welled within Zhou Ming. He imagined a grand gathering of immortals, envisioning it to be splendid. With eyes closed, he tucked away his scattered thoughts. Unlike his solitary existence in the past, here he could distinctly sense the auras of his two distant companions. It felt akin to the childhood days of yore, when he would peer out of the window to see the lights of his friends' homes flickering in the distance. Before departing, Ming had advised Zhou Ming to enter a deep slumber. As Pangyue, upon reaching maturity, one's true form was susceptible to the influences of individual wills. Yet, no Pangyue truly knew how to properly guide their true form towards the ideal they envisioned. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to succumb to slumber, entrusting everything to the instincts of one's true self. Being a newcomer as Pangyue, Zhou Ming was inclined to heed Ming's wisdom, and indeed, he was prepared to commence his slumber. However, there were still matters to address beforehand. Unlike the rudimentary past, Zhou Ming's endeavors were now multifaceted. Yet, this did not signify monumental progress. It merely indicated a broader array of experimental tools and procedures. Consequently, his laboratory resembled a chaotic storehouse. Zhou Ming had no desire to tidy up. If he were to do so, it would no longer be as disordered. With a mere sweep of the tiny scroll, everything was subdued, halting time at that moment, before being stored away. Subsequently, Zhou Ming retrieved an enormous bone resembling a human leg from his spiritual treasure, a remnant from a fearsome beast left behind by the celestial king. However, this was not for amusement. Zhou Ming ignited a fire and placed the bone atop it. As Zhou Ming drifted into a profound slumber, shrouded in darkness with no source of light, Ming raised her head, observing, "The bright moon has also succumbed to sleep. I shall rest as well." With that, her form gradually transformed into specks of starlight, vanishing into the abyss. Zhou Ming's slumber lasted for 273 primal days. Upon awakening, he found the world tree had grown to an astounding height of 150,000 zhong, while he himself had reached a height of 20,000 zhong, double that of his youthful stature. Ming and Songhai had yet to awaken. Although Zhou Ming could rouse them, he had no intention of doing so. The esteemed throne of the Panga deity had garnered numerous messages. To Zhou Ming's delight, he received a communication from a fellow Pangyue named Kongqing through the Heart Lotus. Kongqing, whose star resembled a beautiful azure celestial body, expressed joy at finding a companion. "I am Kongqing. Receiving your Heart Lotus brought me immense happiness. Although I am aware that there are other companions in the primordial realm, the inability to connect with them has been quite frustrating. I have marked my star on the Heart Lotus and sent it forth, hoping it will unite us Pangyue, Mingyue." Zhou Ming promptly replied with excitement, sharing all his Pangyue star marks with Kongqing. "If we Pangyue can unite, even the most formidable beasts of this realm may one day be vanquished." This auspicious beginning lifted Zhou Ming's spirits, filling him with ambition. Yet, a day later, he found it troublesome. He would devise a plan once he had gathered enough companions. For now, he decided to release another batch of Heart Lotuses. Later, as Zhou Ming enjoyed his quiet life, he awaited Ming's awakening. Upon her return, he ventured to visit her. It was then that he first beheld the North Sea seal in Ming's true form. Both the seal and Ming's essence resided within a shadowy expanse, where the ground was intricately etched with countless divine patterns. Ming demonstrated the nature of the sealing passage. As the earth gradually became translucent, Zhou Ming realized that the sky began to fade, and darkness receded. Under the divine light emanating from the seal, Zhou Ming beheld a profound abyss, reminiscent of a black hole, unfathomable in depth. Countless faint lights clung to the edges, drawn into its consuming embrace. The seal resembled a slightly smaller disk, directly blocking the passage at its center. Upon it rested Ming's colossal true form, obscuring Zhou Ming's view of her full magnitude. The prolonged presence of the seal had seemingly melded that space into an extension of Ming's essence. In that realm, darkness prevailed. Yet glimpses of Ming's true form occasionally surfaced, her robust body, obsidian scales, reminiscent in shape to a serpent. Ming later revealed that her true form had always dwelled here. Previously, she had used her divine powers to transfer her consciousness from her true form into a separate body created by another manifestation of her powers. To Zhou Ming's astonishment, he then witnessed several versions of Ming emerging from the shadows. Zhou Ming, not particularly fond of slumber, found that upon Ming's awakening, she opted not to resume her sleep but instead chose to accompany him. Together, they explored Zhou Ming's peculiar experiments, while Ming guided him through the far reaches of the North Sea. As Zhou Ming observed Songhai showing no signs of waking naturally, Ming suggested they create a grand display of fireworks above Songhai's great whirlpool, successfully rousing him. Aside from the slumber, life with Ming and Songhai felt no different. Zhou Ming's days were filled with numerous endeavors, often whimsical thoughts and sudden inspirations that led him, Ming, and Songhai on many adventures, traversing mountains, diving into seas, roasting fearsome beasts, and even venturing into the skies. Driven by curiosity about what lay above, and after several prior failures, Zhou Ming resolved to challenge the heavens once more. Unfortunately, Ming could not stray far, but this did not deter Zhou Ming. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Equipped with Ming's celestial mirror, he took Songhai and soared into the skies. The outcome was exhilarating. After traversing the Thunder Sea, they continued their ascent for several millennia. Before Zhou Ming appeared a vast expanse of ocean. Above the sky, there lay a sea. Observing the astonished expression of Ming reflected in the mirror of the heavens, Zhou Ming felt a sense of pride swelling within him. Alas, this great ocean was inaccessible to both Zhou Ming and Songhai. As time gradually passed, Zhou Ming grew increasingly familiar with the Pango progeny in the northern wilderness with whom he could establish contact. The methods of timekeeping that Zhou Ming introduced, day, month, year, and the concept of the wilderness day spread widely. This left Zhou Ming feeling somewhat embarrassed, for compared to the 365 days of a year, divided into 12 months with 30 or 31 days, and even accounting for leap years in his previous life, his method of timekeeping seemed overly simplistic and crude. The other Pango progeny informed Zhou Ming that Jun Tian was heading towards the central region of Pango. Zhou Ming fell silent. In this vast wilderness, who could have known? Were it not for the Celestial King's revelation that this was merely a portion of the northern wilderness. Zhou Ming had once pondered how one could explore other regions if even the northern wilderness was inexhaustible. Yet, Jun Tian had resolutely embarked on the journey towards the central realm. Time flowed languidly. On a luminous moonlit night, within a grand palace perched atop the world tree, Zhou Ming opened his eyes. A voice echoed from afar. It was Ming. Has your transformation concluded? Come forth and let me behold your new form. Chapter 48. Transformation. Zhou Ming had long contemplated what form he would assume once he attained 7 divine abilities and successfully reached the stage of transformation. The visage of his past life had long faded from his memory, although he could glean a general idea of his appearance through sealed memories. He chose not to do so. The reason was simple. There was no significance in reverting to his former self. Thus, before preparing for transformation, Zhou Ming resolved to let nature take its course and witness what form his true essence would evolve into as a Pango being. At this moment, Zhou Ming was unaware of the profound regret he would harbor regarding this decision after his transformation. The process of transformation did not require an extensive duration, as it was not a monumental beginning, but rather a natural change that occurred in the Pango progeny upon acquiring their 7th divine ability. Indeed, Zhou Ming had now acquired his 7th divine ability. Since his arrival in the realm of Ming alongside Songhai, over 400,000 primordial days had elapsed. Zhou Ming had not calculated how many years that amounted to, for to him, the fundamental unit of time had shifted from years, months, and days to primordial days. Though he had been highly active upon his arrival in Ming, frequently dragging Songhai and Ming on various escapades, the unending passage of time had dulled the allure of repetitive amusement. Gradually, Zhou Ming's actions and mindset began to align with those of Ming and Songhai. What once were fleeting moments of napping transformed into slumbers lasting dozens of primordial days. However, it was not merely a state of deep sleep. These periods of rest were intended to adjust his true essence, allowing him to attain divine ability swiftly. After all, Zhou Ming was eager to ascend to the Pango progeny of the 7-star level and undergo transformation. During this time, Zhou Ming had fully matured into a competent Pango progeny. In regard to divine abilities, the challenge of acquiring them post-adulthood proved significantly greater than the ease with which he had obtained the first 5 prior to reaching maturity. In fact, his 7th divine ability had only recently been acquired, prompting him to joyfully awaken Ming and Songhai to announce his intention to transform. The site of his transformation was a grand palace deep within the palace complex he had constructed atop the world tree during moments of ennui. Zhou Ming was uncertain of the specific requirements for transformation, but once the desire to transform arose, the change commenced. A veil of faint light emanated from his body, as clear as crystal. Under this radiant glow, Zhou Ming's true essence unfurled, stretching to a staggering height of 800,000 zhang within the confines of the palace, which was merely 10,000 meters in size. Layer upon layer of gentle ripples radiated outward from Zhou Ming, while a mist, pure and translucent as jade, spread across the gem-paved floor. Light cascaded down from above, and upon lifting his gaze, Zhou Ming beheld a magnificent full moon suspended directly above him. The sprawling arms of the moon appeared to dance gracefully, revealing the essence of the moon star. Unlike the moon he had often observed, this moon star shimmered with a captivating brilliance, its luminescence pulsating as if on the verge of cascading down. How beautiful, Zhou Ming thought, instinctively extending his forepaw as if to touch the exquisite orb above. His paw stretched forth, seemingly elongating endlessly. Unbeknownst to him, in the next moment, his forepaw was hovering mere inches from the moon star. The surface of the moon shimmered vibrantly, reminiscent of ice crystals melting in the morning sun, as a droplet of pure, crystalline moonlight fell from its tip. As the droplet of moonlight gathered in size, it appeared to reach a point of no return, and then, as if relinquishing all its brilliance, the once radiant moon star dimmed and gradually faded from sight. All that remained was the pristine droplet of moonlight, trailing a silvery glimmer as it descended, colliding softly with Zhou Ming's outstretched paw. The space around him seemed to tremble slightly, and gentle ripples expanded outward. Upon contact with his paw, the droplet of moonlight exploded in a burst of soft radiance, enveloping Zhou Ming's paw in a warm glow. This luminescence, akin to mercury, flowed seamlessly down his foreleg, leaving no crevice untouched. At that moment, Zhou Ming remained oblivious, for within his violet eyes, countless delicate silver lines began to outline a complex pattern. This was the intricate network of lines he had perceived as the moonlight fell and the moon star disappeared. Zhou Ming was unaware of the nature of these lines. He simply absorbed their essence and began to inscribe them in his heart. The light that cascaded down from his forepaw swiftly enveloped Zhou Ming's entire being, leaving not a single inch uncovered. Even his pupils were obscured. He appeared to be transformed into a statue, his hind legs upright, his fluffy tail coiled around his waist, head raised, and one paw extended forward, yet utterly motionless. However, it was not long before a new development occurred. A rhythmic resonance began to spread, accompanied by faint cracks appearing on Zhou Ming's extended paw. These fissures did not merely manifest on the layer of light but also on Zhou Ming's fur and limbs, as if a great dam had burst due to a mere ant's hole. With the emergence of one crack accompanied by the rhythm, a multitude of lines soon covered Zhou Ming's entire forepaw, creating an appearance as though it were shattered. The rippling rhythm gradually intensified, and with a series of crisp sounds, the layer of light enveloping Zhou Ming's foreleg shattered, transforming into a cascade of endless starlight. From within this celestial brilliance, a flawless hand emerged. Its fingers were round and elongated, each inch of skin smooth as jade, with a faint silver glow seemingly emanating from the very bones, imbuing the flesh with a sense of purity. Undoubtedly, this was the hand defined by the Pangu deity. The transformation did not cease. The emergence of this hand only exacerbated the formation of cracks. As the cracks spread downwards from the hand, they cascaded through the wrist and elbow. Simultaneously, fissures appeared on Zhou Ming's forehead, beginning to extend downward. Amidst this increasingly vibrant rhythm, a silvery thread began to swirl behind Zhou Ming's head. Initially, it barely reached his neck, but soon, as the rhythm caressed it, it elongated dramatically, extending beyond Zhou Ming's height and drifting gracefully. Seemingly dissatisfied with the pace of the cracks, the flowing head behind Zhou Ming swayed slightly, causing a radiant starlight to envelop his entire being. Chapter 49. Sovereignty. As the starlight gradually dissipated, a figure emerged from the ethereal glow. The silhouette was perfectly proportioned, radiating a faint, pure light. With eyes tightly closed, the androgynous visage resembled a flawless masterpiece birthed by the cosmos, devoid of any distractions. Although standing unclothed in the void, the divine aura emanating from the figure instilled a sense of reverence in all beings present. Zhou Ming's newly formed body exuded a unique perfection, his silvery hair cascading behind him, swirling at his feet. Then, Zhou Ming opened his eyes. In contrast to his silver locks, His eyes were unexpectedly black rather than the anticipated violet. These black orbs shone brightly, reminiscent of the eternal moon that reigns over the night sky. They were alive with a youthful curiosity, much like Zhou Ming's own gaze from his coming-of-age days. As Zhou Ming awakened, it was as if a work of art had been imbued with life. The previously tranquil, feminine essence transformed into a potent blend of calmness and defiance, hinting at a touch of irreverence. This was the essence of transformation. Lowering his gaze, Zhou Ming beheld his naked form, an embodiment devoid of any prior male or female characteristics. And within his perception, there existed no organs, meridians, or blood, only the 365 bones that constituted his being. Strangely, despite the lack of clothing, which he had been accustomed to since his emergence from the primordial chaos, he felt a flicker of embarrassment at the realization of his nudity. This unfamiliar yet oddly familiar sensation quickly stirred his long-dormant curiosity. But first, I should don some attire. With a thought, silvery fur sprouted from his skin, swiftly enveloping his form and intertwining to create a simple coat of fox fur, wrapping around him snugly. With a gesture, a grand round mirror materialized before him, and it was then that Zhou Ming noticed the lengthy silvery mane trailing behind him. What was happening? Why was his hair so long? He paused in disbelief, grappling with the unexpected femininity of his appearance, gripping the mirror in front of him with incredulity. However, having lived for over 400,000 days in the primordial realm, Zhou Ming quickly grasped the situation and comprehended the significance of the markings he had observed on the lunar star. He had become the designated sovereign of the moon star. Zhou Ming was astounded. What was the moon star? It was said to be a creation of the left eye of the great Mingyue, shining alongside its counterpart, the sun star, illuminating the primordial world for countless years, a cornerstone of its existence. And now, he found himself as the appointed ruler of the moon star? Delving into his innermost self, he sensed a deeply incomplete imprint, rendering him momentarily speechless. Although he had established an initial connection with the moon star through the essence refined by the Lotus Brother, he knew that he was not the only child of Panga to undergo transformation through the lunar glow. So, why was he chosen as the designated sovereign of the moon star? Moreover, through the imperfect imprint he had inadvertently gathered, no, it was more fitting to refer to it as the moon's sovereignty. Zhou Ming realized an undeniable fact. Aside from himself, there existed no other candidates for this role. Suddenly, as if in a moment of distraction, Zhou Ming inadvertently pulled a large handful of his own hair. Ouch! He instinctively gasped, feeling the pain. Why was it that? As a head, he could still feel pain? In a moment of whimsy, his severed hair curled around his neck, transforming into a scarf. How cold am I? Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Zhou Ming found himself at a loss for words. However, without the exaggerated length of hair, he appeared youthful once more. After all, in his mind, he had always perceived himself as masculine, embodying the essence of the sun. Thus, in this state of being, Zhou Ming's demeanor and actions radiated a distinctly different aura from that of the enigmatic Yin. In truth, upon comprehending the reasons behind his form, he would undoubtedly feel immense gratitude for this appearance. The initial bond established at his emergence had tied him to the moon star, and mastering the lunar glyph further deepened that connection. Now, among the myriad children of Pangu entwined with the moon, Zhou Ming was far ahead of the rest. Throughout the long passage of time, as he gazed upon the moon star reflected in the moon lake, a silent communion persisted between them. With persistent effort, the accumulated essence of their connection erupted at the moment of his transformation. Were it not for Zhou Ming's belief that his form should embody the sun, any other being would have transformed into pure lunar energy, stepping into the primordial realm as a lunar deity. The sun star represented the yang, while the moon star signified the yin. The interplay of these dualities established the fundamental rhythm of existence as decreed by the great Pangu. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ming, his emergence as the first designated sovereign of the moon star would eventually unfold into a series of stories. Descending from the air, he noticed a small map before him and paused momentarily before realizing that, while he may not rival the towering heights of Ming and Songhai, he now stood nearly 80 meters tall. Unlike the diminutive form of a 1-meter-tall white fox he had previously suppressed, he sensed that his true form retained this imposing stature. With a flick of his hand, he enlarged the map beneath him, standing upon it, still puzzled as to how his 80,000 zhang tall essence had been compressed into this 80-meter-tall human form. Suddenly, a frown crossed his brow as he felt an uncomfortable sensation, prompting him to look down. A faint purple flame ignited, causing his lavender boots to vanish. Satisfied, he wiggled his bare toes before sitting down. Just as he settled, a voice rang out from outside. "All right, come out now." Responding with a nod, Zhou Ming rose and stepped outside. As he walked, he absent-mindedly adjusted his clothing, a question surfacing in his mind. What kind of attire did the great Pangu wear? Why couldn't he recall? Chapter 50. As usual, it was then that Zhou Ming suddenly realized that he had no recollection of the attire worn by the great Pangu. As he continued his pursuit, he was astonished to discover that even the image of the great Pangu began to blur within his memory. What did the great Pangu look like? Was he tall or short, robust or slender, clad in armor or wrapped in beast skins? He did not know. He had no recollection, nothing at all. What about the primordial immortal king? What was he like? What kind of garments did he wear? No. There was no impression. This cannot be right, Zhou Ming murmured to himself, desperately searching through his memories. Outside his consciousness, the brightness in his eyes gradually faded. Although he continued to move forward step by step, it felt as though the awareness within him was plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. As if it were about to depart from the newly formed body. It was akin to trying to grasp a handful of water, only for it to slip away entirely as he opened his hands. A mysterious force disrupted Zhou Ming, and as he attempted to navigate back through his memories, this enigmatic power always seemed to precede him, erasing his recollections of the great Pangu. Day after day, the memory of the great Pangu's towering silhouette against the sky faded like chalk marks wiped from a blackboard. Zhou Ming's footsteps slowed, and the vibrant aura that belonged to him grew increasingly faint. In stark contrast, a faint silver radiance seeped from the pure light within his body, revealing an air of noble grandeur. Just as Zhou Ming's eyes were on the verge of losing their luster entirely, two divine patterns gradually emerged within them. The pattern in his right eye shimmered with a golden hue, reminiscent of the stubborn yellow leaves clinging to the treetops in autumn. This represented Zhou Ming's deep-seated yearning, a sealed nostalgia for his family in a past life. In his left eye, a pure white hue began to emerge, devoid of any impurities, flowing like a gentle river. A constant movement toward a distant future, as if nothing could halt its progress for even a second. With the right eye embodying thought, and the left eye embodying time. At the moment Zhou Ming found himself ensnared in this inexplicable predicament, the divine patterns sealed within his gaze were suddenly stirred by some unseen force. Two currents of power surged, intertwining like ascending double helices, and then one vanished around him in a swirl. When Zhou Ming regained consciousness, he found himself with one hand resting against the door of the grand hall, pushing it open with force. Wait, what just happened? Why? His mind felt rigid, as if his thoughts had frozen, moving at a snail's pace. As soon as the door opened, Zhou Ming, unable to control his body, stumbled and fell face first. Outside, at a stone table, Ming and Songhai, who were savoring the exquisite nectar concocted by Zhou Ming, fell silent. Then, Songhai, with an assured expression, spoke. "Mingyue, this is what you said, joyful enough to prostrate yourself." "Oh, I see now," Ming replied, suddenly enlightened. "Mingyue, while you have finally achieved the transformation you long awaited, there is no need for such exuberance. Stand up and let me see what you mean by graceful as a jade tree, dashing and suave." What a disgrace. How could I, at my age, fall down like that? Thankfully, Ming and Songhai misunderstood. If this got out, I would have no face left to see the other descendants of Pangu. And if Feng knew, I would surely suffer. After all, it had been 400,000 days in the wilderness, and he had finally transformed. Overwhelmed with joy, he felt a bit weak in the legs and had whimsically attempted to prostrate himself. Zhou Ming promptly got back up from the ground. Without even glancing at the face imprinted on the floor, he approached Ming and Songhai, standing tall with his hands behind his back. Though he had not yet achieved the graceful as a jade tree appearance he envisioned, this face and posture were still passable. At that moment, while sharing his joy of transformation with Ming and Songhai, Zhou Ming completely forgot the earlier events, including the question of what the great Pangu wore. Everything felt just as it always had, with no distinction. In his memory, he had merely completed his transformation and was called forth by Ming. But in his eagerness and delight, he had stumbled while opening the door. All memories of his confusion regarding the immortal king and the great Pangu had vanished. After receiving praise from Ming and Songhai, Zhou Ming found a chair and sat down. He took a jade cup from the center of the stone table, while with the other hand, he retrieved a jade pot from the tine scroll. As he tilted it slightly, a viscous liquid, thick like honey, began to flow into the cup. Once filled to about 8/10, Zhou Ming raised the cup and drank it in one go. The flavor was not particularly exquisite, but the lingering aroma that remained was intoxicatingly rich. This was the nectar Zhou Ming had concocted. The method was simple. He had ventured into the depths of the northern sea to extract a considerable amount of glass-like seawater, maintained its state with one line, then gathered over 100 varieties of fruits on his island and tossed them in. After condensing about 1/3 of the fruit's essence from sunlight, he mixed it all together and simmered it over primordial water and fire for 20 days to complete it. Now this drink, which Zhou Ming referred to as the jade liquid nectar, was quite popular among those descendants of Pangu he knew. Mingyue, drinking like that is quite wasteful, Ming remarked, setting down his cup and looking at Zhou Ming. Ming, you are mistaken. That is how Mingyue should drink, Songhai immediately countered, downing a full cup in one gulp. Do not fret, Ming. I have plenty of this. Zhou Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. I remember that before my last slumber, I brewed another batch, and now, I reckon it has been around 7 or 8,000 days in the wilderness. I know what it has become. Let us check it out together later. 7 or 8,000 days. That flavor should be delightful. Songhai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Great. Let us go and take a look later, Ming said, after taking a small sip and setting his cup down, intrigued. Before that, Ming, I encountered something strange during my transformation. After drinking a couple more cups, Zhou Ming pushed aside his cup, straightened his posture, and became serious. What strange matter did you encounter, Mingyue? Ming inquired, sensing Zhou Ming's serious expression. While Songhai beside him slowly set his cup down, Zhou Ming pointed to the table with his index finger, then withdrew it. A small point of light appeared where he had touched. Then, this small point sank into the surface, and in the next moment, countless luminous lines began to outline patterns on the table. Are you aware of the sovereignty of the Tine Star? Ming, while I was transforming, I saw a vast network spanning the entire Tine Star, and I unconsciously began to memorize and sketch it out. When I came to my senses, I realized my transformation had already concluded. In my consciousness, I had acquired this fragmented mark. It is a part of the sovereignty of the Tine Star, and I have become the prospective sovereign of the Tine Star, the sovereignty of the Moon Star. Ming and Songhai stared contemplatively at the incomplete imprint on the table. After exchanging a glance, they gently shook their heads. Ming then spoke, the sovereignty of the moon. This is the first time I have heard of it. Mingyue, for now, set aside this imprint. You have just taken form. Allow your true self to fully adapt to the powers of the 7 stars. With a gesture towards Zhou Ming, Ming continued, this imprint will temporarily remain with me. As Ming's words fell, Zhou Ming felt a familiar power coursing through his being, infused with Ming's essence. Without resistance, he retracted his own energy, permitting Ming's force to flow throughout him. Then, with a slight tremor, the incomplete imprint vanished from Zhou Ming's consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he observed Ming storing a crystal away. Zhou Ming chuckled. Can you not trust me a little more? Ming, I assure you, I will not mishandle that imprint. Songhai interjected. What do we know of your character? Last time, you insisted on meddling with your meridians, nearly exhausting your vitality. If Ming hadn't awakened, who knows how long you would have remained submerged in the sea. That was an accident. Who would have known that a beast's body contained something akin to a meridian? I had no such thing. Naturally, I desired to incorporate it into my own body, Zhou Ming retorted. Besides, if it weren't for the sudden thunder affecting me, I would not have made such an error, being adequately prepared. In this place, at the very edge of the North Sea of the Primordial World, you mentioned thunder? Yet I have never witnessed it, Songhai replied, unfazed. I cannot explain it. It just suddenly thundered right next to me, leaving me at a loss. Zhou Ming defended himself. I do not believe you. Songhai continued. Just wait. Now that I have attained the 7 stars, once I reach the 8th star, I shall certainly bring you down to the ground, unable to rise. Oh, I wonder who it was that previously found themselves unable to rise? That was due to my carelessness. Careless 3 times in a row? Chapter 51. The path Zhou Ming found himself in a state of helplessness, despite his bravado. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Songhai. This realization weighed heavily on his mind. Over the course of more than 400,000 primordial days, Zhou Ming had transformed from a newly adult Pangu offspring into a shape-shifting entity at the 7-star level. Meanwhile, Songhai had reached the 8-star level during the same span of time. As for Ming, although his power had also been increasing, he remained stagnant at the 9-star level, which was not entirely his fault. For the current Pangu offspring had yet to grasp the concept of cultivation. In their minds, the notion was simple: to grow stronger, one need only sleep. Additionally, the difficulty of acquiring divine abilities was a factor Zhou Ming only truly understood after reaching adulthood. It took him 100,000 primordial days to ascend to the 6-star level, and nearly 300,000 primordial days to reach the 7-star level. This prolonged duration led Zhou Ming to believe that shape-shifting might forever elude him. Thus, when Songhai spoke of Zhou Ming's impulsiveness, it was in reference to an incident where Zhou Ming, out of curiosity, dismembered a small ferocious beast he had captured. To his astonishment, he discovered a meridian within the creature's body. Could this be the opportunity for enhancement that the Celestial King had alluded to? After conducting some basic research, Zhou Ming realized that this meridian was a manifestation of the divine abilities possessed by the beast. However, despite searching his own body thoroughly, he found nothing. At that time, while Ming and Songhai were still in slumber, Zhou Ming deliberated for a long while before deciding to attempt embedding the meridian into his arm. Unfortunately, this endeavor ended in failure when a sudden clap of thunder disrupted his concentration, causing the meridian to erupt violently within his arm. Although Zhou Ming swiftly severed his arm with the divine ability One Thread, he could not restrain the overwhelming transformation that ensued, rendering him immobile as he fell into the sea. A liquid-like, purple luminescence gushed forth from the wound, staining the surrounding waters in a resplendent violet hue. It was then that Ming first witnessed Zhou Ming's true form. In the celestial mirror, upon seeing Zhou Ming weakly floating amidst the sea, the surface awash with his purple blood, Ming was consumed by a mix of shock and fury, initially believing Zhou Ming had been harmed by a ferocious beast. In a fit of rage, his true form shattered the seals of the realm. The area surrounding Zhou Ming seemed to freeze in time, as if a film had been paused. Instantly, a shroud of darkness enveloped his senses, and with a tremor of foreboding, an oppressive force descended upon him. In the next moment, the sky was rent asunder, and Ming's colossal head emerged from above, his golden vertical pupils radiating divine wrath. In that moment, the very essence of the world, the air, the seawater, the stones, seemed ignited by Ming's fury, as vibrant colors faded away, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Ming did not pursue any ferocious beasts, but instead transformed back into his human-like form and enfolded the immobilized Zhou Ming in his arms. Zhou Ming, now nearly 90,000 zhang tall, appeared diminutive in comparison to Ming's gargantuan stature, further highlighting his frailty. A green leaf descended from the heavens, drifting into the area before turning to ash and sinking into the water without a ripple, while the myriad primordial beings that inhabited this realm silently succumbed to the depths. Devoid of any struggle. Unbeknownst to both Ming and Zhou Ming, beneath this desolate sea lay the remains of countless corpses. In his earlier, solitary existence, Zhou Ming stood at a height of 1 meter, witnessing the hardships endured by primordial beings as they toiled in their environment. However, after joining forces with Ming and Songhai, he gradually grew accustomed to no longer suppressing his true form. Even when they ventured out together, they would embody forms towering over 100 meters, traversing the cosmos with divine treasures. During such times, the primordial beings began to fade from Zhou Ming's perception. Yet, when Zhou Ming unveiled his true form, the landscape of the primordial world transformed before his eyes, revealing a realm accessible only to those who reached a certain level. This was a world invisible to those primordial beings. Of course, should one choose to look closely, they might still be discerned. But would you notice ants scurrying beneath your feet as you walked? Upon grasping the entire situation, Zhou Ming received a reprimand from Ming, who then summoned Songhai to join him in the study of the meridian. Regrettably, progress remained elusive. In the course of their research, Zhou Ming suddenly recalled how he had inadvertently consumed a piece of ferocious beast meat. Although it had initially nauseated him, an unexpected impulse drove him to select a visually appealing piece of meat and ignite a fire. Yes, ferocious beast meat could indeed promote the growth of Pangu offspring. After inviting Ming and Songhai to sample the grilled delicacy, Ming assessed the experience and reached a conclusion. The Celestial King's teachings did not align with the nature of the meridians. Despite this disillusionment, Zhou Ming did not abandon his research on the meridians. Rather, he ceased pursuing other stagnant studies and devoted himself entirely to this endeavor. Passive growth through mere slumber was insufficient. He sought to pursue the path of cultivation and the ultimate goal of becoming a sage. However, Zhou Ming was uncertain if this was the correct course of action. In tales of the past, it was said that Taoist Ancestor Hongjun preached the way to countless beings, forging a broad path. Yet now, it was unclear whether Hongjun existed, and if so, where he might be. Raising his gaze to the imposing silhouette of the Panga deity on the horizon, Zhou Ming's resolve solidified. Since he had become aware of this pressing issue and the dire need for strength among the Pangu offspring, he realized that instead of waiting passively, it was time for him to take the initiative. Thus, he began to tread upon this uncharted path. Chapter 52. The Sanctuary. Not long after the grand aspirations in his heart, Zhou Ming cheerfully followed behind Songhai, eagerly hunting fierce beasts. They skinned and butchered the fresh carcasses of these creatures, transforming them into delectable dishes that adorned their table. In the northern seas, under the watchful gaze of the deity Ming, the occasional fierce beasts that appeared were hardly formidable. Thus, with Songhai and Zhou Ming together, they were already sufficient to roam freely across the northern ocean. Naturally, even if danger arose, Zhou Ming harbored no fear, for Songhai could never outrun him. As Zhou Ming and Songhai resumed their trivial bickering, Ming, standing nearby, meticulously sealed a diamond-shaped crystal imprint with layers of enchantment and brought it to his lips. With a subtle parting of his crimson lips, he swallowed the crystal, but it was not consumed in the conventional sense. Rather, Ming sent this imprint to his true self, still sealed away. For at that moment, the entity accompanying Zhou Ming was merely a manifestation conjured by Ming's divine powers, carrying only a fragment of his consciousness. Such an enigmatic imprint, shrouded in mystery, was best studied by his true self, as it could be suppressed with the power of the seal should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Mingyue, did you not mention that you had some exquisite elixirs simmering for quite some time? Let us go take a look, Ming remarked, diverting the topic as he noticed Mingyue's growing irritation towards Songhai, who seemed ready to confront him. Indeed, I shall not press the matter further. However, Songhai, your share this time is halved. Upon hearing Ming's words, Zhou Ming immediately chimed in, feeling a sigh of relief within. It was fortunate that the previous momentum did not escalate, as he was currently no match for Songhai. For reasons unknown, he found himself frequently embroiled in petty disputes with Songhai, who, despite his rugged and straightforward appearance, possessed a pettiness rivaling his own. Zhou Ming's irritation simmered as he observed Songhai's guileless smile. It matters not. Whatever Mingyue allocates to me, I shall accept. Zhou Ming inwardly scoffed. Oh, after you finish yours. You plan to raid my storage, thinking I am unaware? Maintaining a calm facade, he replied, I have placed that batch beneath the world tree. Follow me. With that, Zhou Ming vanished from his seat, prompting Ming and Songhai to exchange a knowing smile before disappearing as well. In the vast expanse of the sea, a veil of gossamer white mist enveloped the waters. Amidst the subtle haze and dreamlike ambience, hundreds of colossal floating islands bathed in a soft glow formed an elliptical shape, at the center of which stood a magnificent tree. Its towering trunk ascended like a mountain into the heavens, culminating in a sprawling canopy of indeterminate size, with dense foliage resembling an umbrella that sheltered all the floating islands beneath. This was the dwelling place of Mingyue, one of the three offspring of Pangu, located in the northern sea. In Zhou Ming's own words, it was his sanctuary. Through prolonged cultivation and maintenance, the residence gifted to Zhou Ming by Ming had harmoniously aligned with his preferences, rendering it a unique scenic spot in the northern sea. At that moment, three streams of luminous colors, deep blue, silvery white, and profound azure, chased each other playfully as they descended from the apex of the world tree, appearing both leisurely and swift. Songhai, fully aware that he could not match Zhou Ming's speed, chose to remain unperturbed by Zhou Ming's almost childish provocations. After several futile attempts at teasing Songhai, Zhou Ming soon abandoned the endeavor. Before long, Zhou Ming, accompanied by Ming and Songhai, landed upon the surface of Taoist Lake. At present, the location of the Taoist forest had long descended to its lowest point, marking the spot where the essence of Zhou Ming's island cluster emanated like a faint mist. Strangely, as Zhou Ming walked barefoot across the lake's surface, the scenery before him remained unchanged from his youthful days. However, differences did exist. The once teeming forest now harbored no primordial beings save for the native flora. It was not due to any unforeseen occurrence, but rather because, upon awakening one day, Zhou Ming could no longer find any trace of the familiar beings among them. Frustrated by the shivering creatures beneath his aura, Zhou Ming selected an island and summoned them all into the Taoist scroll, banishing them from the area. His voice resonated in the minds of all the primordial beings scattered across the islands, declaring the Taoist forest a forbidden ground, prohibiting any entry or exit. Initially, Zhou Ming contemplated using a thread to create a barrier around the Taoist forest. However, recognizing that the forest was situated at a critical juncture connecting to other islands, he ultimately decided against it. Instead, he employed the power of the Taoist scroll to disseminate his Pangu language throughout every corner of the islands. Though Zhou Ming paid little heed to the primordial beings dwelling on the islands, his mere existence had transformed into a legend for them. As his voice echoed in their minds, the legend morphed into a miraculous phenomenon. Naturally, Zhou Ming remained indifferent to the stirrings of these beings. After countless observations, he had come to understand that these primordial entities were failures. Regardless of their relentless efforts to survive or their repeated evolutions, they invariably encountered an insurmountable pinnacle, leading to their gradual extinction, only to restart anew in a futile cycle. Of course, the primordial beings were oblivious to these truths. They lacked the capacity to perceive such a vast temporal span as an object of study. In contrast, Zhou Ming observed everything keenly and felt an intangible void among these beings as a race. This notion, albeit unfounded, lingered in his thoughts, leading him to speculate whether this primordial world had sacrificed all that was lacking in the beings to nurture the offspring of Pangu. Thus, the existence of these beings, who hardly qualified as true life forms, came to be. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that these offspring of Pangu were born from the desires of the god of creation in this world. Chapter 53. Discovery. Eternal flames illuminated the corridor quietly, leaving no trace of the passage of time. Zhou Ming, resembling a petite white fox standing just over a meter tall, walked alongside Ming and Songhai, both of whom had adjusted their heights to around 2 meters. This locale held significant sentimental value for Zhou Ming, having been crafted by him long ago, thus remaining unchanged over time. However, upon entering the innermost hall, the confined space underwent a dramatic transformation. Mingyue, this fluctuation cannot be a divine ability, can it? The surrounding space has expanded. How have you accomplished this? Ming inquired, stepping into the hall and marveling at the noticeably vast area, feeling a sense of astonishment. Is it those meridians? Songhai remarked, gazing at the waterfall cascading upwards along the walls. Indeed, it is the meridians, Zhou Ming replied proudly. For this was a recent breakthrough of his, a source of immense pride. Unlike our Pangu descendants, who derive power from the stars, these meridians extracted from the bodies of ferocious beasts are the source of their divine abilities. Consequently, the differing divine abilities impart unique attributes to each meridian, and when these distinct attributes are combined, they yield remarkably wondrous effects. With an air of confidence, Zhou Ming elaborated, for instance, the divine ability associated with this particular meridian corresponds to the wind element. He delicately flicked his paw in the air, conjuring a slender line. Almost immediately, he produced a second line, intertwining the two into a circle. By connecting this meridian with one that possessed a fire attribute, he intertwined them, completing the circle. Zhou Ming placed the intertwined circle before Ming, and with a gesture, summoned 2 more meridians that swiftly intertwined, forming another circle before Songhai. Now, simply choose a point on the circle and infuse it with a modicum of energy, nothing excessive, or it will explode. Just a small amount will suffice. A faint energy manifested in Zhou Ming's paw. This Ming exclaimed in astonishment, speechless. Following Zhou Ming's guidance, he infused a small amount of energy into the circle, causing the 2 meridians to emit a soft glow. A gentle ripple emanated from the center of the circle, as if something were being squeezed in, revealing a small point that quickly expanded into a sphere. What astonished Ming was not merely the sphere, but the vast space within it, measuring 10,000 meters in size. Before Zhou Ming could bask in his triumph, a crisp sound interrupted from the side. Amidst the puzzled gazes of Ming and Zhou Ming, Songhai, with an innocent expression, remarked, I merely touched it, and it exploded on its own. Mingyue, what is the purpose of this thing? After all, this construct was merely a fragment of a small space. Besides that small expanse, it was devoid of any substance. It was undoubtedly fragile. Zhou Ming, disinterested in arguing with the boorish Songhai, continued his explanation. At present, it is of little utility. Although the space here has indeed expanded significantly, I am primarily using a thread to maintain it. Otherwise, that fragile space would have been obliterated by the flames long ago. Songhai followed Zhou Ming's indication and beheld a series of spheres rolling restlessly amidst the deep blue flames. The deep blue flames represented the innate fire from water. After experimenting with various flames, Zhou Ming concluded that the creation of this exquisite elixir was best achieved using the innate fire from water. The innate fire from water possesses a gentle nature, and rather than burning, it solidifies and refines, condensing all essence into a singular form. However, if left to burn freely, the essence would likely be reduced to mere refuse, as evidenced by the remnants of the ferocious beast Zhou Ming had incinerated, reduced to a minuscule orb reminiscent of a child's glass marble. Thus, a barrier was required to regulate the intensity of the innate fire from water. However, After the large cauldrons he had crafted were reduced to ash, Zhou Ming summoned his versatile assistant, the divine ability, a thread, which perfectly resolved the issue. Mingyue, I need these specific attributes of meridians. Do you have any on your end? Suddenly, Ming, who had been observing the slowly expanding sphere, turned to Zhou Ming and inquired. In that distinctly emphasized Panga dialect, Zhou Ming accurately discerned the specific meridians Ming sought. There is one that I lack. But I have previously encountered the rare attribute on the Xianyu beast. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment before stating, the one that soars through the skies. With a long and pointed beak, Ming appeared momentarily stunned before asking, Mingyue, have you named the ferocious beasts? Not many, just a few whose flavors are particularly delightful. Zhou Ming replied with a sheepish smile, leaving Ming momentarily speechless. While Zhou Ming conversed with Ming, Songhai had taken no precautions. Boldly stepping into the blazing innate fire from water, he then punctured a hole in a massive sphere with his finger, only to be astonished when the liquid that would typically flow out remained contained. He leaned in closer to peer inside. Songhai, could you refrain from being so hasty? Zhou Ming admonished. Perhaps due to the innate fire from water's compatibility with Songhai, he soon adapted to its essence. In fact, Songhai later ignited a large expanse of innate fire from water beneath his vortex and fell into a deep slumber within. According to Songhai, it was an incredibly comfortable experience, feeling as though his body were dissolving. When Zhou Ming heard this, he inwardly rolled his eyes, thinking, what do you mean? It's more like you've dissolved into nothing but a shell. Had it not been for the stability of his aura, Zhou Ming would have sought out Ming immediately. Nonetheless, Ming speculated that it was precisely due to the assistance of the innate fire from water, combined with Songhai's continuous consumption of ferocious beast flesh, that he progressed rapidly to the 8-star level. After all, when Ming himself reached that level, it took considerably longer than Songhai. It is worth noting that when Songhai ascended to the 8-star level, the divine ability he acquired was a flame condensed from the innate fire from water. Now is not the time for that, Mingyue. Look. Songhai, having regained his 100-meter height, embraced the colossal sphere with a diameter of approximately 90 meters and approached Zhou Ming. A glimmer of light flashed across Zhou Ming's form, transforming him back into his initial shape. Raising his head, he observed Songhai's finger tracing a circle on the sphere, and instantly, a hole appeared in the sphere created by a thread. Why do I have to look up? Why is this sphere taller than I am? Oh, wait. Songhai, why are you so adept at creating holes in a thread? How many times have you done this? After a moment of internal conflict, Zhou Ming snapped his fingers, and a beam of light emerged from the sphere's surface, opening it as if it were a rice cooker that had finished cooking. Zhou Ming peered inside and wondered, what on earth is this? Chapter 54. The taste. Zhou Ming felt lightheaded. Upon opening the spherical container, he peered inside, only to find that it contained nothing resembling the exquisite nectar he had anticipated. Instead, there lay a mass of dark, amorphous substance clustered at the bottom, surprisingly spherical in shape. This peculiar formation was likely a result of his earlier efforts to ensure even heating while roasting it in the primordial water fire, causing the substance to gather in such a manner. Where is the nectar, Mingyue? He inquired, while Songhai lamented beside him. My previous portion is nearly finished. Weren't you the one who consumed it all? You even pilfered a significant portion from my treasury afterward. Zhou Ming retorted without hesitation, urging Songhai to inspect the remainder. Has everything transformed into this dark mass? No need to check. Everything has indeed become this abomination, Songhai remarked bitterly. With a flick of his wrist, the raging primordial water fire surged, revealing countless azure tendrils that emerged from the flames, deftly coiling around the spherical object, creating an opening to delve within. Before long, Zhou Ming found himself surrounded by numerous small, dark spheres, each over a meter in height. What on earth is this peculiar creation? Songhai muttered, devoid of interest. Could it be that the roasting lasted too long? Zhou Ming pondered, gently nudging one with his foot, only to find his fair skin stained by the inky substance, darkening his expression. A violet flame ignited beneath him as he summoned his purple fire. Compared to his other abilities, this violet flame had become utterly ineffective, having stagnated in its growth while Zhou Ming's powers evolved. Despite his efforts, it seemed to have reached its limits. Yet, Zhou Ming, sentimentally attached to the past, refrained from discarding this ability entirely. At the very least, in terms of cleanliness, the purple flame retained some utility. Though his true form was impervious to dirt, there were still substances, while not dust, that were quite unpleasant to touch, like the dark stain beneath his feet. However, with a flicker of the violet flame, such impurities would vanish, as it was the first ability that had manifested within him, harmonizing perfectly with his essence. As the violet flame dissipated, Zhou Ming gazed in silence at the stubborn stain on his foot. Raising his gaze, he mused, perhaps it is time for a change. After all, the source seed has long since been relocated to the stars. I recall that the flame on the 26th was quite remarkable. I shall find time for it. These must be those conflicting essences that cannot merge, he surmised. Because Mingyue utilized a ray to diminish the power of the primordial water fire, it was not refined away. Ming extended his finger to poke the sphere, then pinched the dark residue between his fingers, continuing, the true essence resides within. Are you suggesting that this dark substance is merely an outer shell? Zhou Ming questioned, summoning a veil of moonlight that coalesced into a delicate scarf, layer upon layer transforming into a silky ribbon. He released it, allowing the scarf to entwine around his right foot, swiftly erasing the dark stain. Upon hearing Ming's assertion, curiosity ignited within Zhou Ming. Could there be something hidden within? He wondered, casting aside the now-stained scarf, which floated weightlessly, carried by the currents of air until it dissolved into the moonlight upon touching a sliver of lunar radiance. Opening it will reveal all, Songhai stated simply, waving his hand. Instantly, a wave of blue light brushed past, gently disintegrating the dark spheres, which vanished in its glow. Following this, soft hues of dawn emerged, and harmonious rhythms rippled through the air, reminiscent of the gentlest spring breeze. Songhai gestured, concentrating the blue light as it rippled like water, revealing countless apple-sized, tender green spheres floating within. These spheres were translucent, with a swirling nebula within, their surface glistening as if liquid, threatening to spill at any moment. Moreover, these orbs emanated considerable spiritual energy, albeit insignificant in the vastness of the primordial realm, yet their purity was extraordinary. While Zhou Ming had encountered purer forms of spiritual energy before, this essence was distinct. Although it could not rival the vitality of the primordial essence or the unique characteristics of other natural energies, the remarkable harmony of this pure spiritual energy left Zhou Ming and his companions in awe. What is this? Zhou Ming, the principal figure in this spectacle, appeared bewildered. Despite having sourced all the materials himself, he found himself confronting an inexplicably strange outcome. You crafted this yourself, yet you seek others' opinions, Songhai quipped, plucking a tender green sphere and examining it closely. It must have been refined for too long. It may very well transform into exquisite nectar. That seems unlikely. This cannot be classified as exquisite nectar, Ming added, taking one for his own examination. Let us taste it and find out, Songhai suggested, tossing the tender green sphere into his mouth before Zhou Ming could respond. Fine, I'll let it slide this time, given that you were the first to try it. Zhou Ming noted silently, yet he mentally marked Songhai for this act and inquired, how does it taste? Shouldn't you be more concerned about the flavor at this moment? Ming replied, bemused. Oh. Songhai exclaimed, marveling at the sphere's taste but refraining from elaborating, instead giving Zhou Ming a thumbs up. Is it commendable? Zhou Ming guessed that Songhai was unwilling to reveal the full truth. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to forego reliance on Songhai's judgment and opted to taste one himself. With a flick of his finger, a tender green sphere flew into his palm. Despite its resemblance to an apple in size, it felt more like a morsel in Zhou Ming's grasp. He brought it to his nose, inhaling its faint aroma reminiscent of exquisite nectar before licking it with his tongue. There is no distinct flavor, he concluded. Perhaps I should just eat it. With that, he opened his mouth and consumed it whole, only to be momentarily stunned. How is it? What does it taste like? Songhai inquired curiously, having spat out a tender green sphere and approached Zhou Ming. Chapter 55. The most noteworthy place at the pinnacle of the world tree, within the floating cloud pavilion. Zhou Ming, Songhai, and Ming sat in a profound silence. Songhai sipped the divine nectar he had taken from Zhou Ming, while Ming diligently examined a tender green orb. Zhou Ming, however, was lost in contemplation. Surrounding them, the expansive pavilion was adorned with verdant vines and vibrant blossoms, while billowing white clouds floated in the vicinity. This pavilion, perched upon the highest branch of the world tree, was a creation of Zhou Ming's own design. Yet, the clouds enveloping the area were not native to the environment. They had been plucked from the sky above the vast ocean. Unlike the chaotic elements that filled the skies of the primordial lands, the heavens above that ocean were a realm of pristine clarity, dotted with countless clouds, predominantly white. These layers of clouds intertwined, casting a gentle whiteness across the otherwise gray sky. Zhou Ming had once pondered why, Despite the existence of floating islands, tempestuous winds, and roaring seas above, the view from below revealed nothing but a murky sky. Furthermore, where were the clouds suspended beneath the celestial bodies of the sun and moon? Ultimately, these questions found resolution. In that moment of revelation, a great sense of relief washed over Zhou Ming. The turmoil regarding the alignment of his meridians and the path of his cultivation suddenly crystallized into clarity. He realized that this was the essence of cultivation. It was not merely about manipulating the cosmic energies, nor was it about breath control or the refinement of body and spirit. Upon this epiphany, Zhou Ming slapped his forehead in exasperation, recalling the words of the sage king. The way remains undetected amidst the chaos, yet manifests in every corner of this vast world. He understood that the so-called way referred to the primordial world itself, and the pursuit of the way was the gradual process of comprehending this realm. When the entire primordial world revealed no secrets to one's gaze, one's focus would naturally shift towards the distant chaos. At that juncture, for being still ensconced within the primordial realm, one would transcend its confines. The nature of that realm remains unfathomable, its thoughts inscrutable, its power immeasurable. Perhaps, for those yet to attain such heights, it could be termed as the state of a sage. Was this enlightenment? Indeed, without a doubt. The confusion that once clouded his mind dissipated, and he now possessed a clear direction for his journey ahead. No longer was he a headless fly, for he had discovered his path. This could only be described as a moment of profound realization. Yet, the wind remained calm, and the sea did not ripple. The world around him appeared unchanged, devoid of any visible transformation. His keen senses informed Zhou Ming that within himself, there was also an untroubled stillness. For Zhou Ming comprehended that he had reversed the process. It was not that attaining a technique led to cultivation, which in turn would yield enlightenment. The correct sequence was to first achieve enlightenment, then to cultivate, and subsequently, techniques would emerge. Without the foundation of enlightenment, there could be no cultivation, and consequently, no techniques distilled from such refinement. Reflecting on this, he recognized the truth behind the legendary figure of Hongjun, the Taoist Ancestor, who had indeed blazed a clear path and imparted wisdom to the primordial realm, guiding countless beings. Truly, if it were possible, Zhou Ming wished for Hongjun to manifest and attain enlightenment in the present, sparing him the arduous journey of exploration. The essence of the concoction was ordinary, yet its effects were commendable, capable of hastening the growth of the Mingyue offspring. While it may not rival the flesh of ferocious beasts, its preparation remained remarkably simple. Songhai, glancing at the enormous spherical illusion hovering above the wooden table between the three, broke the silence. However, the flesh of ferocious beasts is not universally consumable, and the delectable portions are not always accessible. Hence, compared to beast flesh, this 100-fruit pill is quite remarkable, even suitable for juvenile Mingyue offspring to aid their growth. Wouldn't you agree, Ming? Zhou Ming, seemingly indifferent to Songhai's words, was evidently still perturbed by previous events. Although he engaged in conversation, his attention remained fixated on the 3 tender green orbs he was manipulating. In truth, Zhou Ming's anger had subsided as his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Can we refine it again? He inquired. Raising his head, Zhou Ming clenched his hand, causing the 3 orbs to vanish from his palm. We can, Ming. Let us attempt to refine another batch. Very well, let us give it a try, Ming nodded, rising to his feet. Together, they transformed into streaks of light and vanished from sight. Songhai, setting down his jade cup, flicked his fingers, summoning a faint blue flame that drifted forth, slowly descending onto the illusion, permeating within. A gentle rhythm began to resonate. Ming believed that the 100-fruit pill could assist those Mingyue offspring of 6 stars or below, hence his urgency. Meanwhile, Ming seemed preoccupied, his thoughts wandering after naming the pill, neglecting the most noteworthy aspects of the moment. Unlike the playful demeanor he often exhibited with Zhou Ming, Songhai now spoke with a calm and profound gaze that mirrored the depths of the endless northern sea. Why is this rhythm so harmonious? He murmured to himself, lost in contemplation. On the other hand, Zhou Ming and Ming ventured to various islands in search of materials. Yet, as they soared side by side, an unbidden question firmly lodged itself in Zhou Ming's mind. Is that a pill? An elixir? A spiritual medicine? Chapter 56. Detection. Zhou Ming was indeed perplexed. The essence was smooth and round, and after consuming it, he felt as if his entire being was immersed in the most comfortable hot spring. Gentle rhythms flowed over every corner of his body like waves, bestowing upon Zhou Ming a refreshing sensation. Although there was no immediate, overwhelming boost in power, He could certainly sense that the strength within him was subtly stirred after ingesting this Baigua pill, while he suspected that this was indeed a form of elixir. When Songhai presented him with a Baigua pill and asked him to name it, Zhou Ming refrained from bestowing it with any grand titles such as immortal elixir or divine medicine. Instead, after some contemplation, he settled on the humble name Baigua pill. When Zhou Ming had previously concocted the exquisite Qiangzheng Yulu, its appearance was far inferior to that of the Baigua pill. Moreover, for Zhou Ming and his companions, the Qiangzheng Yulu was merely a uniquely flavored beverage. Yet, even then, he had whimsically named it Qiangzheng Yulu. Now, however, in terms of both appearance and effect, the Baigua pill seemed perfectly aligned with the term immortal elixir. Yet, it was precisely this alignment that instigated a profound sense of disquiet within Zhou Ming. He could not comprehend the nature of this feeling, but in that moment, a thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps it would be best not to associate it with the term elixir, nor even the word immortal. At that moment, Ming turned to Zhou Ming with a puzzled expression. What troubles you? I feel something is amiss. Ming, could you use the Tianjing to investigate? Zhou Ming replied. Unlike his own spiritual treasure, the Jinfeng, Ming's Tianjing primarily served the purpose of exploration. If one were to describe it with an exaggerated phrase from a past life, it might be to probe the essence of all things, to survey the celestial realms of gods and demons. However, such grandiloquent proclamations were absent now. Instead of spending an eternity deciphering the origins of his unease, Zhou Ming found it far more convenient to have Ming utilize the Tianjing. Please sit. Without inquiring about the nature of Zhou Ming's distress, Ming set aside the spiritual fruits and produced the Tianjing. Understood. Zhou Ming complied, remaining still as he lifted his feet from the verdant grass and settled into a meditative position in the air. Ming pointed, and the Tianjing materialized above Zhou Ming's head, casting shadows over the island. Upon closing her eyes, Ming's gaze transformed, her once autumn water-like black irises morphing into golden vertical pupils. The aura emanating from her was now undeniable, a profound and somber presence enveloping the entire island. Meanwhile, atop the world tree at the floating cloud pavilion, Songhai raised his gaze, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes before he swiftly transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Although Zhou Ming said nothing upon witnessing Ming's invocation of her true power, he felt deeply touched by her concern for him. Throughout their lengthy companionship, unlike Songhai, who often engaged in playful antics, Ming had consistently assumed the role of a protective elder sister, silently safeguarding both Zhou Ming and Songhai. Zhou Ming was uncertain of Songhai's thoughts. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, Songhai possessed the most wisdom among the three Pangu descendants. Yet for Zhou Ming, Ming was a sister deserving of empathy. The prolonged solitude had left deep scars on her heart. Therefore, whenever she treated him with such seriousness, Zhou Ming longed to reassure her that he was fine, that there was no need for such worry. However, the words remained unspoken. Zhou Ming wished to soothe the wounds in Ming's heart, yet he found himself unable, for he and Songhai had already filled her heart with solace. Thus, he could not fathom what would happen to Ming if anything were to befall him or Songhai. In the darkness, a faint silver glow emanated from Zhou Ming, rendering his figure distinctly visible against the night. In contrast, Ming's presence, devoid of any radiance, projected a formidable aura that was palpable even amidst the absence of light, her dark threads trailing behind her. The Tianjing enveloped itself in a misty luminescence before gradually ascending. Suddenly, a fragmented imprint emerged upon its surface, and as Ming gestured, new patterns formed, evolving upon the remnants of the imprint. Intricate lines proliferated across the mirror's surface, quickly covering it entirely. Yet, the lines continued to multiply until nothing remained visible, leaving only a brilliant circle. Several faint arms extended from the mirror, releasing the familiar essence of the Taiyin moonlight. As the Tianjing ascended higher, its edges began to fade, and when it reached the heavens, it transformed into the Taiyin star suspended in the sky. Subsequently, a beam of moonlight descended, enveloping Zhou Ming entirely. The skin exposed beyond his clothing appeared almost translucent in the moonlight. From the back of Zhou Ming's head, a pale silver star began to rise, within which 7 purple orbs circled and rotated on different planes. To prevent any interference from his own power, Ming harnessed the energy of the Taiyin star, which resonated harmoniously with Zhou Ming. In response to the power emanating from Ming, Zhou Ming dispelled all defenses, even summoning forth his own natal star. What has transpired with Mingyue? Songhai emerged silently from the shadows, his serious voice resonating in Ming's heart. Ming did not respond verbally. Instead, she communicated the details of the situation to Songhai through the Pangu language. Songhai frowned, realizing that although Mingyue often displayed eccentricity, her insight was unmatched. During the transformation, aside from the Taiyan's dominion, did anything else occur? He pondered, focusing all his attention on Zhou Ming, who had summoned his natal star for examination, indicating that it was indeed a matter of significance. As time slowly passed, Ming and Songhai waited at the side for an entire month. Then, one day, something extraordinary transpired. Chapter 57. Anomalies, however, the disturbances did not originate from Zhou Ming himself, but rather from a much deeper source. Ming and Songhai's expressions turned grave, for the anomaly seemed to emanate from the slumbering dream of the primordial deity Pangu. Sensing the tremors and resonances of his natal star, Zhou Ming found himself disinclined to further investigate his own unfounded suspicions. As he opened his eyes, he exerted a gentle surge of power within, prompting Ming to relinquish his control over the energies. Without Ming's oversight, the moonlight enveloping Zhou Ming was effortlessly dispelled by his mere gesture. With bare feet, Zhou Ming stepped into the void, raising his right hand to conjure a small bubble that shimmered with refracted hues under the radiance of the moonlight. He turned his gaze towards Ming and Songhai, stating, "The disturbance originates from the dream of the primordial deity Pangu. We must swiftly ascertain the situation." Songhai, frowning and visibly unsettled, concurred, "Indeed, we must confirm this as soon as possible. The sensation is quite discomforting." Ming, his face pale, declared, "I shall proceed ahead. You too. Quickly take your rightful positions." With that, his figure dissipated into the night, soon to be scattered by the moonlight, leaving nothing behind. Although every child of Pangu could enter the primordial deity's slumbering dream, it was not the physical body that traversed within. Rather, it was an essence nurtured atop the true self, unique to each offspring of Pangu. If one were to find a fitting term, it would be closer to spiritual essence than original spirit. Songhai nodded at Zhou Ming, who, with a thought, vanished alongside Songhai, cradling the small bubble. They found themselves in a familiar realm, suffused with enchanting moonlight, while beneath them lay an endless expanse of dark waters. In contrast to Zhou Ming's emergence upon the surface, Songhai had fully submerged himself in the abyss-like depths. However, this was not Songhai's first foray into such waters, so Zhou Ming was not taken aback, having already been astonished before. Previously, Zhou Ming had inquired of Songhai whether there was anything beneath the dark waters and what it felt like to be submerged. Regrettably, Songhai had insisted that there was nothing down there, nor any sensation to be felt. These two answers had left Zhou Ming profoundly disappointed, as he had always envisioned the dark waters to hold some extraordinary mystery. Thus, prior to ascending to their respective thrones, Zhou Ming and Songhai entered the small bubble together. Each child of Pangu, upon entering the primordial deity's slumbering dream, would instinctively revert to their most fundamental form, losing their conscious will. This meant returning to their colossal height, which could exceed hundreds of thousands of zhang. The transformation into a humanoid form was merely a derivative ability acquired after reaching the 7-star level. Although this power was formidable, capable of compressing a towering form into a mere 100 meters, it required the will to maintain that humanoid shape. As the will succumbed to the slumbering dream of the primordial deity, the true self would naturally revert to its most authentic state. In Zhou Ming's early adult years, his true self had begun to influence the surrounding environment shortly after its emergence. This was even more pronounced now. In reality, not only Ming, but also Zhou Ming and Songhai's true selves frequently found rest in a space that had transformed into a unique environment perfectly suited to their essence. As they appeared in this moonlit world, the boundless radiance seemed to rejoice, gathering swiftly towards Zhou Ming. Although Songhai's form was obscured from view, Zhou Ming could sense his familiar presence nearby. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming bent down, wrapping his arms around his knees and curling into a ball. Waves of moonlight surged forth, enveloping him in an ever-increasing embrace, until he was encased within a luminous sphere measuring 1,000,000 zhang in diameter. Within this sphere, Zhou Ming had reverted to his true self, coiled and peacefully slumbering. In this surreal yet tangible dream of the creator god Pangu, a vast platform appeared to respond to some unseen force. As a layer of light swept across, a verdant meadow bursting with blossoms came into view, the sky above painted in the most exquisite shade of blue. Zhou Ming opened his eyes, feeling the subtle tremors beneath him. Ignoring all else, he delved his perception into the throne, where he sensed something struggling in the immeasurable distance, a violent thrashing that seemed to ignite an entire existence. The sensation was reminiscent of a fleeting meteor or the ephemeral burst of fireworks, unleashing a primal roar as if exhausting every ounce of energy. It was a child of Pangu, as his throne conveyed to Zhou Ming. The tremors he felt resonated like a tuning fork, a harmonious vibration shared among the thrones within the dream of the primordial deity, meant for each child of Pangu. Everyone is present. It seems something is afoot. Please, connect us. Zhou Ming responded promptly to Ming's request, astonished by the revelation that everyone was indeed there. Shifting his perception, he confirmed that all star marks were aglow. Raising his head, Zhou Ming's vision transitioned into a realm of darkness. Unlike the initial void, this darkness was now interspersed with nearly 100 radiant stars, precisely 97 in number, bringing the total to 98 when including his own. Amongst the myriad of ancient suns, if Zhou Ming were to identify the one endeavor he devoted himself to aside from rest, it would be engaging with the other children of Pangu. He had tirelessly released countless heart lotus blooms, though their effectiveness fell short of expectations. Yet, over the vast expanse of time, he had managed to connect with over 60 children of Pangu. These interactions revealed that, in many respects, the children of Pangu were quite naive, and those who seldom communicated with their peers displayed immense curiosity towards Zhou Ming's exchanges. Even a few reticent individuals would lend an attentive ear to his narrations. However, this familiarity had only developed between Zhou Ming and a select few children of Pangu. The interaction among others remained limited to the retention of star marks, with little communication beyond that. What a group of uncommunicative beings. Zhou Ming lamented this situation for quite some time. Eventually, by mere chance, he relayed a message meant for Kongqing to Feng, who then joined the conversation and quickly grew close to Kongqing. This was the breakthrough Zhou Ming sought. He clapped his hands in realization. In the days that followed, he would frequently pose questions, engaging in discussions with the other children of Pangu. He meticulously recorded these discussions within his throne, explicitly inviting differing opinions and encouraging others to leave messages. Thus, Zhou Ming's throne evolved into a communal server. Rather than feeling burdened, he found joy in the fact that these 98 children of Pangu had truly formed a cohesive connection. Chapter 58. Ziwei. Zhou Ming opened his eyes once more, sensing a connection through the celestial mark, linking him to the realms of Ming and Songhai. He then conveyed his intentions to his esteemed position, to invite Pangu's offspring, Ming and Songhai, to this place. Beneath him, the subtle vibrations of the esteemed position ceased, not because the source of the tremors had stopped, but rather because Zhou Ming had grasped the situation and remained seated. Thus the position unilaterally halted its external resonance. Upon establishing this connection, an obscure wave, imperceptible to Zhou Ming, radiated outward in response to his will. Subsequently, the space before him rippled like the surface of water, devoid of any radiance, revealing two ancient esteemed positions slowly materializing. Within the slumbering dreamscape of the great Pangu, one could summon the esteemed positions of Pangu's offspring into one's domain. This revelation had come to Zhou Ming unexpectedly from the esteemed position one day. However, it was peculiar that after discovering such a capability, Ming and Songhai had also attempted to summon their esteemed positions, yet there was no response. It seemed that certain conditions remained unmet. Soon, the esteemed positions of Ming and Songhai coalesced before Zhou Ming, and in the next moment, the two immense entities descended. As if unable to bear the weight of their presence, the grass beneath and the blooming flowers suddenly became illusory. A wave of energy surged forth, rapidly spreading across the ground towards the horizon. Before long, the distant sound of crashing waves emerged from the direction of Songhai, while the skies over Ming gradually darkened, a faint crimson hue breaking through the horizon, signaling dusk. When Zhou Ming turned his gaze back to the esteemed positions, Ming and Songhai had already taken their places upon them, appearing so natural and harmonious, as if they had been seated there all along, merely overlooked by Zhou Ming. The tremor had been initiated by a Pangu offspring from the east. As the most powerful of them, Ming was the first to articulate his conclusion. Although the specifics remained unclear, the connection established with all Pangu offspring indicated that something significant had occurred. This matter would undoubtedly be complex. After a moment's hesitation, Ming continued. Songhai, Mingyue, I sense danger. My divine perception warns me of an impending crisis. Zhou Ming and Songhai exchanged glances. The peril that Ming spoke of was likely derived from the sensations he perceived from Zhou Ming and Songhai, for the divine perception, born from Ming's intent, could only unleash its full power when directed at them. Ming, does your divine perception suggest an unavoidable demise? Zhou Ming noted Ming's calm demeanor, despite his evident concern, leading him to surmise that the vast time span had left even Ming with only a vague sense of the situation. Not quite, Ming replied with a slight pause. As soon as he spoke, Songhai interjected, then there is no need for concern, Ming. Our battles against the fierce beasts are inherently perilous. Yet victory shall undoubtedly belong to us, will it not? Moreover, in the primordial chaos, the only entities capable of endangering us are the fierce beasts. If we truly encounter an insurmountable foe, I shall flee directly and seek you and Mingyue, so that together we may capture that beast, roast it, and feast upon it. Zhou Ming seized upon Songhai's words to divert the conversation, preventing Ming from responding. Mingyue, don't solely focus on roasting. Let us explore alternative culinary methods. Songhai laughed in response. But roasting is my forte. With countless varieties of flames at my disposal, I can create myriad flavors. Are you not satisfied? What would you suggest instead? The discussion veered further away from the pressing matter at hand. Ming, observing Zhou Ming and Songhai bickering over culinary preferences, couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was truly a moment when tension should prevail, yet they were lost in a discussion about how to prepare the fierce beasts. Seeing the expression on Ming's face, Zhou Ming also chuckled softly. In truth, he too felt a surge of urgency akin to the anxiety experienced during the grueling preparation for an impending examination, one that could not be retaken. He believed Songhai felt similarly. If he were to encapsulate the moment in a single phrase, Zhou Ming mused that it could aptly be termed the moment of destiny. As he brushed away the distracting thoughts that began to surface in his mind, Zhou Ming was about to speak when suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through his perception. In that instant, he felt as though his entire being had become immobilized. Countless rhythms swirled around him in response to the tremendous sound, intertwining to form a colossal golden bell. Within him, the tiny scroll seemed to react as if offended, unfurling with a rustle. Then, an endless symphony of rhythms struck in unison, shattering the golden bell within his perception into fine dust. In an instant, a soft light enveloped Zhou Ming. His body restored to its former state, Zhou Ming quickly turned his gaze towards Songhai, who stood before him. Behind Songhai, an ethereal wheel of light formed from the primordial waters, and fire spun gracefully. Meanwhile, Ming's dark tresses billowed behind him, merging with the boundless night. 10 stars. As Songhai had freed himself through his own strength, he took a moment longer than Zhou Ming. Once Songhai opened his eyes, seemingly unaffected, Ming spoke without waiting for Zhou Ming and Songhai, declaring, Songhai, Mingyue, let us proceed to our natal stars. With that, Ming closed his eyes, extending his perception toward the elusive natal stars. Zhou Ming and Songhai exchanged no words, merely closing their eyes as well. With the assistance of the esteemed physician, their vision leaped into a vast expanse of darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The resonant chimes broke the silence for the first time in this darkness. Zhou Ming turned his head towards the source of the sound. He soon realized that the location of the star was in the eastern realms of the primordial chaos, where the sun rose, and where the great Pangu faced the heavens. The state of perception in this dark realm resembled Zhou Ming's experience prior to his birth from the egg, devoid of form, shadow, and only his voice audible to himself. He could see and move, yet it felt akin to the spectral beings from stories of his past. However, unlike before, Zhou Ming now understood this as a form of existence within perception. In this darkness, he could see no one but himself. Yet the stars twinkling in the void assured him that all were present, all observing the disturbances unfolding here. Perhaps, not just they, but all the Pangu offspring in the primordial chaos were gathered in this moment. Suddenly, a wave of joy surged through Zhou Ming as he pondered the possibility of reaching out to connect with others. Just as he prepared to act, a tremendous sound erupted, and a radiant starlight ignited from the distant east. A star began to sway and descend in the vast darkness, in a realm where direction had previously held no meaning. The concepts of up and down suddenly emerged. The slowly ascending stars entered Zhou Ming's perception, gradually coalescing into 2 divine patterns. Zhou Ming then softly articulated the significance represented by these patterns, the stars and the purple tenuity. Chapter 59. Prohibition. Zhou Ming felt a sense of incredulity as the star gradually ascended from the darkness, its name, Zive, echoing in his mind. To refer to the star merely as Ziwei seemed somewhat inaccurate. Rather, it should be the true name of the one who was ascending, Pengyuzi. Yet, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. Zhou Ming pondered the reason behind Panguzi's decision to elevate his star from the shadows. If it were merely an ordinary event, it would not have stirred all the Panguzi. Conversely, if it were a fortuitous occurrence, how could he reconcile the unease subtly gnawing at his heart? The luminous star rose. Akin to a fish emerging from water, its once indomitable brilliance dimming as it lost its initial momentum. The deep, resonant chime emanating from the dignified presence grew heavier and more profound in Zhou Ming's perception. Amidst the arduous struggle, the persistent tolling of the bell rang on, one echo following another. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound intermingled with the weighty toll, causing Zhou Ming's expression to turn grave. The Lingao golden bell had fractured. The bell tolled on, yet the purpose behind Panguzi's actions remained elusive to Zhou Ming. For any Panguzi, the treasures bestowed by the great Pangu were irreplaceable. The enduring companionship through the passage of time, the meticulous craftsmanship, and the nurturing of their bond had forged an intimacy beyond compare, an inseparable part of oneself. Yet, why would Panguzi Ziwei, so recklessly compelling the use of a treasure, disregard its damage? The tolls deepened, growing increasingly somber, while the brilliant star shone ever more resplendently. As if intent on illuminating the unfathomable darkness that enveloped them, time became an enigma within the dreams of the great Pangu. The time, divine pattern in Zhou Ming's left eye remained unresponsive. Yet at a certain moment, spurred by the relentless urging of the treasure, the star reached a pinnacle of transformation. Zhou Ming, despite his unwavering focus, found the scene before him altered in an instant. The dazzling star was cradled by a large, sturdy hand, as if a colossal figure akin to the horizon emerged from the abyss. This figure extended its hands from the unknown, gently supporting the weary star. A familiar essence stirred, and disregarding the intertwining rhythms of divine patterns within his heart, Zhou Ming murmured, "Great Pangu." The toll ceased, tranquility enveloping the vast darkness once more. Then, amidst the giant hand, a shattering sound arose. The Lingao golden bell had perished. No, it was the immortal king. The sudden noise jolted Zhou Ming back to clarity, and he recognized that the immense hand belonged to a Yuanshi immortal king. Ignoring the puzzled expressions of other Panguzi, this Yuanshi immortal king momentarily paused before lifting the star high. In that instant, radiant brilliance erupted from the star, akin to the blazing sun, overwhelming all Panguzi with a blinding white light. Zhou Ming instinctively closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found himself seated upon the exalted throne, facing Ming and Songhai, who were gazing intently at him. The three Panguzi exchanged glances, yet all remained silent. "Ming, what are your thoughts on the message conveyed through Ziwei's sacrifice?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ming could no longer contain himself and posed the question. "If it is true, then the Hong Wang is in peril." Ming's complexion turned pale. The newly acquired information significantly heightened the sense of danger within his divine powers. It must be true, otherwise, a Panguzi who has attained the 10-star level would not easily fall, Songhai added, pausing briefly before sighing. The emergence of a new chaotic being must surely be beyond the great Pangu's expectations. Yet, this cannot be merely a new chaotic entity, Zhou Ming interjected instinctively. If we were to speak accurately, it is the body of a chaotic being pieced together from the remnants of many chaotic entities. However, after speaking, he sighed, acknowledging the minimal difference. "Mingyue, how much time do we have left?" As if a decision had been made, Ming's gaze deepened, dispelling the lingering sense of fragility that had previously clung to him. He then inquired of Zhou Ming. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming closed his left eye and opened it again, revealing a pure white orb instead of the usual black. The stillness was deceptive. The pure white seemed to flow, resembling an unending river coursing through his gaze. Gradually, a jade disc emerged from the depths of his eye. Based on the information relayed from Ziwei, there were less than 1,000,000 Hong Wang days remaining. Zhou Ming swiftly communicated the answer to Ming, who contemplated thoughtfully. Time is indeed running short. "Mingyue, while our companions are still present, reach out and discuss our future strategies." Unlike the previous supportive demeanor of Ming, who had resembled the caring elder sister, he now exuded the wisdom of a goddess, his gaze fixed on the distant future. "Very well, I shall make contact at once," Zhou Ming replied, closing his eyes again. "Songhai, I require your assistance. Let us proceed outside." As Zhou Ming initiated contact with the other Panguzi, Ming turned to Songhai and stated, "Songhai, whatever you decide to do, I shall support you." A flicker of understanding crossed Songhai's eyes, and he too sensed something profound. After a moment of reflection, he slightly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, spoke in a deep tone, Then, I thank you in advance. Ming was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a radiant smile. As if flowers had blossomed amidst the darkness behind him, Songhai remained silent, his form gradually fading away. On the grassy patch where Zhou Ming had been examined earlier, a shadow suddenly took shape, swiftly transforming into a human form as the darkness receded to reveal Ming. Raising his head, he noticed a faintly twinkling star in the gray sky occupied by the Taoist star. Though its brilliance paled in comparison, it defiantly shimmered in its own right. Zhou star. Ming whispered, Pangzi Ziwei, regardless of the circumstances, I owe you my gratitude for revealing the impending crisis. His gaze shifted to a particular point in the sky, where his golden vertical pupils pierced through the fabric of space. A glimmering bubble materialized within his eye, and with resolute determination, Ming vowed, I shall not permit any entity to harm them, not even the great Pangu. Chapter 60. Kungsi Peak. A colossal mountain peak stands severed in the middle, giving rise to an expansive plain amidst a series of undulating hills. Despite its truncation, the remaining half of the peak still towers above the surrounding mountains. On the cross-section of this mountain, lush green bamboos are planted, each approximately a meter in diameter, firmly rooted in the rocky terrain, standing tall and proud. With a general height close to 1,000 meters, the verdant bamboo leaves rustle in the gentle breeze, creating a melodious symphony. Deep within the bamboo grove, there lies a cleared patch of land, where a pavilion woven from bamboo stands. Inside the pavilion, Pangu Zishi finds himself devoid of the usual pleasure he derives from listening to the bamboo leaves sway in the wind. The reason for this disquiet stems from the information received after the Ziwei star ascended into the sky. She is a Pangu Z of the 7-star level and has lingered in this tier for an extended period, perhaps due to his gentle disposition. He often feels that the growth of his inner power is rather sluggish. In Beihai, he has a congenial Pangu Z friend named Mingyue, who once described himself with a phrase that encapsulates his essence. Even his physical growth is languid. She remained speechless, unable to refute Mingyue's words. Especially considering that when Mingyue journeyed to Beihai, he had only just come of age, having recently entered the 5-star level, while she had only just successfully taken form. Now, Mingyue is on the cusp of the 7-star level, whereas she remains stagnant in the same tier. Suddenly, she raises his head as a swarm of nearly transparent butterflies flutters in pursuit of one another, gliding in from the distance with an air of urgency. Kuan, what shall we do about the chaotic beings birthed from the primordial wilderness? She inquires of the butterflies. What needs to be done? The butterflies reply, continue as before. Whatever was done previously, carry on with that. As the butterflies arrive at the pavilion, intricate patterns emerge on their almost transparent wings, from which a young man steps forth. He possesses a handsome visage, imbued with a gentle aura that is devoid of any femininity, akin to the boundless, vast sea of clouds, embracing all. This young man, also a Pangu Z, is named Kuan, with a power level at the 8-star tier. Is there truly nothing to be done? She observes Kuan, who sits calmly sipping tea brewed from bamboo leaves. Indeed, nothing at all. You may continue your daydreaming, while I enjoy my bamboo leaf tea. As for Foam, amongst the three of us, her abilities are most effective against the ferocious beasts. Henceforth, let her consume all the beast flesh. Kuan sips his tea, a slight frown crossing his brow as he realizes that it is not to his liking. All the beast flesh has always been consumed by Foam, she murmurs. Mingyue mentioned that beast flesh can promote growth. We confirmed this initially. However, while I seldom indulge, I do partake occasionally. And as for you, Kuan, aside from that first taste, you have not sampled it since. It still lacks the right flavor, Kuan mutters to himself, casually tossing the cup aside. The cup, propelled by the wind, barely travels far before colliding with a gust. It disintegrates into particles, gradually dissipating into the air, leaving no trace behind. The wind, having erased the cup, continues its journey, rustling through the green bamboos, creating a soft rustling sound. Allocating necessary resources to those in need is the most prudent method of distribution. Kuan flips his wrist, producing another set of cups, and begins a complex brewing process while stating, for us, as long as we safeguard Foam and allow her to confidently hunt ferocious beasts, that suffices. Oh, Foam is here. I wonder what mischievous idea Mingyue has planted in her head. She looks up to see a beam of red light descending from the distant sky. From the exuberant demeanor of Foam, it seems that Mingyue has indeed inspired her with a brilliant notion. Kuan, good news. Mingyue has invited everyone to a gathering, set to occur 1,000 primordial days from today. As the red light descends, a striking figure wielding a crimson spear appears beside she. Her hair is elegantly styled in a high bun, revealing a graceful and beautiful nape. Her face is slightly round, with large, bright eyes that exude an innocent purity. However, she is not merely an adorable maiden. The formidable crimson spear in her grasp and the sharp aura surrounding her unmistakably indicate that she is a Pangu aligned with the sun. You see, there is truly nothing to be done. What is meant to come will arrive in due time, so there is no need to rush in pondering how to act. If your mind is unsettled, sit down and contemplate in your usual manner how best to proceed. Once you discern your course of action, prepare yourself and await the opportune moment. Indeed, she replies, glancing at Kuan with a smile. A gathering, indeed. Over 90 Pangu coming together. Feng exclaims, throwing herself onto Shi, embracing him with enthusiasm. All right, I understand your excitement. But where is the gathering to take place? Shi, slightly exasperated by the affection, inquires as he feels the world around him sway. The venue is right here. Mingyue mentioned that our location is quite convenient, being centrally positioned relative to the companion's distribution. Thus, I readily agreed. Feng declares proudly. With a sudden crash, a cup falls to the ground, shattering. A loud bang follows. As a cloud of white vapor erupts into the air. Feng, did you say the gathering is to be held here? Chapter 61, Another Group Indeed. Mingyue remarked that the distance here was quite suitable and inquired whether I was agreeable to it. I readily consented, casting aside the long spear in my hand. Feng extended both arms, akin to a child reaching out to chase a rolling football. The rotund form of Shiyuan exhibited remarkable elasticity, and the azure fur adorning its body was both soft and smooth, prompting Feng to embrace Shiyuan at every opportunity. Shiyuan, ever compliant, adjusted its size to the most fitting for Feng's embrace, and then said, "Do not carelessly discard your spiritual treasure, Feng. As the most vital treasure of our Panga lineage, it must be cherished." This was of no concern. After nuzzling my face against Shiyuan, I lifted my head and addressed the crimson spear, which had been cast from the pavilion and now hovered in midair. "Why are you so foolish, lingering there idly? Come into my body. You've caused me to be scolded by Shiyuan." The spear, standing outside the pavilion, emitted a soft hum before transforming into a slender red light that swiftly darted toward Feng, colliding directly with the right side of his swan-like neck. Then, the red light vanished, leaving no trace, yet a delicate and exquisite spear pattern appeared on the fair skin of Feng's neck. Do not constantly bully your own spiritual treasure. Shiyuan puffed up its form, adjusting its somewhat deformed body. Feng defended himself. That time was entirely not my fault. It was filthy, after dealing with that unsightly beast. It didn't even clean itself before burrowing into my body. Feng shivered atop Shiyuan, as if a chill ran through him, emphasizing, so filthy. You too. Can we refrain from straying so far off topic? Kuan remarked, collecting his tea set before approaching Feng and swiftly seizing Shiyuan. Wah! Feng suddenly felt a void beneath him and, without warning, nearly toppled to the ground. After a startled exclamation, he found his body halted. The delicate spear pattern on the right side of his neck glimmered softly, enveloping his entire being. Feng, oblivious to the silent assistance of his spiritual treasure, instinctively overlooked it and shouted at Kuan, "This is outrageous, Kuan. You actually snatched Shiyuan from me, employing divine powers to do so. I challenge you to a duel." Kuan appeared to disregard Feng's words entirely, merely shifting his thoughts. Following his will, the spiritual treasure within him placed an object before Feng. Then, he directed the rotund, azure-furred Shiyuan onto the table, saying, "Shiyuan, assume human form. How long do you intend to remain in this shape for Feng's embrace? Although we can temporarily set aside matters concerning the chaotic beings, we must prioritize discussing the gathering. Only when Feng no longer wishes to hold me can we do so." Shiyuan quivered on the table, and with a surge of azure light, its spherical body gradually ascended, expanding until it reached a size of approximately 130 meters. Then, a vertical fissure appeared on the surface of the fur-covered sphere. In the next instant, the fissure opened, revealing a beautiful young girl clad in azure attire emerging from within, radiating a faint azure glow akin to the source of life itself. This maiden's presence caused the surrounding green bamboo to sprout, soon adorned with clusters of white flowers resembling grapes. A gentle breeze stirred, sending a cascade of white petals fluttering through the air. Amidst the swirling blossoms, the girl wore a subtle smile, her dark eyes shimmering with an indescribable allure. Unlike most Pangu offspring who transformed, her long hair was not black, but rather of a pure hue, reminiscent of infinite vitality, a shade of azure. The transformation from her true form was distinct, yet not surprising, as astonishment is born from the unexpected. Unfortunately, within the vast wilderness, particularly among the interconnected Pangu offspring like Zhou Ming and others, no such standards existed. As Shiyuan emerged from the first sphere, it trailed numerous translucent silken threads glimmering with a faint white sheen. These threads seemed to sprout from the sphere, adhering to Shiyuan's back as if deeply integrated. Without glancing at the threads, Shiyuan took a few steps forward, and with a slight motion of its shoulder, a layer of azure light cascaded along the threads behind it. The threads quivered in unison, arranging themselves into two orderly rows before fanning outward. The spherical form behind Xin had transformed into a burst of light, torn apart, and a gentle azure rain scattered silently. The translucent threads extended from Shiyuan's back, intertwining and radiating freely. Each thread trembled slightly, accompanied by a gentle rhythm, creating ripples that spread outward. It was as if responding to a call. The drifting light rain converged toward the threads, gradually transforming into a pure white hue. Once the last of the light rain dissipated, a pair of nearly transparent wings, glimmering with a soft white light, manifested on Shiyuan's back. Having completed her transformation, Shiyuan opened her eyes in the air, only to find Kuan busily retrieving items from her spiritual treasure. Most of these were food crafted from various fruits sourced from deep mountains, interspersed with occasional delicacies made from beastly flesh, all of which were conveniently placed near Feng. At that moment, Feng was captivated by a red branch resembling coral, crystalline and jade-like, standing in the dish, with a slight drool escaping his mouth as he gazed at it with wide, innocent eyes. Shiyuan, with a slight twitch at the corner of her eye, admired Kuan, who was now prepared and seated nearby. It was impressive how he had tamed the mischievous Feng solely through his culinary prowess. Stepping closer, Shiyuan positioned herself beside Feng, ready to sit down, when Feng suddenly reached into the dish. Shiyuan's body froze momentarily as she turned to look at Feng, who, with one hand covering his mouth, had puffed up his already round face even more. As he chewed slowly, he tilted his head back, gazing at Shiyuan with his innocent, wide eyes. "I won't compete with you." Chapter 62. The Reason. Please take your seats. Feng, what did Mingyue say about the gathering? Kuan inquired, tapping the table beside him. After a brief swallow, Feng straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Kuan. Mingyue mentioned that regarding the message transmitted from the Ziwei star about the newly born chaos being, we need to convene and discuss how we should respond. No one knows the extent of that chaos being's power, so before it fully integrates its true form, we must strive to enhance our strength as much as possible. While that statement holds merit, it is indeed a chaos being akin to the great Pangu. Even if we Pangu descendants combined our strengths, could we truly stand a chance? She, plucking a purplish-red fruit from the table, took a bite and remarked, "No, there is still hope." After a moment of contemplation, Kuan replied, "That newly emerged chaos being, strictly speaking, cannot be considered a true relative of the great Pangu, who roams freely in chaos. If we were to put it plainly, it is quite similar to us Pangu descendants." Kuan paused to savor a sip of tea before continuing. "However, it is undeniably a conglomeration of authentic chaos remnants. Thus, we cannot accurately gauge its power. Indeed, among the Pangu descendants we know, only the one guarding the seal possesses the highest power, being a 9-star Pangu. We initially believed that 9 stars represented the pinnacle, yet the ascent of the Ziwei star has revealed that there exists a 10-star tier beyond it. However, even the 10-star Pangu, Ziwei, upon encountering that chaos being, was swiftly noticed and could not escape, ultimately burning everything to propel his life star into the heavens to relay this message to us. Can we withstand such an adversary? She expressed her concerns, sensing the terrifying power concealed within the body of that chaos being, even from the message transmitted by the Ziwei star. Kuan, why is everyone so worried about the emergence of that chaos being? Feng asked, puzzled. Once that chaos being arises from the remnants, it will undoubtedly inherit the will of chaos, seeking to destroy the primordial wilderness and eliminate the great Pangu. However, it cannot annihilate the primordial wilderness solely with its own strength. Therefore, it will seek a second target, which is the great Pangu. Kuan explained to Feng in a solemn tone, then turned to Shi, saying, "We can certainly resist, Shi. Although that chaos being will likely target us Pangu descendants after failing to find the great Pangu, we are not mindless beasts that would simply submit to its aura. If it comes to battle, we may not necessarily lose. In truth, the primordial wilderness is vast. Even if we combine the areas where the 90 or so Pangu descendants we know reside, it is merely a fraction of the northern primordial wilderness. True enough. She nodded in agreement with Kuin's words, then added, nevertheless, preparations must be made. Among the three of us, only Feng possesses the capacity for destruction. Thus, what we must focus on is enhancing Feng's power. Before that chaos being descends, we must ensure Feng reaches at least the 9-star level, so that even if we cannot defeat it, we can still escape with our lives. Kuin took Shi's words and laid out a plan for Feng. Me? Feng paused in his snacking, looking at Kuin and Shi with a quizzical tilt of his head. However, soon after, as the long spear design on the right side of his neck glimmered slightly, he grasped the situation and broke into a bright smile. No problem, leave it to me. Kuin and Shi exchanged silent glances, then Kuin gestured, and the remaining delicacies on the plate, mostly devoured by Feng, were recreated, stacking delicately into a towering pile. With a gentle expression, Kuin said to Feng, "You're truly reliable, Feng. Come, eat more. If you like, I will prepare plenty for you in the future." Afterward, ignoring Feng's jubilant feasting, Kuin turned to Shi, saying, "Let us consider where the gathering venue should be and how we should proceed." With a sweep of his hand, a map unfurled before them. "What do you think of this location?" She pointed to a spot on the map with her delicate fingers, inquiring. "The scenery is indeed beautiful. But is it not too small? We must consider all possibilities. What if a companion prefers to act in their true form rather than in humanoid form?" Kuin pondered before shaking his head in disapproval. "Since we have decided to host the gathering here, as the hosts, we must provide the finest hospitality." "You are quite right." "Kuin, what about this place? This one is not ideal either. Look at that." Their discussion continued for quite some time. Feng finished the pastries made from beast meat beside him, then lifted his head, noticing the debate was still ongoing. He then devoured the fruit pastries from Shi's side, only to find the discussion unresolved. Finally, he consumed the pastries from Kuin's side, but the conversation remained at an impasse. "I will go ask Mingyue how to proceed with this gathering. He has plenty of ideas." Noticing Kuin and Shi's troubled expressions, Feng casually declared before transforming into a beam of light and vanishing. "Indeed, asking Mingyue is a good idea. He is well acquainted with the other companions," Kuin shrugged, waving his hand to clear the disarray of plates from the table, sending them tumbling into the breeze before disappearing. Next, Kuin produced 2 jade plates, one holding a crystal-clear red branch, and offered it to Shi. "This is a new variety, quite delicious. Here, try it." "Now, Feng has just left," she replied. "Exactly. I only took it out after he left. I only have 2 of these." "Who are you fooling? This is an unfinished product." "Haha, exposed. It tastes great, but it feels somewhat discordant." Where could the disharmony stem from?" "Yes, it started to emerge around the 3,721st year of growth. At that time." "All right. I understand now. And then in the 5,460th year. Finally, it was around the 6,000th year." "Very well. Is there anything else?" "There is. Please, continue." Chapter 63. Friends, the sky was shrouded in gray, and the earth was adorned with a myriad of peculiar red stones, crimson, dark red, pale red, and rosy hues. It resembled a vast ocean of red, where these strange rocks exhibited varying shades of red, layered from light to dark, creating a chaotic yet inexplicably profound sense of depth. The stones intertwined, forming arches that supported a grand stone pedestal. The base of the pedestal was a vivid red, akin to blood, and appeared to be slowly oozing downward, reminiscent of a wound. Each droplet cascaded down, diluting its sanguine hue with each layer until it eventually pooled into a pristine, transparent stream upon reaching the ground. As one gazed upward from the base, the red gradually faded to pure white at the handrail, which was then kissed by a gentle golden sheen. At the pinnacle, 8 slender golden spears fanned out, their tips shimmering with a striking crimson light. Suddenly, a figure emerged slowly from the pedestal. Instantly, the area seemed to come alive. The peculiar stones glimmered, and the stream gurgled melodiously. This was none other than the slumbering dream realm of the great Pangu, and the pedestal was a throne of sorts. The master of this throne was known as Feng. Upon ascending to his seat, Feng surveyed his surroundings, then extended his hand to draw forth his treasured spear, wielding it with a flourish. In an instant, all the peculiar stones shattered, collapsing into a heap of rubble without a trace of dust or debris. Indeed, they had been renewed. In an unexpected turn, this once serene locale had been transformed into a desolate ruin. Sensing the change, Feng felt a surge of joy and tossed his treasure forward, a flash of crimson light darting into the rubble. Moments later, it shot out again, landing deftly in Feng's grasp. Upon closer inspection, the artifact in his hand was adorned with a string of a dozen or so white orbs. These orbs remained still, reminiscent of fish balls strung on a long skewer. True to form, Feng pinched the spear with his thumb and forefinger, lifting it to his lips and taking a bite of the foremost orb. With a crisp crunch, a series of hurried sounds erupted from Feng's mouth. Yet he paid them no mind, chewing and swallowing without a second thought. Should one inquire about the nature of these orbs, even Feng himself could not provide an answer. After circling his birthplace for what felt like an eternity, he remained perplexed as to what made this place distinct from Mingyue. Unable to decipher the riddle, he summoned his treasured spear once more. Without regard for the fact that he stood in the dream realm of Pangu, he swept the area clean, leaving nothing but the throne intact. However, just as Feng prepared to depart, several small orbs began to rise from the debris. One orb floated up from beneath his feet, ascending until it hovered before his mouth. With a tilt of his head and a parting of his lips, he chewed once more, his eyes sparkling with delight. Thus, Feng indulged in another sweet treat. After consuming the last orb, he casually discarded the skewer and closed his eyes, seeking out Mingyue. As he sank into his throne, Feng soon sensed the celestial mark of Pangu's child, Mingyue, still aglow. He promptly established a connection. Mingyue, I spoke with Kuan about the gathering. He asked me to inquire what preparations are necessary. What preparations are required? I've already informed everyone that during the gathering, whether in true form or humanoid shape, we should maintain a height of around 100 meters. So we can simply make some casual arrangements, or perhaps even construct a large round table encircled by 98 thrones. That should suffice, right? Feng was taken aback. What had troubled Kuan and she for so long seemed remarkably simple under Mingyue's influence. Simplicity is key. The other Panga children hardly concerned themselves with trivialities. The fact of the gathering alone suffices. Mingyue, you seem a bit off today. Have you eaten something that disagreed with you? Feng queried, breaking the silence. Despite having conversed with many Panga children due to his temperament, it was only Mingyue with whom he shared a deeper connection. Firstly, Feng was enamored with Mingyue's voice. There was an inexplicable comfort in it that often lulled him into drowsiness. Secondly, their personalities harmonized well. Occasionally, upon awakening from slumber while Kuan and she remained lost in dreams, Feng would seek out Mingyue. Her throne bore clear indications of when she would be present, making her easy to find. Due to her frequent engagements with other Panga children, she spent ample time on her throne, allowing Feng to locate her effortlessly. Mingyue, what exactly is this technique of yours? It surpasses even the mysteries of the underworld. A voice from across the way paused, then chuckled helplessly, responding. It's all due to that fellow Li, who claims he wants to enter slumber and refuses to come over. Li, the cold and aloof one? I recall he hardly ever converses with other Panga children. Feng mused, tilting his head in thought. Indeed, that's him, the socially withdrawn child, perpetually stunted in growth. Mingyue's voice brimmed with annoyance, yet it remained soothing. What shall we do? Is Li not coming? Does that mean we need to eliminate a throne? Despite being in the company of Kuan and she, who often rendered Feng's mind vacant, conversing with Mingyue prompted him to think. That won't do. We can't afford to lose a single one. Kongqing is in close proximity to Li, and I've already asked Kongqing to take a detour and fetch him. Mingyue's tone remained irritable, but as Feng listened, he found himself growing drowsy. Hey, Feng, are you asleep again? Mingyue's voice rose several decibels. Instantly, Feng jolted awake. I can't be blamed. Your voice has a hypnotic effect that is far too potent, much stronger than before. I lost track of time. While your essence is that of the moonflower, as a Panga child, those instincts shouldn't sway you. I believe you simply enjoy opposing me. Now that I've reached the 7 stars, when the gathering arrives, we shall engage in a friendly contest. Feng sensed Mingyue genuinely irked, but he could not help but feel amused. Are you certain you wish to compete? Mingyue, I have no objections, but I am already at the 8 stars. Silence lingered from the other side, prompting Feng to suggest, how about I let she compete with you? She is also at 7 stars. You want me to battle a healer? Feng found himself perplexed. Without specific annotations from Mingyue, he could not comprehend the meaning behind healer. It was akin to encountering a string of English words. While someone might explain the overall meaning, the individual words remained elusive. I am weary at heart and wish to refrain from further conversation with you. Disregard my previous words. It is of no consequence. I shall end the call now. Do not hang up. First, reveal to me your name. which you refer to as Zanaima. And what about me? Surely you possess a similar appellation. Indeed, I do. What is it? Gunner. Gunner? Yes, but in the sense of the E variety. Huh. Chapter 64. Moonflower. At this moment, Feng and Kuan were soaring through the air, not by their own volition, but rather standing upon a vast, verdant leaf. The elliptical green leaf was lush and vibrant, as if freshly plucked from a tree. Despite the rapid pace of their flight, there was not a hint of turbulence surrounding them. Not even a whisper of wind disturbed the tranquility. According to Kuan, since the gathering had been decided to take place here, they could not afford to be careless, lest they be underestimated by their peers. Is that so? Feng pondered, recalling that the moon had mentioned how the other Pangu disciples seemed indifferent to such matters. However, upon witnessing Kuan's determined expression, Feng swiftly dismissed his doubts. Since Kuan had asserted it, it must be so. Consequently, with a reluctant countenance, Feng was compelled to follow Kuan. From the information Feng had relayed, Kuan had conceived a brilliant idea regarding the specific locale for the gathering. He had already identified a suitably favorable location, necessitating a reconnaissance mission and subsequent adjustments. Kuan, where are we headed? Feng inquired, apprehensive of the ferocious beasts that lurked ahead in areas he had yet to clear. Surveying their surroundings, Feng extended his palm and conjured a spear that materialized in his grasp. We shall go here. With a flick of his finger, Kuan summoned a glimmer of spiritual light that struck Feng's forehead, continuing, although there are indeed ferocious beasts present, it is undoubtedly an ideal spot. Since I have set my sights on it, those beasts must perish. That quite a distance, Feng grimaced upon learning of their destination from the spiritual light. At their current speed, it would take nearly a century to reach there. However, as they were now beyond the boundaries of his usual patrol, he could not afford to relax. After all, the beasts emerging in this era primarily possessed only their innate powers, making them relatively easy to eliminate. Not far enough. You are simply too lazy, Kuan retorted without mercy, adding, but you can take a moment to rest now. Once we arrive, you shall need to be busy. I am not fatigued and do not require rest. Feng shook his head, then suggested, Kuan, since we have time on our hands, why not continue with the painting you left unfinished last time? You truly have not changed in all this time, Feng. Kuan chuckled, reminiscing about their initial encounter. He understood Feng's refusal to rest, his eyes momentarily glistening with nostalgia, recalling the time before he met Shi. Back then, in his desire to avoid disturbing the creatures inhabiting him, he refrained from moving or condensing his true form, instead transforming into a sea of flowers that spread into the distance. They had existed long before his awareness, making him the interloper in their lives. Thus he could not disrupt their existence. As Feng traced a circle in the air with his spear, he remarked, So, you have remained unchanged. Kuan retrieved an unfinished painting from his spiritual treasure, continuing in his mind, Still, too gentle. So this is the painting you have been working on, Feng mused. Curiosity piqued as he leaned closer, exclaiming in astonishment, Is that not me? Indeed, it is you. Kuan tossed the painting gently, unfurling a vast canvas before him. Beneath the celestial shadows of the Taoist star, a translucent stream of energy flowed rhythmically, clear and ethereal, yet it did not obscure the moonlight. Rather, it enhanced its purity. Bathed in that pristine moonlight were countless colossal moonflowers, their blossoms radiant. The outer petals were of brilliant gold, fading inward to a soft golden hue. The petals were elongated, curving upward and slightly converging, resembling a sphere, with two green leaves below, one leaning left and the other right. During the day, the petals would close, only to unfurl again under the moonlight at night, their orientation shifting in harmony with the movement of the Taoist star. Thus, Kuan named this flower the moonflower. Countless magnificent moonflowers adorned the peculiar stones, resembling a tranquil sea of trees, quietly blooming in this realm. Here, the trees chose not to grow tall. Instead, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy released by the moonflowers, they opted for a low and sprawling form, akin to the verdant grass beneath the blossoms. As Feng observed Kuan extend his index finger, a flicker of spiritual light glimmered at his fingertip, sketching upon the canvas. Noticing the ethereal beings faintly concealed beneath the foliage, Feng exclaimed, Kuan, you've overlooked Shi. I cannot find her in the painting. No problem. Leave it to me, Feng assured, and with a gentle gust of wind, all intentions were infused into the artwork, enveloping the canvas in a veil of translucent energy. This must have been how it appeared long ago, Feng thought as he glanced once more at the golden sea of flowers. Indeed, It remains as plump as ever, he murmured, then relinquished his prior boredom. Settling cross-legged upon the green leaf, resting the spear across his knees, and closing his eyes, allowing his perception to extend outward. Kuan-'s artistry was beyond Feng's comprehension. For although it appeared merely as a painting, once completed, one could step into it. Indeed, one could traverse into the painting itself. While Kuan-'s physical form remained present, most of his consciousness had already entered the artwork, diligently at work. A century is neither excessively long nor particularly brief. Kuan felt as though he had just begun when he heard Feng call out to him. Progress, as expected, remained slow. Kuan paused his actions. For in pursuit of a flawless painting that preserved the most beautiful moments from his memory, he could not tolerate even the slightest disharmony within the canvas. What have you done? Why are there so many ferocious beasts? Kuan materialized beside Feng, inquiring. I did nothing, Feng replied innocently. I merely stood aside, occasionally dispatching a beast that approached, and for some reason, suddenly, they multiplied. Feng felt entirely innocent. He had genuinely done nothing. Well, this isn't the time for that discussion, but it appears a fierce battle is imminent, Kuan remarked, gathering the painting from the air, surveying their surroundings, and shrugging his shoulders. Chapter 65. Slaughter. Though nothing was visible at present, a multitude of formidable auras unmistakably converged towards Kuan and Feng. Pay attention, Feng. I will handle the first, second, sixth, ninth, and 10th ferocious beasts. The rest shall be entrusted to you. Having swiftly identified the approaching beasts, Kuan organized his strategy and spoke to Feng. Understood, Feng replied loudly, rising to his feet. Very well. Kuan also stood, gazing skyward. The first one is coming. As his words fell, the heavens above Kuan and Feng darkened abruptly, accompanied by a violent explosion. A colossal hoof, measuring 1,000 feet in width, descended with unrelenting force, appearing directly above Kuan's head in the blink of an eye. At that moment, both Kuan and Feng were still standing on a human-sized, oval-shaped green leaf, merely 500 meters wide. In comparison to this gigantic hoof, they seemed as insignificant as ants. Before the hoof could land, a soft pop resonated, and under the immense pressure, the membrane enveloping the green leaf ruptured. Countless gusts of wind surged forth, akin to the most ferocious ocean waves, whipping Kuan and Feng's disheveled black hair into a frenzy. Despite the green leaf swaying like a tiny boat amidst a stormy sea, Kuan and Feng appeared utterly unfazed, standing firmly in place. Kuan then thrust his hand upward, exclaiming, "How ungracious!" As his voice echoed, his outstretched palm pushed upward, momentarily arresting the chaotic winds within 100 meters of his vicinity. The air coalesced, forming a dome-like shield that sheltered the green leaf above, resembling an umbrella. Yet the transformation did not cease. Based on the established dome, all winds within a kilometer were once again commanded, creating an even larger arched barrier above, layering upon itself until 36 protective layers were constructed in the blink of an eye. Crack, crack, crack. The descending hoof, magnified countless times, struck down with tremendous force. Upon initial contact, the outermost protective layer shattered as if made of glass. The hoof surged through, shattering 10 layers before its ferocity began to wane. By the time it reached the 9th layer, it was entirely thwarted, unable to advance further. A roar, seemingly provoked, erupted from the sky, followed by a tumultuous wave of energy. Now you wish to use your divine powers? It is too late. Kuan clenched his palm tightly, and the previously breached defenses reformed in place, gradually segmenting the gigantic hoof layer by layer. The second beast has arrived. After summoning Feng, Kuan stepped down, causing a translucent membrane of light to spread, enveloping the entire green leaf. In the next moment, the leaf surged forward at an extraordinary speed, leaving behind a faint trail of green light, swiftly distancing itself from the first beast. Indeed, Kuan had also intended to eliminate the first beast effortlessly. However, the creature in the sky was tough-skinned and resilient, requiring considerable time to vanquish. Just then, the second beast arrived, and if they were ensnared, it would spell danger with the subsequent beasts closing in. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of dark birds had silently surrounded Kuan and Feng. The peculiar birds, each approximately a meter long, flapped their wings minimally, yet they managed to keep pace with Kuan's rapid movement. This pesky beast again, Feng remarked, displeased at the sight of the swarm of black birds. It's clinging to us once more. There was no choice. This beast was impossible to defeat. They could only outpace it to ensure survival. Otherwise, no matter how many times it was slain, it would resurrect at the same spot. If they were cornered and besieged, they would be the ones in peril. Let us revert to our old methods, Kuan said, shaking his head. He extended his hand to Feng, saying, "The one behind is yours to handle." "Easy enough," Feng replied, grasping Kuan's hand. "That beast, as Mingyue would say, is merely food that runs away. It can be dealt with effortlessly." "One must wonder how much you have learned from Mingyue's brilliant mind. You seem to have adopted her peculiar metaphors as well," Kuan commented. As he spoke, the clasped hands gradually became translucent, eventually vanishing from sight. The effect spread up his arm, causing half of it to disappear. "How intriguing," Feng remarked, leaning closer to Kuan, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I only recently discovered that Mingyue secretly refers to she as Nanny." Kuan was left speechless. "While that is quite vivid, should she find out, she would undoubtedly be furious." "I assure you, I won't mention it to her," Feng replied, and in an instant, both he and Kuan vanished from the green leaf. Shortly thereafter, the leaf itself began to dissolve from the spot where they had stood. The circling black birds remained oblivious to the anomaly, continuing to fly in formation, leaving a conspicuous void in their midst. "Can you sense the location of that beast?" Kuan's voice resonated from the emptiness. Soon after, Feng's voice followed. "We're almost there. Its speed is impressive. We must advance further." Then, their voices faded away, echoing from an unknown mountain peak. "Can we capture it here?" Kuan inquired. "We've got it," Feng whispered, and in an instant, a crimson light emerged from an unknown source, vanishing within the blink of an eye. The next moment, Kuan and Feng sensed a colossal presence silently dissipating. Dissipating the divine aura, Kuan revealed himself. A delicate green leaf swirled beneath his feet, which Feng pinched between two fingers and subsequently stowed in his pocket. Feng then summoned a long spear, blood red like the hue of slaughter, into his grasp. As his slender fingers gripped the spear's shaft, the violent aura emanating from it was instantly subdued, coalescing before Feng's palm, gradually separating until a dark red divine pattern flickered within the spear's body. Kuan merely glanced at the fading divine pattern, feeling a surge of murderous intent rise within him. With a slight focus, he dispelled the chaotic thoughts and inwardly marveled. Indeed formidable, Feng's slaughter divine pattern. Chapter 66. The wisdom of the peak as Pangu's progeny continued to grow. Eventually reaching the 7-star level, the inner essence of the spiritual treasure that had accompanied Pangu's growth began to coalesce into a divine pattern. This manifestation represented one of the greatest functions of the spiritual treasure. However, rather than a transformation, this change in the spiritual treasure was more akin to an unlocking of the inherent powers it harbored. Zhou Ming was naturally aware of this, for Ming had long imparted such knowledge to him. It was merely that, due to Zhou Ming's recent emergence into form, the divine pattern within the spiritual treasure had yet to coalesce. This particular divine pattern, known as L, was born from the spiritual treasure of the peak. Truth be told, Kuan had often pondered the enigma of why the peak, with its seemingly simple mind and gentle disposition, was forged into a destructive weapon by the great deity Pangu in conjunction with Pangu's offspring. After all, its true essence was merely a flower thriving upon the earth. Surrounded as we are, Kuan, from which direction shall we break through? Peak raised its head, surveying the surroundings before inquiring. Choose a direction that pleases you. I shall leave this fierce beast to you. Kuan gazed towards the horizon, where countless black clouds amassed from all directions, soon obscuring the gray sky entirely. Then, amidst the throng of dark clouds, a rumbling roar reverberated. Suddenly, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, akin to a steel needle plunging into tofu, the deluge sinking deeply into the land. In that initial contact, under the shroud of dark clouds, 9/10 of the primordial beings inhabiting that realm perished instantly. The remaining fraction, after a mere breath, met the same fate. The mountains crumbled, trees shattered, and the very ground seemed to yield as if pressed down by a weight of fallen snow. Yet, neither Kuan nor Peak paid heed to the world that had transformed in the span of a single breath. For both the fierce beasts and Pangu's offspring, what they perceived was not the superficiality of existence, but something far more profound. This locale, though ravaged, would inevitably transform into a vast plain once the rain subsided. With the abundant spiritual energy of the primordial world nurturing it, life would surely flourish anew within a century. The geological composition and the flora that would rise from it would be markedly more resilient, impervious to destruction by mere rainfall that was, in essence, a byproduct of the fierce beast's natural influence on the environment. Perhaps, in a certain sense, only the innocent primordial beings had truly suffered destruction. Yet in the primordial realm, such occurrences were inescapable. Even Peak, who had once wished to spare the lives of those primordial beings, felt no tumult within, for they were invisible. Aside from those primordial beings dwelling close to Pangyue's offspring, who had absorbed the essence of Pangyue, the rest had become increasingly elusive after the latter ascended to the 7-star level. After all, this was the dawn of creation, a realm devoid of cultivation and direction, where only divine powers and strength held sway, and the protagonists of this world were none other than Pangyue's offspring and the fierce beasts. Kuan and Peak remained suspended in the air, refraining from employing any divine powers, yet the relentless rainfall avoided them, gracefully arcing away before touching their heads. Then it is decided, Peak tightened its grip, a glimmer of pale gold flashing in its eyes. In the next moment, as if the storm had passed, holes appeared in the thick clouds, beams of sunlight piercing through, but Peak's form had already vanished. Kuan observed Peak engaging the fierce beast amidst the dark clouds, unperturbed. No matter the form of the fierce beast, as long as Peak deemed it a living entity, it posed no difference and could be dispatched without hesitation. After a while, the tumultuous clouds began to subside, gradually revealing Peak's somewhat disheveled figure, while the dark clouds were swiftly devoured by the spiritual treasure in Peak's possession. In the sky, upon witnessing Peak vanquish the fierce beast, a gentle breeze stirred, and Kuan's form dissipated like smoke, soon vanishing from the air. Then, Peak extended a hand skyward, and its form vanished along with a gust of wind. The situation is dire. My divine powers have been disrupted, and I can no longer deal with the fierce beast one by one. In the void, two immense consciousnesses engaged in dialogue, with Kuan speaking first. Why not resolve this together? Peak proposed. If it's just the two of us, even if we succeed, we will be gravely injured. I still need to assess the suitability of the site. If it is appropriate, we must prepare swiftly. Kuan. Before Kuan could finish, Peak suddenly shouted. In the empty space, a deep crimson hue materialized, emanating a chilling radiance. The next moment, the brilliance erupted, filling the realm with intense light. Following this, a thunderous boom resonated, and a black lightning bolt shot down like an arrow in this blank world. The surroundings fell silent for an instant, then, as if autumn had arrived and leaves were shedding, once the cold light faded, countless black snowflakes began to swirl through the sky, cascading gracefully across the expanse. Days later, within the bamboo grove pavilion, Peak sat before a mountain of favored snacks. With a morsel in its left hand, it reveled in the feast, while its right hand rested before she, who cradled Peak's arm with a gentle glow, repeatedly caressing it, layers of ethereal blue light accumulating over Peak's arm. Are you foolish? Even if I hadn't noticed the fierce beast's ambush and had been hit, I wouldn't have sustained significant injury. Do you think my spiritual treasure is mere decoration? Kuan, seated at the round table, was fuming. With your frail physique, you think you can shield yourself from harm? In terms of physical ability, you're even inferior to she, the healer. Kuan, still simmering with anger, gulped down 3 or 4 cups in quick succession. Stealing a glance at she, Peak swallowed the snack in its mouth and adopted a pitiful expression, as if 3 large words were written across its face. Help me. She felt a headache coming on, especially when she inadvertently noticed the familiar smirk of triumph on Peak's face behind the mountain of snacks. She instantly understood. This rascal had undoubtedly fallen prey to Mingyue's schemes again. He should consider how furious Kuan is now, if revealed. Kuan would surely find a way to deal with him. Thus, it was best to remain silent for now, she resolved in her heart. And one word from Kuan piqued her curiosity. Enough, enough. Kuan, don't be angry. Peak has only sustained minor injuries. It's essentially fine now. A day's rest will suffice. I'm not angry. I simply regret involving him. If I had gone alone, I would have already arrived and confirmed the site. Kuan huffed as he took a seat. She smiled and cast a knowing glance at Peak before softly speaking to Kuan. Kuan, may I ask you a question? Kuan, somewhat puzzled but unconcerned, replied, What is it? Go ahead. It was during my journey when I contacted Mingyue, and he inadvertently mentioned that he privately refers to you in such a manner. Do you find it fitting, and thus adopted it as well? Wait for me. Evening. I am going to scold the bright moon. Ah, it slipped away. Indeed, it has vanished. So, do you have any explanation? Peak. I was in the wrong. Chapter 67. The 10th Divine Power. What happened? Who sought you? As Zhou Ming opened his eyes, he heard the voice of Song Hai. It was Kuan, Zhou Ming replied. Somewhat puzzled, but it seemed nothing significant. He merely mentioned some gathering. I thought you had once again deceived Feng, and Kuan was here to settle the score with you. Songhai chuckled. It's precisely because you constantly tease Feng that Kuan has sought out Ming on numerous occasions. What are you saying? Feng and I share a good relationship. How could I deceive him? It was merely that he complained to me about Kuan hoarding delicious food from him, and I suggested he feign injury. At that point, he could express a desire for food, and Kuan would surely provide him with plenty of treats. Zhou Ming waved his hand and continued. However, Feng is quite foolish. Even if he pretends to be injured, he would undoubtedly be exposed immediately. He cannot deceive Kuan or she. Indeed, that is true, Songhai acknowledged, nodding in agreement with Zhou Ming's observation. Is it a matter of significance? I just sensed a new divine power emerging within me. Ming interjected, his voice tinged with joy, yet his words left Zhou Ming astounded. Are you implying the 10th star? Zhou Ming could not help but rise, his eyes widening as he inquired, enunciating each word carefully. Now, we merely need to wait. Zhou Ming contemplated before sitting down again, realization dawning upon him. It is not surprising at all. Ming has lingered at the 9-star level for quite some time. Correct, Songhai continued. You may not be aware, but when Ming and I first met, he was already at the 9-star level. Songhai observed Zhou Ming as he settled back down, then spoke slowly. I recall you mentioning that during your first encounter with Ming, you were only at the 6-star level. Zhou Ming was indeed surprised by this revelation, furrowing his brow. Is the emergence of the 10th divine power really that difficult? It is not merely difficult. It is exceptionally arduous, Songhai asserted, emphasizing his point. Given that you have only recently taken form, you may not fully comprehend this. However, there is one thing you surely know. Reflect on when the emergence of divine powers began to pose challenges. Zhou Ming had no objections to Songhai's assertion. After all, as Songhai had stated, while his divine powers flowed effortlessly, his understanding of them remained somewhat nebulous. Nevertheless, the answer to Songhai's question was clear. It was after reaching adulthood. Since then, acquiring divine powers has become increasingly challenging. Precisely, Songhai nodded and pressed on with his inquiry. Have you pondered why this is the case? Is it due to a different origin of the divine powers? Zhou Ming speculated, drawing upon his long-held impressions. That is not entirely incorrect, Songhai replied. The 5 divine powers we possessed before adulthood did not originate directly from within us. To be precise, they stemmed from the emblem bestowed upon us by the primordial immortal king, which represents us as Pangu. An emblem, Zhou Ming echoed, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. He realized, no wonder when I received that emblem from the immortal king. It felt as if I was reclaiming a treasure I had lost long ago. Turning to Songhai, he continued. So, that is why the initial 5 divine powers were so easily obtained, and one could even acquire the powers they desired directly. Songhai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is the case. Thus, acquiring the 6th divine power became challenging as it began to cultivate from our true essence. All right, I grasp the reason. But why is the emergence of the 10th divine power so daunting? Zhou Ming spread his hands. Even if Ming only attained the 9th divine power upon our first meeting, given the extensive time that has passed, shouldn't he, his true essence, have birthed the 10th divine power by now? To his surprise, Songhai mirrored Zhou Ming's gesture. You ask me, but to whom should I turn for an answer? Without pondering why Ming had appeared so abruptly, and sensing no indication of his existence, Zhou Ming quickly inquired, Ming, have you successfully entered the 10th star level? Not yet. Ming shook his head in response to Zhou Ming's query. The 10th divine power differs fundamentally from its predecessors. If I had to compare, it bears some resemblance to the 5th divine power, in that they both lead to a singular endpoint. Indeed, that is the case, Ming confirmed. However, there are distinctions. The condensation of the 10th divine power carries a higher potential for failure. Failure? Zhou Ming was momentarily taken aback by this unfamiliar term, while Songhai also widened his eyes in astonishment. Yes, failure, and it also entails danger. In fact, it was my awareness of the impending dangers that caused me to remain at the 9-star level for so long. Hearing of failure and danger left Zhou Ming bewildered. When had the Pangu, who could merely sleep to grow stronger, begun to contend with such challenges? Despite the swirling thoughts in his mind, Zhou Ming voiced his foremost concern. Are you all right, Ming? Will this division of your consciousness affect you? It is no longer an issue, for I have surpassed the initial difficulties. Now, I merely need to allow everything to unfold naturally until my true essence is reformed, Ming reassured Zhou Ming with a smile, indicating that he was fine. Does the true essence require reformation? Songhai, upon hearing Ming's words, suddenly realized the profound significance represented by the emergence of the 10th divine power. It might be even more crucial than he had initially contemplated. As this thought crossed his mind, Songhai felt a surge of conviction, as if affirming, indeed. Ming produced his celestial treasure, the heavenly mirror, and declared, "The memories of that moment are stored within the mirror. I shall take you to witness them, and you will understand." Zhou Ming and Songhai exchanged a glance and nodded in unison, regardless of the circumstances. The breakthrough of a 9-star Pangu to the 10th star was undeniably alluring. Thus, Zhou Ming and Songhai extended their hands to cover the mirror's surface. In the next instant, Zhou Ming felt darkness enveloping him, only to find himself in an endless abyss. Chapter 68. Memory darkness is merely a sensation in Zhou Ming's heart. Although devoid of any glimmer, upon opening his eyes, he perceives the minutiae of his surroundings with astonishing clarity. It is a peculiar form of sight, not reliant on light or conventional perception, but rather as if information flows through a deeper, more enriched channel. He can ascertain details such as weight, composition, and temperature with mere thought. However, Zhou Ming pays little heed to these revelations, for they are no stranger to him. Every child of Pangu possesses this capability, albeit the intensity is incomparable to that of the being known as Ming, who dwells in this realm of obscurity. Indeed, this is no other place but the realm guarded by Ming, above the sealed domain, a territory naturally influenced by the essence of Ming. Lowering his gaze, Zhou Ming notices the prominence of his chest and the familiar hands that open and close before him, leading him to the realization that the body he inhabits is that of Ming. This form was constructed through the power of a spiritual treasure, utilizing Ming's memories woven into the celestial mirror, allowing him and Songhai to intimately experience Ming's past, although Ming had previously downplayed his encounters with failures and dangers. In truth, it was not overly perilous. However, Ming's concern stemmed from the thought that should Songhai and Mingyue endeavor to break through to the 10th star in the future, what if they were to stumble? Thus, Ming painstakingly wove his memories into the celestial mirror. As the crafted memories began to fade, their essence slipping away, he did not hesitate to divert a portion of his consciousness from his ongoing rebirth, taking the celestial mirror with him. "Calm yourself, Mingyue. We are about to commence. Pay heed to my guidance." Ming's voice resonated in Zhou Ming's mind, and suddenly, he found himself seated in a meditative posture as something within him began to emerge. The sensation was akin to tender grass breaking through the earth, a delicate sprout stretching towards the first light of day, filling Zhou Ming with an involuntary joy. "Awaken. Mingyue, do not be swayed. Focus on your inner self." Zhou Ming attempted to respond, only to realize that for some inexplicable reason, no sound escaped his lips. His senses felt entirely suppressed within Ming's body. "Do not rush. The power of the celestial mirror is now fully activated, which is why you cannot speak. Calm yourself. I will guide you." Seemingly aware of Zhou Ming's confusion, Ming's voice elucidated the situation. Zhou Ming then felt Ming calling to him, "Come, this way." Following Ming's beckoning, his consciousness shifted. The journey was clouded, but when Zhou Ming finally halted, he found himself before a luminous infant. This cherubic child, plump and enveloped in light, lay peacefully asleep on the ground. A profound sense of familiarity welled up within Zhou Ming. Compelled by this intense affinity, he approached the infant, bending down to cradle the child in his arms. In that moment, he was suddenly filled with a sense of grounding. However, this unexpected feeling did not bring him solace. Rather, it illuminated the truth. No, this is not myself. This is Ming's memory, a reflection of Ming's experience. Lacking the depth of understanding, he sought to grasp a higher realm. Even with Ming's assistance, Zhou Ming found himself repeatedly lost in Ming's recollections. The memories woven were fragile, a realization evident without Ming's prompting. Setting aside other concerns, Zhou Ming felt a modicum of confidence regarding the ceiling due to the spiritual treasure. As he gathered his wits and centered himself, Zhou Ming lowered his gaze, only to encounter a pair of abyss-like eyes. The infant, having risen from his embrace, clutched at Ming's clothing, leaning in closer, its deep, dark eyes piercing through like an unfathomable chasm, gazing directly at Ming. Zhou Ming felt his tightly coiled thoughts teeter on the brink of collapse. Within those infantile eyes, he did not see Ming's reflection, but his own visage staring back. Yet, this was not of primary significance. The familiarity emanating from the child's gaze struck a chord within Zhou Ming. As he contemplated this notion, he recalled the origin of this sense of recognition, his memories of the primordial chaos enveloping the ancient world, a beauty so pristine and unique. akin to pearls glimmering amidst the void. In the depths of the infant's eyes, Zhou Ming sensed a trace of that unparalleled perfection. "You are not him." The soft voice of the infant whispered, reminiscent of a maiden's murmur, as it spoke, applying pressure with its tiny hands against Ming's chest. In an instant, Ming's figure shattered like porcelain, fracturing into oblivion. A wave of darkness surged forth, engulfing everything. Meanwhile, outside, as Ming guided Songhai into the memory of his initial breakthrough, he realized that Mingyue, having just stepped into the seventh star, was already influenced by his memories. Thus, he hastily redirected his focus to Mingyue. Communicating with Mingyue proved arduous, as the essence of Ming present here was merely a fragment of consciousness, devoid of power. Consequently, he struggled to manipulate the celestial mirror to transmit his voice to Mingyue, just as he succeeded in guiding her to the inception of the memory. A profound transformation unfolded on the other side, where Ming's true form was fully gestating. Like two love-struck atomic nuclei, having endured countless tribulations, merging into one. They heralded a monumental blessing to the world. An unforeseen and intense change commenced. Without a moment to react, Ming's figure holding the celestial mirror vanished. The mirror, left behind in the pavilion, erupted with brilliant light, casting Zhou Ming and Songhai out. In the next moment, the mirror's light shifted, revealing a dark expanse, and then it disappeared into the abyss. Mingyue quickly sealed this. Songhai suddenly cried out. Zhou Ming collected his thoughts and turned to see Songhai, enveloped in deep blue radiance, streams of energy flowing toward his clasped hands. However, something within his grasp seemed to resist, slowly prying open Songhai's palms. It was a shadowy orb, a remnant of the memories Ming had constructed within the celestial mirror. Yet, astonishingly, the celestial mirror had expelled not only themselves, but this as well. "Is Ming all right?" Zhou Ming inquired. "He is coming," Songhai replied. As Zhou Ming summoned the Taoist scroll, which unfurled before him, "Ming will be just fine." As he mentioned, "We must simply allow things to unfold naturally until his true form is reconstituted." Chapter 69. Waiting. Although it was incredibly strenuous for Ming to maintain this memory at that moment, Zhou Ming pressed down on his Taoist scroll. Suddenly, a wave rippled through the space between Songhai's hands, resembling the surface of water. Layer upon layer concentrated, completely enveloping the dark, small sphere, which gradually solidified into a shell, encasing the sphere entirely. "Isn't this too simple?" Zhou Ming pondered. Given that Songhai seemed on the verge of breaking free when he began to suppress it, Zhou Ming had prepared himself for a prolonged stalemate. Yet, to his surprise, it was sealed so smoothly. "Perhaps your spiritual treasure is particularly suited for such endeavors," Songhai mused, offering a vague justification. "Maybe." Zhou Ming paid little heed to Songhai's nonchalant remark. At that moment, both Zhou Ming and Songhai's attention was drawn away from their immediate surroundings. In the ceiling area, Ming's aura surged to unprecedented heights, then exploded outward, spreading like an all-encompassing tide. "Let us go take a look," Zhou Ming said, stepping beside Songhai and placing a hand on his shoulder. Noticing Songhai's unease, Zhou Ming refrained from speaking further. He, too, felt a similar sense of unrest, rendering words inadequate to soothe Songhai's nerves. Zhou Ming then gazed toward the distant horizon, where a blanket of darkness was steadily expanding. In the next moment, at the center of the destined star, a source of divine power suddenly illuminated the surroundings. The divine ability I-Distance responded to Zhou Ming's will and began to operate swiftly. Thus, Zhou Ming and Songhai vanished from the floating cloud pavilion, reappearing near the encroaching darkness. Zhou Ming stumbled slightly as he halted. Although the divine ability I-Distance was evolving alongside his growth, its limitations remained unchanged. The world tree was not far from Ming's ceiling area, yet if he traveled with Songhai, it would still take a day. At that moment, both Zhou Ming and Songhai found the prospect of spending time on the journey unbearable. Therefore, Zhou Ming utilized I-Distance to teleport them directly nearby. However, using the divine ability alone differed from bringing Songhai along. Despite Songhai's diligent effort to restrain his power, Zhou Ming struggled to calibrate the intensity. A sudden emptiness surged within him, causing Zhou Ming to stagger. Fortunately, he was quickly steadied by Songhai's strong arms. "I'm fine," Zhou Ming reassured, shaking his head as he regained his footing. In the brief span of their exchange, the emptiness dissipated, and his strength returned to a robust state. "Songhai, do you perceive anything?" Zhou Ming inquired. For the divine ability Purple, I could not penetrate the darkness surrounding Ming. It was not due to any extraordinary reason. but simply a lack of power. The spreading darkness was undoubtedly the domain of Ming. No, although I am at the 8-star level. I could previously barely see through Ming's domain, but now I cannot. Song Hai frowned and stated. Ming is no longer at the 9-star level. Zhou Ming fell silent, aware that both he and Song Hai understood the likelihood of accomplishing anything upon their arrival was slim, given the vast disparity in their power levels. The darkness continued to expand, soon enveloping Zhou Ming and Song Hai, and in the next moment, they were shrouded in a thick veil of black. A faint silver glow emanated from Zhou Ming's body, penetrating even his clothing, enveloping him entirely in radiant light. The surrounding darkness faded, leaving Zhou Ming suspended in the air like a resplendent moon. On the other side, Song Hai was similarly cloaked in a deep blue aura, with a whirlwind of blue flames blazing behind him, supporting an enormous, ethereal light wheel. Unlike the flickering flames, the slowly rotating light wheel carried an undeniable weight, each subtle movement seemingly crushing. Song Hai suddenly extended his hand, and a faint red pattern appeared in his open palm, gradually splitting to reveal a fissure. From the crevice, an endless stream of golden light flowed forth like liquid. No. Zhou Ming stepped forward, seizing Song Hai's hand. The tiny scroll within him resonated, transmitting formless waves through his arm and into Song Hai's palm, directing a suppression force toward the fissure. We do not yet understand Ming's situation. We cannot act recklessly. Is your spiritual treasure safe to use here? What if it interferes with Ming? Have you forgotten where you said you would employ this treasure? Zhou Ming's tone was stern, his gaze fixed intently on Song Hai, filled with pressure. I apologize, Mingyue. I was overly impulsive, Song Hai admitted, glancing toward Ming's direction. Let us trust in Ming. Indeed. We trust in Ming, Song Hai affirmed, clasping Zhou Ming's hand as they vanished into the enveloping darkness. The night did not continue its endless expansion. It halted before reaching the path obscured by the world tree, and this pause lasted a full 3 months. A colossal ink-colored pillar loomed over the entire ceiling area guarded by Ming, its lower end piercing through the ocean to an unfathomable depth, while its upper end ascended into the clouds, disappearing from sight. With the aid of the divine ability distance, Zhou Ming observed from various angles. This enormous ink pillar did not exist in any tangible form. It resembled a mirage, standing between heaven and earth. However, unlike a mirage's illusion, Zhou Ming could distinctly perceive the imposing presence of the ink pillar. What exactly is this? Zhou Ming and Song Hai deliberated for an extended period, but their discussions led to no conclusion, and they could only silently note their thoughts in their minds. Zhou Ming and Song Hai waited for another 2 months. During this time, Song Hai did not leave the floating cloud pavilion, remaining focused on sensing the movements from Ming's side. Even the finest brew of celestial nectar Zhou Ming had procured and concealed went untouched. Zhou Ming comprehended Song Hai's demeanor. Had he not learned through his status that Ming's destined star remained stable, he would have long since succumbed to impatience. Mingyue, stop pacing and sit down. Song Hai suddenly grasped Zhou Ming, causing him to startle, his cup nearly spilling its precious contents. What had he been contemplating just now? Oh, all right. Chapter 70. The infant upon ascending to the 9th star level, Ming became aware of the existence of the 10th divine ability. However, this newfound awareness was accompanied by an all-consuming darkness, an abyss of obscurity that rendered everything unknowable. This engendered a profound sense of panic within Ming. For as long as he could remember, the darkness had been his constant companion. Thus, it should have been familiar, yet it felt alien. A veil of the unknown that was not his own. Guarding the meager remnants of his own darkness, Ming stubbornly forsook his growth. It was in that moment that he realized the immense influence Pangu's will could exert upon his true self. Although his development had nearly stagnated, the power within him continued to grow gradually, as if his body had never been filled to capacity, leaving ample room for expansion. Eventually, the solitary Ming awaited the arrival of his happiest moments. The vast sea and the bright moon had come. With an open heart, the barriers to the growth of his true self were also lifted. The catalyst for this breakthrough originated from the distant east, from Pangu's Zhuai, whose ascension in the primordial realm brought forth this change. Indeed, the aura of the 10th star that Ming sensed was merely an introduction. The true significance lay in the message conveyed by Pangu's Zhuai through his ascension. This message illuminated the perilous path ahead, revealing that if he continued on his current trajectory, he would be unable to protect the vast sea and bright moon. Unlike other Pangazis, such as Feng and Kuan, who had to be ever vigilant against the attacks of fierce beasts, often returning wounded, Ming's realm was the North Sea. where the vast sea and bright moon roamed freely in search of danger. This was only possible because the North Sea was indeed his territory. He must acquire the power to safeguard. Amidst these contemplations, the 10th divine ability began to sprout within him. A seed emerged from his body, flickering faintly, as if it might extinguish at any moment, yet within its dim glow lay an abundance of vitality, as though all the life force within him was coalescing into this singular point. It took root, sprouted tendrils, and began to flourish. No effort was required from Ming. Everything transpired naturally within him, as if the fruit had ripened and fallen to the ground, leading Ming to believe that he merely needed to await the unfolding of events. When this seed transformed into a vine that entwined all his bones, change commenced. The source of the divine ability hidden within his destined star suddenly manifested in his body, with 9 small orbs of light gently swirling before alighting upon the vine, 1 for each limb and 5 within his torso. Upon contact with the 10th divine ability encircling his bones, these orbs expanded rapidly, resembling ripened fruits hanging from the vine. At that moment, the 10th divine ability finally ascended into Ming's skull. Ming felt a resounding tremor within his consciousness, rendering him incapable of thought. Yet, when a beam of light approached from afar, he instinctively reached out and grasped a mirror. Within the mirror's surface swirled a mass of darkness, akin to tumultuous clouds. Time slipped away from Ming's grasp, and in the depths of this obscurity, he lay in serene slumber. Free from troubles or sorrows, he was enveloped in tranquil repose, his peaceful visage suggesting an eternity of rest. Then he transformed into an adorable little girl, an unfamiliar sight, for before his metamorphosis, he was not in human form. Gradually, his appearance shifted, morphing into that of a young maiden, and then into an infant. A radiant glow began to envelop the infant, cocooning Ming securely. A ribbon of intertwined rhythms unfurled towards him, wrapping around his being. With a sudden crack, the silence shattered, and Ming awoke, having lost track of how long he had been in slumber. His pure eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any thoughts. Rising from the ground, he noticed a fragmented mirror in his grasp. "This is not it," a gentle whisper echoed in his empty mind. Ming released the mirror, which shattered upon hitting the ground, splitting into 2 halves. Paying it no heed, he staggered forward. The dim light within the fractured mirror still reflected a glistening infant, wandering aimlessly. As the infant walked, shadows of light danced beneath her feet, memories of Ming's past, from birth to the present. The infant traversed the journey of Ming's life, gradually gaining consciousness and developing her own thoughts. Within this infant's form, a new will emerged, one that could not be labeled as Ming. Truly weak, the infant remarked, having thoroughly reviewed Ming's growth experiences. Standing from an outsider's perspective, she offered an unflinching critique. "It appears that I am not the one known as Ming." The infant began to ponder. "My existence must have emerged during that weakling's breakthrough. Hence, I possess no divine abilities, no insignia denoting my identity as a Pangazi. Not even my destined star. Wait, there is one." The infant paused before continuing. "Now I understand. It is as I suspected. I am she, yet not entirely. She remains lost, and what I must do is swiftly eliminate all the key factors that could awaken her, utilizing all that she is to secure my own chance at existence. Let us begin with the most recent." The infant's gaze shifted, her clear eyes darkening with depth as an image materialized before her, Ming cradling an infant. "It is you, Mingyue." Having identified her target, the infant closed her eyes. When she reopened them, she beheld none other than Zhou Ming, holding the infant in Ming's memories. Chapter 71. Possibility. In the floating cloud pavilion, Zhou Ming suddenly froze, inadvertently knocking over the jade cup before him, the viscous jade liquid spreading across the table like honey. A peculiar sensation enveloped him. Zhou Ming closed his eyes, attempting to discern any insight, but remained perplexed. He noticed that within his body, the spirit treasure scroll, which had been dormant, began to emit a faint phosphorescence. This glow was subtle, thousands of times dimmer than the brilliance released when Zhou Ming actively invoked the spirit treasure, yet it persisted in its gentle emanation. What is this phenomenon? Songhai scrutinized the scroll in Zhou Ming's hand and inquired, as the master of the spirit treasure, "You should be able to perceive the messages it conveys. Has it revealed nothing to you?" "No, the spirit treasure has communicated some information, but it is too chaotic to comprehend," Zhou Ming replied, furrowing his brow. "Moreover, when I tried to extinguish this phosphorescence, the spirit treasure did not comply with my will." "Is it unmanageable?" "The spirit treasure, which is part of you, has rejected your control?" Songhai expressed disbelief. Such a situation should not occur. It is not that I cannot exert control. If I forcefully willed it, I could extinguish the glow, but when I attempted to do so, the tiny scroll resisted my command. Zhou Ming relaxed his grip and reseated himself, gazing intently at the scroll floating above the table, still radiating its dim light. It seems the sensations are intensifying. Songhai sighed. What is intensifying? Zhou Ming had never witnessed Songhai exhibit such an emotion. Thus, while he had a vague notion of what Songhai referred to, he continued the conversation, not seeking answers, but merely for dialogue. What we do not know, what we are powerless against, is increasing. Songhai lifted his gaze to the overcast sky, reflecting, if only we could know everything and accomplish anything. Perhaps we would be devoid of worries. However, one thing is certain. The troubles we face now would undeniably cease to exist. Indeed, Songhai chuckled, raising the jade cup beside him and draining its contents. Mingyue, refill it for me. Of course. Zhou Ming waved his hand, wiping away the spilled jade liquid from the table, then stood to pour drinks for both Songhai and himself. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, the infant lay in Ming's embrace. Yet his gaze was fixated on Zhou Ming, who resided within Ming's body. Zhou Ming, sensing the attention, raised his head to look outward, locking eyes with the infant. Who are you? Zhou Ming inquired, summoning the tiny scroll from within himself. The infant remained silent, but suddenly, in the reflection of his eyes, Zhou Ming's head detached from his neck, rolling onto the ground with a dull thud. With a swift motion, Zhou Ming unfurled the spirit treasure scroll, pointing it towards the infant still cradled in Ming's arms, commanding, subdue. Endless brilliance surged skyward, and with a crack, the entire space became riddled with fractures, beginning to shatter. The infant, who had initially been lying on the ground, swiftly rose and moved forward with fluid grace. With each step, it appeared to traverse a year, rapidly maturing into a captivating young woman. Though her appearance mirrored that of Ming during her youth, the aura she emanated was distinctly different. The young woman extended her hand, revealing a scene that unfolded before her, a world filled with blinding light, crumbling in chaos. In this collapsing realm, Zhou Ming was encased within a sphere, shielding himself completely. Yet his eyes lacked vitality. Everything seemed to freeze in a tableau once the young woman departed from it. With a delicate exertion of her slender fingers, the entire image fragmented, and Zhou Ming's figure likewise shattered, gradually vanishing alongside the scene. Despite merely being a potentiality, can I still wield the complete power belonging to Pangu? The young woman mused. If that is the case, even if I ventured at Songhai's side, I would return empty-handed. Should I encounter resistance, this fragile world of possibilities would be obliterated instantly. Thus, I must seek a potentiality derived from a moment in time that does not resist. Pausing briefly, she smiled sweetly, her laughter illuminating the dim space. There is indeed a suitable moment, when Mingyue failed to implant the meridians in her arm and was recuperating. The young woman gestured upward with her index finger, fast-forwarding through time until she discovered the desired moment, coinciding with Ming's departure. With a flick of her finger, the scene froze, and she plucked it from the air, stepping into the image. As her surroundings transformed, she found herself standing upon a massive branch inscribed with the character Zheng. Sensing something beneath her, she noticed a swirling green light, incessantly ebbing and flowing, yet utterly bewildered. This world tree possesses some mysterious qualities, she thought, somewhat astonished. However, her focus returned to the task at hand, eliminating the present Mingyue. Yes, I remain unsettled. You should rest. Once you fall into slumber, I will take my leave. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's question, the young woman paused, quickly regaining her composure, her aura shifting dramatically. Adopting Ming's voice, she replied, You worry too much, Ming. Yet, I am indeed weary. I shall sleep now. After enduring in the ocean for such a long time, Zhou Ming felt fatigued. And after mumbling in a daze, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Rest now, sleep deeply, I shall accompany you. The young woman spoke in Ming's tone, drawing closer, her eyes gradually igniting with a dangerous glimmer. Chapter 72. Reunion. The slumber of the Pangu children resembled a descent into the deepest abyss of dreams, utterly unaware of the events unfolding around them during their repose. Thus, they predominantly chose to sleep in familiar surroundings and, prior to succumbing to slumber, would safeguard their true forms with their spiritual treasures. However, this time, Zhou Ming was injured, and with the presence of Ming by his side, he quietly succumbed to sleep. Even though the young girl had approached Zhou Ming, there was no response from him. If the girl could erase the existence of the bright moon before her, she could subsequently obliterate all memories associated with the bright moon from Ming's life. Following that, She would seek out any possible key points that might awaken Ming's, eliminating each one in turn. Should the girl succeed in this endeavor, what awaited Ming would be far worse than mere failure in breaking through. It would be the complete erasure of his existence, leaving him as blank as a fresh canvas. From this void, the girl could emerge as a unique being, birthed from Ming's demise in the primordial chaos. The girl approached Zhou Ming but refrained from immediate action, first confirming his deep slumber. Once assured, she raised her hand, darkness swirling in her palm. The power she wielded was derived from Ming's divine abilities. Although her spiritual treasure bore no identity mark of the Panga children, she shared a common fate star with Ming, thus naturally possessing the capacity to employ his divine powers. With a focused gaze, the girl wasted no time and prepared to strike. Despite Ming not having completed his breakthrough, he was undoubtedly a Panga child of the 10-star level. Using such power to extinguish a newly ascended 6-star Panga child, who had yet to offer any resistance, guaranteed that there would be no chance of survival once struck. However, before her hand could descend, the girl's body stiffened. In astonishment, she lowered her gaze, a reflection of Ming's exquisite visage now marked by shock. A monstrous black claw pierced through her back, emerging from her chest. "When did you awaken?" "I was awake long before you became conscious," Ming replied coolly, standing behind the girl. "You witnessed everything I did, just to strike me down at my most vulnerable moment?" The girl gritted her teeth, seething with anger. Yet she recognized her failure. The chance of being reborn as a new life in the primordial chaos was now lost. "No. I merely observed what another possibility of myself might become," Ming said, stepping in front of the girl, gazing at her familiar form. "I do not wish to judge you. Even if you relish the treatment bestowed upon Panga children by the great Pangu, you have not embraced the mission given by the Celestial King. As Ming once articulated, this is merely a matter of different choices and stances. You remain a reflection of another possible me." The girl remained silent, absorbing his words. Ming continued, "Now, you must also recall the memories stemming from your own possibilities." "Indeed, I have comprehended everything." The girl nodded, looking at Ming. "I understand what you intend to do. How many am I?" "From your tone, it seems your success in breaking through is all but assured." I did not anticipate that the emergence of the 10th divine ability would herald such a qualitative shift. Alone, I found myself unable to transcend, only able to seek out 9 alternate versions of myself from different possibilities, collaborating to achieve the breakthrough. However, I do not intend to choose you. You. The girl was taken aback, contemplating in disbelief a potential explanation. "I will not allow any existence to harm Songhai or the bright moon, not even myself." A glint of fierce light flickered in Ming's usually gentle gaze. "Thus, you shall perish." Before the girl could utter a word, countless black claws erupted from all directions, seizing her. In the next instant, the girl, bearing an identical form to Ming, was torn apart by Ming's own hands. Feeling fatigued, Ming rubbed her forehead and settled at the edge of the hammock, resting her head on the soft, fluffy tail draped over her. Each time she eliminated another possibility of herself, the memories of their deaths flooded Ming's consciousness, causing her to empathize deeply. Sixth one down. Is it exceedingly rare for me to have grown into this form among all possible existences? Ming sighed, reflecting on how each one sought to erase Songhai and the bright moon from her life. Though they know how significant they are to me, they show no mercy. Why could they not approach me for a conversation first? Ming felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, a pain born from being misunderstood, knowing they were all parts of herself. Yet, unlike Songhai, who diligently guarded the seal, the bright moon's antics were ever present. With a laugh, she mused about the 6 other possibilities where she had not converged with Songhai and the bright moon. Perhaps it is not that I am the most exceptional. Rather, I am the most fortunate, consistently traversing the path of happiness among countless choices. However, now is not the time for such reflections. Ming sat up, realizing time was slipping away. If she could not locate the others swiftly, her breakthrough might fail, leaving her uncertain about future opportunities. The arrival of the chaotic being would certainly be overwhelming. With a heavy sigh, Ming steeled herself, standing up as memories of 7 deaths swirled in her mind, leaving her feeling profoundly unsettled. It is imperative to assemble the group swiftly. A rough alignment will suffice. Prioritizing the breakthrough is paramount, she murmured, resolved to ensure the numbers were adequate before proceeding. This won't do, Ming. Long time no see, Ming. I have missed you dearly. Chapter 73, The Laurel Star, the Bright Moon? Ming hesitated for a moment, but then swiftly distanced herself from the suspicious figure of the bright moon. No, you are not the bright moon. This is merely a world of possibilities. The bright moon has only just reached the 7 stars and cannot possibly be here. Who are you? It was indeed the first time Ming had rejected someone. Zhou Ming, sitting at the edge of the hammock, spoke with an inscrutable expression. You need not be so wary, Ming. The being known as the bright moon, the child of Pangu, will not harm you in any possibility. Though the figure resembled someone familiar, the feeling was entirely different, akin to those other selves that Ming had obliterated. She could not connect this existence with the bright moon. Furthermore, she could not discern the essence of this being. There was not a trace of aura emanating from them, as if merely a stubborn stone sat there. Yet, it instilled in Ming a profoundly unsettling sensation. Noticing Ming's scrutiny, Zhou Ming lowered his head slightly, and in a hidden corner of his gaze, a flicker of pain passed through. Do not look any further, Ming. Your current realm is still too low. If you force yourself to gaze upon my true form, you will be harmed. Ming, however, disregarded Zhou Ming's words and remained vigilant, taking slow steps backward. Upon realizing Ming's utter disbelief, Zhou Ming, with his head bowed and expression obscured, suddenly radiated a wave of energy. Though it was but a mere flicker, it was overwhelmingly vast, transforming into a silver-white light that, like a grand curtain, erased this world of possibilities in an instant. Ming had no time to resist. She felt an emptiness in her perception and then knew nothing at all. Before Ming stood a tree, beneath which lay a stone circular table, flanked by 2 stone stools. The bright moon now occupied the stone stool on the right, apologetically addressing Ming. I'm sorry, Ming. My emotions got a bit out of control, and I lost focus for a moment. Are you truly the bright moon? After a moment of scrutiny, Ming lowered her guard and approached Zhou Ming, asking, It is I, Ming. Seeing Ming come closer, Zhou Ming smiled. Are you willing to trust me now? I currently possess nothing to prove my identity, not even the Pangu identity mark, which I have relinquished. Ming settled onto the other stone stool and replied, That is unnecessary. For now, I shall consider you the bright moon. You are far stronger than I. If you truly wish to do something, I would stand no chance of resistance. Ah, so it is for that reason. Zhou Ming chuckled bitterly. But it matters not. As long as you can keep me company, it suffices. The miracle of encountering you again may never come to pass. With that, he retrieved a cup and stood to pour one for Ming. Ming lifted the jade cup, discovering that the liquid within was not the familiar nectar, but rather a pale yellow, clear liquid. She inquired, This is not the nectar. What is it? This is laurel wine, Zhou Ming explained, gesturing to the tree beside him. It is brewed from the petals of this laurel tree. Ming, do try it and see if you enjoy the flavor. Having placed her trust in the figure before her, Ming relaxed. As her lips met the jade cup, she took a sip, her eyes lighting up. She drank again, unconsciously finishing the entire cup of laurel wine in no time. It is delightful. I truly enjoy this flavor. May I have another cup? Certainly. Zhou Ming stood to refill her cup, smiling as he said, As I suspected, you would enjoy this flavor. Ever since I brewed laurel wine, I thought to myself that if it were you, you would surely love it. It seems I was correct. Is this a laurel tree? Indeed, it is. Do you know where we currently are, Ming? Zhou Ming immediately sensed that he had revealed too much of his emotions, which was inappropriate towards Ming, and thus followed her lead in conversation. Is this place particularly extraordinary? Ming queried, echoing Zhou Ming's earlier words. That could be said, Ming, Zhou Ming replied with a smile. We are on the Taoist Star. The Taoist Star? Ming expressed surprise. Is it accessible? Of course, Zhou Ming laughed. Not only the Taoist Star, but even the Taoist Star is accessible. However, one must possess sufficient power to reach these stars. After all, the Taoist Star is filled with true solar fire, while the Taoist Star is suffused with the cold currents of moonlight. I understand the true solar fire. What are the cold currents of moonlight? Ming inquired after savoring another sip of laurel wine. The cold currents of moonlight, Zhou Ming began, pausing as he softened his tone, are the essence of Yin, the ancestor of cold. However, this is merely how Hongjun describes it to his disciples. Among us Pangu children, we might say it is the tears of the great Pangu. The tears of the great Pangu? Ming set down her jade cup, her voice rising involuntarily. Closing her eyes as instructed, she eventually opened them again, somewhat dazed, murmuring, The left eye of the great Pangu is weeping. Indeed, this is the source of the cold currents of moonlight on the Taoist Star. Ming remained silent, surveying her surroundings before remarking, No wonder it feels rather desolate here. Is that so? I have sealed away the cold currents of moonlight, Zhou Ming replied, glancing around with Ming. After such a long time, I have grown accustomed to this environment. Perhaps it is indeed a bit lonely, as there are only myself and that laurel tree on the entire Tine Star. Do you stay here all the time? Ming asked. Not entirely. Zhou Ming poured another cup for Ming, saying, apart from the Tine Star, I often visit Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain? Ming responded, it is understandable that you have not heard of it. Kunlun Mountain is located in the center of the primordial chaos, quite far from the sealed North Sea. Suddenly, Zhou Ming paused, lifting his head to gaze at the sky. Ming followed Zhou Ming's gaze upward and was momentarily entranced. For above, a dazzling starry river unfolded, countless stars shimmering brilliantly, illuminating the entire firmament in splendor. Not succumbing to the allure of this brilliance, Ming's gaze fixated on a particularly bright star in the east. Recently, it had left a profound impression in her heart, and thus she recognized it at once as the true star of Pangazizawai. A chilling sensation surged within her, leaving her hands and feet icy. Why are there so many? How can there be so many stars hanging in the sky? Just how many companions have fallen?